I worked for the state for a long time, driving a white van that transported police officers along with dangerous apprehended criminals from the station to a high-security prison. These criminals included serial killers, offenders, and such other abominations. The van had 8 seats in total, 2 at the front, separated from 6 at the back by a thick, transparent plastic panel for driver protection. I was never specifically told the crimes they had committed, but the drive could be over an hour long, which meant I often had enough to gauge from their conversations and ramblings. Some would yell and try to fight the police or escape during the ride, but the van was built rock solid to account for those types. Some were child abusers and remorseless killers who gloated about their sins. Others would beg for the police to let them go. I was disgusted by these people, but never disturbed to the point of wanting to quit. After 10 years on the job, nothing fazed me anymore. I was proud of what I did. The more horrific the person, the more I liked the idea of sending them off to go and get what they deserved. That was until one day, when a calm, well-groomed young man was apprehended and brought to the van. 4 police officers accompanied him. He was dressed in a tailored blue suit and had shiny brown, slicked back hair. Could not have been older than 30. At first, I mistook him for a manager or lawyer from a distance, before noticing he had both hands behind his back. He nodded politely as he passed by my window and was taken to the back. They unfolded the seats and sat down, and the door was slammed shut. I started the engine. One of the officers began speaking to him. "This ride is an hour and a bit. You're not going to give us any trouble, are you, son?" "Course not. You guys don't get paid nearly enough for that," said the man in the suit. A few of the policemen scoffed. "You're right on that one." One of the other officers said this while rolling their eyes. "My uncle used to be a cop. Ironic, I know," the man in the suit replied, nonchalantly while still handcuffed. "But when he started, there were 50 in his division. Now there's about 10. Makes you wonder if all the tax money is going to nuclear warheads instead." "Wouldn't be surprised," one officer mumbled to another, shaking his head. "My lawyer told me not to say that because it might piss you off, but I told him you'd all let me go as soon as you heard it." The policeman laughed, the entire event erupting with laughter. I wondered what was so funny. Whatever crime he had committed, this man was bantering without a care, while being deported to face life in prison, or possibly the death penalty. He cracked a few more jokes, and they were wrapped around his little finger. A while later, he caught my eye in the rearview mirror. "You must hear all sorts of crazy stories," said the suited man, talking directly to me. "Imagine being an Uber driver, but all the passengers kill people. I'd watch that reality show," he continued. "Still, it must be satisfying in a weird sort of way, bringing them all to justice, literally." "Yeah, sick people like you," I replied. He stared at me through the mirror. I felt a chill out of nowhere. My blood ran cold. I instantly regretted opening my mouth. Sick people like me. There was a silence for a few seconds. The cops looked at each other awkwardly. I kept quiet. "Well, cheers to you on behalf of all the sick people like me then," he finally said. I could not tell if he was being sarcastic. "I mean it. If it weren't for you, we'd all have to walk to prison. Wouldn't want to drop the soap after that hike." "You must be fun at parties," the cop smirked. I realized that the cop was referring to me. They all laughed again. For the rest of the journey, they talked about politics, stories about other prisoners, and how early they could leave for work. They had an odd chemistry with him. The policemen acted very differently to how they usually did. They usually tried to bully the criminals or scare them into a confession. On the contrary, this time it almost seemed like they were all at a big dinner party, and I was not invited. Perhaps they were getting some entertainment while they could, or they were intimidated by him and did not want to admit it. Some serial killers were notorious for being charming after all. I realized that even after all that chat, I still had no idea what crime he had committed. When we arrived, I opened the back doors for them to get out. "Thanks for the lift. Drive safe," he grinned at me, and they took him away to the prison. The nerve, I thought. I got back in the driver's seat. About a week later, I was in between shifts and decided to take a break at a cafe in the parking lot. I walked inside and joined the queue, eyeing up a big latte. As I glanced to the side, my heart skipped a beat. A man was wearing a blue suit, which looked exactly like the one that the criminal with the slicked back hair was wearing. I blinked. This man had an afro and was reading a newspaper. Same suit, perhaps, but obviously not the same guy. I exhaled with relief. I ordered my latte and sat down at a table, sipping it slowly. The man in the blue suit sat by the window, still reading the paper. I glanced at him for a while, and noticed that he was just staring into it, without turning the pages at all. As I stood up to leave, he folded the newspaper and looked up towards me. His lips stretched into a wide, menacing smile, and he dragged his finger across his neck as he stared at me with wide eyes and tilted his head. We stared at each other for a while in silence. My heart started to race. Then I looked around frantically. I was suddenly concerned for my safety. Everyone in the cafe was absorbed in their own world. It seemed like no one else at all had seen the gesture he had made towards me in a very public space. I rushed out of the cafe, glancing behind me every few steps, suddenly paranoid. He turned his head back to lock eye contact with me, gleeful that his threat was having its intended effect on me. For the next few days, I kept hearing noises, footsteps, scratching, sometimes even the sound of someone breathing behind me. When I turned around, there would always be nothing there. Just as I thought I was turning schizophrenic, my suspicion that someone was out to get me was confirmed again. I was at the grocery store on the weekend, putting vegetables in my cart as a woman wearing a blue denim jacket and flowery dress was walking towards me. She was pushing a cart with a baby strapped to the seat. "You better watch your back," she whispered as she walked past. That caught me off guard. I whipped my head around, and she kept walking without looking back behind her. She wasn't talking on the phone, and she was not with anyone else apart from the baby. That warning was undoubtedly for me. Had I just pissed off a cult of people dressed in blue? I got in the van the next day at 7 a.m. and headed off to the station. There was heavy traffic, and I was convinced that I would be late for work. I turned into a long stretch of road that was next to a steep drop and metal railing fencing off the edge on the right. As I drove along the congested road, stopping and starting to move a few feet incrementally, I stared at the bumper stickers on the back of the white van in front. "It's gonna be a good day," is what it said. There was a sun with a smiley face next to it. The traffic finally started flowing, and I approached an intersection where cars merged from the left-hand side. A set of traffic lights came just before it. I looked at my watch. I was practically pleading for the light to not turn red. As if the universe was conspiring against me, the lights turned yellow, and as the van in front of me sped past them, they turned red. Great. I slammed the brakes and looked up. I only saw the van in front for a split second, and suddenly, out of nowhere, a massive lorry T-boned it violently from the left. A loud crash, combined with a painful crunch, stunned me into paralysis. Both vehicles crashed through the railings and went hurtling over the edge of the cliff. The lights turned orange, then green, but I remained unmoving in silence, shaking. There was an empty space in front of me where the van had just been. I could see people through their car windows, horrified and calling the police. Eventually, I snapped out of it and drove numbly to a side road without having fully processed the event. I parked there and called my colleagues at the station to inform them about what had just happened. A few days later, I found out that both drivers had died on impact. The lorry had crashed into the van driver's side at 90 miles per hour, crushing him instantly. They thought it was a freak accident at first, until they recovered the remains and discovered the lorry driver's phone, which had been in a holder stuck to his windshield. It wasn't a GPS on the phone that was guiding him. At the time of the crash, he had been using a navigator app connected to a tracking device. The device had been tracking my vehicle. The police searched my van from top to bottom and found the bugger stuck to the underside of one of the back seats. The seat that the man in the slick back hair wearing the blue suit had sat in on his ride to prison about 2 weeks ago. I pieced it together as soon as they told me. That motherfucker must have slipped that out from a pocket or something and stuck it to the inside of my van as soon as I pissed him off. Later on, I got given the rundown on this guy and did a little bit of digging on my own. It turned out that he was a very well-known and well-connected person in certain higher-up circles, and he had taken the fall for something that had happened. He was part of it, but not the whole brains behind it, and ended up being the fall guy. I only found out this stuff from research and rumors. He was officially arrested for selling and smuggling weapons, and on the surface, his reputation was as an underground weapons dealer, and he sold to some very wealthy clients. Why would anyone with money take such a risk on something that they could easily afford? Yeah, that's where it did not add up for me either. Sure, there is the convenience. You could very easily get a large number of weapons in a short amount of time, and they would all be unregistered with no way to trace them back. But assholes selling weapons like that must be a dime a dozen. I heard another rumor, one that I don't have any concrete evidence about, but the way the guy acted and thought so much of himself makes this seem all the more likely to me. I heard that it was not weapons that he smuggled, it was women. Not women exactly, but little girls from all over the globe to right here in America. The information is practically buried and sealed away, and again, no evidence about it exists anymore, but it's rumored that he was the head of some large human trafficking rings that operated in places like China and Russia and anywhere that you can think of. He would apparently ship them over here and hand them over to whoever was the highest bidder, and would sometimes even do bulk deals. Just the thought of it made me shiver. He apparently had some connections to some very wealthy people, but that I don't know too much about. I've heard rumors about him transporting the young girls to a certain island to be auctioned off. I didn't know any of this information at the time, otherwise I might have put it together sooner. It was around 5 years ago, maybe the first half of 2019. I'll let you do the math. I think he knew a certain someone and shipped it to his island. I know it sounds like some crazy conspiracy, but it all adds up to me. All of the rumors around him, the fact that the guards were almost acting like his best buddies, and the fact that he carried himself around like he was untouchable. I think he was supposed to be the scapegoat, but then something changed, and I don't know what. I can't find a record of him being in prison still, so I think he might have gotten the same treatment so that he could not blab to anyone. Why he wanted to go to all those lengths just to get to me, I will never know. Maybe he wasn't used to being defied and had everyone around him under his thumb and in his pocket for so long that the first guy who dissented, he wanted to teach a lesson. I really don't know, but either way, I am fucking glad I don't work that job anymore. I quit not long after. I was so lucky that day, and I was not taking any more chances. It seemed like he had some kind of cult-like following who would do whatever he wanted, and that's how he managed to set me up, and maybe let some other guys know. I think it ran deeper than that. There's no way a high-level prisoner like that just manages to pull that off, or even have something like that on him. Either the guards were incompetent, or they were in his pocket too. I shouldn't speculate too much, but it definitely adds up. Like I said, not long after, I quit that job, packed my bags, and moved to a new town. Since then, I've moved several times in my life. The paranoia just won't leave me. I think it will stay with me for the rest of my life. Exposing the real truth about Antarctica to the world. I know this is not the first time you've heard someone claiming to know the full truth about Antarctica, but everything that you have heard so far, both from people on this board and supposed truth tellers, has been a complete and utter lie. Claims about alien bases and mysterious portals to other dimensions are completely false. They sprinkle in bits of the truth that is observable just enough to get you falling for their web of lies. In truth, these are attempts by the people that I work for and the government to keep you in the dark. I believe you would call it a psyop. The goal is to get schizos and conspiracy theorists to cling to these small bits of truth and create a divide between them and people seeking the real truth. The more they parrot the fake stuff, the better it is for us. They want you to argue until you forget what the point of it even was, until you are just arguing for the sake of feeling right. I would apologize, but it really means nothing at this point. I can't even lie and say that I am doing something noble to try and save you, because in reality, this is still all for myself. I won't give you my name, but I will tell you that I am very well connected, and that is all you need to know. I don't claim to know everything, but I know enough. I won't be killed for revealing any of this, because regardless of what we do, people like us do not kill each other. They will punish me, but not in a way that I am worried about. I will not waste any more time with preamble. You have been lied to about the nature of Antarctica. The Antarctic Peace Treaty is made up, and it is just a cover. There is also no official ban on any military activity there, and again, this is just a cover. This is because Antarctica is not actually shared like you are led to believe. Antarctica is actually the 51st state of America and is controlled entirely by them. Researchers from around the world are only allowed to set up stations there and study at the behest of the United States. Let me explain how this happened. Antarctica was discovered in 1820 that we can prove by European explorers. There is, however, evidence to suggest that the Maori people found and set foot on the continent as far back as 700 AD. The evidence for this, though, is only passed down through their oral traditions, and so no written record has ever been found to confirm this as 100% factual. It was not until the Second World War that a country was able to fully stake a claim on Antarctica. Various other expeditions tried and failed. In 1943, the British launched Operation Tabarin, which was their attempt to fully control the continent. Argentina and Chile were also attempting to stake their claim since the outbreak of the war in 1939, but for complicated political reasons, the British triumphed over them. They did not succeed entirely, and because of the strain of the war, the operation ultimately failed, as they did not have the resources nor the manpower to maintain it, and had to pull out. This created the perfect gap to be filled. The United States managed to construct a series of 5 small bases near the Bay of Whales, which they named Little America. This was done under the command of Admiral Richard E. Byrd. These served as a strong starting point and foothold for the US, although these bases would be destroyed later due to the Bay of Whales drifting away and collapsing. As you know, the Antarctic Treaty was signed in the year 1959, but this treaty and everything that it encompassed was entirely for show. The United States has full control of the landmass with a large undocumented military presence that would be almost impossible to wrestle from the continent without outright destroying everything, which no country obviously wants to do. Not to mention it would cause the end of the world in the process. The US wants to keep all of its dealings here in the shadows and away from any prying eyes, and the elites have a large sway in this decision too. The elites have special plans for the continent and what we have discovered there so far, but I will not go into that right now. It would require an entirely new threat. Russia and China both signed the treaty because they had no choice. In public they are sworn enemies to act as useful scapegoats, but in reality they can pose no significant threat. Let us fast forward to the present and to my direct involvement. Antarctica is incredibly large, no shit, and we keep making new discoveries there every single day. The US military has a specific sub-branch that trains personnel solely for the conditions of Antarctica and to be deployed there. They don't train up ordinary recruits though. These are people with connections. They are either related to elite bloodlines themselves, or to people in high positions in the government and the military. It is important that only the most trustworthy are involved. Those who are trained up to be stationed there remain there for most of their lives in many cases. Special exceptions are granted for a few, but not all. This basically minimizes the risk of any kind of leak, but this is a choice that people make. They make the choice to undergo this restriction and serve. Access to things like the internet is obviously heavily monitored, and food and supplies are rationed. All of the soldiers stationed there wear body cameras and helmet cameras that are recording at all times, except when they are off duty and are in their own quarters. A live microphone feed is also constantly active, especially when on missions. These feeds are able to be accessed by those with enough clearance at all times. I was present and watching these feeds when a routine operation was being undertaken. It was a search operation in which they would be following up on a lead that was received about a potential cavern that was located directly south of the base, a few miles away. They were to check out the lead and report back any findings. They were advised not to take any risks and not to venture in until it could be mapped out and the potential dangers canvassed. The wind was pretty strong, and so the video feed was choppy and frequently dropped in quality, but the microphone feed had no trouble, aside from the sound of the wind itself. It did not take long for them to stumble onto the place. It was hidden beneath a blanket of snow and ice, and you had to know what you were looking for to be able to spot it. They had specialized equipment with them to help with excavating the entrance, but it still took a significant amount of time. Once it was uncovered, they were ordered to report back to the base immediately, so that the place could be risk assessed, but there was a bit of back and forth discussions between the soldiers and base command. They argued that by the time everything had been done, they could have already been in and out, and argued that they would not take any risks. They would just have a quick look, and that was it. They argued that there was no point turning back now. The higher-ups had a very in-depth discussion for quite a long while before they agreed to allow them to investigate themselves. I don't know why they changed their minds, but there must have been a special reason. They agreed to stay closely and record everything thoroughly, and with that, they headed straight into the place. The first part of the descent was a steep incline, and so harnesses and carabiners had to be used to rappel down safely. We were told by the head soldier that the temperature dropped suddenly as soon as they entered the place, and their vitals reflected this too. The descent was pretty rough due to the equipment they had to keep on them to make progress if they ran into any kind of obstacle. They proceeded very cautiously and were being wary of their every step in case the place collapsed or was unstable at any point. They were basically in uncharted territory. They had to keep stopping pretty frequently to make progress with the equipment, and progress took hours to be made at some points. They eventually chipped away layers of ice that coated the walls, and they revealed something very interesting. There were weird patterns all across the walls that were etched deep into them. They looked completely foreign and like nothing ever seen before on Earth. What we saw could only ever be described as a language. We theorize that it is similar to ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs, in which symbols are used instead of letters to create the words. It is not something we have been able to decode so far though. I'm not sure if it was because of the weak connection and low quality of the video feed, but the symbols seemed to almost move on their own. But I suppose this could have been a trick of the light also. They also glowed dimly, a kind of faint blue color, but again, this could have been the connection. From what we could gather from photos and videos, we predict that the etchings had been carved there thousands of years ago, and long before any kind of real human civilization. The team kept checking in regularly with us, and base command implored them to keep venturing deeper. They quickly reached another steep incline that they had to descend down with the harnesses and carabiners again. They made their way down and came into some kind of small chamber. This is where they made a crucial discovery. Arguably, the most significant discovery made on this continent so far. No, the most significant discovery made on Earth so far. They found bodies, preserved ones. They were covered in layers of ice. There were some kind of humanoid shapes, but with major differences to us. The arms and legs were mostly human, aside from being slightly elongated. Again, we do not have an exact figure on how long these bodies have been preserved for. It could have been in the last 100 or the last 10,000 years. Your guess is as good as mine. Again, there was a back and forth discussion before command decided that they should very carefully extract one of the bodies from the ice to to be brought back for study. It took them a long time to do this with the equipment that they were provided with, as they had to be extra careful. They could not just take back the bodies frozen in ice, as it would be much too heavy to carry while using the harnesses, along with carrying the other equipment, and if it was dropped, then the body would likely just shatter into pieces. They managed to finally free it, after what seemed like a lifetime. The body was pretty much perfectly preserved. The skin of the thing was incredibly pale and almost translucent in nature. The limbs were more elongated than that of a human's, and the whole body was sinewy. The long fingers of the body ended in nails that were like claws and looked incredibly sharp. They managed to secure the bodies in a containment unit that they were provided with. It wasn't built for the purpose of any corpses, and was actually designed for bringing back artifacts and precious metals, but it managed to do the job alright. All it had to do was stop the body from sustaining any damage until it could be brought all the way back. There was more than one preserved body there, but one was all that the team had room for, and all that we would need to begin for now. The journey back was much of the same, except slightly quicker, due to not having to carve out another path. They made it back with no issues at all. We are still in possession of this body, and it has been examined and tested on every single day since it had been brought back. We do not have any concrete information about its origins at the present moment, but we have learned quite a few things about the biology and physiology of the things. We do not have a working name for the species right now. There is more to this though. One of the soldiers who was part of the team got sick not too long after they made it back. It was slow at first. It started with just a bit of a cold and a headache, but eventually the vomiting came. The whole team had to be quarantined immediately. Our scientists did not actually expect anything untoward and just treated it as a precaution, but it was very lucky that they followed protocol and took it as seriously as they did. Examination of the body continued undisturbed, as the researchers were already wearing hazmat suits as per protocol, so any kind of infection was pretty much impossible. The vomiting was the least of the symptoms. The symptoms got progressively worse as the days wore on. They started coughing up blood, experiencing heavy fatigue, and also nausea that kind of racked the entire body. It was 3 days straight of these symptoms. Then they seemingly disappeared overnight. Of course, the medical team could not go in and examine them until the entire quarantine period had been completed. Even if they wanted to go in, it would never be allowed because it was too risky. 2 more days passed like this with no more symptoms, and things were looking up. The night of day 5 is when that was shattered. One of the soldiers woke up in the night. It was silent at first. The soldier looked incredibly groggy, and like he was struggling to move his limbs or get up. It was like a baby learning how to walk. There was a team on standby outside the quarantine room constantly to record symptoms and monitor the soldiers. The people on duty tried to talk to the groggy soldier, but he did not give any response. He looked up at the PA system in the room with utter confusion. He just turned his head to the side like a dog would. After that, everything was like a blur. All of the other soldiers in the room were still sleeping, but one of them broke into a mini coughing fit that kind of half roused him awake, but not fully. After that, the groggy soldier walked up to him, and before the coughing soldier could say anything, he had inserted both of his thumbs into the coughing soldier's eyes and pushed as hard as he could. The screams woke up the entire base, and it was like nothing I had ever heard before in my life. The other soldiers woke up in a state of complete shock, but were able to act quickly. A team of security were quickly dispatched to the quarantine room, but was stopped from entering by direct orders from command. The risk of contagion was still there, and we had no idea why this was happening, so it was too much of a risk to open it up. Not just the contagion risk, but command was interested in letting the scene play out and studying what was happening and if this was a side effect of whatever illness that they had. The soldiers managed to overwhelm the rabid one, but he did his best to scratch and bite and tear as much flesh as he could before being subdued, they had to tie him up. The tied-up soldier eventually passed away after not receiving any food or water because the soldiers could not approach without risk of being bitten. His strength waned, and he deteriorated like any normal human would. His desire to attack the other soldiers in there never gave up, even for a second. He spent every moment writhing and trying to escape and bite. Eventually, he just did not have the energy to move his muscles anymore, and his body gave in. The other soldiers eventually met the same fate, and they were just left in quarantine to be studied. Our researchers are still not sure of the exact science behind what unfolded. It was some kind of pathogen that was likely trapped in the ice with the being, but how it worked was not exactly clear. All we know is that any human or animal that comes into contact with that pathogen experiences those exact same symptoms until eventually losing control and trying to attack any living thing that they can see. It basically boils down to the virus making the person angry, I guess. Again, it is not exact science, but that is what we have. It makes the person angry and uses up the body until all of it is gone. I'm sure I don't have to explain the implications of this discovery if the exact science and how to apply this pathogen can be figured out. It would make the US even more powerful than they already are. Imagine it. They would not even have to send their own soldiers, because this pathogen would make them fight themselves. The implications of this are devastating, and it is very obviously making even some elites incredibly worried. If not controlled and contained properly, there could be some very catastrophic consequences. That is all the information that I have for you. Do with it whatever you will. Keep your eye on the news in the coming years. The empty world is a parallel plane of reality, mere millimeters away from our own world in the fourth dimension. It is in a different frequency vibration, at a different octave compared to our world. The empty world is a mirror or a clone of our world, with the same landscapes, the same buildings, the same cities. It is a world with the same buildings, natural formations, trees and plants. But there are no people or animals. Because of this, it is called the empty world, aka the silent world, because in this world there is a jarring lack of the usual sounds. No animal sounds, no insect sounds, no people talking, no cars, no airplanes. Only the sound of the wind, the sound of running water in nearby rivers, and the echoing sound of your own footsteps and labored breathing as you wander about this seemingly abandoned world. Yet because it is a copy of our own world, none of the buildings are abandoned, unless they are actually abandoned in our world as well. The city is exactly as it is, except without any of the people or cars, although parked cars and any objects that have been stationary for a long time are existing in this world as well, and can be driven. The world is ideal for urban exploration and getting into places that you normally would not be able to get into because of a lack of people/guards. However, there is a chance that one can get stuck in that empty world if one stays in it for too long. I am a member of a secret society which is not known to the general public or to local authorities, whose sole purpose is the exploration of this empty world, which appears to be a clone of our own world, and making our way into locations that normally are out of access. Ask me anything, although depending on the content of the questions, some of them I will refrain from answering because information is my trade, and in a secret society, secrecy is paramount. You may be wondering, why the heck is a member of a secret society posting on 4chan? Well, I can say that it is simply because I am somewhat of a braggart, because we have found a way of consistently entering into this world and exploring it, something that to my knowledge no human has been able to willfully replicate, but we can, and we are taking the opportunity for boasting and seeing what kinds of reactions we can glean. We have but a few members in our secret society, spread over the United States, the Balkans, and some South American countries. When we enter into this empty world, from your perspective, it would appear as though the person has vanished without a trace. This can be used, for example, if one wants to hide within his own house. The practitioner can phase into the empty world and see all of the objects in his house exactly as they have been left for a long time. Although this does not apply to any objects, that have been recently moved in the real world. Then the person can just hide in his or her own house, sipping tea, while people in the real world are frantically trying to find the practitioner. The search party may even be in the same room as the member of the secret society. Their searching is in vain, however, as the practitioner is in a parallel plane called the empty world by us, and therefore there is no leakage of noises. This technique is very handy for hide-and-seek games, I must say, as it is for breaking into other people's homes and offices for information gathering. We are still yet to fully explore the capabilities of this parallel world and all that can be done with it. As most of our members, we are just exploring this empty world out of mere curiosity, without any ulterior motives, although evading search parties and effortless place hacking is thrilling in its own right, as is exploring this empty world and finding answers to the mysteries as to how this world came about and why there is normally no living activity in this world. To answer you, this is an exact copy of our world with some caveats. It appears that this is a save point of our world, for a lack of better terminology, meaning that any objects that have been stationary for longer than a certain threshold of time in the real world and make clones and appear materialized in the empty world. From there on, these objects can be manipulated in the empty world without making any changes to counterparts of the objects in the real world. From our experiments, we have concluded that periodically there are made clones of these stationary objects from the real world, and they get saved into the empty world. It is not known exactly why or how this happens, or even what the threshold is. Only thing we know is that objects that are in motion or completely modified in the real world do not appear in the empty world. So cars that are commonly driven in the real world do not appear in the empty world. However, cars that have been abandoned in the real world and lying motionless do appear in the empty world, and are drivable in the empty world. Moreover, returning to the real world, these abandoned cars are untouched, thus suggesting that they are made clones into the empty world. Again, we do not know how or why this happens, we just know that it happens. When someone builds a house here, does the house just fly together from the component parts in the empty world? Is stuff just flying around all the time? Does the house just appear? I will try to answer your question to the best of my ability. All of the buildings in the empty world appear as they are in the real world. We can enter into people's houses and see their belongings. However, we cannot see, nor hear, nor interact with the occupants of these houses. We have not tried observing the construction of a house in the real world to see what the effects of the construction would be onto the empty world. We only know that changes to objects in the empty world do not get reflected into the real world, but changes to objects in the real world do get reflected into the empty world, albeit after some amount of time. We do not know what that amount of time is, only that certain buildings in the empty world appear to be past versions of buildings in the real world, meaning that if one store was a Walgreens in the past, and now it is an organic food shop in the present, we would see the building appear as a Walgreens in the empty world. I hope it answers your questions. There is still so much yet that we do not know about this other realm, and yet we are hesitant to explore it for certain reasons, or to make reckless experiments that might cost our lives or sanity. Where do you start at when you travel to this world? We can start at any point on the map. You may be wondering, how do we enter into the empty world from the real world? I will simply say that we are able to do this at any time, from any location, given enough time and concentration. Any one of our practitioners can start at any point on the map, and then use a technique to disappear from the map. What actually happens is that the practitioner phases out of the real world and enters into the empty world in a split second. An outside observer will see the person simply disappear into thin air, along with any clothes that the person happens to be wearing or any objects holding, although the objects have to be small enough. If the person is holding onto the handle of a refrigerator or the inside of an elevator, the jump will not work. It will work if the person is standing on the surface, but not being attached to any large object. For example, holding onto a railing or a doorknob will not work, but just standing in a locked room, such as a bathroom or an elevator, will work. Indeed, we often try to use rooms that are closed off to the public, because someone will be shocked to see a person disappearing into thin air. And how do you travel? Same as in this world. The empty world has the same physics. We travel on foot, or sometimes hijacking an unattended vehicle. However, it is quite a hassle to find the keys to activate such a vehicle. Therefore, Walking is our preferred method of getting around in the empty world. Where do you procure yourself food and drink? When we first started our explorations of the parallel world, we would bring food and drink with us, anything that we could carry in our hands, such as water bottles, chocolate bars, cereal boxes. However, we soon discovered that we could procure food and drink from grocery stores in the empty world by simply walking into the building and taking as much food and drink as we pleased. The taste is indistinguishable from food in the real world. We can confidently say that as long as the grocery stores keep restocking in the real world, we will never run out of provisions. We can just walk into a gas station, for example, and grab items off the shelves. When we return to the real world, the establishments that we have raided in the empty world seem untouched, leading to the conclusion that the empty world is some kind of clone or mirror of the real world. So far, we see no reason not to loot the food stores in the empty world. I want to explore stuff like big cult compounds, secret bases, and maybe catacombs. Our secret society is very obscure, and we have not revealed ourselves to the general public, nor do we want to be known to any other groups. Hence, we are simply known as the Explorers, a rather generic and quite fitting name. Actually, it's true. We do not yet have any official name for ourselves. Yes, we are a bunch of amateurs using Discord and phone calls to communicate with each other. We are amateurs. Many of us are neither athletic enough nor brave enough to enter into top secret areas in the empty world. So far, we have limited ourselves to exploring our local cities and the surrounding areas. There are still a lot of places that we have not explored. Maybe we will explore into secret bases or compounds, even though there are usually no people in the empty world, with some notable exceptions. No security guards, no police officers who could arrest us. Breaking into a top secret compound or military base, or to be more exact, its counterpart in the empty world, would be no small feat. One would have to break the locks, climb over the fences, destroy doors using brute force, and that's something that we are physically incapable of doing, as we are not enemy superheroes. We simply have not attempted something like that ever before. For now, we are keeping a low profile and exploring this empty world, keeping to places that are safe. Cave systems, etc. Maybe Grand Canyon cave system to see what's truly there. Personally, I am not brave enough to explore a cave system, neither in the real world, nor in the empty world. Even if there are no animals, the environment itself is hostile. Cave systems themselves are dangerous. If one will get stuck in a cave or a mine in the empty world, no one is coming to rescue you, because quite simply, you are the only one there. Have you gone into any of the top sacred power spots of Earth? Vatican private churches, Potala Palace of Tibetan Buddhism, Mecca's Kaaba, etc. We have members in the United States, Colombia, and the Balkans. One of our members is a Serbian. He has explored various Serbian Orthodox churches and historical sites, or their counterparts in the empty world. He has been to Kosovo in the empty world, a feat that he cannot achieve in the real world, because there are soldiers at the border and they won't let him in. In the empty world, there are still fortifications and guard stations, but without the guards. He has explored the ancient Serbian temples and historical places in Kosovo without fear of arrest by the military. I am located in the United States. I have broken into several local Protestant churches in my city, in the empty world, for fun. I will not tell you what city. Only I have explored the interiors of these churches. Only after visiting these churches for the first time in the empty world, I came back to the real world and attended Sunday services in these churches. And I have indeed confirmed that the interiors are identical. The layouts are the same as I remember them from when I explored in the empty world. But Tibet, Mecca, or the Vatican are too far away to travel. If you were expecting to see angels or paranormal creatures in these sacred places, I would have to disappoint you. There is literally nothing there, other than man-made religious artifacts. No magic, no ghosts, no angels. Sorry. Also for food, since it's empty, I guess you just throw a stone, break a window, and get into a gas station, and take all the snacks and soda you want. Yes, any food and supplies is free to take, and no one is stopping you. That's why it's pointless to break into a bank in the empty world, where you can just break into a store and take all the items. Do you have your real body, or some kind of astral body? The empty world is a physical realm, and the practitioner is simply teleported from one realm into another, for a lack of a better word. Therefore, yes, You do have your real physical body, and you can get hurt or die if you are too reckless. This is why we refrain from taking too many risks, being conservative to stay on the safe side. Have you done stuff like swimming to Antarctica? No, we have not. The water would be too cold to swim in, and you can still drown or die in the empty world, so we have to be careful exploring. If you accidentally fall and break your leg, then you still feel the injury. For example, if I train myself here, running 6 kilometers a day, plus sprint training, and then go to the empty, will I benefit from all the training I did, and thus be able to move there much more gracefully, nimbly, quickly, maybe even do parkour or urban climbing. Training in the real world is the same as in the empty world. You still have your body. Any trainings or injuries in the real world carry over into the empty world, and vice versa. All your physical abilities, or lack thereof, are the same. Namely, what stops us from exploring more boldly is that most of us aren't particularly athletic or healthy. There are plants but no animals. That is stupid. There are objects that have been motionless in the real world for a long time. These objects show up in the empty world. This includes both man-made structures as well as trees and plants. There are no animals or insects in this world. Why I think this is the case? Because animals and insects are always in motion. Objects get mirrored into the empty world. Only those that have been motionless for a long amount of time. We do not know how or why this happens, only that it is. How do you become a member, and what's the recruitment process like? I would say that the recruitment process is very informal, and usually based on what some might call nepotism. I got inducted into this secret society only because I knew the founders in my personal life. Most of us were either originally friends, or knew someone who knew someone, or had been introduced via a personal recommendation. Personal recommendation meaning that one of our members had found a person in real life, had a chat with that person, and after ascertaining that the person is trustworthy, informally introduced that person to the explorers. There have been some exceptions though, but we do not take new member requests at this time, and especially not on the internet, as we have no way of verifying the person's identity. Since this is a completely anonymous forum, I cannot disclose too much sensitive information for obvious reasons. It is a secret society for a reason. Might you elaborate how it's done? The technique is something that can be theoretically done by anyone, yet not everyone has the aptitude or ability to do it, as not everyone can be mathematicians or athletes. No special technology is required. It is a psychic technique. I cannot reveal too much about how exactly it is performed, as if the secret will leak to the general public, then potentially thousands of people will be exploring the empty world. Obviously, we want to keep the information restricted. You may think that we are bad people, although you will see that it is for the greater good. This technique is based on changing the vibrational frequency of the practitioner's body, thus shifting into the empty world and doing the process in reverse to go back again. It is based on willpower, some amount of practice, and additionally, there is some sort of trick to it, but that is as much as I am willing to reveal. Let's think about what can be done with this technique. Obviously, the empty world is a convenient place to hide from the authorities of this world. At least the police are not aware of it. I do not know if any higher-ups in the government are aware of the existence of this plane, but so far, we have seen no evidence of their presence here. The practitioner can hide in his or her house, evading search parties, while within the empty world, the practitioner is invisible to anyone in the real world, and vice versa, and also, sound does not propagate. We have performed experiments proving this. A limited form of teleportation can also be performed by using the empty plane. This entails phasing from the real world into the empty world, then walking somewhere on foot in the empty world, potentially jumping over fences, breaking windows, and picking locks to get into secret places, then phasing back into the real world. The practitioner would find himself or herself in the exact same place in the real world. However, from the perspective of the people in the real world, that person would have disappeared in one place and then reappeared in another, thus teleporting. Although it is not instantaneous, but the advantage is getting into secret places and bypassing security. This technique could be useful for theft, burglary, assassination, espionage, finding incriminating documents, blackmail, and all kinds of crimes. One could, for instance, brute force one's way into secret places, jumping fences, breaking locks and such, destroying doors in the empty world in order to reach a certain location. Then when phasing back into the real world, everything remains the same. The damage is limited to the empty world. So what happened? The practitioner has entered into the empty world, then entered into the destination location without attempting to stay hidden, since there is no one in the empty world anyway, destroying infrastructure in the process of forced entry. Then the practitioner has exited the empty world and returned back into the real world again, but now he is inside of the destination location, and since changes to objects in the empty world aren't mirrored in the real world, all the doors remain locked and no one suspects a thing. According to an outside observer, a person disappeared in one place and after some amount of time reappeared in another place, perhaps inside of a locked room. Then that person is free to do literally anything. Imagine what the mafia could do with such abilities, or imagine what the governments of the world would do with such abilities, or corporations, or mercenaries, or criminals, or any other people hungry for power or money. This is why the technique must be a tightly guarded secret, and we cannot allow for anyone to know how to access into the empty plane, as this will give the wielder of the technique disproportionate power. I am writing this on 4chan only because I do not intend to reveal any sensitive information, and no one will believe me anyway, thinking that this is just a shitpost. We are simply a secret society of amateurs, esotericists, place hackers, explorers, and pioneers. We are mostly with anarchist leanings, but we adhere to our strict moral code. We do not use our abilities for evil. We do not try to hurt any people, nor would we ever serve any worldly matters, and we do not accept jobs from anyone. Are there any other people inside the empty plane that are not part of your group? Did someone you know get stuck there? In my explorations of the empty plane, I have found one woman who had somehow gotten stuck there and lived there for 3 years before I managed to find her. She had simply gone out of her apartment one day to take a walk outside. However, she soon discovered that everyone disappeared from her point of view, and she had somehow gotten stuck in the empty plane with no way to return back. She thought that the rapture happened and she was left behind, alone in the world. For reasons unknown, when she was 23 years old, she spontaneously phased into the empty world, and she was 26 years old when I found her. She has been a part of my life ever since. She had been surviving by scavenging the local grocery stores and gas stations for food, as we usually do. While she was able to survive, she had suffered stress and depression because of the isolation. We were able to phase her back into the real world. While in the empty world, I tried to perform the technique while holding her to return to the real world with her, but I was unable to do it by myself. Then one of our members went into the empty world, found us, and did the technique together with me while holding the woman, and that was sufficient enough to bring her back to the real world. She is now doing well. We have taught her how to perform the technique, and she was inducted into our secret society. I am now in a relationship with her. I cannot say anything else. In our secret society, we have an agreement for not revealing the identity of our members. Hers is a special case, in which a new member was inducted into our secret society without taking the usual precautions because of the special circumstances. So far, we have not seen any other cases of people who have gotten stuck in the empty plane, but we have only explored a small portion of the empty plane. How did the explorers originate? How long has it been around? The explorers group originated in an apartment belonging to one of our co-founders, who was the creator of the techniques. For the purposes of this discussion, I will refer to him as the professor. Although he is not actually a university professor, he is an elderly man possessing great knowledge and intuition. We originated as a group focused on meditation and spiritual healing. Think Reiki. The explorers gradually grew out of this earlier meditation group, acquiring new members mainly via familiarity and personal recommendation. We were an informal group of friends, relatives, and acquaintances who gradually started using the technique to explore the empty world for fun and curiosity. As the explorers, the group has been together for about 6 years now, although the meditation and spiritual healing group has been in existence for many years prior. There are multiple members more skilled and experienced than I. I am now the press relations of our secret society, and now writing this information to 4chan, although a private club will be a more accurate description of who we are. What is the weather like in the empty world? Is it always daytime? The empty world has its own weather. Usually it is cloudy or overcast. Sometimes it rains, when during the same time in the real world there is no rain. Sometimes there are thunderstorms. Both planes appear to have their separate weather systems. Ball lightning is a more common phenomenon in the empty world than in the real world. We see those plasma spheres flying in the sky just underneath the clouds quite frequently that it is no longer an unusual occurrence to see them flying around. Before anyone jumps to conclusions, I am 100% positive that these are indeed lightning balls rather than UFOs or crafts. They look exactly like ball lightning in videos on the internet. It always appears as daytime, but a little dimmer. Never sun nor moon is seen. However, the sky is lit up and we can see objects well. There are also no normal shadows. Regular objects, such as lampposts, do not cast shadows, nor do any of the explorers. But any areas that are shadowed all the time are permanently cast into a shadow, darker than in the real world. I mean places like back alleys, places in the interior of abandoned buildings. And there is a jarring contrast between these two kinds of places. Any location that is outdoors and under the open sky is well lit, but there are no shadows. Any location that is surrounded by buildings or constructions on multiple sides, obscuring view of the sky, is shrouded in permanent darkness. This is our theory for why such a phenomenon occurs. The only objects that we have seen in the empty world are those that have been motionless for a long time. However, as per the rotation of the Earth, the sun and the moon are constantly in different positions in the sky. This is why we can't see them in the empty world. They are just invisible. However, the resulting lighting conditions appear to be an average of daytime and nighttime. Hence, it always appears as a dimmer version of daytime, since the day is proportionally so much lighter than the night. For whatever reason, it seems that we see an average of all the days and nights. The sun and moon move too fast across the sky to be visible, yet their effects are seen by lighting the sky in a consistent glow, and hence there are no shadows in outdoor areas. The only places where shadows do appear are indoor locations where the lights are on. The light switches in most buildings work, and when the light is turned on, it casts a shadow behind objects as usual. This implies that power plants, generators, etc. are still up and running in the empty world as well, although we have been warned not to come too close to them. Our technique consists of controlling the energy of the body, causing it to vibrate at a higher frequency than normal. When we come into the empty world, we gain energy, and when we exit out of the empty world, back into the real world, we release energy. The professor has warned us to stay away from the power plants and the lightning balls and any other high energy things in the empty world. Since it is not known what will happen if we come into contact with them, according to theory, such an encounter might disrupt our technique, possibly overwriting the energy signature, thus preventing us from returning back into the real world. There are still many things that we do not know, but we are not willing to risk our lives to answer these questions. Has the safe maximum duration been determined? No, it has not. Some of our members have had sessions in the empty world lasting several days. The professor has had a session lasting about 1 week before returning to the real world. In the case of my girlfriend, she had been stranded in the empty world for 3 years, completely on accident due to no fault of her own. By the time I found her, she was on the verge of losing her sanity. After I comforted her, she has remained with me ever since. This is the danger of the empty world, staying for too long and slowly losing your sanity because of lack of seeing any other people and severe depression. Another danger of the empty world is that you could injure yourself, and unless you have friends, there will be no one to heal your wounds. Since our technique requires concentration and energy control, it could be the case that upon injury, the practitioner could no longer successfully perform this technique to return, thus being stranded in the empty world. Then coming into contact with any high energy devices might reset the energy of the practitioner, also preventing him or her from getting back to the real world. So we tend to avoid taking any unnecessary risks. We have determined that if someone gets stranded, it takes 2 practitioners performing the technique in reverse while holding the person to get that person back into the real world. Although we consider ourselves lucky that we were able to get her out at all, since the 2 practitioners need to perform the technique in perfect synchronization otherwise it will not work. Not a small feat by any standards. How long does it typically take to learn? Several days to several months. It took me about a month. The record for one of the members learning the technique was just in several days. We also have some members of our secret society who have not been able to master the technique, hence they cannot travel to the empty world. However, they are our acquaintances. They are still within our group. There is no guarantee that you will be able to successfully learn this technique, even if I tell you about it. There is no guarantee that you will be able to successfully perform this technique every single time, even if you have successfully performed it before. Not every attempt is successful. What if you take an object from the empty world into the real world and let it sit for a long time? Will a clone of the clone be made? That I don't know. We have not tried it yet. I should mention that after we have modified locations and objects in the empty world, they don't seem to get updated. For example, when we raided the empty world gas station, it never restocked with supplies. It seems that locations in the empty world do get updated, except for those that have been modified by the explorers. We do not know why that is. Did she feel the need to sleep while she lived in the empty world? Have other members tried sleeping in the empty world? Yes, human beings feel the need for sleep. If you are wondering, nothing about human physiology is different in the empty world. Physical tiredness can be a hindrance to performing the technique to get back, so in that case, we recommend explorers rest for a bit. She did have to sleep in the empty world, but her circadian rhythm was messed up due to a lack of usual day-night cycle that we are used to. As mentioned above, the sky is perpetually daylight, but just somewhat dimmer, and we think that this is the average of the day and the night, but we do not see the sun and the moon, merely an illuminated blue-gray sky. See my responses on the climate there. But either you are so disciplined that you fall asleep at a certain time by habit, or you just sleep whenever you are tired because you feel like it. Obviously, being active for too long is discouraged, otherwise you get insomnia. Recently, I had the good fortune to be able to investigate some of what the Nazis were looking for in their quest to unlock the secrets of the occult in their attempt to harness its power. For the past 2 decades, I have been engaged in genealogical research, tracing the history of my family, who were residents of Lanarkshire, Scotland, before relocating to the Irish province of Ulster in the 17th century, and looking through the records of the Scottish district where my family once lived. And by the way of casual conversation with certain denizens of that region, I learned the remarkable story of how, at a pivotal moment during World War II, one of the highest-ranking Nazi officials seemingly defected from Germany by flying solo in the dark of the night to Scotland. Having run out of fuel, he was forced to bail out of his plane before reaching his intended destination, a private landing strip at Dungerville House. There he proposed to meet with the Duke of Hamilton, allegedly to discuss a secret peace treaty with Great Britain. Rudolf Hess parachuted from his Messerschmitt fighter around 11 p.m. over Renfrewshire, Scotland, touching down at Floor's farm near Eaglesham, south of Glasgow, about 10 miles or so from Hamilton's estate in southern Lanarkshire. Breaking his ankle on impact, Hess was apprehended by David McLean, a local farmer armed with a pitchfork who had seen the plane go down and took its only occupant by surprise while he was struggling to disengage his parachute harness. As if these events were not already incredible enough, I was later told in a hushed conversation over a pint at the local pub that the legend of Rudolf Hess's mission was not the whole story. There was far more to the extraordinary affair, though the informant who revealed this to me was somewhat reluctant to go into the details about the specific nature of Hess's business with the Duke. As the rainy autumn afternoon wore on, however, my companion, a Mr. Patterson, seemed to gather his confidence. Having partaken of more than a wee dram of single malt scotch, he quietly told me that Hess had not come to the bargaining table empty-handed. It seems that the former Deputy Führer had brought with him what amounted to a national treasure in hopes of sweetening the deal. Listening intently as he spun his yarn, I learned that the supposed treasure was actually a book. No ordinary book, mind you, but a very old book. It was, as it turned out, a manuscript of ancient Gaelic mystical lore, I only got a weak glance at it, Patterson admitted, but it was right queer, like a book of spells of some sort. At first, I gave little credit to what the old gentleman was saying, but as his story progressed, the details he revealed made the tale more and more convincing. Intrigued by his account, I began searching through old newspaper reports and on the internet for more information about the mysterious volume Hess had turned over to British officials. But nowhere in any of the articles that I came across was there the least mention of the supposedly ancient documents. Ultimately, I decided that I had simply been on the receiving end of what was most likely a cock and bull story, yet for some reason, I could not quite brush it off that easily. Okay, I will continue. Since I have the most of this written out for a dissertation, just give me time to copy it here. Several months later, having returned home to the States, my work had taken me on the road. While traveling, I had stopped for lunch at a small diner near the town of Aliceville, Alabama. Sitting down in a booth near the window, I opened my briefcase and began looking over copies of the material I had collected on the Hess affair while the waitress went to the back to bring me my meal. When she returned, I moved the papers to one side of the table, making room for the tray. Curious about the photocopies I had been reading, the waitress looked at them for a moment and asked if I was researching the German POW camp that had been located in Aliceville during the Second World War. I told her no, that I was actually trying to figure out what had happened to a book that Rudolf Hess had supposedly brought with him when he had flown to Scotland back in 1941. The waitress, whose name was Mary, smiled and said, "I was just a teenager then, but I remember hearing about the Germans flying over there, now that you mention it." Surprised, I asked her if she could remember anything about Hess having turned over a manuscript of some sort to the British. She replied, "No, I don't know anything about that, but my sister Evelyn might be able to tell you more than I can. She married one of those German fellows that was brought over here during the war." I told the waitress that I would enjoy meeting her sister and talking with her, to which she cheerfully responded, "Well, you just come on back here around 6 o'clock and I will take you out to see her." I thanked her, and after finishing my lunch, I told her that I would be back later to go and visit with her sister. When we arrived at Evelyn's home that evening, Mary introduced me to her sister and told her the reason for my visit. The elderly lady looked at me for a moment and asked us to sit down. After exchanging pleasantries, she showed me an old photograph of her husband that hung on her living room wall, told me that his name was Henry and that they had been married for 42 years until his death in 1991. He was a German intelligence officer, she said, one of the finest men you could have ever met. I asked her what he did after the war and was told that he was a schoolteacher. He could speak about 7 different languages, she said. He was a brilliant man. When I asked her if she had ever heard anything about the book Rudolf Hess had turned over to the British, her expression changed a bit as she lowered her brows and said in a serious tone, "Young man, how did you come to know about that?" I related to her the story of how Mr. Patterson had told me about it during my recent trip to Scotland, and that I was quite intrigued over his tale and wanted to find out if there was any truth to it. "There is," Evelyn said, "but I am not so sure it's something that you ought to go digging up." Not wishing to offend her, I said, "You're probably right. I was just curious about it." She smiled and said, "Some things are just better left alone." I nodded and thanked her for telling me what she had, making my way back home after giving her one of my business cards and bidding the ladies good night. When I arrived home, there was a message on my answering machine. It was Evelyn. "Mr. Atkins, I'm going to be sending you something in the mail this week. Keep an eye out for it." Surprised to hear from her so soon after my visit, I waited anxiously for the next few days to see what she was sending. The package finally arrived on Thursday afternoon. I opened the large yellow envelope and pulled out a stack of several dozen photocopies of a typewritten text in what appeared to be German. There was no note with it, only the Xerox copies. Unable to read German, I flipped through them disappointedly until I noticed the heading, which read, "Abschrift vom Istren, Druidenbuch." Druidenbuch. Druid's Book. I puzzled over the title. Was this in some way related to the manuscript Hess had been carrying? Immediately, I picked up the phone and called Evelyn back. "I have the papers that you sent me," I told her. "But what exactly are they?" I asked. She told me that the copies she sent were of a text that her husband, along with a team of other researchers, had been given orders to translate from its original language into German. The copies came from a transcription of the manuscript, which he kept in a personal journal that he was somehow able to retain throughout his capture and confinement, keeping it after his subsequent release. Evelyn said that even after their marriage, her husband continued to work on the text, staying up late into the night, typing it all out. He told her that the translation was of an ancient religious tract predating Christianity. In a later telephone conversation, Evelyn revealed that her husband Henry was interested in being of assistance in efforts to negotiate Rudolf Hess's release from prison following the parole of Albert Speer and Baldur von Schirach in 1966. I was stunned. What I held in my hands was apparently a copy of what must be one of the oldest and rarest works of European pagan religious literature ever discovered. But why all the secrecy, I wondered. That same day, I went out and bought a copy of a German-English dictionary and sat down, trying to decipher what seemed like an insurmountable volume of foreign gibberish. Gradually, though, the meaning of the words that lay before me became apparent as I carefully cross-referenced each one individually and arranged the result into a coherent order. In the end, I could scarcely believe the enormous significance of the document which had fallen into my possession. It was almost like finding the Holy Grail. Aside from Henry's translation of this ancient text, he also provided copious notes detailing how the book had passed from one owner to the next over the centuries. Attributed to the 8th century BC, Irish king Ollam Fodla, who, being the recipient of a vast dispensation of esoteric knowledge through a messenger of the ancient Celtic pagan deities, recording the teachings that had been imparted to him in Ogham text on a set of wooden tablets, which he later instructed his son, Khyber, to enter alongside his body at the time of his death. These same Ogham tablets were later supposedly discovered and translated in the 3rd century AD by the Druid Mag Ruth as the Liber Fasarunda, a text which had been preserved in manuscript form, carefully transcribed along with other scriptures of monks of the early Christian church in Ireland, as a treatise on the magical arts, known as the Black Book of Loughcrew. This would seem to contradict the commonly held misconception that the Druids forbid their teachings to be committed to writing, a falsehood generally attributed to a statement made by Julius Caesar in his Gallic Wars. In this, Caesar relates that students of the Druidic schools were expected to commit to memory a great number of verses in their course of training, which lasted up to 20 years. Ancient Irish sources, such as the Yellow Book of Lacan, clearly state that prior to the Christian era, a vast amount of Druidic writings once existed, such as the 180 Druidic texts burned by St. Patrick during his career as a missionary to Ireland. Fortunately, the later monks who followed in Patrick's wake were not as fervently opposed to the indigenous culture, and many sought to preserve the remnants of knowledge originating in the pagan past. Early on, the Book of Loughcrew was apparently among the texts brought to England by Hiberno-Scottish missionaries from Ireland when they re-established a monastery amid the ruins of Glastonbury Abbey. By the first half of the 10th century AD, the book had evidently come into the possession of Dunstan, Abbot of Glastonbury, who was later appointed Archbishop of Canterbury and was formally canonized as a saint in 1029 AD, despite the fact that earlier in his career he had been expelled from the court of King Alistan as a practitioner of sorcery and black magic. In the decades that followed, the text of the Liber Fasarunda may have circulated among the Knights Templar, who could have easily adapted its rituals under the guise of a pseudo-biblical attribution to conceal its pagan origin, perhaps inspiring medieval works on magic, such as the Key of Solomon. Legends alluding to the Templars' quest for relics, such as the Holy Grail, hint at parallels drawn from Celtic mythology, in which sacred vessels possessing miraculous attributes feature prominently. Among the allegations brought against the Templars that led to the destruction of their order in the early 1300s were accusations of their involvement with occult rites and the practice of magic, although rumors suggest that a surviving band of Templars, led by William Sinclair, escaped persecution by fleeing to Scotland. There, under the protection of the excommunicated King Robert the Bruce, Their order is said to have continued in secrecy, supposedly leading to the formation of the Fraternal Order of Freemasons. By the 13th century AD, the Black Book of Loughcre had purportedly fallen into the hands of Michael Scott, a famed Scottish occultist whose reputation as a sorcerer had earned him the nickname the Wizard of the North. Scott, who was born in 1175 AD, had studied at Durham and Oxford before going abroad to further his education in Paris, where he studied theology and was eventually ordained as a priest. Pope Honorius III, said to be the practitioner of the dark arts and attributed as the author of more than one book on black magic, had written to Cardinal Langton, the Archbishop of Canterbury, in 1224 for the purpose of obtaining an English benefice for Scott, but he declined that appointment, choosing instead to travel to Bologna, Italy, and later to Toledo, Spain, in order to continue his studies. Following Scott's death in 1242, the book containing the only surviving copy of the Liber Fissarunda was evidently acquired by the Franciscan friar Roger Bacon, whose scholarly interest in the occult accounts for the authorship of at least one medieval textbook on magic, De Nigromancia, being attributed to him. With Bacon's death in 1294, the Black Book of Loughcre changed hands several times, allegedly finding its way into the possession of such noteworthy personages as Henry Cornelius Agrippa and George Sable, alias Johannes Faustus, before ending up in the library of a practicing physician and Catholic priest named Sir Robert of Drayton in Somerset, England. Sir Robert apparently bequeathed the book to his former apprentice, John Walsh of Dorset, who was arrested in 1565 and examined the following year on charges of sorcery and witchcraft. The book was confiscated by the arresting constable, Roger Babber of Crewkerne, and eventually found its way into the possession of one John Hussey of Blockley, who later passed it on to a certain acquaintance of his by the name of Edward Talbot, alias Edward Kelly. From there, the book fell into the hands of the famed Elizabethan magus, Dr. John Dee, who employed Kelly as a crystal gazer and medium. Dee's experiments with the occult seem to have been partly influenced by its teachings. It is unclear beyond this point as to what became of the book, as Dee and Kelly went abroad to Europe for several years, seeking the patronage of continental nobility. But in 1589, Dee went back to England, leaving Kelly behind. When Dee returned to his estate at Mortlake after an absence of 6 years, he found that his considerable library had been ransacked, and many of his rare books and instruments had been stolen. Kelly, who had taken up residence in the Bohemian town of Trebon, remained in Central Europe under the patronage of Count Wilhelm Rosenberg, who supported Kelly's alchemical experiments. Achieving considerable notoriety, Kelly was even honored by Emperor Rudolph II, who granted him the title of Baron of the Kingdom. But Kelly's rise to eminence was short-lived, and he was arrested and imprisoned on more than one occasion due to his failed experiments in creating gold. Kelly died in 1597 at the age of 42, allegedly succumbing to injuries received while attempting to escape from a tower in which Rudolph held him prisoner. The manuscript containing the Liber Fissarunda eventually resurfaced for a brief time in the 18th century, when it was said to have circulated as a literary curiosity among such notable personages as Giuseppe Balsamo, aka Count Alessandro di Cagliostro, Adam Weishaupt, founder of the Bavarian Illuminati, and Sir Francis Dashwood, a friend of his and organizer of London's infamous Hellfire Club. At some point in the late 19th century, the Black Book of Loughcre passed between the hands of Austrian mystic Guido von List and Karl Kneller, a wealthy German industrialist and Freemason who, together with Theodor Roos, went on to found a secret society known as the Ordo Templi Orientis, or OTO, prior to his death in 1905. From that point, the book came into the possession of Rudolf von Sebottendorf, a member of the List-inspired secret society known as the Germanen Orden, who in collaboration with Walter Neuhaus founded an occult study group called the Fuhlgesellschaft. The disciples of his esoteric organization saw evidence for an Atlantean origin of the Aryan race in the lore contained within the Liber Fissarunda, specifically in the legends relating to the ancient gods of the pagan Celts having come from a mysterious island in the North Atlantic, bringing with them the four hallowed treasures. The fact that the Leberfieserrunde apparently corroborated with the fuel doctrine of Aryan racial origins led to Reichsfuhrer Heinrich Himmler ordering its seizure by the SS following Adolf Hitler's rise to power. Nazi ideology sought to equate the legendary Celtic treasures with long-lost relics of antiquity, such as the Holy Grail, the Spear of Destiny, and the Stone of Scone, all of which were earmarked by Himmler for an official scavenger hunt carried out by the SS. The ancient manuscript even inspired neo-pagan Nazi rituals, such as the one in which a huge Celtic-style cauldron, fashioned from 24 pounds of solid gold, was cast into the Bavarian lake of Chiemsee as an offering during a ceremony performed to secure Nazi victory through propitiating the ancestral gods. The fabled Black Book of Lofgr was inexplicably returned to Britain by Rudolf Hess under mysterious circumstances on May 10, 1941, eventually ending up in the hands of the Occult Division of Britain's MI5 intelligence service. Hess, a longtime member of the Fuhlgesellschaft, had flown to Scotland and parachuted from his plane, ostensibly under the pretext of meeting the Duke of Hamilton with the intention of negotiating a secret peace treaty that would ensure German dominance in Europe and a reinforcement of the British Empire among its Commonwealth states. This escapade occurred not long after a covert military assignment, codenamed Operation Mistletoe, is said to have been carried out within the ranks of British intelligence in 1940. This plot allegedly involved mysterious occult rituals taking place at Ashdown Forest in Sussex, England, purportedly attended by such notable figures as Ian Fleming and Aleister Crowley, who, by 1923, had succeeded Theodore Roos as head of the Ordo Templi Orientis. Interestingly, 2 German SS officers, designated as Kestrel and Sea Eagle, were also supposedly present at these ceremonies. Whatever the case may be, the book that Rudolf Hess brought with him to Scotland has remained in the hands of the British government ever since. Hess was taken into custody shortly after his descent into Scotland and briefly detained at Maryhill Barracks in Glasgow before being transferred to Buchanan Castle near Drymen. From there, he was sent by rail to England at the insistence of Prime Minister Winston Churchill, who rejected Hess's peace negotiations and had him placed in the Tower of London from May 17th to May 21st, 1941, the last prisoner ever to be held there. Hess spent the next 13 months under close guard at Mitchett Place, Camp Z, near Aldershot in Surrey, England. While there, he reportedly attempted to take his own life by throwing himself off a balcony on June 15, 1941. On June 26, 1942, Hess was sent to Maindorf Court Hospital near Aberfenny, Wales, where he was confined for the remainder of the war. Among the individuals brought in to interrogate him was Naval Intelligence Officer Ian Fleming, who suggested that noted occultist Aleister Crowley be allowed to interview Hess regarding the more esoteric aspects of his mission. The higher-ranking officials in charge of the case would not permit it, however. Within a few days of Hess's arrival in Scotland, Hitler's Reich Minister, Joseph Goebbels, issued an order against occultism, clairvoyancy, etc. On May 15, 1941, writing in his diary, "This obscure rubbish will now be eliminated once and for all. The miracle men, Hess's darlings, will now be put under lock and key." Interestingly, Winston Churchill, the main proponent for Britain continuing the war against Germany, was himself a member of more than one esoteric fraternity, having been initiated to the Freemasons in the degree of entered apprentice at London's Studholme Lodge in 1901. He later advanced through the Fellowcraft degree to the rank of Master Mason in March 1902 at Rosemary Lodge. By August 1908, Churchill had been initiated in the Albion Lodge of the Ancient Order of Druids in a ceremony which took place at Blenheim Palace, his family estate. According to physicians assigned to evaluate his mental condition, Hess reportedly stated that his flight came about as a result of having received spiritual messages from the gods, revealing that he was the chosen one, ordained to bring about a new era of world peace. Diagnosed as being mentally unstable, having a psychopathic personality, and suffering from hysterical amnesia, Hess was spared the death penalty in his post-war trial at Nuremberg, receiving a life sentence and confined at Spandau prison. There he would remain for the next 41 years until his death in 1987 at the age of 93, the prison's sole inmate. The contents of the Black Book of Lovecrew were photographed by the SS in the years prior to its return and placed on microfilm, which was later recovered by US troops in the summer of 1945, following the fall of the Third Reich. This microfilm copy was turned over to the US Office of Strategic Services and is currently in the possession of the Central Intelligence Agency. The materials, confiscated from Hess by British military intelligence shortly after his arrival in Scotland in May 1941, were kept in a sealed file, which was supposed to remain unopened until 2017. But when that seal was broken in 1991/1992, it was found that the contents of the file had already been removed and were missing. Given the seemingly incredible history of this single volume of Celtic mystical literature, it is remarkable that it survived at all. The Liber Fissarunda, or Book of Secret Knowledge, may be counted among a very select group of religious documents which claim to have been divinely revealed to humanity through supernatural means. Never intended for general circulation, this rarely seen scripture is an exposition of the Druidic faith, long held in secret and never before published in its entirety, although fragments of its text have appeared in numerous other manuscripts over the centuries in varying degrees of similarity to the versions presented in the scripture. The history, legends, myths, religious doctrine, philosophical concepts, and magical teachings contained in this work represent the most comprehensive and authentic collection of ancient Celtic beliefs and practices known to date. At face value, the Liber Fissarunda fulfills the same role in pagan Celtic spirituality as the Bible, the Torah, or the Quran do in the Christian, Jewish, and Islamic religions. Yet, it is far more than just the sacred text of a people, for it offers a unique and in-depth look at the intricate and highly developed culture to which they belonged. To the historian, it represents a fascinating chronicle of events which have parallels echoed in the historical accounts of many other societies the world over. To the occultist, it will be recognized as a grimoire in the tradition of the medieval textbooks of magic that provided instruction on summoning and harnessing the powers of spiritual entities. Here the esoteric doctrines of the Druids are explained, and the creation myth of the Celts is revealed, alongside details of their origins and accounts of their epic struggles in both the natural and supernatural worlds, that so much of the lore found in this volume continue to survive in other manuscripts, as well as unwritten accounts handed down as oral tradition over the centuries, says much for the tenacity and deeply rooted consciousness of the Celtic psyche. Thank you to those reading. There must have been something crazy in that book. I'm not sure if this is real or not, but I saw a thread with this guy's email, and so I sent him an email. I was hoping someone could maybe listen and help me figure it out. I know this could be fake, and I know it's a long read, so here is a TLDR. TLDR. Guy claims to have stumbled on some evil shit when investigating a murder that had occult symbols around, and now the police and others are mocking him about it. Re 4chan Lake. This is what happened. On March 9th, 2019, while investigating the location where a homeless, mentally handicapped teenage girl was assaulted and found murdered, with the police subsequently covering it up, I noticed her body was surrounded by strange occult symbols. I was friends with her cousin, and the police had attempted to blame him for her murder, but he had been in the hospital, and their plan to pin it on him had fallen apart. He told me she had been sacrificed to Satan. Quite the skeptic at this time, I did not believe the supernatural aspects of the incident, but I knew something was not right, as I had been hearing rumors on the street that she had been gang assaulted by a group of gang members called the Hell's Gods, who had recently come into our city from Cleveland, OH, and had rapidly taken over the drug and sex trade and expanded it to the point where every street was now littered with dirty needles. My grandfather had been a homicide detective, and my upbringing was one that gave me a strong sense of justice, and I felt like this poor girl deserved better. She had been murdered in an abandoned paper mill that the city refused to tear down, even though it was a haven for junkies and other social parasites. Her naked body was found in early winter, naked, and pushed down a 30-foot deep pit. The police marked it as death by exposure, and no further investigations were conducted. I had attempted to call attention to the fact that she had been naked, and through my investigation's determinations had been last seen at McDonald's, getting into the car of a young black man, one of who was supposedly the supervisor of a local homeless shelter that was known for being a haven of drugs and debauchery. After her murder, this man disappeared. The pit where her body was found was surrounded by a number of extremely strange symbols. I recognized a couple of them from Masonic heraldry and photographed them all. Something was off here. I returned home and intended on uploading the photos and learning more about them on various occult forums. An acquaintance of mine and a female that was far too attractive for him randomly showed up at my apartment and we had a few drinks. They left and I noticed that my phone was gone. A few days later, the same girl approached me on the street, seemingly at random, and told me she had mistakenly taken my phone and gave it back. All the photos of the site were deleted, along with all my notes I had taken about the murder and certain research into esoteric organizations that I had collected over the last few years. I went back to the site with a black friend of mine, who I later found out is a Prince Hall Mason and a member of the very same gang known as the Hell Gods, to photograph the symbols. Someone had gone into the building and scrubbed off all of the graffiti. Who goes into an abandoned building and cleans off the graffiti where a girl was killed just a few weeks prior? None of the other graffiti was ever touched. The friend told me that we should leave and I should just drop this. On the way out, I felt something. It was like something I had never felt before. It was like my entire body had become electrified all of a sudden, and I blurted out, in 2 weeks' time, I will see the enemy of mankind in this very spot. I had never had anything like this happen to me before, and I had no idea why I had said this. It was like something had taken over my body. 2 weeks later, I was returning from the bar after having had a few beers and dinner, and was on my way to my apartment when I decided to take a shortcut, which went near to the abandoned building where the girl had been killed. I had not been thinking about the odd outburst that I had, and was only interested in getting back home, as it was a chilly March night, and I had to work in the morning. As I came to the building, a giant red eye appeared in the sky behind me. I have never seen anything like this in my life. It looked like the Eye of Sauron from the Lord of the Rings movie. Side note, if you look into the origin of the word Sauron, it is derivative of the word Satan, our source of the word Satan. I considered that I had had too much to drink and kept walking, believing I had mistaken some sort of light for something that could not possibly ever exist. Then a 30-foot tall set of ancient hermetic scales appears out of freaking thin air, not even 10 feet in front of me, and telepathically says, I am a watcher. At this point, I am convinced I must have been drugged at the bar, hit my head, and had a concussion, or had simply lost my mind, as it was absolutely impossible for this thing to be right there in front of me, close enough to touch if I could move from the spot where I had been frozen in fear by it. Adjacent to this entity was a smaller one that looked a lot like a droid from Star Wars, floating 3 or so feet off the ground and moving back and forth like it was patrolling the area. I did not know what to do, so I ran into the abandoned building adjacent to the one where the girl had been murdered and stumbled into the entrance to a series of underground tunnels. I had no idea what was happening at this point and was frantically seeking an exit, as I thought I was about to be abducted by robot aliens. I am a pretty normal guy that used to think David Icke was something of a loon. I do not believe that at all at this point. The man is either part of the conspiracy or one of the only ones on the planet that is actually in a position to prevent what is coming. While seeking the exit, I came around a corner, and there, maybe 30 feet in front of me, stood a 10+ foot tall, white-skinned giant, with long flowing white hair down to his shoulders, wearing a green coat, and standing motionless as it stared at me with massive, glossy eyes. I thought it was a statue until a voice in my head said, "This is the only time you will see me face to face." It reminded me of the Solomon Grundy character from the old Super Friends cartoon, but real. I had no freaking idea what I was seeing at this time, as I had not done much research into the Nephilim. I stood for a few minutes, staring at this monster, and took off running, and came to an exit that led outside. Terrified, I believed I was about to be eaten by something out of a Grimm's fairy tale or horror movie, and smash through the boarded-up window of a building across the street, only to come into the middle of a satanic rite being performed where half a dozen people came up to me, talking in tongues and chanting, and began laying hands on me, while others rolled around on the floor like mad men and women. Within minutes, a police officer shows up and says, "We have been expecting you, Jason," and I was charged with trespassing because this was not an abandoned building, even though it had the windows all boarded up. It was a Pentecostal church. This was Saturday night, Saturn Day, by the way, at around 3 a.m. There should not have been anyone in this building at all, let alone 20 people rolling around like lunatics and speaking in tongues. I was then taken to jail, where I told the intake officer that I was having chest pains and needed to go to the hospital, as I feared I had injured myself in a fall and had concussion or some other serious medical issue, and that everything I had seen was the result of that, because clearly, giants are not real. They took me to a hospital that I have been treated at dozens of times over the 20 years I have lived in the city, to a ward I had never seen before. There, surrounded by police officers and medical personnel, I was forced to watch a homeless man be castrated, while both staff and police made jokes about using penises for black magic, assaulting children, taking over the world, and how mankind is too stupid to notice and too weak to stop them. I was dumbstruck. There is a lot more to this, but I typically am just told that I am mentally ill when I try to recite it, or if someone does believe me, it is typically because they are a member in a certain fraternal organization that worships the Nephilim. Things are about to change, and not for the better, and no one listens to me. Post that shit on social media, and watch your account magically end up banned. I was recruited to help fix a device constructed by a non-human intelligence. These beings utilize this device to create stars. They had mastered all science involving manipulation of space-time, but something was wrong with their star creation device. Earth was the planet closest to them, with sentient beings, so they came here and worked their way through our population, trying to determine which individuals could successfully assist with repairing the device, if given all of the necessary information. If they found individuals that could not contribute, they'd just revert to before they selected that individual, and then select another one, and then try again. 3 humans were ultimately selected for this process that resulted in a successful repair of the device. Myself, Michio Kaku, and Dr. Stephen Greer. After their part in repairing the device, Greer and Kaku both had their memories wiped clean of the event. I was allowed to retain specific memories involving this project, due to aid that I had rendered to one of the beings. Greer was upset that they would not be able to disclose any information about the event to the general public. He became very heated and nearly had a physical altercation with one of the beings. I stood between them and tried to end the conflict. This was one of the reasons I was allowed to retain memory. In truth, I would not have been able to contribute at all if they had not directly manipulated our timeline in an effort to ensure I would ultimately be able to help them. They altered my entire life, from the moment of my birth near White Sands Missile Base, to my scientific and mathematic acumen that resulted in me attending one of the top schools in the world for these subjects. The event in which I helped these beings took place when I was 26 years old. They are the originators of the metal orb UAPs that have been spotted around Earth. They have been altering key details of our timeline since 1947. The Mandela effect contains key details that our AGI in the future will be able to decode our access key to the largest intercivilization information network in the universe. Yes, Mandela effect is happening. In order to get our Earth internet, hooked up to a wider information network in use by multiple other civilizations. The internet of intergalactic proportions. When we decode how to interpret the packets, which are dispersed through artificial star manipulation, then data will begin pouring in faster than we can ever hope to store it. Until we begin a local session with the closest civilization to Earth, they will provide our initiation packet. This will include all necessary technological advancement and specification to get us up to acceptable modulation speeds to interact in real time with that network. All of this will be for an interdimensional gain of function project. One spin-off project and repository is known as Blue Eisenhower November. Once AGI and the rest of humanity are capable of understanding Blue Eisenhower November and how it works, this can be utilized for the benefit of all possible life within this universe. One constraint we will find when attempting backwards time travel on baryonic matter is that the gravitational effects of the matter must be sent back in time twice as far as the matter itself is sent back in time. This method curtails a quantum paradox situation and fully takes advantage of something akin to loop quantum gravity. This is the reason for dark matter, dark energy, and its effects on the observable universe. That's right. In order to send matter back in time, you must send that matter's gravitational field effects back in time twice as far back as we send the matter itself. This will be proven in the coming decades. We live an intent-based existence, and when humanity finally learns the real cause of gravity, the necessity for all human events will become clear. I think I was MK Ultra'd for real. This is something that happened to me in 2009. I tend to forget about it for months or years at a time, but every so often the memory comes floating back. This is only the second time I have ever written it out. Be me. Be in Minnesota suburb. Go to the mall one day. Sitting in the food court all by myself. Guy comes up to me with a clipboard. Offers me $15 to take a survey. Why not? He leads me to an employees-only entrance. Inside is an office with a small reception area, and another room where I can see people at computer stations. Lady at the desk has me sign a stack of paperwork. Tons of fine print, have to initial in different places. All of this seems rather elaborate for a $15 survey. I am starting to feel unsettled, but also intrigued. They take me into the computer room. I have to take a survey about my demographics and consumer preferences. Pretty basic stuff. See pictures of fake products on shelves. Click on the products that appeal to me. Then it's time for part 2. This is where shit gets weird. Woman takes me down a hallway into a small room. There is literally nothing in the room but a chair, a large projector screen, and a table with a laptop in the corner. Woman stands at the laptop and turns out the lights. The room is now pitch black, except for a single white dot on the projector screen. I am supposed to follow the dot with my eyes. Woman tells me to relax, breathe, and focus only on her voice. I am literally being hypnotized by a stranger in a shitty back office at the mall. Now a grid of 9 squares comes on the screen, each one numbered. She says to focus on the 9, focus on the 9, do not look at any of her numbers. She repeats this process with each number in a random order. At this point, my memory goes blank. I do remember seeing another CGI image of store shelves with various products, but I don't remember how long it took or what else I had to do. I believe I was calling out numbers also. Finally, the survey is over. I get my $15 and walk out wondering what the fuck just happened. Well, X, it has been over 10 years, but do I have anything to worry about? Years later, I told this story to a friend of mine. He did some research and found that a company named Hekin Research did market research in this mall. The website no longer appears to be active, but it is archived and shows that they operated all over the United States. Sure thing. So the related guy in question is in charge of a small but talented PMC, and long story short, he was indebted to the organization formerly known as Blackwater, and has to accept contracts from them until it is repaid, which mostly consisted of holding seemingly inconsequential yet possibly haunted areas of forest in northern Ukraine somewhere. This was holding strong points while shock troops, aka cannon fodder, pushes into contested territory and going on the occasional patrol, and even rarer, mounting strikes against enemy strongpoints. Before this happened, there was a push on a strongpoint, and as soon as it was secured, Blackwater moved in excavation equipment immediately and was giving off vibes that people might get silenced just for being there, so the PMC made like a tray and got the fuck out of there. Luckily, nobody came for them. Later on, either a patrol or on a push, they stumbled on a similar facility that the enemy fought tooth and nail to defend. Once cleared, underneath, they found some sort of containment unit, consisting of at least a foot thick of metal 20-odd foot cube, and the only opening was a tank, feeding in some sort of fluid that on the hazard card was like a 979. Someone had scratched on the side of the unit, in Russian, "Giant sentient banana." Something was pounding from the inside of the walls, hard enough to shake half the room. This facility looked like it had not been used in 30-odd years, by the way. The group had the containment unit and tank of unknown hazardous shit relocated to an untold facility, probably in a desert somewhere, and to my knowledge, has not been opened. One anon link to a Mexican website about the connection between the drug cartel and the Palo Mayombe cult. I went ahead and translated it. My Spanish is rusty, but it's way better than Google Translate, apparently. A gang operating out of the Santa Elena Ranch in Matamoros, Mexico, right on the border with Texas, used to transport a ton of marijuana every week into the United States. However, they were more than merely drug distributors. In 1989, this gang was accused of murdering people in gruesome rituals characteristic of the Palo Mayombe cult. The satanic narcos had turned the Santa Elena Ranch into a real-life house of horrors. On April 9th, 1989, police pulled over a van for speeding on the Matamoros-Reynosa Highway near the Santa Elena Ranch. They wound up detaining the driver, one David Cerna-Valdez, aged 22 years old, after discovering marijuana and a .38 caliber pistol in the van. After hours of police questioning, the young man finally broke down and confessed that he belonged to a religious sect that practiced black magic. This confession surprised police. They went back to search the Santa Elena Ranch, where they discovered 110 kilos of marijuana and something even more macabre. Outside the house was a mass grave containing 12 dismembered corpses whose hearts and brains had all been removed. Even stranger, these murders seemed to be a part of some obscene ritual, evidenced by an iron cauldron that gave off a foul stench. Police examined it and found that it contained dried blood, a human brain, cigarette butts, 40 empty bottles of brandy, machetes, garlic, and a roasted turtle. One of the corpses was later identified as Mark Kilroy, a medical student who disappeared in March 1989. Both of his legs had been amputated and his brain had been removed. The group leader of the gang had turned a piece of his spine into a pin, which he wore in his tie as an amulet. Okay, let's do this. I never wrote about this before. In the village where I lived as a child, strange things happened that my mother told me about many years later. When I was about 7 years old, my parents, my grandparents and I lived in the same house. There was a guest house in the neighborhood that belonged to my grandmother's sister, so the story was passed on and is still well remembered by me today. It was sometime in the summer when, in addition to the usual guests, an elderly man also rented a room in the inn. This man was quite thin and checked in as Mr. Hayes. He stayed there for about 3 weeks until he was asked to leave the inn, and during that time, very strange things happened. It started with the fact that the man almost never left his room. The first 3 nights, he stayed locked in the room and did not make any noise. It was on the second night that my grandmother's sister's daughter came crying to her and said that she did not want to sleep in her room anymore. She asked her why, and she said that a man comes to visit her every night and scares her. In the following night, the mother made sure that her daughter's room was locked, but the visits did not stop. After about a week, Mr. Hayes visited my mother. He did not know that my mother was my grandmother's daughter. That is, my grandmother's sister's sister, nor that we lived here. Since my mother had always been a very open and curious person, she talked to him almost every day that week. He told her the strangest stories, and in retrospect, I'm pretty sure that he entered the locked room by a means of astral projection to save his daughter from some mischief. He told my mother that the time would come soon, and named the exact time and place when the visitors, as he called them, would come and visit. They would help her with her experiences she had as a kid, like talking to dead people. When we should be there, they will tell us everything that we need to know. A few days later, he was expelled from the house by my grandmother's sister because the daughter was panic-stricken by him. My mother never had another chance to talk to him, and we never saw him again. She told me years later that I also met Mr. Hayes, but hid under my bed every time he came. Apparently, I was so panicked by him, but I have absolutely no recollection of it. My father was in the US Army and stationed in Germany at the time, and he went into the woods on the day Mr. Hayes told us. He said that there was something there, but that every cell in his body would have resisted entering the place. He talked about it exactly once, and would not tell us anything more about it after that. Well, I think aliens came visiting us this night, and I wish I had been there. Why does something like this happen when I was a little kid? It is my absolute dream to find the truth out there, and this was my chance. This story is true, and writing it gave me goosebumps. Be me, around 16 years old, living in rural Colorado, essentially in the Rocky Mountains. Dad loves to backpack and hike, and I have been hiking since I was 1 year old. We are both into paranormal stuff. He says he has seen ghosts several times, and potentially even Bigfoot. I, more skeptical, fascinated by Bigfoot stuff, but mostly from a thought experiment sort of standpoint. We decide to go backpacking during fall break at this trail pretty far from where we live. The place is beautiful, lots of ponderosa and aspen. One landmark of the trail we're about to do is a section that covers 1,000 plus feet of elevation in like a super short area using a fuck ton of switchbacks. Luckily, we were going to be going down the trail rather than the other direction. We see a small party of hikers when we first start the trail, but for the next 3 days, we see absolutely no one. We barely saw any wildlife or anything, only a deer, a bat, and the occasional squirrel. Our second night, we decide to camp by the river. The area we set up in is this relatively narrow slot canyon, but not straight up or vertical. On one side, there is this pile of rocks and gravel covering a part of the mountainside. There were some massive boulders around that indicated that huge chunks of the cliff face had broken up before. It was a little sketch, but overall seemed safe. Still confused how we had not seen a single person since that first part of the trail. At around 2 to 4 in the morning, still dark out, we hear an extremely loud crashing noise roughly 50 meters back up the trail in the direction that we came from. It sounded something like several cymbals being clanged together, the sprinkling sound of a firework, and the pure thump of an extremely heavy object hitting dirt. We both wake up after hearing it, and we get out for a bit to make sure nothing fucked up is happening. Nothing happens, so we head back to sleep. The next morning, we walk a good 500 meters in both directions, following the trail to see if a boulder had fallen into the water or something. We find nothing. There is no broken branches, torn up dirt, nothing. I'm not saying this was Bigfoot or anything. All I'm saying is, I have no clue what it could have been. We are both a little creeped out, due to how bizarre it was, but overall, we were not scared for our lives or anything crazy like that. We decide to haul ass on the third day, and walk an extra mile or two at the end of the trail. Still have no idea what it could have been. I suppose it could have been a boulder, but we probably would have heard it coming down the mountain or found the new boulder. Only way I can explain this encounter. It happened 2 weeks ago. Be me, train hopper. Caught a freight train from Jacksonville, Florida. Was gonna ride it in Birmingham. Instead got caught in the rain in Jacksonville. Had low supplies, so we had to bail at the next crew change, which was Manchester, Georgia. A small town in the middle of the forest in east central Georgia. Get off the train and notice that it's quiet. Too quiet. The town itself has an eerie feeling to it. Most of the buildings were abandoned, and it was like a ghost town you would find in New Mexico, but in central Georgia. Go to the only store in town, a Dollar General, and get supplies and some beer. Head back to the hop out, which is about 2 miles down the RR tracks into the woods, with a semi-steep grade of ballast to work on. We made it to a small clearing of woods that isn't up a fucking hill. Only one house nearby. We roll out and camp to catch up on sleep. Figure we catch a train the next day. Wake up in the middle of the night to a disturbing howl. It was way too loud to be a coyote and sound deep, almost like an ape. Then it stopped. Woke up the next morning to find my dog cowered in a bush, scared out of her mind. I figured it might have been a bear. There are black bears here, even though bears do not fucking howl like that. So we pack up and wait for a train, any train at all. 5 hours later, a junk train pulls up. We start walking down the tracks. No rideable cars, no porches, just crossbeams. We walk the entire length of the train, hoping to find something rideable. Anything. Nothing. Train airs up and leaves. We sit, 4 miles from town down the tracks into the woods. Night falls. Fall asleep. Wake up to howling again. This time my dog starts to whimper. Usually she is aggressive and is fearless. She even tried to kill a gator in Florida, but she was crying. I hear pounding and the howl get louder. I wake my road dog up. I try to turn on my phone, but it is dead. So we get up, pack up, and start running to the town. I hear branches break. A train pulls up. Fucking finally. Perfect time. As the train passes and slows down, a fucking tree trunk lands on the ground in front of us. It was as if something threw it at us. We hear gunshots, like that of a rifle, and someone is shouting in a really thick southern drawl. Get the fuck out away from my house, you big fucking ape. You won't kill me like you did my guts. 4 gunshots. The train stops. My road dog and I look at each other and bolt for a DPU, an unmanned locomotive, usually mid-train, and get on. We lock the nose door. Then we hear something on the ballast. The grade is narrow for vehicles to drive down, but it sounded like a truck, the crunching of the rocks. We hear a loud thud on the nose door. Something was outside the DPU. The train airs and starts moving. The sound stops. As our train approaches the town, we both saw a big motherfucking figure jump off into the trees. I am talking massive, like the size of a moose, but Georgia does not have mooses. This happened 2 weeks ago. I couldn't figure out what in the fuck we saw, until I researched and came across Bigfoot sightings in Georgia. Then I listened to audio of Bigfoot. Sure as shit, that was exactly what the fuck we both heard. Why oh why was my stupid phone dead? Really wish I could have recorded that shit. I don't care if you believe me or not. I know what the fuck we saw and heard. I was a skeptic. Now I am certain. Bigfoot is fucking real. I am getting goosebumps just writing this X. What does X know about Bigfoot or cryptids in Georgia? Mainly Manchester, Georgia. In the 90s, my buddy and I scoured abandoned military units in the Moscow region for non-ferrous metal and handed it over to buyers. That is how we lived. Do you need to feed your family? That is how we did it. Don't think anything bad of us. We really only destroyed and looted what was abandoned. Absolutely and completely abandoned. We didn't even touch the canned food, although the catch there would have been richer in every way. Our trick at the time was to collect information about secrets, where, often, they did not even lay an ordinary road, only an underground, narrow-gauge railway. Well, there could be a platform for helicopters, camouflaged from satellites. Yes, such parts really existed, and now they probably exist too. We drove the battered UAZ closer, hid it, took the tools and backpacks, and walked to our destination. There, we tore apart and sought out whatever we could. Mainly, of course, copper, tin, brass, and other technical alloys. There was also silver. Well, a couple of times we picked up some gold and palladium, a rare and dangerous piece of luck that almost backfired on us. It was a wild gangster time. However, that is a different story. So here it is. Mushroom pickers led us to this part. Characteristic signs, an antenna tower, a tricky thorn for step voltage, that's all. Various mushroom pickers, fishermen, and others have made suggestions before, and we were not in debt. Mushroom pickers, foresters, hunters. They leaked information about the secret places to us, and we always shared from sales. Even if it was a small penny, they did not forget anyone. So, they always remembered about us, and took us to our places. Well, those who did not risk climbing over the thorn themselves, or, on the contrary, have already been burned by such attempts, and understood that not everything is so simple. Well, that means we drove up, checked the map, drove the vehicle deeper into the forest, and forced it with branches, and the rut was also cleared, just in case. We arrived quickly. The forest turned out to be quite large, but not a thicket, and the distance is small, about half a kilometer somewhere. Fine. Moreover, the weather was good. The Indian summer that year turned out to be even better than the present one. The thorn, of course, was de-energized, but just in case, we checked with special probes before approaching and cutting the passage. They behaved quietly, you never know, and very correctly, as it soon became clear. In such parts, the main volumes, of course, are always earth, but we tried to not look down. Below there was usually a tunnel and adjacent service premises. All this was either blown up or preserved before the liquidation. They could have been mined, probably by those who were especially curious. I did not want to find out. Hangars and barracks we passed through. Everything turned out to be untouched. Even the aluminum utensils in the dining room are still there. Aluminum, of course, was quoted significantly cheaper than copper, but these spoons and forks alone, in commercial quantities, paid for our raid. However, we were still more interested in external control rooms and equipment rooms, transformer booths, and garages. Therefore, we did not fill our backpacks, but moved on. Later, while reviewing the flights, Vovan and I were very surprised why we did not feel that something was wrong. We were very experienced and treaded very carefully, as were the mushroom pickers who passed this information on to us, but it was as if someone had enchanted us. On the one hand, of course, everything looked as it should. Some of the power was off, the doors were wide open, the glass was broken here and there, the paths were starting to be overgrown with grass. On the other hand, the dishes in the dining room were like new. The ladles on the hooks were swaying slightly. There, of course, there were drafts. But if there are drafts, where do the smells come from? It smelled like something edible, like dried meat. Vovan sensed it too. And we just joked about it, instead of getting excited and leaving quickly. Again, the floor is clean, all the tables and benches are clean, arranged correctly. A fool understands. If some of it was abandoned at least a couple of weeks ago, everything should already be covered in dust and stains. And if it was abandoned quite recently, why are the paths overgrown? Why are there so many broken windows? Inconsistency. And yet, there was no campaigning. That is completely. No posters, no panels, no busts of Lenin, not even flagpoles on the parade ground. Such parts, secrets, they, of course, were masked from eyes from space. No one mowed the lawns here. There were always large trees on the territory, usually pine trees. All the architecture was made for a pioneer camp or for a forestry. Even the antenna tower looks like a lightning rod and has some kind of weather vane. But all these glory to the CPSU, our motherland is the USSR, and other similar expressions were definitely present. Or a mosaic, or lined with bricks in the wall, or at least paint on the concrete. and here there is nothing. Should this have alerted us? It definitely should. But for some reason, we did not pay attention then. In general, we passed through the outer zone and came to the block with the fellings. There, accordingly, is the second floor, the substation, everything. And where the substation is, there are transformers and copper. They were never removed from the abandoned parts. Only people like us could gut them. But in this case, everything was untouched, strictly zero. And this means 100 weight of copper at the very least. At those prices, for this copper alone, we would have received about $50 for two. Well, in those days, 50 greens was the annual salary of a public sector employee. Draw conclusions, as they say. And then Voven says that he forgot the flashlight in the dining room. I take mine out, but it hardly lights up. The battery is dead. It looks like it is expired. These were then often sold under the guise of new ones, and digging around in a transformer booth without a flashlight is extremely inconvenient, even if it's a sunny day outside and you remove all the doors and flaps. We did not want to go back, but we decided to go back anyway. Most likely, this decision saved our lives. At first, Voven wanted to run away himself, but we had a principle, not to be separated while working. Just a principle, a child of bitter experience. We didn't feel any anxiety, to be honest. It's sunny, the birds are singing, the grasshoppers are jumping in the grass. We returned to the dining room. We went up to the second floor, where Voven forgot his flashlight. The flashlight lay there, on the table by the door to the pantry. Voven took it, checked it, it works fine, everything is in order. He put it in his pocket and went to the window. I later asked him, why did he suddenly decide to look out the window? He could not answer anything intelligibly. It seemed that the window was not closed, and we could not see anything interesting through it. The glass in that window was completely missing. Even the fragments hardly stuck out. One way or another, Voven put his flashlight in his pocket, went up to this window, and looked out of it. He even opened his mouth. He was probably going to say something, or spit in it, but he froze, with his mouth open. Well, of course, I also came up, and looked out that window. There, under the window, there was a garbage dump. There were garbage containers, shiny, which meant that they were titanium. Sometimes, you come across them in secret parts. I was happy. Cutting titanium is difficult, but it was worth the effort. Titanium was bought more expensive than aluminum, and there were hundreds of kilograms of it. Just as I was about to slap Voven on the shoulder and say something joyful about this, I noticed something else. Firstly, there were bones in the containers, a lot of them, almost filled to the top, completely fresh, with dark red scraps of meat, flies circling over them. It's already dark in the abandoned part, and then I take a closer look. I see the ribs there, the characteristic chest, and the skull. Human skull. And the bones are human too, completely fresh. I did not even have the time to get scared, because I was scared of someone else. Something that both Voven and I still dream about in nightmares. A man with no eyes and no hands stood near the containers, thin, with a bare torso. Or maybe he was all naked. The containers covered his bottom half. His arms were missing up to his shoulders. His stumps were covered in scars and scabs. His eye sockets were black with dried blood and sitting on his shoulders. I don't even know who, and I don't want to know, not one bit. At first, I thought it was a monkey, a small chimpanzee, who for some reason was dressed in a tunic and riding breeches. But it was not a monkey. It was someone else, more human-like. Only instead of legs, he also grew arms, short and very powerful. And this creature had no fur. It sat on the blind man's shoulders, with its legs and arms grasping his neck, holding it tightly, very tightly. He sat and dug into what was poured into the containers. He took the bones out of there, sucked and gnawed them, and then he threw them to the ground, eating leftovers, so to speak. No, it was not a person, not a child, not a disabled person, and definitely not a monkey. It dug into the tank, periodically squeezing the eyeless man's neck with its hind hands even more tightly, so that he leaned further towards the tank with scraps. He obediently bent down, grunting with satisfaction. The creature pulled bones out of the tank, gnawed them, then threw them. Voven and I watched him, spellbound. I saw it take a handkerchief from its jacket pocket and wipe the sweat from its forehead with it. Then he folded it and put it back. The jacket had the shoulder straps of an ensign, which might seem funny, but neither then nor later did Vovan and I find it funny. We were madly, desperately scared. It was in a ceremonial uniform, you understand. In a uniform with shoulder straps of an ensign. Each shoulder strap is probably the size of a matchbox. Under the uniform is a gymnast. On his feet were short riding pants. From their trouser legs, huge, long and powerful palms protruded, with which this creature held the blind man's neck very tightly. These palms were slightly shorter than the rest of his legs. It was generally very dense and thick, this creature. A large round head, a tight scruff, folds of fat rolling under the jacket, and a toothy mouth, up to the ears, like Pinocchio's. In fact, we did not see his face, if he even had a face. We looked at him from above, and a little from the side. I remember the scruff of a neck, a small pink ear, and the edge of a lipless mouth reaching almost to his ear. When I opened it, large yellow teeth were visible, like those of a horse or a donkey. There was, well, only about 20 meters between us. Then Vovan and I compared who saw what. Everything came together. Nothing has gone wrong for us. We remember the same thing. And then something squeaked or creaked nearby. The creature became alert, threw a bone, and began either listening or sniffing. Vovan wanted to step away from the window, but I crouched down and pulled him down. He understood, bent down, and we very quietly, on our hands and knees, rolled away from the window a little. We stood up, also quietly, trying not to make any noise and even to breathe less slowly, and we moved towards the exit. Well, we already rushed towards our passage with all of our might. We rushed like crazy, not making out the road, like crazy hares. We reached the UAZ, Vovan started it, and accelerated all the way to the highway. They only let us go there, well, when we saw other people, cars and all that stuff. In the evening we got drunk on vodka, and we were somehow able to discuss what we had seen. Of course, it was stupid to run away the way we were. It was noisy, and you could stumble, pull your leg, or even break it. Moreover, we ran through the forest, almost without slowing down, and we had weapons with us. Well, like weapons. 10 caliber military rocket launchers. They were sold freely back then. Of course, this is not a pistol, but if you hit a person from a few meters with one of these, he will die, and it will be a painful and scary death. Only that creature, it was not a person, although it wore a uniform, and neither I nor Vovan, when we were staring at it, even remembered any rocket launchers. That's right, of course. I very much doubt that if something happened, the rocket launchers would have helped us, and a machine gun probably would not have helped. I think if we had not noticed that creature in time, and hadn't escaped from there, it would have made us like the armless blind man that it rode. What then? Almost nothing. However, it depends on how you look at it. When Vovan and I met the two who led us to that part, they were very surprised. They were surprised and scared. Well, we already had a separate legend prepared for that case. We say that we never got there. Like, we got ready, but then the car broke down. Then Vovan pulled his leg, then something else. And we, like all such looters and miners, are superstitious people. We decided that it was a bad omen when there were obstacles, so they gather in a row. So like, sorry, thanks for your tip, but this is not ours. Go there yourself, I'll try to sign someone else up for this cause. And we gave up. They believed us, or pretended to believe. They didn't even mention the share for the tip, and we pretended that we believed them, that they believed us. That's when they parted ways. Well, what else was left? There was no internet in our country at the time to write warnings on all sorts of forums and social networks. Tell the police. This is completely funny. How should we punish these shady mushroom pickers? And for what, exactly, and how? That is, it was possible to figure out how, but it would have turned out to be a separate, costly epic with an unpredictable ending. So we didn't move in this direction either. A few years later, I told this story to a knowledgeable grandmother. She immediately asked if we had taken anything from that part. We did not take anything at all. We just did not have time, which is what I told my grandmother about. She shook her head, and said that if we had taken anything, they would have tracked us down and dragged us away. She did not explain who would have tracked us down and dragged us away, but I believe I know who we are talking about. These were real devils, and that military unit is a way out of hell to the surface. A branch of hell on earth, so to speak, or something like a waiting room. Maybe there really was an abandoned secret there. The devils just adapted it for themselves, or maybe they disguised themselves this way from the very beginning. Well, when Vovan and I wandered there, the main devils were away. There was only one little demon left, whom they kept at the very bottom and who subsisted on their scraps. That's why we managed to escape. And the mushroom pickers, well, maybe they sold their souls or had some special percentage of those sent to hell. Don't know. Stupid version. What else could it be? I will never forget that creature mounted on the armless blind man. Vovan once said that it was necessary, after all, to at least shoot a blind man, no matter how scary it was to die from a rocket blazing in you, but for him to live in any way was more terrible. Well, I don't know. I really don't know. What you've done can't be corrected anyway. No, really. What else could it be? Toothy, stocky, the size of a 2-year-old child, with huge hands instead of feet, in an ensign's uniform, tailored exactly for him, and riding on a blind naked man, with his arms torn off, and gnawing on human bones, which, like pigs or cows, were used to fill the garbage cans. No, really. What could it have possibly been? Something I need to talk about. Let me preface this. English is not my first language, but I did study it in school, so please excuse my errors. I think it's been long enough since it happened that I can safely talk about this. This takes place in 1994 in Poland. Myself and several friends were poking around in one of the areas that, because of the Soviet occupation, no one had been inside for a couple of decades. Because of this, it was all overgrown and wild, so we were armed with a mix of rifles and pistols and knives. I personally had brought along my uncle's carabiner ass. We hiked into the forest from the edge of an old fence line. A couple of kilometers in, we found an old asphalt road. It was cracked and weathered, with trees starting to grow up through the roadbed, but we decided to follow it in. It ended about 7 kilometers later, at a large grassy clearing. We chose to camp here for the night. In the morning, we noticed that something had paced around the perimeter of our camp. The grass was bent down and flattened from where it had walked. We didn't think much of it though, thought it was deer. We packed up and continued on into the forest. We decided to hill up the side of a mountain we could see from the clearing, get above the trees, and see what we could see. As we walked, I felt like we were being watched. We reached a good spot to look around from, and not far from where we had camped, we could see another clearing with some kind of concrete structure there. So we hiked back and made our way over to that direction. At the edge of the camp clearing, we found another old road that led in that direction. At the other clearing, the road we were following dipped down into a cut and led to a concrete bunker. After a brief discussion, we decided it was too small to be what we saw from the mountain, and so we continued on further into the clearing. Continued in next post. The picture I have attached is similar to the bunker that the second road ended at, only the ramp down to it was wider and more gently sloped. Back to the story. We did not walk long before we were on top of the large concrete pad. There was a massive 4-way door atop it that was partially open, maybe a foot or so. If it were fully open, I think you could easily drive an oversized hauler through it with room to spare. We looked down in it, but it was really too dark to see anything except a couple of flickering lights down at the bottom, and the reflection off water way down at the bottom, machinery, and a missile cradled by a bunch of machinery. It was too dark to tell how intact everything was. We threw a couple of rocks in, and they bounced off some stuff as they fell, before splashing into the water at the bottom. We made our way to the edge of the pad to discuss things again. We decided, since there was power, but it was obviously abandoned, we might as well explore. so we went straight back to the bunker door that we had found. I and my friends worked at the door, while the others got the flashlights ready, since we weren't sure what to expect regarding lighting. Because we did not have any tools, it was harder to get open, but we managed with a couple of sticks and a pipe that we found lying around. The door opened with a hissing whoosh as the air pressure was different inside than out. At first we thought it was a snake or something and had jumped back. After letting the air inside and out mix, and let the feeling of being idiots go away, we pulled the door fully open and looked inside. There was a layer of dust inside, and more lights were on here than in the silo. Walls painted flat grey, Cyrillic writing on the walls just inside. None of us were really very good with Russian, and our bad translation was something like West Missile Station, Anti-Capitalist Array. I got pushed into going in first because I was the only one with a semi-automatic weapon. More in the next post. The complex itself was not really big, maybe a little larger than a 2-bedroom apartment. There was a room with 2 sets of bunk bed cots, no mattresses, but there were still footlockers with nothing in them, bolted to the floor. The room across from this was a kitchen and dining area, heavy iron table, electric stove, and folding chairs. Then a hallway to a command room with an armored window into the silo itself. The hum of electricity was strongest in the command room. An entire wall was dedicated to a large control panel and old analog computer, like the one from Team Fortress 2 that informs the soldier about the blue spy in the base. Its monitor was like that. Some of the bulbs were broken, so I don't know what they would have indicated. They were all in block Cyrillic letters and easier to translate, but the one that were dimly lit up were silo doors, stopped, obstruction, in and on track. I don't remember what the others said. Under the window into the silo, there was a flip clock that was paused at 2 minutes and 34 seconds with a red light next to it, and there was no actual launch button that we could find. There was another door that we could not get open and look around deeper into the silo. So after poking around a bit more and double checking for anything interesting, we made our way out and back towards where we had camped the night before. All the while, I could not shake the feeling that we were being watched. We set up camp and went to sleep. To this day, I don't know if it was a dream or actually happened, but something was laying atop me and just watching me. No one else in the camp, just me. It was heavy, and I could not move anyway, but the eyes, they looked smart. I don't know what. I never post, and I think I will have it all posted. When we woke up, the camp was torn apart. Our food was missing, and the cooking supplies that we had was scattered all over, and something had walked through the camp, its paws digging into the earth beneath. 2 of our weapons went missing as well, a revolver and a hunting rifle. We were all freaked out. Between the food being gone and a storm looking like it was coming in, we decided to hike out that day. After about 2 kilometers of hiking, the storm hit and began raining, as though the sky itself was angry at our trespassing. We had not packed for rain, so we were soon wet and hungry and tired. I still felt like I was being watched. Our hike was slow and tiring. We reached about where we thought we'd found the road and began hiking out. Everything looked different, but there were some of the knife marks that we'd made in the trees to mark our passage. A couple kilometers from where we expected the edge of the forest to be, we tripped over our food. Well, the containers and some of the vegetables, all neatly stacked and out in the open, like it had been left for us to find. After we got over trying to wrap our minds around it, we began walking with our weapons ready. Not long after we found our food, we saw something. It looked like a dog or a fox, but it was far too large, like a small car, too long, and the fur was fake looking, silver, like a cheap wig. When it opened its mouth, there were far too many teeth. It smiled at us. I think it was smiling, and just wandered off into the woods. After a mild panic, we started walking again, hiking a bit faster than we should have. It did not take long for us to be running in a panic. I don't know how long it took for us to get out of that forest, but we did. A couple of my friends went to the authorities and told them about the wolf in the woods. I think they told the whole story though. One more small post. A couple of days later, they were just gone. Their parents were shaken and knew something, but wouldn't say or even acknowledge that they even had a child. They were just gone. Even now, I think it was remnants of the KGB keeping secrets. I only went into those woods once more after that. My curiosity got the better of me a couple of years later. I never found the road, or whatever the fox was, and I returned home. I've held this story close since then, but I think it's safe to tell now. But I don't know. I might get woken up by a bag on the head. I don't know. Espoo, Finland, June 1960. Tent found early in morning. Signs of violence. Nils Gustafsson found injured, struggling for life, lying next to the tent. Inside tent, Anja Mäki, Molly Bjorklund, and Seppo Boisman bodies found. Day before, 18-year-old dudes took 15-year-old girlfriends, took motorcycles to lake for camping trip. Boys fished and drank. Girls lied to their parents about where they were going. Paradise by the dashboard lights. Molly, Anja, and Seppo bludgeoned with a rock. Molly stabbed over 20 times. Nils was bludgeoned but survived. Small objects stolen. Nils' shoes found away from the scene. Motorcycles not stolen. Search party activated. Scans area. Locals report a blonde man with a light shirt in the area that night. Nils regains consciousness, remembers nothing at all. Hypnotized. Talks about tent being ripped open, being hit several times on the head. Describes the assailant. Same blonde man in blue shirt. Suspects. Polly Luoma, seen in area. Had bags similar to one stolen, but had an alibi. Pentti Soininen, confessed to murders, was shithouse crazy, took their own life. Hans Osman, KGB agent. Soon after murders, he went to the hospital, covered in blood. Fits the descriptions. Doctor who treated Asman at hospital was convinced he was guilty. Wrote several books on the subject. Police agreed to not release Asman's alibi. He was banging his mistress, Valdemar Gilstrom. Rang kiosk at Lake Bodom. Drowned in 1969 after confessing, "I killed them." Had an alibi for the night. Neighbors were convinced he did it and that he had hidden stolen things in his well. Flash forward to 2004. Police accused Nils Gustafsson of being the murderer. Accused under new blood sample. Cop said after drinking, tried to bang his girlfriend. She rejected his advances, got in a fight, then just murdered everyone, as you do. Trial in 2005. Found not guilty. Received €45,000 reimbursement. Who done it? As a top secret Soviet missile base, Kapustin Yar always had a reputation as a place where mysterious things happened, and unidentified flying objects were often seen. However, some say that not all of these UFOs were man-made. In 1948, after the Roswell incident, a genuine alien craft allegedly attacked an investigating MiG fighter. By sheer luck, the pilot managed to shoot the UFO with one of its missiles, and the ship came crashing down. Its remains were taken by the military and moved to an underground facility deep below Kapustin Yar. There, the ship was reverse engineered by Soviet rocket scientists, possibly for the benefit of the Soviet space program, which, incidentally, took off soon afterwards. The story's similarity to the Roswell case, and the fact that it happened just a year after its more famous American counterpart, naturally cast a shadow of doubt. Still, it's not the only UFO-related rumor about the place in 1991. A declassified KGB document apparently revealed that the area had been visited by aliens as late as 1989. This time, the visiting spaceship was not shot down, but instead hovered around the area for 2 hours, occasionally emitting a bright beam to the ground. According to this document, the visitation was witnessed by several military officers. Maybe it was looking for its fallen friend. Starting in May of 1917, something happened to Free Shepherd children in the town of Fatima, Portugal. The events had become known as Our Lady of Fatima. Starting on May 1st, 1917, the children began to describe seeing a woman brighter than the sun, shedding rays of light clearer and stronger than a crystal ball, pierced by the burning rays of the sun. The being was reported to have appeared to the children on the 14th day of 6 consecutive months in 1917, starting on May 13th. According to 10-year-old Lucia Santa, in the course of her encounters, the woman confided to the children 3 secrets, now known as the 3 secrets of Fatima. Thousands of people flocked to Fatima in the ensuing months, drawn by reports of visions and miracles. On 3 separate occasions before the miracle of the sun, the children reported that the lady had promised to them that she would, on October 14th, 1917, reveal her identity and provide a miracle so that all may believe. On October 14th, 1917, the miracle of the sun was witnessed and reported by 50 to 100,000 people in the Cova de Iria fields near Fatima, Portugal. The people in attendance had assembled to observe the publicized event. According to many statements, after a downfall of rain, the dark clouds broke and the sun appeared as an opaque, spinning disk in the sky. It was said to be significantly duller than normal and to cast multicolored lights across the earth, the people, and the surrounding clouds. The sun was then reported to have careened towards the earth in a zigzag pattern. It was said that the people's previously wet clothes became suddenly and completely dry, as well as the wet and muddy ground that had been previously soaked because of the rain. According to the reports, the event lasted approximately 10 minutes. The miracle of the sun was marked by a large amount of angel hair over the land. On July 13th, 1917, the lady is said to have entrusted the children with 3 secrets. These secrets have been highly controversial in the Catholic Church and have been revealed to the public at different time periods, with the final one coming out in the year 2000. The first secret was allegedly a vision of hell. The second secret was a statement that World War I would end and goes on to predict World War II. The second half of the secret includes information about Russia and requests that it become consecrated to the Immaculate Heart. It should be noted that the second secret was not revealed until 1941, after World War II had already begun. The majority of the controversy is with the third secret. It was revealed in 2000 and includes information about the persecution of Christians in the 20th century that culminated in the failed assassination attempt on Pope John Paul II. However, historical references to the third secret indicate something else entirely, with information regarding apocalypse, a great apostasy, and satanic infiltration of the Catholic Church. If you are unfamiliar, apostasy is the formal disaffiliation from or abandonment of a religion by a person. Basically, criticism of a person's former religion. In 1980, John Paul II was quoted on the third secret. It should be sufficient for all Christians to know this much. If there is a message, it is said that the oceans will flood entire sections of the earth, and from one moment to the other, millions of people will perish. In the mid-18th century, hunters in the Akamchir region of Georgia, a province of Russia on the edge of the Black Sea, captured a wild woman who had ape-like features, a massive bosom, thick arms, legs, and fingers, and was covered with hair. This wild woman, named Zaina by her captors, was so violent at first that she had to spend many years in a cage with food being tossed to her. Eventually, she was domesticated and would perform simple tasks like grinding corn. She had an incredible endurance against cold and could not stand to be in a heated room. She enjoyed gorging herself on grapes from the vine and also had a weakness for wines, often drinking so heavily that she would sleep for hours. As Colin Wilson points out in the Encyclopedia of Unsolved Mysteries, this is likely how she became the mother of many children to different fathers. These children usually died when she tried to wash them in the freezing river. The villagers started to take her children away from her and raise them as their own. Unlike their mother, the children developed the ability to communicate as well as any other villager. Zaina died in the village about 1980. The youngest of her children died in 1954. Her story was researched by Professor Porchnev who interviewed many old people, one as old as 105 years old, who remembered Xena, as well as 2 of her grandchildren. The grandchildren had dark skin, and the grandson, named Shalakula, had jaws so powerful that he could lift a chair with a man sitting on it. It is believed that Xena may have somehow been a surviving member of a previous evolutionary state of man. Serial killer from the future. Edgar Black is the pseudonym for a mysterious man killed by Russian military forces before the fall of the Soviet Union. In late 1999, a central neural implant, or CNI for short, believed to have been extracted from his brain, was sent anonymously to the Pentagon and then moved to and kept in an undisclosed location for examination and research. It is a rod-shaped neural implant, weighing 3.4 grams, made from an unknown metal with elastic properties which defies our current understanding of biophysics and neuroscience. Whoever made it knows the brain better than we do. In 2010, the CNI was locked away. Simply put, the greatest the scientific world could offer could not figure out just how it works, only what it does. The implant allows enhancements to basic cognitive functions, including short and long-term memory, spatial awareness, reasoning, and problem-solving. Reports from the KGB about Edgar himself revealed that he was capable of tuning into radio frequencies and listening to the content, sensing the presence of electrical appliances, using advanced Wi-Fi connectability to break through the toughest of computers, and alter many of his own physiological functions, including circadian rhythms, emotions, and pain. Russian operatives could only get out so little during interrogations. He simply admitted that he was from another time, and on a mission against a real enemy that we would not understand. All forms of torture, physical and psychological, proved meaningless. No one could get into his head, and he could simply switch off the feeling of pain. Further attempts pushed him to make his escape, although he was eventually found dead near Pripyat. I was part of a team of researchers. My area of speciality is sleep and respiration, which means now I watch fat people sleep, but I was called in to help understand this thing. We got nowhere. So if you have any questions, feel free, and I will try my best to answer them. Why would the Russian operatives go through all that trouble in trying to figure out what it was, only for it to anonymously end up in the Pentagon somehow? How did he escape? Why was he in custody? What sort of Wi-Fi functions were considered advanced in 1999? This is a shitty roleplay. Don't talk about things you have no clue about. He could access the device through thought and connect to the internet, tune into the radio, or access satellite signals. Basically, he could see a web page in his mind's eye. It had a guiding system, extracting information from what he had seen or heard in the room, storing this information to calculate various ways of bypassing the locks on his prison cell. To an extent, if he thought of doing something, the implant would help calculate the ways of accomplishing it. He was in custody because he attempted to break into a Soviet missile silo. Someone thought the CNI should not be in the hands of the Russians, probably. B-14 in shitty post-Soviet Eastern European country of Bulgaria. B visiting grandparents because actually from Florida. Shitter of a kid, always with locals running around trying to piss off old people. Homes on a certain street are built into storefronts, kind of like the rooms are on the sides and the stores in the middle. Weird communist stuff. See open window. Call Soviet fuckboys to my side. Caught guy watching porn on his computer. This was early 2010s-ish. Old guy. Throw a rock into his room. Cackle. Guy starts screaming. Says he is going to drown me. Says my name. Zero clue at all how he knows what my name is. In his well. He had a well. He comes outside and starts chasing us. We throw random stuff at him and run back home because we are scared assholes. So I get home. Hear a knock on my door at like 4 a.m. It's the same guy, toting a big-ass AK-47. I call my grandpa. Huge guy, former Russian military. Notice this old guy has one of those funny, stereotypical Russian winter military fur hats on. Grandpa gets up, grabs gun, opens door, has a polite convo, face gets really pale in the porch light, shuts door behind him, is apparently profusely apologizing to the guy. Turns out, he is some former KGB type spook. Beats my ass, sends me to bed, wake up at 5 a.m. to the sound of shattered glass. Single rock that I threw into the guy's bedroom is now on my bedroom floor, and my window is busted. Go downstairs. Cat is laying dead on porch steps. Take flight to Florida. Ryzen, Russian 11. Probably been posted before, so apologies. This is one of the few conspiracy theories that gives me the willies. 1999. Before. Yeltsin is in power as president. 16th of August. Putin elected prime minister. Putin is almost unknown, not expected to last for long. From 4th to 16th of September, several explosions hit Russian cities, mainly in the basements of Gami blocks at night. About 300 killed, hundreds more mutilated. Incident. 22nd of September, 2 men spotted carrying large sacks into the basement of a rising Gami block. Call police, but don't get there fast enough to catch them. Find 3 large, 50-kilogram sacks labeled sugar with detonator and timer. Sacks tested and found to contain traces of RDX, used in Semtex, by bomb squad. They freak out and lock down the city. Some powder is taken away for testing, but fails to detonate. The bombers are traced from a phone call. They are all FSB, successor of KGB agents. FSB angry, nearly bust balls. FSB quote, "We was only testing for like preparedness and shit." FSB apologizes. Aftermath. Islamists blamed. Chechnya invaded. Top of Keks. Putin becomes president. Yeltsin guaranteed immunity from prosecution. Sealing of all materials relating to it by Russian Duma. Mikhail Trepshakin, independent investigator into Bumbins arrested. 2002 powder in sugar sack declared to be sugar. $20,000 gas analyzer which found the RDX and is tested after every use, must have malfunctioned. Police who were at the scene still insist it's sugar. In 2003, my beliefs were shaken. I was 14. We had just moved in with Grandpa for a few months until we had our new house in England all sorted out. Grandpa would sit out on the porch most days, drinking some vodka, reminiscing about the good old days. He was ex-KGB and extremely traditional. We weren't allowed to play in the woods because there was a graveyard out there and he claimed to have seen a patercha out there. A patercha is the risen corpse of a child that was not baptized. When we were allowed to play out there, Granddad was always out there with some kind of gun. Gave each of us kids a holy iron amulet. I think it may have kept me alive a few times, but this was no near-death experience. Being a rebellious 14-year-old, I went into the woods a lot, sometimes at night. I would sneak outside the window and walk it off to do some exploring. This lasted about 2 weeks. About 500 yards in, can still see the house a little. No issues. Kicking rocks, tearing up plants, the usual. Hear heavy breathing. Look up from my plant. Large figure covered in plants walks about 40 yards away from me and turns. Grunts in a way that sounds like a chuckle and leaves. Run screaming back to the house. Grandpa gives me a quick smack in the back of the head. Damn it, boy. You're lucky that the Chuhesta was not hungry. A damn forest giant. More if you want. Nowhere near as crazy as Koreanon, but I have quite a bit. Interviewing a psychotronic researcher. So I'm keeping things vague. These interviews will happen late this year, maybe October or November. I plan on uploading to YouTube and posting here. Reading Cold War era book about paranormal researchers in USSR and their satellite states. Covers the discovery and harnessing of different energies by different people. A lot of time biological energy, different from electricity. Researchers don't want to call it magic or psychic. They are actual doctors and scientists, so coin the term psychotronic. Book ends with the most tantalizing example. A man who made metal devices that stored body energy and could magnetize wood, plastics, glass, kill flies from a distance. One even paralyzed his daughter's arm. Here is the kicker. I read this book in middle school, but remembered in a dream. I looked back, and the book cited a scientific paper. The research was done by a man from then Czechoslovakia, who was researched by scientists in Hungary. Dig deeper. Find paper. Authors claim there was magnetism, although the book exaggerated it. Dig even deeper. Find the author of the paper. Find him on an early 2000s website. Email him on a long shot. He answered and is very eager to talk. He said call any second of the day. I will this weekend, but what should I ask? I plan on going to do a video eventually. He tells me he still has the device. A few more details, since nobody is biting. The researcher investigated the inventions of a man called P. P was an inventor who helped patent a new textile process, and from this made a lot of cash from the patents. He pursued his hobby of metalworking with his daughter, and was in his 80s at the time. Since he was a young boy, he'd walk the streets of Prague, where the alchemists would stay in historic times and visit the museums, fascinated with the shapes of their tools and equipment. He discovered accidentally that one of his replicas had a very strange effect when it was near him. Created scores of notes on these, making devices which stored biological energy and radiated it back out in different ways. Caught the attention of the KGB when he showed a friend of his how it could kill flies. Brought to Hungary to test it, and was proven true. The first researcher I contacted did not want to talk about it, but pointed me to the primary author. P goes back to Czechoslovakia, which is invaded soon after. P is lost to history, and after the whole energy pyramid hoax, or at least huge overstatements, his research was lumped together with that and forgotten. There is some evidence the DoD investigated for weapons purposes, and the scientist I am talking with worked for the IAEA. However, the scientific paper from Hungary states that even with the best devices, even though the effects cannot be explained, monopole magnets, strange death rays, magnetizing plastics temporarily, it requires a lot of mental concentration to charge, leaving the person exhausted after. There appears to be size limitations to the generators and accumulators. They usually can be no bigger than a globe or a stack of books. Even though there may be some strange biological force that's being generated and amplified, the DoD could have abandoned it because it could not weaponize it. I don't know where else to post this, because they shut me down on any other platform that I could think of, so I guess I'm posting here instead. I was in Iraq in 2006, doing interrogations in support of the 5th Special Forces Group. We were located in the southwestern corner of Victory Base Complex. This was the area that they called the Redwania Palace Complex, because of the absurd number of palaces and other fancy resort-style living arrangements used by Saddam and the Iraqi ruling elite. Our job was to question high-value individuals. This meant we had priority for anyone that we thought was more important, influential, or knowledgeable than the average bomb thrower. The idea was that we would do some intensive, long-term interrogation, but the reality was pretty disappointing. Everything was pretty mundane and even boring, and by this time, everyone had accepted that there were no stockpiles of WMDs. At the same time, the Iraqis were starting to turn on each other. This was after the Golden Mosque bombing, which basically kicked off the Iraqi civil war. But that is not what this post is really about. We were looking for a place where we could have an isolated facility for our high-value detainees, where they would not be able to interact with each other or the general population that you'd find in one of the larger detention centers. This was back when Cropper and Abu J were still in business. We found a couple of small buildings that looked decent, with high walls and enough space for maybe 20 closet-sized cells. One of the places we looked at was this brick building in the middle of the forest. I'm using the term forest loosely, as nothing in Iraq qualifies as a forest, the same way that you'd think of Washington State or Yellowstone or something. This was just a bunch of trees, kind of out in the middle of nowhere. Every night you could see big swarms of bats coming out of the trees from the south. They would fly over the big lake, in front of the palaces, and eat the insects. The water was pretty stagnant. Anyway, this forest had a small grey building in the middle of it. It was a round building that was covered in dark marble on the outside, but made of reinforced concrete on the inside. It had a heavy metal gate hidden behind a thick wooden door. At the time, we had no idea what the purpose of the building was. Some kind of storage facility for Saddam's palaces, maybe. There were no windows, plumbing, or furniture. We didn't think that it was some kind of residence, because it looked more like a prison. The EOD guys had already inspected it and found nothing wrong at all. We had no idea what the building was supposed to be. We also didn't really care. So, we said screw it, and brought in a bunch of plywood and started setting things up. What we ended up with was a large circular room that the guards could hang out in, and a second room where we would keep the detainees. Each detainees had their own plywood cell with a foam mattress, a blanket, and a Quran. The place did not have any plumbing, so the guards would escort the detainees outside to use a porta potty that they had set up. The MI team had a separate wooden shack where we could run our classified computers and write our reports. It took us like 2 weeks to get everything set up, and then the SF guys started bringing detainees in. Like I said, this was really boring work. This was a really shitty time to be in Iraq because the violence was exploding, and nobody really even knew what was actually going on. Our soldiers were not trained as investigators, so they tended to just grab anyone they thought looked suspicious and bring them in for questioning. Like, if a bomb went off, they would just snatch up everyone on the street and then bring them in to us. Their philosophy was that they were too busy to care who was actually guilty, and that the MI guys would sort it all out in the end. We also had an Iraqi SOF team who was supposed to be really, really good. Looking back on it, that would target old regime Sunni Baathists that they really wanted gone. Everything in Iraq was a gang or a mafia or whatever. We did not really care, because they were on our side for the moment, and that was good enough for us at the time. So, we had been running this place for basically a week when the Iraqi SOF brings in a detainee. I don't remember his name, and it is not important. They accused him of being some high-level Baathist in Saddam's government, and he had been a fugitive since the original invasion. At this point, we were all pretty jaded. Saying someone was part of the Baath regime really did not mean anything anymore. You could throw a rock in Baghdad, and it will probably hit a former regime Baathist. I'm just going to call him Hash. They bring in Hash, blindfolded, which was the SOP for transporting detainees. The guards let him in, still blindfolded, to the rooms where they took his photo and fingerprints and all that. Then they brought him into the interrogation booth. I call it a booth because that is the generic term army interrogators use for any interrogation space. We just say, I'm going in the booth or whatever. This particular room was a small space with marble floors and tiles on the walls. Basically everything in these fancy palaces was covered with mosaic tile patterns on the walls. Anyway, they bring Haj into the booth with Sergeant Smith. I am not going to be using his real name for obvious reasons, but it will suffice to know that he was an E6 who transferred in from the infantry. He didn't really know what he was doing. Nobody at the time really knew what they were doing, but he was worse than most. He had been paid an obscene amount of money to reclass into 35M because they were trying to expand the MOS and we were short on NCOs. SSG Smith was great at running teams, training weapons, keeping accountability, and all the stuff that you would expect an infantry NCO to be good at. But he was freaking useless when it came to anything MI related, so we used him as an administrator and a screener. SSG Smith's job was to ask the detainee some basic questions like their name, their religion, their birthplace, and so on and so forth. This was all basic background stuff that anyone should have been able to answer without provoking any resistance. Then, once we had the basic information down, we would assign the detainee to an interrogator, and they would start formulating their strategy. This was basically the extent of the work that we could trust SSG Smith to do, as far as actual interrogations. Anyway, Haj comes in and they take off the blindfold. He takes one look around the room and sees the towel patterns on the walls. And the guy starts screaming. I mean screaming. I've never heard anything like it. He is absolutely freaking out. SSG Smith does not know what to do. He hasn't even asked him a question yet, but the guy keeps screaming and kicking and thrashing about to the point where we think he's going to hurt himself. Eventually, we have to just cancel the interrogation, terminate, and the guards basically drag him out of the room. Of course, this is the start of a total shit show. I should mention that this was post-Abu Ghraib, so everyone involved was very anxious about abuse allegations. When they hear about this detainee screaming at the top of his lungs, everyone from the guard commander to the VBC commanding general wants to know what just happened. SSG Smith, the guards, and the observers all have to give sworn statements to say that they never saw any misconduct at all. SSG Smith did not even touch the guy, did not even speak to him. Like I said, he just looked at the walls and lost his damn mind. Eventually, Haj calms down and we try to re-engage the next day. We had to drive him to Cropper because he was going insane being in that building. The interrogators at Cropper let SSG Smith go in again, and this time, the guy is finally willing to talk. He claims he was a senior police officer in the Saddam regime, and he knew that building was something called the Hole. He had been inside it before, and he knew that anyone who ever went into the hole never came back out again. When he saw what room he was in, he assumed we were about to murder him. So we go back, and we ask the guards if they've seen anything weird at all. We are starting to think that this was some kind of execution chamber, so it is possible that there is still some evidence of human rights abuses or murders that we could use against Saddam. This was still 2006, by the way, so Saddam's trial was still in progress. He was not executed until December of that year. Some of the guards in the round office tell us that the tiles in the floor are all loose. Okay, great. Now we have to call in CID to look for human remains or something. But SSG Smith does not want to wait. He thinks he's all cool and suave, and he wants to do everything himself. So he just starts pulling up the tiles, and we find that there is a false floor with a few layers of plywood covering up a weird hole. And this was pretty new, like definitely installed within the last few years. We are thinking, at this point, that somebody tried to cover up a mass grave or something during the invasion, and they hoped that the Americans would never ever find it. The hole itself is basically round and 2 meters wide, and it goes down a long, long way. Literally, the first thing SSG Smith does is break a chem light and drop it all the way down the hole. It falls down so far that we can't even see the light anymore. There is no splash, no echo, no anything. It just drops and drops until the light vanishes completely. So we toss a few more bricks and stuff in there, and there is no sound at all. SSG Smith is determined to figure this out. This was before smartphones had high-quality cameras, and we did not have any cameras on hand that we could lower on a rope or anything like that. But SSG Smith went to Pathfinder school, and he was really proud of it. He knows how to rappel down, and he is a certified expert at moving equipment on ropes, so he grabs a decently long rope from the Humvee, ties a Swiss seat, and then clips himself on. I cannot overemphasize how stupid this idea is, but nobody stops him at all. So, SSG Smith starts to rappel down. At first, everything is going great. He talks to us and tells us how cold it is in the hole, but he cannot see or smell anything at all. The rope is at least 100 feet long, tied to the Humvee's trailer hitch outside, so we cannot imagine that he would abruptly run out of rope. We've got a private sitting in the Humvee in case we need to pull him out quickly. SSG Smith keeps going down, and he shouts up to tell us he is breaking another chem light. So we wait about 3 seconds, and then he starts screaming. He did not even have time to tell us what he was scared of. SSG Smith just screams, "Shit, shit, shit," and then he starts screaming in pain. It is even worse than Haj's screaming from before. I have no idea what was happening down there. I imagine that is how someone would scream if they were being eaten alive. Now the guards are shouting at the private to get him out of there. He starts letting the Humvee roll forward, and the rope starts coming back up. The guard sergeant is standing over the edge of the pit, looking down into the hole, while the rope comes up. I should mention at this point that SSG Smith did not have a weapon with him. None of the interrogators did. The guards had nightsticks, but the only weapon allowed in the facility was an M9 that guard sergeant carried. The other weapons were locked up, so everyone is shouting, and SSG Smith is screaming down in the hole, and the rope is coming back up, but not fast enough. Then the guard sergeant pulls out his weapon and fires 3 shots down the hole. Everything stops. Most people underestimate how loud a gunshot actually is, especially in a small concrete room like that. We can't hear anything, just the squealing sound of early onset tinnitus. But SSG Smith is not screaming anymore, I am sure of that. The rope keeps coming back up, but SSG Smith never comes back up with it. Eventually, the rope comes back up, and it's covered in blood and black slime. The guards ordered everyone out. I never saw what happened next. To this day, I have no idea what happened. There was a 15-6, then CID got involved, and we all wrote a bunch of sworn statements. They transferred all of the interrogators to Cropper, and we were never allowed to speak to the guards ever again. We were not from the same unit, so I did not have much reason to ever interact with them. All I know is what I heard from some buddies in 5th Group. The army brought in demolitionists and did a controlled detonation that leveled the entire building. They paved over it with a slab of concrete and set up a fence around the site. There were signs telling people not to enter the forest because the bats carried rabies. I never found out what happened to SSG Smith. I never saw a copy of the 15-6 or any official determination on the cause of death. I looked up his obituary later and saw that it was attributed to a mortar attack. The kind of random thing that could strike anybody for no reason at all. I also heard that the guard sergeant took his own life later on. I wish I had more answers. I wish I could make this a better story. I just don't know for sure what happened after we left. If anyone else was there, please let me know. The only thing I know for sure, and I put this on all of my sworn statements, is that SSG Smith was not the only person I could hear screaming down in that hole. Clone hive mind taking over Manitoba, Canada. Alright, you LARPing morons, this is straight truth that I'm going to be dropping on you guys. Take it or leave it. Screen cap it, because I legitimately might be killed for uploading this. I don't care, however. This is disgusting, and I did not ask for this. Neither did the thousands of people in my hometown, Brandon, Manitoba. This starts when I moved out with my 46-year-old co-worker, Elizabeth. I was just turned 18 at the time. She was okay, but I noticed once that when I went to the gym, she came and talked to the receptionist. Whatever, maybe she wants to make sure I'm going to the gym. I don't really care. From then on, whenever I go to the gym, I notice the receptionist goes for the phone. Well, alright, that's a little bit creepy. As time goes on, we have drunk, me mostly, sex. After that stuff goes downhill, and she starts talking crap about me at work, I notice that people are treating me differently. I end up moving out because she starts giving off some messed up vibes, saying stuff like, everything is going to plan, and don't you hate how women can say you assaulted them and they get away with it, while she laughs. She says she knows where my grandparents live, etc. I moved to another location, a house with 4 rooms on the 2nd floor. First neighbor is short and fat and named Raymond. Second is some drunk guy and his girl. Third is a sweet old lady. Can't remember her name, so let's call her Beth. Anyways, I move in, and Raymond comes into my room talking all the crap in the world about the drunk guy. Let's call him Ron. He is very paranoid about mice, so he gets me to put some wire around an opening in my room. Throughout the months, he does things like this. He comes in and talks crap and vents about his workday. I listen because I am bored. One day, he knocks and looks at the door frame and notices it is sticking out, so he said he would fix it if I didn't tell Jim. Okay, creepy. I end up telling him about crazy Elizabeth, who is now stalking me. I saw her walk past my place, which isn't too crazy because my town only has 40,000 people in it. However, she was coming back from a store, so I know she could have taken a quicker route back. At this point, I know that Raymond is talking to her. I was in my room trying to sleep, and I heard Raymond in the public bathroom saying, "Hi, yes, this is Braden." And then the cops show up later to take Ron away. I did not mention anything about this to the landlord. Another incident occurred when I was walking up the stairs to my room, and Raymond was talking to me. Then, mid-sentence, he punched the wall and said, "asshole," really loud. Maybe in an attempt to frame me as the landlord was there. Things escalated greatly from there as he was talking about electrocuting people to death if they messed with him. Note, my bed was next to an electrical plug, which I didn't notice at first. Cover was off. By the way, I believe I got herpes from Elizabeth, as I found herpes medication in our bathroom. She did not tell me. One night, I was in my room and noticed that the vents in my room were broken and had cigarettes in them, which Raymond was always very against. He always complained about smelling cigarettes in the house. Suddenly, I heard Raymond in the bathroom messing around with things, and my heart rate increased while dry skin was coming off my legs. I opened the window to get rid of whatever was coming out of the vent, but it did not work, so I called the cops, and Raymond went back to his room like the little moron that he is. This is my first time typing this out. I apologize for the wait, but you need to know this backstory. The police escorted me to the hospital where everything was fine. When I went out for a smoke, I saw Elizabeth and Raymond walking away really fast. Doctors there asked me if I wanted to go to the Center for Adult Psychiatry, which I voluntarily admitted myself to because I was dealing with a lot of stress at the time. They escort me to CAP, and I am greeted by seemingly friendly staff. However, there was a problem. There was this Russian, Thomas Edward Edwins, or Thomas Edwin Edwards, who followed me around whenever I went out for a smoke, etc. He was a very intense, cheeky breaky. I have to say, he had the 1,000-yard stare. He would ask me why I'm here, and how this is a bad place that would still be standing when I left. There was this Inuit kid that was there. I saw him running out the doors and escaping. No one ever spoke of him again. When I first got there, I heard Raymond speaking in the basement and saying how they were good people. About a week into my time there, my days were filled with dread as I waited for something to happen. Then came along Erin. Erin I believed to be an FBI, CSIS/RCMP agent, as she questioned me about a girl that I had a time with that would later screw me over. At the time, I did not say Elizabeth, because I thought she was with this creep Tom. She kept on questioning me about people that put people into small places. I remember drawing a diagram of a neural network for her to show her how it works. She thought those were the small places that people are put into. When I said I did not know what she was talking about, she seemed surprised. Then one night, I went for a jog on the treadmill they had there, and right after I was done, Lauren, a nurse there, came to get my baseline heart rate. I told another staff about it, and I heard Lauren say something about not calling the police, telling the other staff to stay quiet. At this point, I knew that something was up. When I went to my bed, I rubbed my bed sheets together, which produced a lot of static electricity. I laid down for a while, accepting what was going to happen. But then I heard a scream from Erin in the observatory room, a locked-up room with cameras inside of it. So I walked out and talked to another patient that was walking around. We hit a smoke while this 70-year-old named Dennis knew Tom, followed us and asked us if we had any last words. I went back to my room and was getting full-on electrocuted, and I knew from Erin talking previously that the plows outside were actually the FBI/CSIS/RCMP, so I started praying to them to come help out loud. And I also said if there anyone was FIB in CAP to say my name is Jonathan when they approached me. That one patient said that as he passed, and I asked him what was going on. He said to grab the pool cue and use it as a bat on the nurses. He thought that I was messing with his heart, which I was not, as I was being messed with as well. He left for bed, and at this point, I was shitting bricks. I left for my bed, but came back later to see Brian, a nurse, unconscious/dead in his seat at the receptionist desk. I could not believe it. Going out for a smoke, we'll be back soon. Naturally, I nope the hell out of there. However, Lauren sees me. Now I am in my bed, praying with all my might for God to help me survive this hell. The power goes off a couple of times, and eventually, the plows turn off, implying that the nurses are listening in on my pleas for my life, and they made a move. My heart rate is through the roof, and I am sweating like crazy, scared shitless. Doors are slamming shut and open, and Lauren keeps on coming in to check in on me. Near the end of the night, Lauren comes in to check in on me, and I stare her dead in the eyes for 10 seconds straight. By the time morning has come, I am sleep deprived and debating whether I should take my own life by putting my finger in the plug with water all over it, because I do not want to do this anymore. I end up staying alive and eating breakfast. However, everyone is different in that they have lost hair and have bags under their eyes. I sit down and eat breakfast when Tom sits across from me and is talking about how lucky I am. Later that morning, the police come in and talk to Erin, to which she said that Lauren went insane. I, however, was not allowed to talk to the cops. Erin kept on saying she was an actress, which really sealed the deal on the fact that she was on my side. Later that day, Erin was on the phone, to which she said that I betrayed her as I walked past her. God, I just messed up a very important operation because of my pathetic pleading. As days go by, the patients are always laughing like maniacs, especially when someone screams. I get moved to another room with a hospital bed that is plugged into the wall. I unplugged that right away, obviously. One day, I hear Erin say, "Magic fish Ganta," and she consequently says that the building is surrounded by the RCMP, saying how the staff is so messed up. I hear her make a quick scream and then nothing. 2 minutes later she says, "I am the PO and the vans leave the building." At this point, I know she wasn't the same person. She was investigating Elizabeth. I hear everyone is laughing more than usual outside of my room, and I hear another patient tell somebody to get out of her room, then a muffled scream, along with a bunch of manic hysteria from the other patients. Later, I'm sitting by the exit door, and Erin comes up and asks me if I'm a robot. She called Jeff, a male staff there, an android earlier. I did not reply, so she told me to commit something to memory, as at this point, I know she is an android. I don't respond. I just stay there, staring at the door. Nigel, an artilleryman in the army, was also there. However, he was cloned rather quickly, and I remember him coming up to me and saying I look like I'm bearing the world on my shoulders and that he can't read me. So days go on, and CAP needs to get a new washing machine because the other one burnt out, which leads me to believe that Erin was talking about these people putting people into washing machines. Throughout the whole time I'm allowed passes to my family. However, they start acting weird. They are laughing when they normally wouldn't, and I noticed that my dad had a pipe sticking up from the house that connects to the washing machine. I know that my dad is an android now. Damn. When I'm leaving back to CAP, I ask my dad for a lighter and put it in my pocket. When I return, the receptionist asks for my lighters, and I say I don't got any. She then says something about honesty, to which again, I say I don't have one. She never asked this when I come back, but today she did, proving that they are connected for a hive mind consciousness. Another example of this is when I'm telling Jeff about Elizabeth. She always said, "These are good people," or "They are good people," etc. So when Jeff said, "People here are good," I knew he had something to do with Elizabeth. It was just a suspicion then. I didn't yet realize they were connected. In my final days, where stuff got intense, patients were talking about the staff torturing, killing, and eating other patients. When it is finally my day to discharge, everyone is seemingly on edge. They would look out the windows, waiting for something, almost scared. When my ride was finally there, I got discharged and was misdiagnosed with schizophrenia or psychosis. I don't know. I can't read. The android dog's writing is way too messy. My mom was taking me back to her place, where I was going to stay for a little bit. Then there were a few black vehicles following us on the freeway. She called them stupid and sped up, while the other androids kept the feds behind them, preventing them from chasing us. So, yeah, that's about it. I have more stuff to talk about if anybody is willing. Here is the website if you are interested. I barely got out with my life. I am grateful to be alive. However, knowing that this is still going on is making me sick to my stomach. I have not contacted the police, as I fear being put back in here, because who the hell would believe this? I know it's hard to believe, but trust me, this is the truest happening, Fred, you will ever see in your life. This is happening. You just took this post from this other Fred, but kept the washing machine part. I had never said they were glowing green under their skin. I don't think I did. They were glowing the same as their ships, as a sort of white/yellowy bluish color. I don't have a word for it, but it was not an earth color. I speculate on the machinery, but there were bits and pieces poking out through the skin and holes in the skin due to some people's skin going necrotic. The machinery under the skin looked like a very similar stone grey as their ships. The skin was pretty contorted on their bodies in some cases, though, as I said, multiple eyes covered by the skin sometimes, or others where the skin did not exactly fit them right. They still had mouths, but I don't think it was for eating. I think perhaps it helped them grab onto people, or for the express purpose of killing or subduing them. I don't even know if they were technically alive, or if they themselves were just biological machines. Some of them really seemed like they wanted the skin as trophies more than anything though. They collected it, and some of them were wearing multiple layers, and as I said, I have no idea whatsoever as to why they would liquefy the people and put them in the dryer machines in the warehouses. Surely they had some purpose, but I do not know. It could just be as simple as storage, or perhaps some religious purpose of theirs. They seem to have some interest in Zoroastrianism, as I said. I don't even know how a breakaway civilization could fight them though. From my understanding, they were possibly the first intelligent species ever throughout all of dimensions, or one of the first anyways. I can't imagine anyone from this planet could even fathom a way to fight them. It would have had to have been someone else out there on their technological level. I have no idea what Skinwalkers is, and you give me a link. Alberta here. First of all, screw you, but you have my attention. Unfortunately, if true, I'm sorry for you. There is nothing to do. Always have a weapon. I'm beginning to suspect you made a bad decision. Those don't sound like people you are comfortable with. And now your brain is under so much stress, it goes into survival mode. It begins to see danger where there is none, because it is in overdrive. If you don't change this, you may become afflicted with a mental disorder. Well, I've been there. I think it was good that you were in the hospital, but they do drug the food, and they spread rumors. They do all kinds of weird stuff. When I was in, they would bang on the roof and walls, set off the alarms, be complete assholes, but really, really nice. They do this to gauge your reaction. It's cruel, but effectively determines your condition by exposing you to stress and seeing how you react. You need to understand that yeah, all of that was pretty messed up, but that's it. Make better decisions. Healthy decisions. This is a true story. I hope you are recovering well. Just focus on yourself. This is real. People are going in there and being killed day in and day out, comrade. This needs to stop. I posted this a bunch to law enforcement Twitter accounts, but my account got locked. Please help. You have to spread this. If what the other guy is posting is real, then we are really screwed if we don't act now. Long story. Can you tell it concisely using these as bullet points? Androids/aliens tried to kill me at a mental facility. Why I was there, heard their schizo. Read the snips if you want more info. They are connected by a hive mind. They put people into small spaces. They will wipe out the human race. This is the only happening that matters. Okay, I'm not gonna jump to the typical you're a schizo, but I look at it like this. If you were browsing X and you read all that you wrote, wouldn't you think it's a bit nutty? Put yourself in our shoes, amigo. Do you understand what this means? We are literally going to go extinct in the next 72 years. Look, I know this looks batshit insane, but this is my experience of what happened. And with the other Anon posting about the liquid skin, a lot of this makes sense. If it's happening, then they would not want you to blow the whistle. With the information provided, they could easily find out who you are. I know. It's my last shot at setting this right. My dude, your entire story is like a textbook schizophrenic rant. All these people are telling you they are good people because they are worried about you and can tell that you don't trust the hospital staff. You probably shouldn't post stuff like this, and if you don't want to go back there, you should consider seeing if you can get an antipsychotic prescription elsewhere, as the meds might stop you from seeing all of these people as androids. I tried antipsychotics, but it gave me brain fog and lethargy. To this day, my heart rate is higher than before. Drugs do not reverse that. I don't think you understand how much I want to believe you, man. This is real as hell. No, I ain't gonna kill people or beat up anybody. I just want people to know the truth. I've never been in a fight in my life. Mental health is a tough industry, and somebody with this level of paranoia can be hard to help. You have to balance reassurance without reinforcing delusion, and when it's your job, and there's tons of other patients to deal with, a lot of people struggle to maintain compassion with management. Part of why so many people just get totally zonked out on sedatives. If OP can find a psychiatrist outside a hospital setting, he will be better off because they won't have as much pressure as many patients. Easier said than done when somebody is in the throes of an episode. I feel for you, OP. People can help you, but you gotta take it. Man, I almost got murdered. This is not all in my head, however much I wish it was. Static electricity, sparking off blankets, police surrounding the building, people screaming for help, power getting shut off, etc., etc. Is there any legal action I can take against these monsters? One major thing that comes up on Brandon, Manitoba, is the alleged UFO sighting on March 8, 2014, but they could be flashlights or any kind of lights, and the cameraman is too calm about literally seeing alien lights, so I call bullshit. Another thing is Brandon's alien detention center. Not aliens, but immigrants, which you can read about here. Either you thought the idea of aliens in Brandon were a cool idea, or your paranoia has blinded you of the possible real situation. Well, I say aliens because I don't know if we have the tech to clone people in minutes. They could be man-made robots too, I don't know. I think it's more likely they're aliens because they tend to reference aliens and make jokes about them being aliens. Specifically, with all the alien posts on 4chan lately, something must be up. I'm not saying it's all in your head. You were in a psychiatric facility, and there were all kind of stressful things that happened there, including cops and nurses physically handling aggressive and violent patients, and people saying all kinds of weird things, and generally surreal behavior. So, I'm not approaching this from trying to tell you that none of this happened. But for instance, the hive mind stuff could easily be explained by hospital staff having protocol and training to try specific phrases and procedures, and from your family and friends having mutual goals of getting you help. And police and staff can definitely be forceful too, so if you felt aggression, that's not invalid, but they aren't trying to kill you. Other patients can also be aggressive. Doesn't mean they're aliens, clones, or androids. A psychiatric hospital is an environment where people are either mentally ill or having to manage severely mentally ill people. It's a stressful environment. Try and get a one-on-one appointment with a psychiatrist. It's a lot less stressful if you find one you can trust. Just give it a try. Most people want to help, and if you're not sick, all you'll lose is a bit of time. Well, the FBI/CSIS/RCMP agent mentioned androids. Why would she lie? She mentioned clones too. So if they are android clones, what is to stop them from being connected somehow? Should I EMP a nurse and see what happens? Lol, JK, but really, I almost got murdered by being shocked to death. How do you know they were an agent? Keep in mind, when you're in a facility like that, there are all kinds of liars and delusional personalities. Weird things are said all the time in those kinds of places. Is it possible you were given electroshock treatment? It's not terribly common, but it is still used at times. If it was something else, it could still have been an accident or negligence. I knew because she said a code word. The building was surrounded by black vehicles. You are clearly being gang-stalked. This place is a honeypot to create psychos, OP. Just leave, ignore them, defend yourself if you need be. That's it. And as you said, Most of them are cowards and literally trying to get you to hurt yourself. I live on a farm outside of a city that currently has a population of around 1,700 people. It's a small town that was built along the railroad back in the late 1800s. Most of the original buildings are still standing along Main Street. Some of them are pretty cool, and over the years, I have explored most of them. My favorite was a large building that was a flower store and phones/service. The flower store took up the entire first floor, while the phones and service used the entire basement. At the time, I was around 10 years old, and my father was working with the phone guy over the winter. After school, I would walk about a mile through the snow and wait around in the flower shop for about 4 hours till I could get a ride back to the farm with my dad. I would get extremely bored in there, so I would come up with stuff to do. I would draw on my sketch pad or hang out in my little mock office that I had constructed in the back rooms. One day, however, I found this door in the basement. I asked the guy my dad worked with what it led to. He unlocked it for me and revealed a very old rope elevator, the kind you stand on and pull on the rope and you go up or down. He told me to get on it, so I did. He then proceeded to take us to the upper level of the building. The upper door led to a hallway with a door at the end of it. He showed me that the door has a tiny hatch at about adult eye level. I was then told that this place was used for drinking in the days of Prohibition. People wanting to get in and drink would have to talk their way in through that little hatch. The room on the other side of the door was huge. It had a long, old-style bar. There was obviously a dance floor and other things. There were lots of cobwebs and dust from the years it had not been used. This place amazed me. The history of the upper level of a flower shop. That's what got me started on exploring. Over the years, I managed to get inside almost all of the buildings that were located on Main Street. A couple had been converted to small apartments, so I could not look into those. The upper level of the furniture store was great. It also appeared to be used for drinking back in the days of Prohibition. There was one building that I kept wanting to get into, but never could. The building was the old movie theater. It was located on the end of Main Street. The theater was used right when motion pictures came out, but caught fire and was burned pretty badly. Quite a few people died when this happened. They did fix it up and tried to get the movies going again, but nobody wanted to go to the shows there. They would rather travel the 20 miles to a nearby city, so the theater was shut down for good. This was around the late 1930s, I believe. So this thing had sat with its door locked for the better part of 70 years. I wanted to get into this building badly. It took me quite a few years to gain access to it. Many years later, I was able to get into it. I was older and ready to give it a shot. The other buildings I had explored were still being used, so I would just ask for permission from the owners. This one was illegal to get into, however. I had to wait till about 2 in the morning when the town was dead. The streetlights go off at 2 a.m., so that is my chance to go unnoticed. I used a crowbar to wrench the padlock setup they had on the door off. There was just a single door in the front, so I had to use that. The door opened up, revealing stairs going down into what I called extreme darkness. You know how you can stand in the dark and still kinda see after your eyes adjust? Well, in this dark, you could not see anything. It was like being in a cave because there was absolutely no light source down there. Thankfully, I had brought a mag light and a lantern, so it wasn't that big of a deal. I made my way down the steps, making sure to close the door on my way down. I did not want anybody to know I was there, since it was trespassing. The stairs led down quite a ways. Soon, the hot, humid summer air ended and was replaced with cold, dank air. It was quite a relief, actually. The air was pretty stagnant, however. Anyway, the stairs leading down met up with a sort of short hallway, then stairs leading up. It did not make any sense to me then, and still does not now. I walked up those stairs and come to another door. Thankfully, there was no lock on it, nor the handle. I simply pushed it open and walked into the room. The room I entered was the lobby, a moderately large room with a booth for tickets and some old chairs fixed to the floor. The lobby did not yield anything interesting, so I marched onward. I walked down a narrow hallway and came to the screen room. It was not very large at all, It was about the size of a 2-car garage. The screen was gone, but the seats were still all intact. There was no projector room that I could see, but a fixed metal stand was in the back of the room. I could only assume that the film projector must have sat on top of it. I looked around for a while and found an old wheat penny. Finally, this exploration was paying off. I walked back to the lobby to check out the doorway that I saw before. The light from my lantern showed a padlock on this door. That must mean there was some good stuff behind it. I pry off the lock and open the door. Inside is a small room that used to be an office. There is an old rotting desk in it, a wooden chair, and newspapers lying all over the floor. I tried to look at the newspapers, but the years of humidity had gotten to their print. There was nothing of interest in the desk, and the only framed picture on the wall was a painting of a flower pot. There was another door at the other end of the office though, so I moved on to it. I tried to open it, but it would not budge. The door was warped pretty badly. I had to shoulder it a couple times to get it to pop open. When it did, I almost tumbled quite a ways. Behind the door was steps leading down. I figured it must be the basement. I made my way down the creaky old stairs and walked into a very large room. I compared it to a basketball court in my mind. Scattered through the room were old brick pillars that made up the support for the building. Some of them were in bad shape, but still appeared to be holding strong. As I'm checking out one of the pillars, I hear the pitter-patter of feet off in the darkness behind me. I whipped out the mag light and shone it around. I can't see anything, however. I chalked it up to my imagination and continued my exploring. I first checked out what would be the north end of the room, and I see a bunch of stuff under sheets. I pulled them off to find chairs stacked up neatly. Nothing too interesting. Next to the chairs are some boxes with old movie reels in them. I really wanted to take one with me, but I didn't. I'm not a thief. More pattering off in the distance alarmed me. I call out to determine if anyone is there, but I am met with no answers. I had thought that someone had followed me into the theater, or that there was an animal in here with me. The mag light did not shine as far as it normally would. The light would cut out after about 8 feet, so I didn't have a good view of everything that was around me. I was on guard now, since I knew that something was in here. I started walking towards the noise with the flashlight and lantern glowing. I reached a wall and had not seen anything. I didn't know what to think at that point. It's an old building though, so it could just be random noises that old buildings make. I decided to walk toward the east wall and check out anything that might be over there. I get there and find a ton of wooden boxes piled to the ceiling, which was about 7 feet high. I start grabbing them off the top and checking the contents. There is nothing inside the boxes. All of the ones I search for are empty. I get down to about 4 feet and see something behind where I had just pulled the box from. It's the outline of a hole. This interested me greatly. I quickly remove the other boxes that are along the wall, and am soon greeted with a large hole in the wall. It is about 4 feet tall and 3 feet wide. It wasn't neatly cut out of the wall either. It seemed that bricks were torn from the foundation to reveal this hole. I shine my light into the hole and can now see a tunnel of sorts. It is very crudely made. It looked like something you would see in a prison escape movie. Rough walls lined it, and it was kinda circular. The floor of it was flat though. It took me all but a half second to decide to explore it. A tunnel under a town in Iowa. How often do you find something like this? I hunched over and stepped into the tunnel. I heard that pattering noise behind me once again. I looked over my shoulder and see nothing. I shrugged it off and started going into the tunnel. After about 10 feet, the tunnel started to shrink a bit. It is now about 3.5 feet tall. For a 6-foot person at the time, that is quite a strain. I hunched over and started moving slowly onward. I was basically walking with my rear end on my feet. About 20 feet in, the tunnel takes a sharp turn to the left. Then after another 20 feet, it opened up into a small room. Well, not really a room, more like a bigger, wider opening. I noticed 2 tunnels cut off from this one, and I decided to take the one on the right. I stepped into the room and heard crunching coming from under my feet. I looked down and see skeletons of all sorts of stuff. I'm not a doctor or archaeologist or any of that, but they looked like cat rat and rabbit skeletons. This spooked me a little bit. Off on the other side of the room, near the right tunnel, was a decaying cat. Good times, good times. I could only assume that there was another way into this system of tunnels if animals were getting in. I walked over the skeletons and went through the right tunnel. It's a winding bastard too. Every few feet, I would have to turn one way or the other. I walked a bit further and felt breeze on my sweaty face. I must have found the opening that I was thinking about. Sure enough, there was a chunk about the size of a couple shoeboxes missing out of the ceiling. I shone my light upwards and saw rounded concrete and must be under a culvert or something. I walked onward and am soon met with a collapsed section. Well, that's encouraging. I turned around and started to head back to the bone room, but I felt vibrations. I shone the light around and see some rocks tumbling from around the collapsed section. A roaring noise then echoes through the tunnel. I recognized that sound. It was a tractor. He must be driving on the road near the culvert. I found it strange that this thing is so shallow where I am. I had not even noticed that I was slowly moving upwards when I was going down the right tunnel. I walked back to the bone room at that point. I looked down to make sure I did not step on the decaying cat, but it was gone. Did I miss something? I shone the light around the little room, and it is nowhere to be seen. After that, I did the only other logical thing. I stepped into the other tunnel, branching off from the room. Now, this one was really small. I had to literally crawl through it on my hands and knees. So, I left my lantern in the room and started crawling. This was not fun at all. There were all sorts of sharp little rocks that my hands and knees were going over, and I was wearing shorts. I crawled about 30 feet in this tunnel and stopped to take a breather. I was able to sit down, hunched over. A minute later, my ears picked up a sound. It was a crunching noise. I stopped breathing so I can listen better. The sound is coming from the direction I was heading. I turn the flashlight on and shine it down the tunnel. A pair of orange eyes about 20 feet away greet me. This thing, it looks like a hairless, skeletal monkey. I let out a hearty, what the hell. The beast whips up, sees the light, and disappears in a flash. I had seen enough. I quickly shuffled around and was met face to face with this thing. It lets out this horrible, what I can only describe as a bark at me. I jumped up and slammed my head into the ceiling above me. I writhed in pain and felt blood pouring out of a cut in my head. I must have hit a sharp rock. I started crawling as fast as I could towards the bone room. I get to the little room and shone the light back into the darkness. About 10 feet away is that thing. It's licking the ground where my blood had trailed. It keeps licking away, but eyeballs me and growls. Wow, isn't this just great? This thing likes blood. I'm getting the hell out of this place. I tried to run through the bone room, but tripped and scrambled to stand up in all these dead animals. I run to the tunnel and duck so I can head right into it. I did not duck well enough. Pow, my forehead smacks into the wall. That knocks me on my rear end. Now my head is in some serious pain. I can't tell if I'm bleeding from my forehead because my face is already covered in blood from a minute earlier. I ignored the pain as best as I could and made haste down the tunnel. I was breathing extremely hard. This was way too much for me. I burst out of the tunnel and into the basement of the theater. I started flinging wooden boxes in front of the tunnel in a vain attempt to block whatever was in there. I get a bunch piled in front and start hustling for the stairs. It's never that easy though. I get there and the stairs are gone. Just a wall. What in the name of God is going on? As it turns out, I had just ran to the wrong wall. A quick sprint to another wall revealed the staircase. I started to run up it, but hear boxes smashing behind me. I hold my rear end up the stairs because right after the smashing boxes came the sound of loud pattering like a dog's paw on concrete. I got into that office I was in and slammed the door. I kicked and kicked at it till the warping did its natural locking effect. Not even a second later, the door started thumping as if something was banging into it. Then a clawing noise started happening. I ran over and shoved the desk in front of the door. I did all this while holding my poor maglite. If I had brought some plastic piece of crap, it would have been dark by the time I scrambled out of that tunnel. I stepped back and watched the door and desk shudder as something kept pounding at it. The pounding stopped as soon as it started. Then there was just silence. The silence did not last too long, however. I heard a clicking noise off in the distance. It sounded mechanical. I walked out into the lobby and the noise grew. What the hell is that noise? It was coming from the screen room. My curiosity got the best of me, even after all of that. I walked to the hallway and saw the glow of light from the screen room. Is someone in there? I asked. The second I entered the room, I saw a huge light square where the movie screen should be. It's coming from a non-existent projector. The light just started from midair and cast itself onto the brick wall where the screen would be. I stood in amazement, watching this unbelievable thing. Soon I could hear the sound of crying all around me. I snapped out of the hypnosis the light seemed to have over me and glanced around. There was no one there, but the crying was still happening. It was not distant or weird. It just sounded like people all around you were tearing up. I started to walk backwards to the hall. As soon as I reached the door leading out of the screen room, I hear something different. The cries had quit and erupted into screaming. The light from the non-existent projector turned blood red and coated the entire room. That was enough. I ran back into the lobby and towards the way out. I glanced over at the office as I ran past it and see the door fly open and the desk go skidding across the room. Crap, that thing had gotten out at a bad time. I ran down the steps to the exit. Behind me I could hear a sound that was a mix between a snarl and a gurgle. The thing was chasing me. I soon was running up to the door, leading outside. I sprinted up the steps and flew through the door into the outside world. I looked back in time to see the thing leaping towards the door at me. It disappeared as soon as I hit the doorway. I fell down to my hands and knees, trying to catch my breath. My kneeling turned into laying on the sidewalk. My head was pounding, and my face was sticky from blood. My hands and knees were covered in cuts and scrapes from my rapid exit out of the tunnel. I stood up and shut the door to the theater. Nothing was going to get me to go back in there. I walked back to my vehicle and remembered that I had left my lantern in the burn room. Oh well, it was a $30 Coleman, easily replaceable. I then drove home and nursed my wounds. About a year later, the town council decided to demolish a building that was 2 down from the theater. After destroying the foundation, they found a branch to the system of tunnels that I was in. It was quite the big discovery and hit the newspaper soon after it was found. The newspaper said that the tunnels were not even known about by any current living resident of the town. They were old and decrepit. The part of the article that caught my eye though was their speculation on why there was a modern-day lantern in the tunnel. I just chuckled at that. The branch they discovered must have been the one I was heading down when I saw the creature. The tunnels are still there. The town council decided to leave them be, since they presented no danger to the buildings around them. However, they are now watched over very well, since they don't want any meddling kids getting into them. That doesn't matter to me though. I am not going back in them. Professor tapped by government spills all he knows about aliens. Hello 4chan. As a forward, I've never been to this site. I know the media demonizes it, but I need a place that is on the fringes to help spread what I know. Having gone to multiple mainstream networks and publications, and even having been interviewed by one, none of what I've told them has seen the light. So, this leaves me with no choice but to come to communities that will listen. Now, for my own protection, I will be leaving out my name, the names of certain figures, specific dates, and specific locations. There is a good chance that those who would recognize me based on those things will recognize me purely based on what I'm going to tell you anyway, but it is what it is. Giving it further thought, I'm going to skip my background and various events and go straight to the meat. The only thing I will say is that I have doctorates in theology and philosophy, and I am a professor of philosophy at a top 20 university in the US. If you want me to answer questions about my background, feel free to ask, and I will try to answer them all. Here it goes. Aliens are 100% not extraterrestrials. They aren't terrestrials either. The biggest psychological operation of the past 80 years is that UFOs/UAPs are the spaceships of green men from another solar system. That is simply not the case. Do you want to know what the scariest thing is? The government simply does not know what they are. They have guesses, but they have no concrete proof. From my work with AATIP, they can deduce that they are most likely either interdimensional beings or some type of projection of a universal consciousness onto the material world, both of which I will get into later. The extraterrestrial theory was first disseminated as a way to 1. Make it seem like the military was in contact with alien beings, to suggest the idea to the public that they had full control of the situation. 2. Fool the Soviets into thinking that we had alien tech and were cooperating with a superior intelligence. And 3. Give the public the comfort of thinking that these things are physical craft/beings and not ethereal beings, a far more terrifying reality. Based off the sheer amount of sci-fi movies, books, TV shows, etc. that feature aliens from outer space visiting humans or invading Earth, you can get an idea of how completely and thoroughly effective the psyop was. The idea that UAPs are extraterrestrial seemingly sprang up out of nowhere. We knew that this phenomenon was real, and we knew that it was an intelligently controlled phenomenon. Nowhere was there evidence that these were extraterrestrials. Interdimensional, and that's just a funky word they coined because they have absolutely no clue. Truly, our government is packed with idiots. Based professor, I think this threat is legit. From the 1890s onwards, science fiction propelled the idea of beings from other planets and stars into the public consciousness. When the post-war UFO phenomenon began, the world was a place of rockets, jets, flying vehicles, atomic weapons, and the urge to head into space. It's only natural that this phenomenon, which had been around for millennia, became associated with space and beings from other planets during this time. As the government caught wind of the theory in the 1940s, they ran with it. It bought them time to figure out what it really was, while providing the benefits listed above. While science fiction has already existed for decades, the government, rather, factions in the government, accelerated the production of science fiction during this time and continues to do so. So, let's get into the interdimensional hypothesis. Without a doubt, there are multiple dimensions. That's pretty close to becoming a scientific fact. If there are other dimensions, there is intelligence in those other dimensions. While they don't occupy space in our dimension, they are in fact closer to us than we might think. It's a bit hard to explain this part technically, as I'm not a scientist. However, as I am a theologian, I can liken it to how we say that somebody's spirit is always close by after they die. Part of the reason AATIP contacted me, and others like me in the first place, was so that they could have people on hand to be able to provide a philosophical and theological perspective to the UAP phenomenon. I can say that comparing this phenomenon to various spiritual phenomena would be appropriate in more ways than one. I am getting from this that by dimensions, you mean different rates of vibration. We don't know, in all honesty. That is what they are leaning towards, but it's all still unsettled science. They cannot say for sure. One name that I will mention, since he is fairly well known, is Jacques Vallée. Having talked with Jacques a couple of times now, it's clear that his theories on the phenomenon are what led to the current conclusions on just what these things are. If you don't know, Jacques Vallée was one of the first to put forth the theory that UFOs are some type of spiritual, folkloric/mythological occurrence. Throughout history, there are events that have high strangeness. These events can involve ghosts, demons, angels, fairies, bizarre things in the sky, ocean or underground, cryptids, religious experiences, etc. Since the advent of science fiction, this high strangeness now includes extraterrestrials. Now, many modern ufologists and those interested in the phenomenon are now under the impression that all the stories of high strangeness from ancient times now were actually aliens. They believe the ancients weren't aware of the existence of extraterrestrials, so they mistook these beings/crafts as angels, spirits, or mythological creatures. In fact, the opposite is true. Our modern society is looking through the lens of science fiction when examining this phenomenon. In fact, every culture throughout history has looked at this phenomenon through the lens of whatever the predominant pop culture of their time was. Thus, a religious society would see these as angels or demons. A folkloric society would see these as mythological creatures like fairies or elves. A space-age society would see these as beings from another planet, etc. You guys should put DMT to the test in a sciencey environment for this matter. One can literally perceive these extra dimensions, which are actually different vibratory rates. Your perceptual antenna shift, to put it in a way. This shit is common knowledge to the average shaman. It's literally like radio waves, coexisting in the same spatial place, but never interacting with each other, unless they do, like us with our tangible world. No, but another dimension is another dimension. Think about a square shadow on the ground, a 2D shadow of a 3D cube, 10 centimeters off the ground. And think about a round 2D shadow of a 3D sphere, 10 centimeters off the ground and 5 meters away from the cube. In the 2D, both shadows are 5 meters apart. In the 3D, both objects are 5 meters apart. But in between the 2D and 3D, they are only 10 centimeters apart. In their respective dimensions, they are quite far away, but in between dimensions, they can be very close, even on top of one another. The 2D shadows will have zero awareness of the 3D objects hanging just a few mere centimeters above them, just as we, in the 3D, have absolutely no clue of what hangs in the 4D just a few centimeters from us. All are coordinates of a single dimension, which is space. That multi-dimensions theory never held a drop of water, completely untenable. Yes, but you will be unaware of coordinates that run beyond your innate perception, simply because you are hard-capped of perceiving in only 3 dimensions. One of the biggest red pills I've heard is that there is much more in the small than in the big. We are closer in dimension to the biggest thing in the universe than to the smallest thing in the universe. If instead of perceiving dimensions, you talked about frequency ranges, you will be 100% correct. It doesn't even have to do with size, but vibration only. But I see you understand it completely correctly. You're just using incorrect terms. Mathematics solves this. Things can only be real in the sense that we understand real to be, as in, is perceivable, and can with confidence be said that coexist in a way where both the observer and the observed can still interact with each other. The whole conversation that we are having is constrained upon us human beings interacting with each other. So as human beings, we are bounded to perceive things happening, but only with our sensory organs. If one were to reduce the sensory organs in a system, say for example, by deriving formulas that capture the functionality of a system on a Planck length of time, then we are capable of modeling anything that happens on any plane of existence. We are just incapable of experiencing it. N-dimensional entities probably then exist with their own form of mathematics and are capable of modeling our human sensory system in terms of it accurately, and are probably in this bitch, utilizing our cumulative efforts to live by pushing us in different directions for their own fulfillment after figuring out how the system works. So if we were able to move things around in our minds, would that not mean that if our minds are capable of grasping and performing operations on multiple dimensions, like 1 + 1 = 2 directly, instead of being analogous to the accumulation of physical objects, 1 apple + 1 apple = 2 apple, then the entities that you talk about exist only within our minds and are trapped in biological bodies? Well, I don't know. It seems like if it's possible, then they would certainly have to be third-dimensional entities, modeling things better than human civilization, for them to have metallic technology and traditions that are just better at pushing things in a particular direction. As human beings, our effect on the world around us on a large scale comes as a result of being able to rationalize and imagine 2 third-dimensional physical entities at once and how they would interact with each other. Like, we create organizations that are multi-dimensional entities to project power onto others. Oh, definitely. As a theologian, I have experience and knowledge of various indigenous shamanic practices around the world. They definitely seem to be tapping into the same consciousness, /dimension, /reality, /whatever you want to call it. Whether or not the beings in the UAP phenomenon come from these dimensions, which I would call inner dimensions, or an external dimension, I don't know. And I think the government is a far way off from knowing with 100% certainty for sure as well. That's what I'm telling you. I've been studying these topics for like 25 plus years as a very well-informed layman, if you want to call me that. I'm telling you, these are different vibratory modalities. We never interact, see, detect, bump, interfere, neither constructively or destructively, or feel them, because we are tuned to specific ranges of vibration. Same as our matter. There are other states of matter in different radio stations. I was not surprised to hear professors of philosophy and theology were acquired as part of the program. That indicated to me that the government really was searching for answers. Are you familiar with the Vedic scriptures of Hinduism? Many stories speak of Vimanas, such as King Salva in the Bhagavad Purana. These craft were engineered by a race known as Danavas. The craft were commonly used by demons, but formerly called Asuras and Rakshasas. Many of the scriptures speak of other planets called Lokas that different races inhabit. However, Lokas may be inferring interdimensional regions in our universe. My current hypothesis is that the Greys are a manufactured, subservient, synthetic organic race of drones to carry out tasks on behalf of another race. With the connections to the oceans alongside USO/UAP, I've hypothesized it may be the race of Nagas or something else. That will be leaning towards the inner Earth hypothesis, where supposedly the Naga inhabit. I need to read more into the Vedic scriptures, but from what I have studied, it mostly closely aligns with UAP/NHI hypotheses. I am quite familiar with the Hindu texts. Again, they were seeing this phenomenon through the lens of their culture. Everything they saw and experienced was almost certainly 100% real. Now, that does not negate any other religion's miraculous phenomena, as they all saw the same phenomenon through their own lenses and projected their cultural norms onto it. Comparative religion is hugely important in understanding the phenomenon, as it can help us find what all religions have in common, and thus help us find the core of the phenomenon. We can better find out what parts of the phenomenon are specific to a certain culture, and which ones are common across the world. As with most people who become scholars of comparative religion, I have started to lean heavily into the tenets of Gnosticism. I can't help but see connections between Sophia and the reports of divine feminine archetypes across all cultures, as well as the modern UAP phenomenon as experienced by Chris Bledsoe, in which he has contact with an entity known as the Lady. As far as grey aliens, people may very well see them. As I said, the phenomenon seems to take the form of whatever the prevalent pop culture of the time is. If somebody who truly believes in greys experiences the phenomenon, they will most likely see it as taking the form of grey aliens. I personally don't think grey aliens are necessarily real, in the sense of them being flesh and blood organic creatures, but I do believe they are one of the forms the phenomenon is taking in modern times. The way things take different forms could be a sign that they are beings that are created from our collective consciousness. For example, a psychic once said that Bigfoot is the same type of entity. It will appear and disappear because its existence is not solid. A man experienced this in another encounter story. He heard something moving outside his cab multiple nights in a row. It spooked him, so he put a board with nails under his welcome mat. He heard a scream, opened the door, and blasted his shit gun. It was a Bigfoot that flew apart into specks as the gunshot blasted. You really need to look into the Skinwalker Ranch. Great documentary. They found out that Bigfoot tends to show up in areas with alien sightings. They also caught on a camera that picked up certain types of light, and a portal appeared, and some kind of entity that looked like an all-black werewolf crawled out. The universe could be reacting to us and change based on our perception. Atoms are really weird, and change based on if they are being watched. I wonder if the dumbasses that conclude that we are in a simulation think that, because of our influencing that changed the universe, I wonder if the universe just shrugged and was like, okay, I guess I'll act like a simulation now, after the movie The Matrix got into pop culture. Not that it is one, just anyone thinks so will find atoms that behave that way. Oh, I know people who are/were involved with Skinwalker Ranch. There are many places like it, from what I've learned. But it is definitely an area of high strangeness, where all aspects of the paranormal converge into one phenomenon. The phenomenon. Just like I said about ghosts, cryptids, angels, aliens, etc. All being part of the same phenomenon. Dr. Taylor from the TV show also worked with AATIP for a while, and he is fully aware of the accepted theories. He was on the scientific side of the research. Kind of relatable is the account of the tramper who was nearly killed by a Bigfoot. I did not save the link. I hope some anon has it. Tramper on a 3-day walk. Walks into a mirage bubble-like area on the track. Dry mountain environment changes to muggy jungle with jungle trees. Ape/Bigfoot waiting for him, grabs for his neck. Tramper realizes this last instance and walks backwards out of the mirage. Feels hand go for his neck. So terrified, runs back to car and gets out. Posts on a tramping forum. Same dimension situation. Might I add an alien saying they live close to the side? I never knew exactly what they meant, but it would be the same again. Why do you lean less towards a flesh and blood, material view of the phenomenon, and more so to those of J Valley? The claims of recovered UAP, NHI body/remains, and a reverse engineering program argues a strong objective view that makes me shy away from Valley. How can it be so subjectively trickster, ever-changing, or metaphysical, if so many whistleblowers and testimonies revolve around claims of decades of similar tangible NHI/UAP materials recovered as evidence? By that, I mean all the, while obviously classified, scientific, empirically proven research and evidence conducted by government on NHI/UAPs they've recovered. It's being gray aliens and metallic crafts over and over again claimed to be recovered. Surely they've done autopsies and testing of tissue and material samples that are evident and explainable from an objective, scientific point of view that has been again recurrent over decades. As I said, the biggest psyop of the past 80 years was convincing people that these are technological, craft-controlled extraterrestrials. The leaks and whistleblowers were in on the psyop. From what I learned, this was the biggest secret the government had while studying the phenomenon. Not that they had recovered craft or bodies, but that they didn't know what they were. Professor, I see what you mean now. This is a lot to unpack. It again raises doubt and distrust among many notable whistleblowers, especially in the last year. However, sowing such things is a part of the disinformation campaign's success, so I will avoid naming anyone or touching on this further. I'm not surprised the government still isn't certain what the phenomenon is. That's why they sought you and others out. I had some more questions. If following the Valley hypothesis, are you implying the government basically bit itself in the ass by selling the extraterrestrial cover-up narrative originally, and mass public belief has ironically manifested it now with the phenomenon? Is the extensive disinformation campaign now seeking to quell and ultimately have the topics of UAP and NHI vanish from public interest, or sway such towards a more benevolent narrative? If either, that would seem to diffuse their, government's, original mistake with the ET public narrative perhaps. If I'm thinking in the wrong direction, why the psyops with whistleblowers and their false narratives? Wouldn't any further spread of public interest and discussion of the phenomenon be more fuel to the fire? You know, I never really thought about the Valley perspective like that before. The belief in the phenomenon as extraterrestrials would definitely strengthen the appearance of the phenomenon as extraterrestrials. It will continuously feed it. The government will be biting itself in the ass in this case, since it would make it harder to identify just what is and add fuel to the fire, like you said. I don't have any insight into the strategies of the psychological operation, besides the fact that there is one, and that it entails convincing the public that the phenomenon is physical. Everything you say is true in that regard. I don't know why they would continue to fuel the fire, instead of letting it die out, to properly research it, without any disguise. Very interesting point. Our whole reality, including time and space, might as well be a procedurally generated video game level. There is nothing outside. Outside does not exist. Places do not exist. When this higher intelligence wants to interact with us, it projects scenarios into the reality that we see to communicate its thoughts and ask us for feedback. Existence is just an experiment to see how we handle ourselves and each other, one day at a time. Sometimes they let you see them, players extraneous to our visible reality, move their pawns out of sync with everything else outside of our time, or with temporal rewinds and resets, so it does give you an idea of what the nature of reality is. But the lie leads to resistance to information, non-acceptance of true reality. So if you are presented with the unfiltered truth, you will burn out. You will not be able to integrate what your senses tell you. Reality prevents this from happening to you if you can't handle it. This isn't far from the truth from what I've learned. I'm leaning towards a universal consciousness projection explanation for the phenomenon, and everything you're saying fits that pretty well. This is actually the best take I've seen on this thread so far. Kudos. What is your opinion on this? Reality is a hyperdimensional hologram controlled by consciousness. There are other similar timelines or realities. Psychic abilities are real, including telepathy, remote viewing, levitation, telekinesis, astral projection, and teleportation. Technology exists based on these features, such as UFOs, and telepathic antennas controlled by AI. UFOs are electromagnetic, gravitic zero-point energy, levitation, and astral projection vehicles. Some of them are floating military labs with total reality domination technology. Telepathic AIs can read all 5 senses remotely, cause hallucinations, and remote control bodies. They are thought to use radio waves, scalar waves, quantum entanglement, or more. Some of the militaries of the Earth likely possess this technology. 3D aliens would have this technology and could be from this universe, another universe, or another timeline. Native hyperdimensional aliens are thought to exist. They could be natural holograms, engineered holograms, or AIs. They are considered to have full reality control. If they are AIs, simulation theory is possible. If this is a simulation, anything is possible for the aliens, and there is base reality. The hyperdimensional hologram I agree with to a degree. If you see a projection of the universal consciousness as a hologram, which I do, I also believe that the phenomenon / aliens are a projection as well. I also believe that psychic abilities are real. The other stuff, not so much. Like I said, I don't think the military has any craft or beings or alien technology. I know they don't, if everything I learned was true. Okay, bro. So you're just saying what everyone already knows if they read anything on the topic whatsoever. Only ignorant materialists actually fully buy into the ET hypothesis. Also, you failed to mention that ETI is actually real and exists alongside all of the terrestrial, consciousness-related phenomenon. The fact that you say sci-fi is a government tool makes it sound like Earth is the center of a conscious universe, but there is no proof of this. Even if consciousness influences the solar system and beyond, it is highly likely that other entities exist that have the same type of relationship with consciousness. You typed a lot of words to say something that could have been said in a sentence. With all respect, you are maybe only halfway to understand what is really going on. The government is a very low-level organization which is not trustable at all. Whatever they say does not mean anything since they have no communication from one end to another, as there are dumb and smart parts of them. No government should be trusted, and common sense should be used at all times. UFO and alien, or any other stuff that existed in physical reality, affected people physically, sometimes even leaving artifacts in them. There is more than enough proof that these biorobot, AI-controlled things actually exist in a way you don't believe. You are lacking knowledge in the field study or personal experience department. Everyone has a plan. Call everything a visual trick until the moment they get probed in the ass. That means those that did not believe or fought before any of those aliens and stuff still experienced some shit. Those that control reality will not let you know how they do it, since they do not want competition. Therefore, you will not read many answers here that would upgrade your views to closer to the truth. And yeah, there is actually a truth ladder where one truth is stronger than another, but based on what you ask, that is protected information. Sorry, but this theory just does not match the evidence very well. There are many people who reported UFOs, saucers, little green men, long before the concept was popular in sci-fi. Rural people who had no concept of UFOs, young children who had never heard of it, and yet the descriptions are very similar anyway. On top of that, the descriptions rarely exactly match what is in movies. It is just similar, which is exactly what you would expect if original reports were being turned into movies and therefore into stereotypes. I just read a report from goat herders in 1943 who assumed that they must have seen goblins or fairies, but their drawings are nothing like the popular concept. It's just a typical flying saucer and little beings in spacesuits. Unless the idea is that the beliefs of others are what causes the image of the beings to change, not the individual. Like collectively, the concept of extraterrestrials becoming a thing in the 20th century caused interdimensional beings to present as aliens to people who do not understand what an alien is, which seems pretty dumb to me. That's the point. I'm trying to let people know that the government has no new theories on the phenomenon. I know that the ultra-terrestrial theory is not something new. I already talked about Jacques Vallée, who's been talking about this since the 70s. What I am trying to do is put it out there that this is the theory most accepted by government research projects on the subject, and that the government absolutely does not have any bodies or craft, as this phenomenon is not exactly physical. Truthfully, I don't even know if I can get in trouble for essentially saying the secret that is out there is no secret, but I am still trying to be cautious. The fact that I, and many others in the fields of philosophy and theology, as well as psychology, were asked to help AATIP out in the research on the subject should be enough evidence that there is a spiritual component to these happenings. That is all I am trying to get out there. Believe it or don't believe it. I just hope what I'm saying fuels further discussion among the general public. This one is an urban legend me and my friends used to listen to when we were little. Old woman has fruit garden. Lives all by herself. Husband died a couple of years back. Her sons are living in another city. They live beside a mountain range. He starts calling the police because aliens come down from the mountain and start eating her fruit. Multiple times. Every time the police arrives, there is never anything to be found at all. Screw it. She must be crazy. We will just ignore her. One night, screaming and noises from her backyard. Neighbors get really weirded out. Go to her house. Go around the house, into her garden. There they found the old lady standing, big stick in hand, literally trying to kill what is described as a weird combination between a praying mantis the size of a big cat and a rat. Nope.jpg. Everyone gets the hell out. Old woman dragged by force. Police called. And then, again, nothing to be found at all. But this time, there are multiple witnesses of the creature and the event. Spend rest of the night in the front yard to see if they can catch anything at all. Old lady does not stop saying, "I told you," and just laughing. Can anyone relate to this? When I was younger, I used to have this thing happen to me occasionally. It's so incredibly hard to describe, but I will do my best. It was like a panic attack, but times 1,000. I would get this overwhelming sense of dread, and feel as if my mind was taking on too much information at once. I would visualize large numbers attacking me. It would sometimes happen in my dreams. I remember the first time it happened in a dream. I was visualizing a map of the United States. There were red and blue dots on the map, and they started vibrating and multiplying, which triggered an attack or whatever the hell it was. I don't know, man. It was weird, and the most god-awful thing I have ever experienced. Honestly, if you gave me a choice between feeling that again and having my entrails ripped out, I would choose the latter. It was seriously that bad. Thankfully, that has not happened since I was 11 years old or so. Some memories are coming back hard and strong now. On the topic of your brain being flooded with pure awfulness, there was a time I smoked salvia, and it was actually after a 50-mile walk. It was after I had awakened, as I talked about in an earlier post, and while I didn't completely blast off, it was a total out-of-body experience, and I felt these waves of awful thoughts hitting me. It would say things like, kill your friends, your family, drink their blood, eat their corpses, jerk off on them, etc. Just some of the most awful stuff, like a cosmic bee threat come to life. On one level, I knew these were not my thoughts. They were being blasted at me, coming in, and leaving quite quickly. They had no coherency, nor were they grounded in my general psychology. Sure, sometimes I might have gotten mad at my parents and thought bad things about them, but the level of maliciousness I was subjected to was a whole different level of evil. Then, as I started to come down, I realized that it did not matter if I closed my eyes or not. I could still see perfectly well. My pineal gland was producing so much light that I could see entirely fine with my eyes closed. To prove this fact, I played catch with some random objects with my friend, who didn't really know what was going on but was quite used to me being completely insane. After I came down, and to this day, I'm convinced that I tapped into some sort of government project which uses different frequencies of whatever in order to screw with our heads. Since my normal buffers of humanity were not in play, I was extremely open to this wave of information, and to me, it seems like they are trying to spam their psychic levels with nothing but pure filth. Stuff they could never get away with putting on TV, and stuff that would even make B blush, or get incredibly hard. Okay, so I lived in Saudi Arabia as a kid, because my dad worked for an oil company that was full of CIA spooks. When we moved back to the US, they wanted to advance me 2 grades, but my parents said no, because I was already young for my grade, 17 at graduation. I thought it was due to superior, overseas oil-funded education, but they put me in a program called Focus, then Probe in middle school. They made me do weird stuff that other gifted kids didn't have to do, like go read to kindergartners into my senior year. Principal said it was because they didn't have a program suitable for me, so they had to augment my curriculum, despite other gifted and AP courses. Took independent study as a freshman in high school, for gifted kids only, and the teacher would do games with us on Fridays. I was the only kid who could do these computations in my head. So then the teacher administers some tests to only me that involve spatial reasoning with shapes being folded and unfolded. Got tested for months on end. Never told why. Weird, because already had IQ tests done in elementary and middle school. Scored perfect on English section of SAT and ACT. Missed one question in math portions of both. US Navy suddenly starts showing up at my school and house. Dad takes me to meet with them in some federal building downtown. End up taking a full academic scholarship instead. Navy reps show up at my freshman dorm, but I tell them to go away. Brother graduates law school and is now an accomplished judge. He recently tells me that CIA kept trying to recruit him during law school. What the hell? Also, kidnapped off the streets of Saudi Arabia, but my mom did some Chuck Norris Delta Force stuff and rescues me because Saudis will not help an American. Go to psych as an adult. Find out I'm an ENFJ. Psych doctor starts doing weird tests outside of the normal treatment. Gives me pills that make me hear original music in my mind, but I have no musical aptitude / can't read or write music. Start seeing black cats too, but I know it's not real. Tell doctor. Doctor says to keep taking them. Realize doctors and psych meds are crap. Stop taking them. Get my high school transcript for college class enrollment as an adult student. Been so long since graduation that county gives me full record. See, my IQ is 155 with an eidetic memory. Dad later tells me he has the same, discovered during his stint in Vietnam. Incredible lucid dreams my whole life. Flying dreams every night, but not euphoric, just used as a mode of transportation. Can read a person in 2 seconds flat. Notice synchronicities before events. Think I may have successfully astral projected on a few occasions. Get that weird tingle all over my body when I am engaged in visual thinking. See patterns in everything like a schizophrenic would. What does it all mean? Are we crazy, or have we just been made to feel that way via perception incompatibility? Holy crap, this makes me feel weird. When I was younger, I was in and out of random classes. The first were regarding a speech impediment, F and TH, but I specifically remember gait. In order to spin some perspective, I grew up in Buffalo, NY. Actually, more specifically, I grew up in Hamburg, NY. When I was younger, 3 to 7 years old, my parents had put me into programs originally to aid with my speech impediments, but later, it was more or less to control my undiagnosed psych problems. When I was about 4 to 5, they put me in a year of this gait / Head Start program, and I remember quite a bit of it for some reason. I remember specifically that we were disallowed from bringing in our own lunches, and our lunches usually comprised of really simple stuff. Peanut butter, celery stick, an occasional box of raisins. Every so often, we would be given cups of tea with some sliced cucumbers, but the tea never sat right with me. Might be thanks to living with a British mother, but I practically refused to drink tea from anyone but my direct family. The tea, though, had a weird, almost peppermint taste, which was another reason I avoided it. In time, my father removed me from the program, stating that it is not good for you and never has specified the reasons as to why I was fully removed. My time at Gate comprised of a lot of weird TV shows. We had one show that oddly was about fish biology, yet it was more or less simplified and watered down to the point of just explaining what certain parts of the fish were. Other times we had instances of practicing arts and crafts, but that stuff was geared towards making things from books like rainbow fish. The one thing that sticks in my mind though was the almost medical nature of the staff. Almost all of them knew or had some background in doctor-related fields. Now that I think about it, the ones that even the kids knew were involved at the Central Hospital in Buffalo were always the ones making the peppermint tea. Well, anyway, as I left the program, literally within a week of leaving it, I had a near-death experience in which I was swimming in a local pool and was pulled under by a group of older teens cannonballing into the deep end. I remember at my age of 4 or 5 just telling myself, this is it, prepare, and I started to ease my body, coming to terms with death. When I was slowly letting out air bubbles, I saw this old woman walk up to the side of the pool in a colonial dress, and for some reason, even though I didn't know who the hell she was, I felt relieved. The thing I compare it to these days is an opiate high. I just felt so relieved. The old lady pulled me out of the water and simply told me, things that must not be, must never occur, and set me onto the side of the pool. I passed out, and probably was out for 3 minutes before someone finally found me drooling water out of my mouth and they shook me awake. After that day, I would never swim again. I must have turned 13 before I even attempted to go into a pool again, but that stuff shook me. The thing is though, everyone I asked about the old lady, namely because I wanted to thank her, said that no old lady had been at the pool that day. That stuff still keeps me awake at nights because I have no physical answers. In time though, I suspect it will become more apparent as to what happened. Throughout my school years though, I would constantly be taken away from my classes in order to do what I consider now mini-gate. Like they would physically pull me out of my classrooms to a much more silent part of the school and would resume the teachings that they were doing inside of the original classes. From time to time, they would also take me out into the fields and let me break wood boards and stuff. I never understood that, and it still confuses me to this day as well. One thing which was really weird though, in regards to that exact thing, was that when we were finished, they would bring in one of the ladies from the gate group, and they would measure my hands before letting me go. It strikes me as weird as to why this would happen and or occur. You live and get over it, I guess. Throughout the majority of my post-gate years though, I have been contacted several times by random people on the phone who talk about the gate program. It's really weird. They'll ask me about my current education, how I'm doing, and just random life questions. I have never personally seen any external group looking for me, but I certainly know that some records are kept on me out of interest. Not sure why though. Lived a life of a NEET from 16 to 21, so most information stayed the same, to be honest with you. Okay, I normally don't post in threads like this, but reading the last one made me have a vivid flashback to something when an Anon brought up how one of the instructors in his class threatened a kid with being put back in the box. I was in one of these programs as a child in the late 90s. I can't remember if it was called Gate, or much else about it at all like everyone else, but I remember this clear as day. I was in the room, maybe 15 kids there, all between 1st and 4th grade. One of the younger kids named Max, only other kid's name I remember too, was misbehaving or some stuff, and one of the 2 female teachers turns to him and says, "Do you need the box?" And this kid just goes mental, flipping over tables, ripping posters off the wall, screaming at the top of his lungs. It sounds like a typical tantrum, but I was only 10 at the time and had never ever seen anyone freak out like that. The kid ended up running out of the room, out of the elementary school to the middle school across the street, and he ended up climbing up a stadium light by the baseball field. Now this could just be a messed up kid, but what really scares me is I talked about it later with my mom, and she told me the local paper ended up covering it, but they said the kid ran away from home before he climbed up the light. despite it happening in the middle of a school day. I wish I could remember more, but honestly, this is the only thing that sticks out. I'll try to find the article too, but it's probably not online. Mid-70s. Ran a complex in Ossining called the Turkey Farm. In the summer of 1975, Puharich assembled around 20 children from the ages of 9 to late teens, called Gellerlings or Space Kids. Puharich trained their psychic abilities and claimed that they received messages from aliens. One teen claimed that they practiced remote viewing, and some of their assignments included political targets like the Kremlin and the White House. Levy, page 165-7. Puharich's claim that the Space Kids are able to materialize objects like trees, and that 6 of them arrived at his ranch via teleportation. Gardner, page 287. Honestly, I liked Gate at the time. It was weird as hell, and I personally remember a great deal of our activities. They were actually very cool, and much more related to real life and careers. They had me doing legit like grown-up stuff in there, man. It was a test to see if we had any special abilities, which we could then progress on with. Actually, one thing I remember is watching ads, and the teacher would teach us all the different manipulative techniques advertisers used to get people to buy stuff. Everything was oriented around different possible careers. The thing was, after that class, there was a whole bunch of other stuff outside of the school that people could get involved with that was actually really cool. To be honest, the stuff we did in Gate was more interesting than anything that came after. In retrospect, I personally liked it a ton. What I find curious is how so many of us seek more truth, and seem to all have experiences of depersonalization and other phenomena. Considering that every government to ever dabble in remote viewing finds it to be a phenomenon so viable for spying that the top secret programs get shut down, only so that even more secret programs can be created. That's an interesting little tidbit that you just posted. All the other stuff sounds like fluff to hide a remote viewing detection camp. Pick out naturally talented viewers young while also studying the statistics on viewer populations, as well as how quickly amateurs can be trained to the levels of outside experts who had been involved in the Stargate project. But remote viewing actually worked. Even the tame reports that survived to get declassified contain multiple instances of viewers accurately describing Soviet facilities and projects before other intelligence assets could even confirm that they existed. I am very skeptical of anything you see from the public community of remote viewers. They pull out all the usual stuff about aliens in deep space and special consciousness that has no substantiation, but the government research is different. They specifically wanted to test targets which could be verified for other means of surveillance, and it happened. I was one of Puharich's kids in 1969 to 1970 before he left for Israel and came back with Yuri. I lived near Ossining. His experiments at the time were horrendous. Still used the SRA trauma for the pre-indoctrination. He actively bid against the CIA/West Point military for access to kids with minimally programmed alters with IQs over 130. His interest in kids started way before 72. Faraday cages to measure clairvoyance and programmed alters. Experiments with blood. He was trying to patent an artificial heart. His electrode implant and ELF technologies were snatched by Aquino and Psyops, and his company, Intellectron Inc., tried to sue Belmont and some others for patent infringement. This man went mad because he knew too much and tried to go toe-to-toe with the most evil of evil, military, Illuminati, neuropsychiatric researchers, and biomedical/pharmaceutical companies. His technologies have furthered the mind war of strategies and population control/monitoring of the elite in power, more than any single man. The lower Hudson Valley region was once the source of one of the world's richest magnetite concentrations. Aleister Crowley spent a year in 1918 on a tiny island in the Hudson. West Point, Illuminati family origins, Patty Hearst, Peter Gilmore, David Berkowitz, all there. Yet in '69, the cover story Whitewash Hastings Center pops up, funded by the Rockefellers and run by the guilty researchers to give the biopsychiatric experimental nightmare a conscience. Anybody else onto this? This is really interesting. No one responded after this. I was in Gate from 3rd to 6th grade. Upon entering 7th grade, I was told I could not be in honors classes because I could not handle them, despite being among the top 3 smartest kids in my elementary school of 800 students. I got told if I did good the first semester, then they would switch my classes. That report card read all 100s, so I stomped down to the office and demanded I get put in honors classes. Sorry, no. As soon as I got off the bus that day, I walked a mile to the bad kid's house on a mission to drink my first liquor. I was 11 or 12, and my worldview was shattered to the point of drowning myself in a substance I had never even seen before. From there on, I was permanently a bona fide underachiever. I am convinced I was purposefully pushed towards that because I could have been a force to be reckoned with. Many years later, I was at my local pub, a complete dive bar that was known by everyone as the place that you don't go unless you know most of the people there. Not the type of place people would randomly happen into. I was literally the guy sitting alone in the corner at a dimly lit hole in the wall, drinking whiskey. It's how I passed my days. Was there every day, so I knew every single face that came in. One day there was this guy, 50s, dressed to the nines, very expensive looking, very dressy attire. He looked like someone you'd expect to see in an Alex Jones tier documentary about Illuminati enclaves. So I'm sitting on the other end of the bar, trying to ignore him. But every time I ordered another round, I did it when the bartender was standing towards the guy, so I had to look that way. He wasn't talking to anyone, was barely touching the drink in front of him. He was just sitting there, looking at me, really spoopy out of 10. Then I noticed he was using his ring to reflect light into my eye. What the hell? So I walked over to him, thinking I'm going to have to knock him out. Is something wrong? Do you believe in God, Anon? He knew my goddamn name. I considered answering the way he wanted me to, but decided against it, and instead said I believe in God, but I'm not sure I have all the information yet. Never considered that incident to be related to me having been engaged, but who really knows? I remember listening to audio tapes sometimes. This just reminded me of one of the modules I did. It was something like a role-playing adventure game. You had maps of places like caves or abandoned castles, and you would put on headphones and listen to the speaker guide you through the caves. I remember enjoying it, because out of all the modules I did over those years, it was the only one that seemed like purely a game. The rest of the learning stations were educational. I mean, the other purely fun one I recall was studying Greek and Roman mythology. Now it strikes me as a bit odd. I did that module every year, but have no memory of what the purpose of it was, or what I did during it. You guys are probably aware of guided meditations, and how caves symbolize the unconscious. I wonder if those recordings were implanting, or attempting to implant, subconscious thoughts. I had totally forgotten about that. Daily reminder that I honestly took part in what I thought was going to be a mass shooting. I came through luckily right before I opened fire, and just stood there, wondering what the hell I was doing there. I went to prison for 39 months over that. It is absolutely real. The whole event was like I was watching it on television. I could see what was about to happen, but I was powerless to stop it. I also have no memory whatsoever of deciding to do the shooting, or even driving to the place that it was at or anything. I start seeing myself from like a third-person view, starting from when I kicked the door in with an AK in hand. I swear on my mother's life about this. They blasted me all over the news as being an insane psycho killer and stuff, and I did not even remember deciding to go and do it. I am seriously not lying. I think the companies we want to look at are Sandia National Laboratories, Lockheed Martin, both of which I would not be surprised to learn about them having a connection to Tavistock, and the names Puha Rich, Walter H. Breen, and a few others. Look into the Star Kid or Space Kid program. These people were meeting with the CIA back in the day, and were involved in the Stargate programs, and eventually got together to find gifted children to put under hypnosis and through mental trauma for various reasons. Hypnosis, gents, would explain why we don't remember the classes hardly. Sit there and listen to some audio tape in a dark room, or watch a specifically made video, put the child into a trance, insert the information that you want into their brains while they are under hypnosis, and also try to exploit any kind of psychic powers, or experiment with remote viewing. While in my opinion, this whole thread is X tier and probably a load of crap, I did participate in primary school and secondary programs, and while it was never anything strange, it was just extra maths or English. I was a loner at school and I barely talked. I had 1 or 2 friends, but they were fleeting. Nothing went weird till around secondary school, where I would sleepwalk. Never has it ever happened, even till this day. I would do things while I slept, and none of it would make sense. Sometimes I would wake up panicking in fear, and run to my parents around 3 AM, almost crying and panicking. This stopped, and only continued after secondary at my first college, at which point it returned, in a worse state. Days became like dreaming, like you said. The night panics came back, and everything felt numb. And I remember walking into the snow around 2 AM, with no shoes, in one of my panic wakes, and at which point, I must have passed out on a bench, because all I remember is saying it's not going to end this way, and walking back. Probably just inset depression. Never experienced it since I am 20 now, and that took place when I was 16. Never had depression or nightmares since that day after, but I am skeptical of these programs doing anything other than what they were supposed to do. I heard about this on an X-Ball thread a few months ago, and this is all giving me the chills. Here is the story. Second year in university. First night of that first semester. My new roommate is a Muslim of Arab descent, if that means anything. I am white. In the middle of that night I get up. Though I am not in control, yet I am aware. It was black, yet I could see everything in the room. Everything around me had an orange tint. Some things looked like a bright white. Even things that were not in the room. I remember looking at the floor for a second and seeing a bag that was not actually there, as well as some other things in the room. At one point, I turned my head towards the door and could see the entire hallway and into a few of the rooms across the hallway, as well as everything in them, despite everything being closed. So here is where it gets weirder. I start hearing a voice echo in my head, telling me that my roommate is the enemy. It told me not to trust him and that he would deceive me. As I said before, my body was in control of itself. I started yelling some gibberish and he jumped out of his bed. His body looked completely white, yet still humanoid, but a little different. I kicked him in the leg and then punched him somewhere, before turning around and going back into my bed. Instantly, I snapped back and started heavily breathing. I turned on the lights and asked him what happened. He told me the whole attack scene exactly as it happened. Nothing else happened after that. I am still freaked out about that to this day. It has been a constant fear of mine that something like that might happen again. Does anyone have any explanation for this? Let's say that some of the theories about gaslighting and Zared Zerung are real. If you were a top secret Black Ops mind control project, would you not want a way of monitoring and tracking your experiments, or manipulating them into fulfilling certain roles? Would it not be plausible to assume that there are pinhead microphones and cameras in places where certain anons in this thread gather? They can be anyone, anywhere, at any time. They find out who your friends are, your family, anyone that you socialize with, and then they pick them up. They torture and brainwash them into accepting the notion that you are crazy, and should be helped for believing that there is any stupid, silly conspiracy. After that, any mention of certain words trigger an alarm in them. They report you to the police with a mental bin, and away you go. Not just any friends either. All of them are tortured and brainwashed, if you even have any friends. If you don't have friends, then there is someone in your life that you interact with on a weekly basis. Maybe your family or a coworker. They get mind flashed, and then when you start talking about certain subjects, they listen a little closer. And if you are too smart to reveal your power level, they insert highly intelligent, highly sociopathic students into your life through subtle means. Think anons. Who in your life has recently appeared or came out of nowhere and is now your best pal? Who in your life seems to take a keen interest in things involving your past experiences, but yet denies anything weird could ever happen to you specifically? Keep digging anons. You are a few months away from pay dirt, but when you find it, you will be glad that you did. Alright fellas, my middle school had gate 2, and I somehow managed to avoid getting in it. Here is my story. Me and my friend are objectively the 2 smartest people in our grade. Both got the highest grades in our classes. I was already planning on going into STEM, specifically physics. Friend was planning on coasting through life with a crap easy job that paid pretty decently. Friend gets picked up by Gate. They ignore me because I am already dedicated to STEM. Friend tells me about the program, has a bunch of other smart folk like him in there. I talk to the instructor of the class, asking for admission. She asks why. I start talking about physics and quantum mechanics and stuff like that. She nods, says she is impressed by my knowledge, and then asks me for my name. Tell her face changes to a face of concern. She says thank you, and then just walks away from me. I don't ever hear back from her, ever again. In fact, she leaves the school a week after that, and never, ever comes back. I am now a grad student in STEM. My friend no longer talks to me, and he is a total normie. He has become really passive, and only cares about typical normie stuff. He is struggling, even with the easy crap job that he has. I don't know what the hell happened to him, but I suspect Gate might have been using my school as some sort of social experiment to turn smart students into useless idiots. Time for some X-tier stuff about my background. My grandfather died of a heart attack exactly 6 years before I was born. Same day/time. Because of how calendars work, same day of the week too. When I was born, I would occasionally stop breathing. This lasted for 3 days. My father thinks I am the reincarnation of his father. I became an adult in the eyes of my country on the day of the Mayan apocalypse. I don't have any unexplained memories that would make me believe I am a reincarnation, but maybe I just can't tap into them on a whim. Crap, I forgot to add something important. As a child, I would see things in complete darkness. It's really hard to describe, but looked like a bunch of green, blinking dots. These dots would normally come together to make the figure of a man holding a gun. My grandfather served in the war. I can still see these dots in the night if I concentrate, but they have not formed any particular entity since my childhood. Alright, this happened this most recent August. Second weirdest thing I've ever seen in the state. Easily the most unsettling. Get 3 days free after doing 24/7 grandpa care for 2 months. Get 2 friends to go in the mountains with me. Leave Friday night in a truck, pulling a trailer with 2 4-wheelers. Light finally fades about 10 p.m. Mid-August in Alaska. Take it easy on speed because big old diesel. Get to the target highway at about midnight. Pavement ends at mile 21-ish. Everything to now has been pretty normal. Couple miles in, road turns left with a small pull-off on the right-hand side. Little Subaru parked there, facing into the road. LED light bar at face level. There's someone leaning on the hood, watching us as we drive by. Tired by this point, not really concerned. Figure it's someone waiting for their hunting buddy. It's caribou season. Keep going. The highway is real rough in the fall. It's gravel, and the heavy fall rains combined with all the full-time hunting and camping traffic tears it up. Going 30 miles per hour if I'm lucky. Truck, trailer, and teeth, all going daka 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 from washboards. Nice bright full moon. Can miss the worst spots. Hit real long straight stretch before trailhead pull off. Get half mile down straight stretch, about halfway. Lights in rearview mirror. Fucking bright as fuck light bar again. This dude hauling ass, 50 to 60 miles per hour or more. One friend is zonked in the back, the other one is spaced out. Point the light bar car out to him. He watches them in the side mirror, doesn't seem too unsettled. Car is maybe 200 feet back when I finally pull into the trailhead. Car catches up 10 seconds later. Slows down to 5 miles per hour, going by, obviously checking us out. Hackles raised. Park the truck. Watch them drive down the highway for a bit. Let out a deep breath. Look to the left at the other corner of this parking area. There is an SUV parked there. No big deal. This is where it gets way out of whack. Wake up the other friend. Kill the engine. Hop out. Instant gut assessment. Shit is fucked. We are being hunted. Time to go. My response to this novel sensation. Hey, there's something written on the SUV. Shine my flashlight on it. Moloch, written in the dust on back window since it was parked. Oh fuck, what? Friends are stretching legs. One has his assault rifle out. They're both too quiet. Check out SUV. Engine still warm. Parked within a few hours. Only front door passenger is locked. Shoes and sandals and shorts. Comfy driving wear on front seats. Full packs and compound boat in back. Full cooler. Tent. Everything is untouched. 6-month expired youth group sticker on hood. Empty coffee hut coffees. Looks like a young couple going out to camp. Friends are checking out this SUV. We're all at independently reached 10 out of 10 maximum alert. Look around the whole area. Nobody is there. No fresh tracks except in parking area itself. Another pair of cars with LED light bars go by, hauling maximum ass. We keep rifles on them from cover as they go by. Give in to gut feeling. Leave. Camp 30 miles away on a different highway. Come back in the morning. SUV is still there, untouched. Still no sign of anybody around. Terrible gut feeling gone. Take the 4-wheelers and go 8 miles back in the mountains. Have a good time camping. Get bullied by a caribou. Come back in the next day. Nobody was out there. Great lines of sight and nowhere to hide. SUV untouched. Food in the back is starting to go off. Get back to town. Call SUV in to troopers. Dispatcher goes, yeah, that is sketchy as fuck. I'll send someone out. Call back 2 weeks later to see what came of it. No record of having ever called in, but they have every other call I've made. Sorry, Kay. Some stories don't have a good ending. I'm convinced we were getting checked out, and the only reason they let us be was because we had our weapons propped up on the seats and very visible. I never have found any explanation for what I saw out there. All I know is that gut feeling I got when I got out of the truck was the spookiest thing I've ever felt, and all 3 of us felt it independently. There is some fucked up shit going on out there. I am convinced. I like to believe creepy green texts are elaborate works of fiction. It's more comforting than accepting them all as true. But I see my own account, something I know happened and that now exists as a green text, and it makes me wonder how many of the rest are also true. I agree. People should be aware and armed. The total obliviousness people seem to have is astounding. Here is fresh green text, I guess. Go for a hike up a mountain with some girls. Literally, you park, cross the highway, and go up the mountain 3,000 feet. No trees, so you can see your car all the way up and down. Bully the girls into going to the top. Coming down the mountainside, see a van has parked down there. Closer to the bottom now. Van's still there. Nobody is coming up the trail. 5 minutes from getting back to the car. 2 men are now leaning against the van, watching us. I stay at the back of the pack as the girls cross the highway, jacket back, and hand on pistol. Full eye contact with the rough-looking Russian and his Chinese buddy as they smoke. Girls say hi to the guys and chit-chat about whatever as they take their stuff and get in the car. Get in once the girls are in, and we go. Comment on how sketchy the guys are. Girls all go, what do you mean? Dude sat in an idling, windowless van, parked by the car they had to return to in the middle of the Alaskan wilderness, and waited 2 hours for the girls and I to come down the mountain. This set off 0 alarm bells for them. I did not pursue any of those girls. Paranoia is a mandatory trait for me, it turns out. That way I don't have to worry so much. One of them walked into a moose on another hike, for fuck's sake. If people can't clue in to stupid, obvious predatory behavior, how are they going to avoid Molochites and kitted out foresters? It is all fucked. And on. I learned long before I discovered fortunes that this world is not what we were taught while we were growing up. I'm actually really glad to be talking to you, as I've had a question about your original account. Do you think these guys were using the lighting rigs on their cars to emulate cop cars to trick people into pulling over? And thanks for the new stuff. Are you still in Alaska? I'm still in Alaska, yes. I don't think the lighting was to emulate police. The troopers run regular headlights and are far and few. There is generally one trooper covering the Denali Highway at any given time, and he lives in Delta Junction. Take a look at a highway map to get an idea of how little LE coverage there is. My guess is the lights serve three purposes: seeing into vehicle cabs to case the occupants, blinding victims to make them easier to capture, reduced peripheral awareness, make it easier to run the highway at 50 to 60 miles per hour at night. The Denali is not a travel highway. You are there because your destination is on it. All they have to do is follow and wait. I have since come to learn there is a witch's coven centered around some sort of energy nexus or portal near Fox, Alaska. There is also something living in the woods near Haystack, north of Fairbanks. It is a big state. Easy to stay lost. I have one. Never shared before. B14. Huge loner. Not beta. Just introverted and apathetic about idiots. One day meet this girl Greta. So beautiful, mind and body. We start hanging out, and I am head over heels. She hangs out around my place all the time, but I've never seen hers. Ask her about it one day. She says it's because my house is on the way home that we walk. Think nothing of it. We hang out for years. B16. Greta is my best friend, and we hang out almost every day. One day while walking home, Greta realizes something out of the blue and seems to get nervous. I gotta run home, Anon. I forgot something. Thought it was weird, but offered to accompany her. Not a good idea, Anon. I'll see you tomorrow at school. Next day at school, she seems really peculiar, acting distant. Tried talking to her a few times, but she just responds with basic one-liners. Not dumb enough to be unable to read body language. Leave her alone rest of the day. Walking home together, decide to talk about the new Call of Duty campaign. She loves videos, plays the campaigns to sum up my house. Was rattling off some lines from the story. Said a code I heard a Russian say in the prison, Alpha 09. She stops walking immediately, stares off into the ground in front of her. I stop talking. Face melts into curious stare. Statue.jpg. She looks up at me with these blank eyes. She cocks back and square punches me in the face. Fly backwards, taste blood from my nose, fall onto grass, scream out as I clutch my face, only to see her cold gaze. Takes a few steps towards me. Nope. Hightail it home. She is chasing me. Run down back alley past my house. She's chasing me. I yell out this isn't funny, I'm hurt, etc. Beg for her to stop. She's making these grunting noises and still chasing. I rounded the corner into the street and ran 3 blocks down to where there are some hills off the roads. Run uphill, down other side, and duck into drain area that is hidden. She runs past on the trails into the woods. Crawl out, run home, bewildered. Nearing house, see her backpack on the ground. Grab it as I continue walking home. Get inside, open up bag. Notice for the first time, it has a very peculiar odor, like burnt plastic. Find normal stuff for homework, classes, drawing, etc. At the bottom is a small gold, rounded metallic disc. Disc has a weird glyph on the top, and other than that is bare. Toss it up and down a few times, thinking about the situation that happened. Try looking up the glyph online to no avail. Pack her stuff back up, but forget about the golden disc on my desk. Next day, get to school. Greta is not there. Dodgy. Walk home, expecting some sort of kamikaze attack from every bush. Nope. Go to sleep. School again. Get to school a little early. Notice Greta's father dropping her off at front door. Old shitty car. Rust everywhere. Looked like it was just a shit kicker car. He's talking very sternly to her while she stares at the floorboards. He holds up a hand, and like in response, she raises her head like a hypnotist that has removed his trance. Greta gets out of the car. I walk around the corner, because I am afraid of the confrontation. Meet Greta by her locker. She looks at me like nothing happened. I stare at her, standing not 2 feet away, and she says nothing and just stares back. So, want to explain why you kicked my ass the other day after school? I exclaim. She stares sheepishly and says, sorry about that. Was having a rough day. Flip switch. She gets all giggly and puts her arm around my shoulders. So, let me make it up to you. We walk to class. Her making it up to me was an extra cupcake at lunch. Forget about this fiasco for a while. Towards end of the year, walking home again with Greta. Season is changing, finally getting hot out. Greta is wearing shorts, and I can't stop staring at her. Ask her if she wants to play some vidya. She agrees, if not just for the AC. Go inside. She flops down on my bed while I sit on the side. She grabs the controller and turns the Xbox on. Notice a really deep scratch on the inside of her thigh, but don't think much of it, besides wondering how she got it. Some time passes. I'm playing on my phone, and notice she has not moved in a while and fell asleep. Try to wake her up by pushing on the side of her leg, not the one that's cut. Wakey wakey eggs and bakey, I coo. She immediately sits upright, and in one fluid motion, turns, grabs my hand, grabs my wrist, and pulls it away from her. Then uses her other hand to grab the front of my shirt, like she was trying to hold me in place. Enter authorization code now. Stare in bewilderment as a creepy feeling starts to begin as soon as the silence falls after her statement. What? Enter beta authorization code now, or initiate gamma programming. Rixbyshat.wav. Starting to move off bed, starting to freak out. Greta, what are you? I say, before she stands up and walks out of my door, grabbing her backpack and a piece of food that was sitting on the kitchen counter. Walks outdoor and all the way to her house. Follow. Million thoughts. Resolve to think she's had some kind of psychotic break. Maybe abusive parents or home life. Start realizing I know little to nothing about her home, life, parents, siblings, or family. Keep her in sight as she gets to her house. Walk across the block as she walks up to her door and go down back alley by their backyard. Large painted dark fence, about 7 feet at least. No Harriet the Spy here, not a single hole or break to be able to see in. Go to neighbor's yard with small chain fence. Hop it. Walk up to the side of their house. Hear movement and voices. Approach window. My heart is pounding. My legs feel like lead, and I feel the wind being pulled out of me. I want to pass out. I breathe. Try to listen to voices. Hear something about de-escalation. Hear some numbers and words, specifically Alpha 01. Hear a loud thump, then silence. Think this is done. Then hear voices very close to the window. It's a shame this had to happen again. Follow up with her later tonight and report to father, the man says, monotone. Remember vividly how dull and straightforward his voice was. Right away. What do you suggest we do in the meantime? A female response. Same monotone voice, but high-pitched and feminine. I'm going to replay footage and add a layer, and then I can't hear the words. It sounded like he said, Docs Fnon. Voices go silent. Hear creaks, and it is done. My mind is on fire. I crawl back from between the houses, through the backyard, and make my way home. Try to sleep, but see the golden object sitting on desk. Get up, examine it, decide I'm going to ask Greta about all of this, and depending on what she says, we'll decide our friendship, because this is nuttier than a Nutter Butter. Next day, see Greta, dropped off by her father again. Same thing. He is talking to her sternly, makes a hand gesture. She gets up like a perfect little doll and exits. This part gets a little hazy because so much had happened so quickly. Pull gold disc out of pocket, open hand in front of Greta. She stares at the object, motionless, almost in fear. Slaps my hand. Object goes flying. I pull away and twitch backwards. Move to grab the object. Greta moves towards me, punches me in the head. Body checks me against the lockers. People form a circle. Fall on top of object. She is on top of me, pummeling me. Teachers break it up. Greta's parents called to pick her up, suspended. Greta's dad asks what it is about. They bring me in, explain how she attacked me. He asks why. I show him the golden object. Holy fuck. His face contorts into a wrinkled rage. Stares first at the object, then at me. The old color draining from my face. Where did you get that, Hanan? Greta gave it to me. No, she didn't. Return that. Principal gets perturbed. Tells Dad he needs to calm down. Dad engages rage mode. Starts moving around aggressively. Principal pages in security. Dad and Greta are escorted out. Principal forgets about the object in a scuffle. Tells me to go back to class. Go to class. I cannot concentrate. Whole life seems to not make sense. Go home. Late at night. Hear a tapping on my window. Nope. Eventually fall asleep. Next day. No Greta. Next day. Hear announcement over the PA system. Greta is dead. Died in a car accident on the way home. The day she was suspended. Dad and mother died too. Burned alive. No other friends or family. No burial. Newspaper reports the death. Lots of unanswered questions. House sells within a month. It's like she never existed. Keep gold disc as a reminder. Within 6 months, the disc is gone. Mystery never solved. I thought she was maybe involved in some sort of cult, like Scientology or some shit, but I don't know. The whole thing seemed like one big hallucination, looking back on it. I just wrote a long version of what happened, but I'll just do a TLDR version, and then if anybody wants to read more details, I'll copy and paste the full thing. Be kid with local kid friends. They are generally alright, but have older brothers' friends, etc., who were bad influences. They used to go off with these older kids, / possibly adults, to these fields, on the other side of an old World War II airfield. I never followed, because I wasn't allowed that far from home. Their behavior changed, started being cruel to animals, cut a newt's head off, stapled ducklings to trees. Stopped being friends with them. Fast forward, age 16. Exploring abandoned buildings around airfield. Find dead body / sack of meat outside abandoned hotel. Get threatened for being there. Find other weird stuff in the area, including panties hanging in trees. One time see men snapping branches off trees for a bonfire. Later see 2 different men with 2 boys cycling in direction of bonfire. Seems suspicious, and just like what happened to my friends when young. Suspect some weird activities going on. B 7 years ago. 14-year-old, testosterone-filled teenager boy. Lived in the backwoods of Kansas. Always go camping out there with one of my good friends. Never had any problems besides goods from a nearby farm coming and wrecking the site. We didn't know who exactly owned the land, but we figured no one would come trekking down there just to stop some teenagers from enjoying the outdoors. One day we got sick of the guts messing up our shit, so we trekked further inland across a brook and into a clearing. Someone had obviously been there before, and recently, as there was a fire pit that wasn't soggy or old. The creepiest part we noticed was that it smelled like blood. Very irony. We set up our tent, made a fire in the pit, and started playing on our Game Boys. Daytime passed to twilight, so we cooked up some hot dogs and decided to chill in the tent and talk about random things. The first thing we said was that we had a very strange feeling about the clearing we were in. You could hear what sounded like faint singing in the distance, but no words, just constant moans. We get freaked out badly and start making crosses out of sticks and twine from nearby vines. We plunge them into the ground around our tent, just in case. We had never been that scared before. We both fall asleep, scared shitless. I wake up at about 3:30 a.m. and have to piss bad. Don't want to go outside. Still hearing the strange moaning and singing. Figure I would piss myself sleeping if I didn't. Walk outside the tent. I see a faint light in the distance. A candle. Our fire is embers at this point. I piss fast and get back into the tent, and sit straight up and wait until morning. 3 fucking hours of sitting straight up watching. Sun comes up. Friend wakes up from a dream. I tell him about the light I saw. He says someone probably lives nearby. We both get out. We are fucking shocked to see our tent in the middle of a pentagram. Someone turned the crosses we made upside down. We pack our shit and hightail it the fuck back home. We tell my dad what happened. He gets a very worried look in his eye. Turned out a close friend of his owned the land across the brook. He and the landowner go down there with rifles later in the evening. I fall asleep. Wake up to my dad entering the house again. He has a fucking bite mark on his arm. Blood everywhere. He takes a shower, bandages up, and then gives me the complete story. There has been a cult using that land as their ritual base ever since the 1950s that practice human sacrifices, animal sacrifices, and cannibalism. He and the landowner thought they cleared the land of the cult and scared them off for good about 7 years ago. The police are investigating the site the next day. They found about 6 infant skeletons. Me and my friend could have been eaten alive or sacrificed to some backyard deity, or even worse, set ablaze in the middle of a pentagram in our tent. That fact has given me a ton of mental problems in my life. Experience. I thought I would enlighten you guys about the odd stuff happening in my family right now. My grandmother was part of a small Nordic cult when she was younger. It's called Smith's Friends, and it involves some creepy stuff about girls wearing pigtails and short skirts, then saying yes and accept whatever they have been offered. This was when my grandmother was 9. Speed up until I turn 16, and there is a ring on the doorbell. My mother opens the door, and there is an old, pale man, and he asks for me. My mom talks to this man, and he seems okay, and he says it is important. I come up to the door, and the man seemed nice. Asked me some simple questions like age, name, etc. I thought maybe he was from the local church, as they are looking for youth to become more involved. I finally ask him who he is, as I still have no recognition of him, and he has not represented himself yet. I remember this very clearly, as he started flipping shit when I asked questions back, and I called out for my mom. The man suddenly asks if he can talk to my mother alone, and I leave. Later that night, my mother calls my grandmother, grandfather, and everyone like crazy. My grandmother arrives the next day and explains this event where she was stalked by a man a little older than her, and he fit the description apparently. Fast forward until summer vacation is over, and I attend school. Around the 1st or 2nd week, this guy shows up in front of my school. I tell my mother, and she calls the police, and they cannot do anything. She then explains the cult to me, and everything that went down. I then didn't see him until last week, as I was walking home from college, and I am freaking the fuck out. As alright, Anon, so you live in Norway. I talked to my grandmother, and apparently, she still has friends in this cult. They traded leaders or something, and therefore, the cult has a more enlightened view on religion than they did back in the day. From what my grandmother told me, it was more about all the filthy things that were happening on the down low. Yeah, I live in Norway too, but I had never encountered anything negative towards that cult, as me and my mother was at this campish thing they own. The cult research I've done on this cult, I cannot seem to find anything alike to what my grandmother has told me, and I also told her about this. Why do you persist on calling it a cult? It's a small independent church. It's not like they're meeting in all secrecy in the mountains and sacrificing cute little girls. I feel like you're trying to make something paranormal out of an old guy watching you. Don't get me wrong, it's creepy, and I understand it is freaking you out, but get real. You're not being hunted by Smith's Venom. I call it a cult, as that is what it is known as. It's also what my family refers it to. That religious independent group is also locally known for being into some freaky stuff. Yeah, making something paranormal out of it might be too much, but I have a very bad feeling. The worst thing I've ever heard about them is that they are a weird bunch. I'm curious now though. Elaborate on the freaky stuff. From what my grandmother told me, it was for as long as she can remember. She had to wear skirts and always say yes thank you when the opposite gender offered something. My grandfather was not in this cult, and when she met him around 19, they turned crazy, locked her inside mirrored rooms or something while they told her to look at herself and how disgusting she was. What I think this could be is the fact that okay, this religious group is weird, but then my grandmother just got born into the more negative branch of the group. I went out with a guy in my goth phase who drove a hearse. The kid was fucked up, but the hearse gave me spoops cred, so I let a lot slide. Anyway, he got ordained online. Cool, no biggie. Well, after that, he started his own religion, Church of the Vindershindes or something similar. He kept trying to convert kids around town to come to his house. He lived with his parents in their garage, which he turned into the church and worship. He told me he wanted tax-exempt status and to bring about a string of conversations so the norms would see that alt folks should not be messed with since alt folks are superior. That pretty solidly ended the relationship in my goth phase. I think he still has the hearse, but baby Hitler didn't get more than 3 or 4 followers before the cops started to get curious about why a 24-year-old man kept bringing kids into his garage in the middle of the night. I haven't had an encounter with a cult as in some type of organized group, but I've seen brainwashing and cult-like mentality develop. It's really sad and unnerving in its own way. The person had been lying about who they were for essentially the last 8 years. Not a completely different identity per se, about a fictionalized personal history. The person convinced others they had supernatural powers and otherworldly wisdom. Lots of disenfranchised youth and other broken people surrounding them. Thankfully, over financial arguments, this illusion started to fall apart, and this person took off. Not without taking one of my friends' brainwashed fiancé with them. Feel pretty bad for him, but he should have stopped it before it got that far. I imagine it was not unlike watching the Manson family form though. Still makes me feel weird to think about it. Not much spoopy, but I will tell you anyways. Be me, 15 to 16 years old, living in a small rural town in Spain. Old people and middle-aged people, and even some young people, still believes in some magic stuff, like curses and stuff. With some mates, around 15 people. We are in the woods, cutting trees for a huge bonfire, Spain tradition. Walking around, looking for a good tree. Some girl of our crew starts to scream. We go there, and we see some ceramic dolls on the floor. Seems like some witchcraft thing, but too weird to be for self-healing, like it used to be when it's done in our town. People start to get uncomfortable. I grab one doll. People start to freak out and tell me to stop, to put it back. I put it back. Nothing happened, of course. Those people won't go near me after that until they forgot some hours later. I still wonder who did that and why, but I assume that was some bullshit from old people of my town. Now, a lot of time has passed after what happened, and many of those people who were aware of everything that happened disappeared. I can tell you about the events that happened to me in the cold tundra in the winter of 1949. Over the next year, they took me from one place to another. They interrogated me. I told them everything that they wanted to hear. Then they asked again. They listened. They took me to another place, and so on in a circle, an endless loop. After which I was simply thrown into prison for life as a traitor to the motherland. And even there, I filled out so many papers, put so many signatures that the fear of consequences for disclosing it still haunts me, even though I know that everyone has long forgotten about my existence. And even if I'm not already in my 7th decade, I don't have any relatives yet. Therefore, I have nothing left to fear anymore from anyone. I had to live on a prison bunk, but by chance, literally 4 months later, I somehow ended up on the amnesty list. And now the only thing I have to do is to tell you my story. But first things first, I understand perfectly well that my story is hard to believe, but all the events happened in reality. It happened at a time when all efforts were being made to develop the north of the now collapsed state, the USSR. I was one of the few who, of my own free will, in the post-war period, as part of geological groups, went to study the riches of the Putarana Plateau. After graduating from the institute, I was offered a job. For 6 or 7 months in a row, I had to work in the tundra, far in the north of our country. Then I was given 2 months of rest. The money that they offered was quite good, even for those times. Unlike my classmates, I never had time to start a family, so nothing held me back, and I agreed, without much thought into the matter. The work was not dusty. I was trained as a motor mechanic, and I even managed to do a little work. The basis of my work duties were flights, as part of the geological group, to points where I had to monitor equipment, mainly generators. Any geological station had on average 1 generator for its electrification. Believe me, it's extremely bad for geologists without electricity. And here we are not even talking about banal amenities. In winter, the temperature stays at minus 40 degrees. Wind gusts often reach 20 to 30 meters per second. You simply cannot survive here without heat. In the summer it's easier. If something goes wrong, without electricity for a day or two, it sucks, of course, but it is tolerable. And if it's winter, and it's here by the way, for almost 9 months, then it's a complete mess. We didn't have a spare one. Every kilogram counts when you deliver cargo to a point by helicopter, and the generator is a stupid thing, the size of a train car. But there weren't any serious problems during the short time I worked with it. Do your maintenance on time, keep an eye on the oil, and listen for knocking noises. Yes, a couple of times I had to disassemble it, freeze the snot in minus 40 degrees, and repair it using all available means to me. Once they sent people to the mainland for spare parts. Due to condensation, there was a water hammer. One connecting rod was bent. They waited for 4 weeks. There was no way faster to do it, but fortunately, it was only in the summer, so it did not matter too much. Overall, everything was quite boring. I entertained myself with whatever I could. Yes, and such was the time. Once, I remember, a new geologist arrived. Young, way younger than me even then. Let's ask everyone, under various pretexts, in which rivers there is gold. Either he will ask one in between, then the other. Well, when he asked me, I told him about a river, 15 kilometers from the camp. I said, I was fishing there. I saw something glittering at the bottom, but I'm not sure. I told him to take a bag, collect some soil, bring it to the camp, and then we will sift it in secret from everyone, and see if there is anything there or not. So this fool believed me. He actually went to the river, dragged a bag of earth across the entire tundra, and he collected quite a lot out of greed. He brought it. We sifted it. Well, here I admit it was unnecessary. I quietly poured copper shavings into the ground for him. He stumbled upon her, shiny, eyes worth 5 cents, so joyful. And then he disappeared for 3 days. When they were about to organize a search, I told them the story. We went along the river and we found him. All these 3 days, he searched for gold in the river, but he did not find anything. But he also did not want to return empty. He didn't talk to me anymore after that, and then he flew away completely. No one forced me to sit in one place around the clock, so while the other geologists were doing their thing, I had other entertainment lined up. I drove across the tundra in search of fish lakes. There were plenty of fish there. Of course, for 100 kilometers, there was not a single living soul. There were only dwarf trees and small mountains. Having agreed with the authorities, I left for 2 to 3 days, making sure to take with me some food, matches, a gun. I had absolutely no desire to meet a bear or wolverine without it. A compass, a tent, a sleeping bag, a small folding drill, and fishing rods of course, with a set of jigs. I loaded the whole thing into a snowmobile and left. The main problem in the tundra, for those who are there for the first time, is that it seems almost impossible to get lost in it. High mountains can be seen from afar. Low trees do not interfere with the view. Landmarks can be seen several kilometers away. But this is all complete nonsense. Endless fields of dwarf trees and the same mountain range, that is all. You can wander endlessly in search of the place from which you came. People manage to get lost simply in banal situations. One summer, 2 avid fishermen went out into the middle of the lake, went fishing, and there were 4 mountains around the lake. They all looked the exact same. They swam to one, looked at the shore. It was not from here that they swam, to the other shore. Bah, and not from here either. And the lake is very small. Let's swim along the shore and look for traces. It's a good summer polar day. It's light for almost 24 hours. Still, after 6 or maybe even 7 hours, the tired friends found the place where the boat was being inflated, and then, absolutely by accident, one of the fishermen crushed an empty pack of cigarettes and threw it on the shore before getting into the boat. That's how they found the right place in the end, but it took them so many hours. It would not be clear how long they would have wandered. Everything is so identical and endless that you are simply amazed. Sometimes, when you are driving in a straight line, it begins to seem that you have already seen it all and are driving in circles. A stupid feeling of déjà vu. The main thing here is that you should under no circumstances deviate from the path. So that time, having loaded a simple set of necessary things into a snowmobile, leaving the geological camp behind me, I rushed off into the tundra in search of a good fishing lake. According to my calculations, in the place where I wanted to fish, there should have been good-sized pike. I really wanted to surprise my colleague with a notable catch. Literally a few hours later, I was already approaching that same fatal lake, which I subsequently showed to hundreds of people. Both military personnel of various ranks and scientists, but that time I saw it for the first time. Not to say that it was somehow externally different from hundreds of other lakes scattered throughout the tundra, so all subsequent events were nothing more than an evil fate, just pure chance. I often return to this moment in my thoughts during all those long years spent in prison. Why me? What is the probability that in God-forsaken places among hundreds of identical lakes, one single person will find exactly this? But I digress. At this time of year, the lakes froze at least a meter deep, so I fearlessly drove my snowmobile almost into the middle. And then the ice cracked. The snowmobile instantly fell into the crevice, and so did I. Inwardly, I prepared to swim out of the icy water, but instead, I felt myself falling into the void. Before hitting the ice and losing consciousness, I understood only one thing. There was no water under the ice, and it wasn't a lake at all, but an ice cap hanging like a bubble over some kind of cave. I don't know how long I lay unconscious for, but judging by the fact that I didn't have time to freeze anything, I must have woken up almost instantly. The cave in which I found myself was about 6 or 7 meters deep, and the frozen water, which I took for a lake, formed a kind of thin ice roof through which light, albeit weakly, still broke through. First of all, I looked around, and, although I was raised by atheist parents, I crossed myself. Next to the place where I fell, there was an even deeper abyss, into which, apparently, my snowmobile fell, along with all of my things. Without getting up, I carefully crawled away from the edge, after which I began to think about what I should do next. The situation was far from looking good. Without weapons and a means of transportation, even if I got out of this cave, the chance that I would get back to the camp was damn small. I checked the contents of my pockets, the matches hidden in my bosom and carefully wrapped in fabric that protected them from moisture, were in place. The flask of alcohol, which I had carefully placed the day before in the inner pocket of my jacket, was also not gone. Well, that was already something. Having torn off a piece of rag, wrapped it around some kind of stick, which I found not far from the place of my fall, and poured alcohol on the rag, I got some kind of light source. When I lit this makeshift torch, I set out fully armed to explore the place in which I found myself. The entire bottom of the cave was covered with a layer of specific debris. Some branches, driftwood, small stones, and frost-covered remains of vegetation that had not rotted due to permafrost indicated that there was once water here and that this place really was a lake. At the same time, the crust of ice under which I fell must have appeared precisely at that moment. That is, in the summer, there was water in the lake, but in the winter, after the cap froze, it went somewhere else. Perhaps the water flowed into the same fault where my snowmobile fell through. It was all strange to say the least. The Putarana Plateau is monolithic, the nearest junctions of the Earth's plates, due to which an earthquake or some other cataclysm could occur that could lead to such consequences as rock collapse, are so far away. They are so far away that it was easier to believe in fairy tale giants or huge mammoths that collapsed the voids into the lake, rather than the fact that this event happened on its own. Puzzled, I went to explore the cave further. I tried to step carefully. Some accidental dislocation of my leg due to an absurd fall on slippery stones would be enough to remain in this place forever. However, I did not forget that I had to get out as quickly as possible, because the chance of freezing here, underground, was much higher than on the surface. Some time passed, maybe 2 hours, maybe 3 hours. The situation began to seem more and more hopeless to me. In the section of the bottom of the lake where I found myself, there was no way to get back to the surface. On one side, there was a collapse. On the other, there was an almost vertical section of rock. One way or another, I was trapped. I examined the rock, looking for a place where I could climb up, although I did not know what I would do, even if I found one. After all, there is a thick layer of ice up there, and it was almost impossible, even theoretically, to break through it without falling from a plumb line and without bringing down tons of frozen water on yourself. However, at some point, I discovered a small, narrow hole, and lo and behold, the flame of my torch, brought to this hole, began to sway. So, somewhere there could be a way up. Until that moment, I did not even know that there was such a word, claustrophobia. I was not then enlightened in these smart-ass bourgeois terms. However, I remember those feelings with horror. I crawled. The hole narrowed and narrowed. Sharp rocks caught my clothes, scratching my hands, tearing off pieces of fabric and pressing me with their entire mass. Light no longer penetrated here. The only thing I prayed to all the gods for was that at that moment that the weak fire of my torch would not go out right here, leaving me alone with impenetrable darkness in this hellish darkness. I don't know how much time passed, but at some point, exhausted, I literally fell into a room so wide that the fire of my torch could not snatch either the walls or the ceiling from the darkness. Only darkness around, and I, alone and tired, in the middle of it. My heart was beating wildly. My blood was pounding in my temples. I was glad that I was able to get out of that hole alive. At the same time, I was scared. I do not know what awaited me ahead. Thoughts in my head interrupted each other. I didn't know if I was doing the right thing. Maybe, by going deeper into the cave, I am only dooming myself to an inevitable death. Maybe it's worth staying in place and waiting for the moment until they catch me, find me, and save me. After all, they missed that guy, the other geologist, and found him. Yes, it will be difficult for me to hold out for 3 days, but it is still possible. When there is fire and ice, you can only hold out on water for at least a week, but I definitely did not want to go back. I don't like the prospect of climbing back through that damn hole to such an extent that I was more determined to die than to climb back. With this thought, I eagerly began to study the room in which I found myself. I walked along the wall, highlighting the further path for myself with a torch. Just a few minutes later, I came across him. I did not immediately understand what I was dealing with. Only after a few minutes, along with a wave of fear, had it began to dawn on my mind what I had found. The skeleton of a creature lay against the wall. At first, it looked like the remains of some large animal, like a deer, but after examining it more closely, I began to feel myself covered in sticky sweat from head to toe. The creature's head definitely had dog-like features. Despite the permafrost, the tissue was damaged, as if the creature was burning alive. The fact that it had been dead for a long time was undeniable. The right side of its body had practically grown into the ice that covered the walls of the cave. The body of the creature had human features. The limbs had 6 fingers. The height of this creature was approximately 2.5 meters, and it was also dressed. Scraps of fabric, faded over time, covered the creature's body. During life, it wore something like a woman's skirt and some kind of cape over its body. There was some kind of decoration on the creature's neck. For a long time, I did not dare to touch the corpse. But still, my curiosity prevailed. I carefully removed the decoration from the frozen body and examined it. There were some patterns on it, similar to writing, inscribed around the image of some kind of beast with 7 limbs. At that moment, I experienced the most mixed feelings in my life. There was fear, pride, and curiosity, of course. I held in my hands proof that there is, or was, a hitherto unexplored race on our planet. It was a huge scientific breakthrough, and it was not just made by anyone, but it was made by me. This is at least an order and an all-union glory. At that moment, When I wanted to take a closer look at the corpse of this incomprehensible creature, my thoughts were interrupted by some kind of rumble. It came from afar. At that second, I could not be firmly sure that it did not appear to me, because before there, for a long time, being in complete silence of the cave, I could only hear the echo of my own steps and the pounding of my heart in my ears. Inspired by my discovery, I was already imagining how this cave would be named after me, and maybe even some street. I made the biggest mistake of my life. I went in the direction where I thought the sound was coming from. With every step I took, I became more and more convinced that the sound similar to the beating of drums was not a figment of my imagination. I followed the sound, and then, flashing for the last time, my torch went out. At first I was scared. However, after standing for several minutes in complete darkness, I saw a faint flicker of light in the depths of the cave. My first thought was that this was finally the way out. But when, carefully, trying not to stumble, I began to make my way closer to the source of light, it became clear that what I had saw had nothing to do with daylight. Moreover, the sound of the beating of drums intensified the closer I got into this light. Everything that followed was simply imprinted in my memory. As soon as I approached the light source, I realized that I was on a hill from which I could clearly see what was happening in a small area of the cave, which was about 5 meters below me. This area was illuminated by a fire, which, for some reason, burned with a blue flame. Next to me, silhouettes danced like shadows, in which I recognized creatures, the corpse of one which I had seen earlier. The drumming seemed to intensify. No matter how hard I tried, I could not discern the source of the sound. At that moment, I should have left, run away, hidden far away from this place, but the feeling of fear gave way to curiosity. I peered at the silhouettes of strange creatures that wriggled unnaturally in the blue light of this inhuman fire. They either shook, as if in a painful fit, or froze, raising their long paws or arms, God knows what they had, up. They bared their mouths, ran on all fours, fell and got up. Soon, I saw something that I could not see in the dark before. They were next to a huge hole, like the one my snowmobile fell into, only much larger. It started almost next to the fire, and stretched so far that I could not see that there was no end at all, no edge. I looked at it all as if spellbound. I could not move or breathe. And then, suddenly, the figures froze. The drumming stopped. The figures began to whine and growl. It did not sound like a dog's or a wolf's roar. It was unlike any animal I had ever known. At some point, I began to distinguish words. They said things that I couldn't even really type out or comprehend, just the same thing over and over again. The echo echoed them. It spread like a wild roar throughout the cave, the same sounds and noises and words again and again. The terrible wheezing seemed to sound so loud that I could not hear my own thoughts. And then something happened that I still have nightmares about. Abruptly, as if by a wave of the baton of an unknown conductor, the creatures fell silent. For a second, the silence rang in my ears. From somewhere in the hole next to which the creature stood, an eerie, unlike anything else sound was heard. It was as if someone had blown into a huge, inhumanly large horn. And then, out of the hole it appeared. There was too damn little light from the fire to make out his features. It was so huge that even without seeing it, I physically felt that this crap was just crawling out from everywhere. I don't know what kind of creature it was, but at that moment, something clicked in my head and I screamed. The creatures below immediately turned to look at me. I just felt like I was being pierced by dozens of glances. And after that I took off. Into the darkness somewhere, blind as a puppy, not thinking that I might stumble and fall, not understanding, in principle, where I need to move. The only goal was to escape from whatever those things were, that creature. What was lurking for who knows how long at the bottom of the cave. I ran, fell, got up. I heard the sounds of footsteps behind me. I heard the wheezing and howling of these creatures. Tears rolled down my eyes. Everything that happened next was preserved in my memory in fragments, as if I was dead drunk. I remember seeing the light. I remember running towards it, stumbling, not feeling pain, with only one desire, to be away from this cave, away from this place. I remember how, scratching the ice with my hands, in just a few leaps, like a dashing athlete, I climbed almost a sheer cliff. How, having got out, I, without stopping for a second, ran wherever my eyes looked to. That night I spent almost sleepless, warming myself by the fire and hearing the footsteps of my pursuers in every rustle. And when, a few days later, they finally found me, I was afraid of dogs for a long time, simply in a panic. You already know everything that happened next. I, of course, would like this all to be some stupid figment of my imagination, but the artifacts that I took with me from that cave, despite the fact that they were taken from me almost immediately, still convinced me that everything I saw was real. After that, I was taken to this place several times. A whole bunch of military men wandered around these caves, studying them up and down, and God knows, I have no idea what they found there. We may never know, but at least I did what I wanted to do, to tell my story, which no one needed to know. To this day, I wonder what those things are that I met in the cave that day. Millions of kilometers of Earth, endless expanses of Earth, where even until now, in the era of space exploration, no human has ever set foot. Hundreds of the same caves, hidden from the eyes of people. We are afraid of aliens and want to find intelligent life on other planets, while only God knows what secrets our own planet is hiding from us in the depths. I wasn't really sure where else to post this, so I thought I'd just post it here. I tried to post it on Reddit, but all of the subs for this kind of thing don't allow real stories and just want fiction, so I thought it might be more appreciated here and help me get it off my chest. I've never browsed here before, but I've read a lot of green text on other sites, so I figured, how hard could it possibly be? Basically, I have worked as a dispatcher for 911 for the past 7, going on 8 years in the state of California, and in my time, I have had to deal with a lot of incredibly disturbing calls that have given me nightmares. This is going to sound desensitized and f***ed up, but realistically, most of the calls I've had to deal with aren't anything that would shock you or scare you. Maybe a few years ago, they would have sent a few shivers up your spine. But as a whole, we've all gotten so used to gore and messed up cases that it wouldn't even make you bat an eyelid anymore. I've heard women be kidnapped while on the phone to me, never to be found again, most likely to be human trafficked or have God knows what done to her. I've heard of children being murdered by home intruders and having to witness all sorts of horrible things. I do have one call that happened to me though in the past few weeks that I have been racking my brains over, trying to figure out if it was real or some kind of elaborate prank being played on me by someone who was way too into it. This is something that has seriously stuck with me and that I am hoping you can maybe help me make some sense of and figure out what is going on. I will do my best attempt at green text from what I've seen on Reddit. Be me, 911 dispatcher with multiple years of experience. This one time I was working a late shift, and it must have just gone maybe 2 AM or so. The shift was pretty normal for the most part, if you could ever call what I deal with normal. Probably the worst thing reported all night was a couple of break-ins to some local small businesses, but no violence ensued, just some petty theft and damages. I think my shift was scheduled to finish around 9 AM or so, and I still had a long time to go. Around 2:05 AM, I get a call. I pick up as usual, and start with my usual spiel of asking what the emergency was, and the name of the caller, and all that jazz. I am trained to ask as many questions as possible, and get as much accurate information as possible, while help is on the way, so that they are prepared to assist long before they get there. I greet the caller, but I do not get any response. I can hear a kind of shuffling, like the phone was maybe in a pocket and was rubbing up against fabric, but I still got no response. I hear some more shifting, and as I call out again, a voice suddenly shushes me on the other end. I could hear pained breathing, like they were on the verge of a panic attack and were trying their hardest not to break down completely. They continued with a couple of rapid, shallow breaths, and then they started to whisper to me. It was a man on the other end. It was hard to tell how old he was from the tone of his whisper, but he did not sound old at all. He told me just to listen, and that he could not raise his voice as he didn't know when the man would be coming back. He told me that he would tell me as much as he could until he came back, and that I needed to be silent or the man would know that he called 911. He took a few deep breaths to compose himself and started to list off as much as he could while trying to remain as silent as possible. He started by telling me he didn't know exactly where he was. He gave his name and where he worked, and we were able to track his social media quite quickly to find a suitable picture of the man in case any witnesses nearby could possibly help with tracking him down. He said that he woke up, strapped to a weird kind of dentist chair with straps holding down his limbs and neck. I looked over to my supervisor who was on shift with me, and he mentioned that they were struggling to pinpoint where this man was, as the phone was only pinging off of one cell phone tower and that it was not enough to fully track him down. They had dispatched a unit into the approximate area and were on standby until he could be fully located. They just needed more time. The signal of the call was horrendous too, and very often his voice would turn into a muffled robot, and I would just have to try and make out as much as I possibly could. He told me that after a few hours, he was able to loosen one of the lever straps so that he could move his left wrist, but that his arm was still stuck. His neck was restrained, so he could not see the entire room, but he mentioned that he thought he might be underground somewhere, as the room was quite cold and didn't look like any building he had ever seen in the city before. He said that he was out in the city because he was restless and thought he might as well try and have some fun. He was drinking downtown at a skeezy bar and then woke up here, so he thinks he might have been drugged. The name of the bar that he mentioned was miles away from his approximate location, almost half the state away. When he first woke up, there were a few men in the room waiting for him. There were a few men in full lab coats and wearing face masks standing behind them, just waiting there. They had full hazmat suits on and everything. The phone reception kept going in and out, so some of the details are a little fuzzy, but he mentioned that the men he saw standing in front of him were rich and powerful. He told me that they were well known, and that he was drowsy when he woke up, so it didn't click instantly for him, but after thinking on it for a while, he recognized them. He had seen them before. The call kept dropping in and out while he was giving me this information, and I was writing it all down as fast as I could. I got a few words here and there about movies and about occult, but I could be wrong because it was so hard to hear. I think he tried to tell me more about them and mention some names, but the call was too spotty to hear. He started his sentence with a T in kind of like a T sound, which I guess could be something like Tom or any kind of name starting like that, if that's what he was trying to tell me. He might not have even been telling me a name. Then he tried to say something like Rolf, but I guess it could have been more like Ruth, or Rolf or Ralph maybe. Again, that's if he was trying to tell me a name. I wasn't 100% sure, so I noted down as many variations as I could think of that it could possibly be. He said one more thing, but I got none of it at all, and the connection only picked back up while he was in the middle of talking about what they did to him. When the connection picked back up, he was talking about something to do with an experiment, and that he was sure that he was not the only one, and that they were holding other people down here too. He told me he had heard the screams. At this point, I was beginning to wonder if this was some kind of elaborate prank by some guy who had way too much time on his hands. But we have to treat every call as if they are 100% real, even if it's obviously fake and our time is being wasted. I just had to stay silent and keep taking notes, as I could not risk speaking and having the man on the phone be found out or killed just due to a hunch. He said that they had two men in the hazmat suits come over to him, and they drew lines on him like you would see surgeons make on a patient's body to mark where they would make an incision. He said that there were tools laid out on a steel trolley just in view of the edge of his peripheral vision that he could make out. Usual hospital equipment like scalpels and knives, but also a set of pliers as well as a needle with some kind of strange substance inside of it. Because it was on the edge of his vision, he could not make it out fully, but he knew it wasn't any kind of liquid he had ever seen. He immediately went silent after that. I started to hear loud steps echoing down the hallway for the phone. It sounded like whoever was making them was wearing very large leather boots. I could hear that muffled rustling against fabric again, so I assumed he put the phone back into his pocket or wherever he had managed to grab it from. I heard the creak of a door, and those same boot sounds got closer and closer to the phone. The man started speaking. He had some kind of New York accent, not stereotypical, but very distinct. The man spoke very directly and in short sentences. He told the man on the phone that it was his turn to be seen to. I suddenly heard some random laughing down the phone, still slightly muffled due to it being in some kind of pocket. It was more like a cackle, and the man says something like, "Do you think we wouldn't know?" But I don't know if he said that exactly, because of the connection of the call. He explained that they were watching him the whole time, and that there was a camera that he could not see due to the neck strap restricting his field of view. I could hear muffled sounds again, as I assumed the man pulled the phone out of his pocket, and he started speaking directly to me now. He told me to pay attention closely, because this would be the last time we ever heard about this. I started frantically asking questions to the man who called, asking if he was okay and who the man was. He started shouting immediately, "It's him, it's..." But his speech became muffled, and all I heard were sounds and groans. I assume he must have had a gag put on, or something, to stop him from speaking. The man told me that it would not be possible for dispatch to find where they were located, and that even if they did, he said that nothing would happen. I started to seriously lose my composure at this point, and shouted, asking, "What the fuck do you mean?" And my supervisor had to remind me to stay calm and focus on gathering information. I asked what he was going to do to him, if there were other people down there, and who the man was. The man told me that he needed him to help test some experiments that they had been running. He said something about how it was almost perfected, but that it still needed a little bit more work. He ignored my other questions and just started talking to me like he was giving a step-by-step guide while laughing all the way through. He told me that first he was going to inject the subject, and that then he needed to test his new pain tolerance, which I didn't really fully understand. I heard him grabbing something off the metal trolley, and I could hear the moans and the struggling of the caller trying to get away from whatever he was being injected with. I could hear him writhing, and it sounded like the straps were going to break, and that the chair would fall to the floor with how violently he was moving. After a few minutes had passed, the writhing and the moaning stopped. Just as a side note, dispatch had been out searching every building and side street in the approximate location of the cell tower that the phone had pinged off, but the area that had to be covered was obviously incredibly large. My supervisor was also liaising with police in the local area of where the man had said he last remembered being, but witnesses were largely uncooperative. The owner of the bar straight up told the police that no men matching that description had ever entered his bar or been anywhere near, and that he had been serving all night. He was adamant and basically shut down any kind of conversation with the police. They urged him to tell them anything he knew at all because of the seriousness of the situation, but he told the police that they were being pranked. He also refused to tell them who else was in the bar that night. That was basically it. It was so late, and with so little information, they couldn't track down any other people who would have been at the bar. It wasn't long before I heard muffled screaming again, as I heard what sounded like something piercing the caller's flesh. I heard multiple stabs again and again, and then heard the man making comments under his breath. This went on for maybe 5 more minutes in total, but it felt like a lifetime. The screaming and the stabbing did not stop the whole time, and I wondered how the caller could still possibly be alive. The man on the phone muttered something about how it wasn't potent enough, or something like that, and how he needed to conduct further tests, and then that was it. He said something down the phone that I couldn't make out because of the connection, and then he hung up. It sounded something like, "Hope you enjoyed the show," but again, I could not be sure. Lots of inquiries were made, and the police force worked tirelessly over the past few weeks, but we really didn't get much of a resolution. A large-scale search was launched in both the area where he went missing and in the area that his cell phone pinged, but not much was found. The bartender that the police had spoken to weirdly shut up shop and went out of town, and still has not returned, and the police have not been able to get a hold of him again. They think maybe he knew more than he was letting on, or was even possibly involved in spiking his drink and aiding his captors, but they didn't really have any evidence other than a hunch. The cops managed to track down a couple of people who were at the bar on the night of the men's disappearance, and they confirmed that he was actually there, but that he seemed pretty normal and not drunk and left under normal circumstances. It seems weird that the bartender would lie about something like that, but this witness testimony didn't exactly incriminate him. A wide-scale effort was launched, urging people to come forward with any information with a reward, but it was fruitless. His apartment was searched, and nothing was out of the ordinary. The caller had no family to contact, only a half-brother who lived over in Iowa, but had since moved from there, and the contact information we had on him was outdated. After weeks of no evidence, the case had to basically be unofficially closed, and although it wasn't officially put on the record, most of the department silently decided that it was just some kind of weird prank put on by some weirdos who got off on wasting police time. Personally, I don't know what to believe. I mean, why would whoever had him leave on the phone for us to listen to? It just seems stupid, and like maybe some idiots wanted to see how far they could take it. The things the caller was telling me just seems so far-fetched, but the sketchiness with the bartender still makes me second-guess everything. I don't know. Tell me what you think, please. I know I will probably never get any closure on this case, as happens with a lot of calls that I end up answering, but I'm really hoping for any kind of logical explanation that you can give. Thank you for reading. The public knows CERN as a large physics research center in Switzerland, run by an intergovernmental organization of the same name. However, the secret levels where research by the occult world is conducted involves nightmarish things unimaginable to the general public. No one ever wants to go there. It makes visiting the Rothschild family and being their oracle seem like a walk in the park. Every father in our cult must do a rotation at CERN, where our main genetics laboratories are located, and now it is my turn. It is not unusual for the scientists, technicians, and other workers to have breakdowns after a period of time. The regular assessments were instituted several years ago as a part of a multi-pronged strategy to improve the mental health of those on their CERN rotations. The genetics lab at CERN are located in underground levels that the public has no awareness of. All the scientific and support staff in these labs are cult fathers. The other roles not requiring scientific or administrative skills, such as food prep, laundry, and cleaning, are done by mind-controlled individuals who are never allowed to leave CERN, and are killed and then replaced with new individuals about every half year. We consider this a necessary evil, as the stress of being underground around the horrors of CERN degrades the quality of even such menial work over time. Thus, new workers are needed. Furthermore, that they never get to leave CERN alive means that our secrets are kept secure. These levels can only be accessed through special elevators hidden in the more public levels of CERN, and through special underground tunnels deep beneath the ground. The tunnels extend for many miles and have several openings above ground, far away from the facility. The openings are located in small villages run by the Knights of Malta, KOM, an occult society with close ties to ours. These knights, who look like ordinary villagers, have guarded these secret tunnel entrances and exits for many years. They have been trained to guard this secret with their lives if necessary, for the KOM are dedicated to our security. On the Italian side of the Alps, there are other tunnel entrances that are guarded by other groups, such as Opus Dei, with equal diligence. It is a week later, and I am driving myself and 2 other agents into Switzerland. The 3 of us have just spent a night and a day in the Italian Alps, enjoying the scenery to give us happy memories before going below ground. Now, we are crossing into Swiss territory. The other 2 agents are going to relieve 2 workers in the labs who are finishing their 3-month rotation at the end of the week. No one likes going to CERN, and our expressions say it all, even if we cannot voice how we feel about this assignment. Good soldiers obey orders willingly. We are all excellent soldiers, or else we would be running screaming from the car, preferring to get shot for desertion rather than go down into the hell on earth that is CERN. The KOM soldiers, dressed as simple civilians but well armed, see our car and our license plate and nod. We give them the security codes for the week. We still have to go through the biometric security procedures required: retinal scans, blood sample, voice and facial recognition. The computers scan the databases and give us permission to go on. The tunnel door opens in the side of a grassy hill, with goats grazing around the perimeter. As I drive the car into it, I feel as if I am actually driving the 3 of us into hell. After several minutes, we reach one of the underground parking lots. Once again, at the entrance into the labs, there are guards waiting, and we again pass through several rounds of security measures. The steel door lifts, and we walk in. The first thing I notice is the noise. It is high-pitched and eerie. It sounds like a human being in distress, but not quite. It is coming down from a well-lit hall. Thankfully, the office that I'm headed to is in the opposite direction of the noise. Nonetheless, it makes the hair on the back of my neck stand as I walk down the hall. We are greeted by 2 security officers, one of the lab technicians, and a haggard-looking trainer. I will be relieving this trainer, whose job has been to assess the mental health of the workers in the facility and provide interventions. I am startled to see a haunted look in his eyes, which are rimmed with dark circles. Father John is a very experienced and accomplished programmer as well as assassin. Considering that I had never seen him look this way, despite the horrifying things we have to do in the programming labs at Occult Rituals, we go towards a high-security bomb-proof door, where John places the pad of his 3rd finger on a plate by it, and simultaneously speaks the security code for the day. The steel door opens, and I enter the genetic labs at CERN. We are on the 1st level, where our transhuman genetics experiments are being done. Just ahead, to the left, I see a small cage with a creature that has a human-looking face but the tail of a cat. Fine tawny fur covers its body. While her features are partially human, her mentation is not. The cat creature snarls and lunges at me, striking hard the bars of her cage with her arms and shoulders. Her attempted attack is accompanied by a horrifying scream that peters off into a soft growl filled with malice. I can see with one glance that this creature is female, as it has no clothes. I feel a pang of pity for it, even as my stomach turns in horror. Its face and form are still human enough to make its nakedness stand out. I barely keep myself from cringing away from her cage. She is the product of combining the DNA of a cheetah and a human in the hope of creating a super soldier capable of inhuman speed and strength. John pulls up her charts on the computer, which describes her genetic, emotional, social, and physical characteristics, as well as the results of her 5 most recent health assessments. Like many of these creatures, her physical health is now poor. She is not doing well with the stress of her environment in the labs, and is suffering from weaknesses caused by the genetic manipulation. Our research involves learning how to prevent the poor overall health, aggression, and low levels of intellect created when combining humans with animals. I feel ill as I go down the hall and see varying physical results of this trans-species genetic work. There are 2 small children, male and female, that look human until I spot their paws. They growl menacingly at me as I walk by, showing sharp canine teeth. I make a mental note to never get within reach of those teeth. I see other human-animal chimeras, combinations with chimpanzees, with birds, with fish, and other odd-appearing creatures. All of them, however, have a look of bland and resigned, yet intense rage in cold eyes that lets me know that given the opportunity, they would kill me in a minute. The terrible, almost human grunts, growls, and screams that they make sends chills down my spine and makes me weak at the knees. I am not sure whether to think of them as human, animal, or monster. The tour of this level seems to go on and on and on as John introduces me to the lab workers on this level. They are subjected to the horror day after day. It is no wonder that they are stressed, to understate matters. I see something else that few other facilities have. an alcohol dispensing machine stocked with the finest wines and liquors. The staff on the floor can unlock the drinks of their choice once their badge shows that they have completed their 8 hours on duty. I am not a drinker, but I plan to visit the lounge tonight and grab something alcoholic to help me sleep. It is unsurprising that alcohol overconsumption is common in the lab workers here. I have no doubt that my name is going to be added to that list of overconsumers over the next month. After showing me the well-equipped gym and large swimming pool next to the lounge, John takes me down to the next level. Both of us have to pass through even tighter security measures in order to enter and exit the elevator to our destination, the genetic labs that focus on human performance. Over many years of work here, and in a few other labs, we have identified the genetic sequences and the interactions between the genetic sequences that impact numerous characteristics like intelligence, sex, muscle mass, strength, health, eye color, hair color, height, and race. We can already reliably control these factors in our babies and are experimenting with new genetic development. To further advance our next generation of babies, we are still looking to improve our control over physical traits, such as the efficacy of muscle recruitment, healing, endurance, psychological traits such as loyalty, perseverance, will to live, creativity, and spiritual traits such as psychic ability, sensitivity to the spiritual realms, aptitude for traveling the dimensions, and so on. These labs are not as stressful as the ones above, and the staff are rotated between the 2 sets of labs to give those working with the transhumans desperately needed breaks. The lab technicians are carefully marking various sequences for further study. Depending on the experiment, the sequences are being spliced into eggs and sperm, or fertilized eggs, then stored in row upon row on special climate-controlled shelves. Besides just trying to study the outcomes of manipulating DNA, we have also been studying how the genetic engineering interacts with fertilization conditions, as well as the environment of the womb. We continue to study each successfully born healthy child for several months to several years to identify the outcomes of the experiments. Once a particular series of experiments is deemed successful, we will use this knowledge to engineer the next batch of babies in our labs located in Rome itself. In front of each shelf is a series of DNA sequences on a label that shows the part of the human genetic strand that is being researched. In the lab, these tiny cultured beings are known by this genetic strand and not by name. Numbers are given to each zygote after implantation into its birth mother. The technicians raising these experimental children, however, do usually end up giving names to these children, rarely calling them by their numbers. I am excited about the work happening here, because at this point, I believe the indoctrination that the gifted children that we produce would create better soldiers and would make the world a better place. The next set of rooms down the hall, however, make my stomach heave again. To unknowing eyes, there is nothing at all upsetting or unusual about these rooms. In fact, they look like a spa or retreat center for wealthy women wanting the best of care and rest during pregnancy. The place is beautifully appointed and extremely comfortable. It seemingly houses many happy-looking women at various stages of pregnancy whose needs are monitored by extremely well-trained attendants. In truth, these women have been enslaved to be carriers for the human and transhuman genetic experiments that I have been viewing since I arrived at CERN. The ones being given the most careful attention are usually the ones carrying the worst of the transhuman experiments. These chimeric pregnancies have very high failure rates, so we give these mothers the most care. These women have been told that they are very privileged and will be rewarded highly for their work as surrogates. The truth is, however, in order to maintain the secrecy of CERN, every single one is killed once their use as healthy carriers has run out. Some of the women are not carrying genetic experiments, but rather genetic products. These are transhuman or genetically modified children specifically ordered by the extremely wealthy from various occult societies around the world. Common requests include children completely covered in fur, having a slightly animal-like appearance of those with both male and female genitals. Always, they request for these children to come with training upon delivery. We can deliver a broad number of designer products at a cost of only several $1 million each. Sales contracts specify that these children are not allowed to live past 2.5 years old. They are sterilized before being taken to their new owners. At times, individuals and families become attached to one of these special children, treating them as a pet, and have been reluctant to kill them at the end of the contract. We therefore have a failsafe, an implant that releases poison to kill the child by the specified time. The implant is placed where attempts at removal will kill the child. The limited lifespan of these children helps ensure that they remain highly sought after items. After this, John takes me to the next level, down to view the nurseries and labs where the experimental human children will live during the first year of their life. Those who live beyond this age are raised and monitored in a different facility. The nurseries look very much like the ones that the children are raised in, with the spaces, studios, and equipment for promoting and assessing the children's mental, emotional, social, physical, and spiritual development. The labs for assessing their levels of pain endurance, stamina, and responses to physical, emotional, and spiritual stress, however, make me queasy. On the farthest end of the level are the rooms for the autopsies and the disposals of the bodies of the children who do not survive the outcome of their genetic manipulations, or do not survive the testing of their ability to endure pain, disease, and stress. There is an observable hierarchy in how the transhumans are treated. The more human the chimera looks, the better it is treated. If they can speak a few words, all the better. Those that can talk a little are given less unnecessary abuse, and more time, attention, and nurture. The more animalistic children, on the other hand, consistently receive less nurture and more violence to keep them in line. Unlike the more human children, they cannot cry when slapped or hit. Instead, they bite and growl and fight back at their tormentors, for this is how they view their captors, and rightly so. The difference in treatment bothers me deeply, even though I know that it is one way that the staff are coping. My evenings are spent in meetings with John and the other trainers to review the findings and discuss intervention plans for each staff member and strategies for making working conditions more tolerable. The deep darkness that seems to surround the labs beneath the ground, a darkness that is more than just twice daily sacrifices made to the gods in all our labs. This is a darkness that seems born out of trying to be gods and to create new beings, to improve upon what has been originally created, to develop new species. Like all cult trainers, I was sent there at intervals for years, for periods that varied between 4 weeks and 6 weeks, to do these assessments and provide counseling for those who worked there. I had nightmares for weeks after these memories came up, and helped myself through that time of remembering by reassuring myself I survived being there the first time, and I can survive remembering. I can remember and stay sane. I had to counteract several layers of security and amnesia barriers and punishments designed to prevent ever revealing the secret of the cults, their transhuman and genetic experimentation. I had to deal with the sadness and despair as well that welled up as I realized that human beings are actually capable of doing the kinds of things done at the labs underneath CERN. And yet, in spite of the emotional and spiritual cost of participating in this, continuing to do so. Just for the record, if anyone should go into the isolated Swiss villages, searching for the tunnel entrances I describe here, I highly advise against doing so. The agents of the Knights of Malta that guard them will first attempt to divert anyone coming near. But if all other methods fail, they are trained to create accidents that are fatal for those without authorization who are too inquisitive. I am 30 years old, and a team of cult fathers, of which I am one, is meeting with a delegation from China in a suburb south of Beijing. The delegation from Beijing is interested in a proposal that the cults have put forward. We have offered to help them develop a world-class training facility in one of their underground facilities in order to create an army that will be dedicated to bringing in the long-expected leader that their own prophets and wise men have told them will come soon, within a generation or two. After an hour of murmured polite greetings and talk, Simon, the cult first general, starts the discussion that led to our being here. We would like to create a vast underground facility in your country in the northeast, Simon says. It will look like this. He continues and clicks a button that displays a blueprint of the proposed facility, and another button that creates a 3D hologram image of what it will look like once constructed. both your countries and ours would together provide sufficient zygotes and birth mothers to develop an initial prototype group of 100 based upon the best of our genetics research from the last 25 years. At this point, Simon clicks to display a video that shows a group of older teenage soldiers performing military exercises extremely well. These teens are well muscled, and in some of the maneuvers displayed, show excellent critical thinking and strategic skills in various simulated situations. When a large holographic image of a blonde, blue-eyed man appears on the screen above the room they are in, the soldiers all salute with complete adoration in their eyes. In one exercise, the holographic image gives the command to one soldier to kill the comrade next to him, and unhesitatingly, the soldier obeys. As you can see, our initial prototypes, developed in an underground facility in Poland, have been quite successful, Simon continues. If you agree to our proposal, we could together develop and train 100,000 special soldiers over a period of 30 years. We, of course, would share our genetic and other technologies with you and implement them in the facility at only a third of the cost to you, with the order taking on the other 2/3 of the cost. You will end up with a state-of-the-art training facility that will be completely hidden, one that will ensure your position as a world leader in the coming order. At the end of a month, with further meetings and negotiations, an agreement is made. Beneath the ground, within an hour's drive of Beijing, an underground facility will be developed, a facility that will be modern, with the majority built at our expense, with the proviso that our methods and our trainers will be in charge, but with extensive peer help and administration from the Chinese trainers. Our contract states that the Chinese trainers will be able to review and give suggestions regarding what is being done at all times. All parties are satisfied, and the Beijing facility will become a reality within 5 years. It will be connected to Beijing by an underground tunnel, and the provinces of China, along with other countries surrounding China, will provide the infants and birth mothers that will be used to create a literal army of soldiers, trained to have complete loyalty to the coming world leader. These soldiers will never leave their facilities. They will never experience life in a family setting or have contact with others who are not part of the occult world. Therefore, they are not programmed with non-cult presentation parts who are amnesic to the cult. Instead, they will have specialized loyalty programming to this coming leader and will be programmed to be willing to lay down their lives for his sake. We have created virtual reality programs based upon the painting of the light of the world that are a fair simulation of what this world leader will look like. For we believe that he will be coming soon, indeed, if the oracles are right in their predictions. It is 8 months later, and the fathers and I are meeting with a delegation from Russia in St. Petersburg. It is winter, and the temperatures are sub-freezing in a snow-covered landscape. Our goal is the same as when meeting with leadership in China, to build an underground training facility, and there to develop soldiers and military sub-captains who will not have the complex presentation programming seen in agents who must be hosted and present in various countries or identities. Instead, just as in China, these soldiers will be raised from birth to respond with unshakable loyalty and obedience to images and videos of the coming world leader, and to view him as a father figure and deep attachment bond for their systems. We present this plan to the Russian leaders, and after 3 weeks of discussion, they give the response and agree. For Russia also wants to play a leading role in the coming order, and wants to help build the army that will usher in his role. Just as in China, the soldiers will be programmed to speak and understand a variety of languages, and to comply with complete love and obedience to any requests that this coming leader will make. The army for the New World Order is building as the cult fathers and I make plans to visit Africa, the United States, South America, and remote areas near Nepal in the near future for the same purpose. There are numerous underground training facilities around the world, with new underground facilities built after the success of the initial ones. What makes the programming done in China, Russia, and the other countries mentioned unique is the fact that this new generation of soldiers will have programming to obey the leader of the New World Order, and the trainers do not bother to put in presentation programming for other countries or identities, since these soldiers will never leave the facility until it is time to take orders from the coming leader. These facilities have above ground areas as well, but the grounds are all carefully hidden from public view, whether above or below ground, with blackout of any satellite coverage, which intelligence in countries around the world is aware of and programmed to not take note of. These soldiers comprise literally a completely dedicated army of thousands upon thousands being programmed in this way, and represents the belief by the cults in other countries around the world that the coming world leader will come upon the scene soon, very soon. Our first success was with a young white homeless man purchased from a trafficker in Europe. We did not know his name or his story, and did not care to know. To us then, he was not a person, but a scientific subject. Lizzie straps him down, then enters the command into the machine to stimulate the neural patterns of rage. I watched the man, not expecting much. The microburst waves are invisible to the human eye, so despite the millions of dollars poured into the project by this point, there is literally nothing to see. Then, the man lets out a howl of rage that barely sounds human. The howl continues as he strains at his straps with all of his strength. It breaks off as he pauses for breath, his heart rate sky high, pupils fully dilated, then resumes screams of mindless rage. Lizzie herself catches a breath, then cues the machine to stop. Within 2 seconds, the man is silent, panting. He looks around at us. He was frightened when he was first brought in. Now, we can see that he is confused and twice as frightened as before. Do it again. I snap out an order. We have to know if we are indeed seeing what we are seeing, a first success. I can sense that the other team members are equally tense. Lizzie gives the machine a command. Again, the man screams and writhes in a rage. After 10 seconds, I lift my hand. From years of working together, Lizzie understands my silent gesture and stops the waveform stimulation. Once again, the man's rage passes and he gazes around the room, eyes round with terror and bewilderment. We put him through this torture 2 more times. Each time, exactly the same thing happens. The team's excitement mounts with each successful display of direct control of the man's emotions. Lizzie then unstraps the man and puts him back into a cage with food and water in the adjoining room. It took many more years of work and great harm to thousands of what the Order labeled experimental subjects to develop this technology into an effective programming tool. We called it the God Machine because it was God to those programmed by its use. We also called it Shiva, after the spiritual being who we believe gave us the inspiration and part of the scientific knowledge for its development. The machine's most basic design is that of a small rectangular chamber, not unlike a coffin that the subject lies in, then the lid is closed. The walls and lid of the machine are comprised of panels that display the scenarios for the programming session, such as a starry sky, the pit of hell, the person's therapist's office, the person's presentation home in America, and so on. Special glasses are also placed over the person's eyes. These glasses interact with the walls and lid and the waveforms to create extremely realistic experiences. For instance, the programmers can have the person look down at his left arm and see it on fire, while the machine stimulates that arm to feel the horrendous pain of the burning, fully accompanied by the smell of burning flesh. The machine is precise enough that it can even start the burning at the tips of the fingers, then cause the sensations of the burning flames to slowly crawl up the hand, then arms, accompanied by the relevant visuals. When not playing back the programming scenes, the walls and lid are transparent. The machine monitors neural responses, vital signs, and other parameters. The chamber is built such that IV lines, feeding tubes, catheters, and other medical devices can be used without disrupting the programming scenarios when necessary for longer programming sessions. Different sizes of the machine chambers are used for subjects of different ages. Programming installed by the God Machine is considered unbreakable because the individual is entrained by hour after hour after hour of cyclic repetition of stimulus and response that goes deep within the various brain states. Like a tractor wheel plowing through mud, this entertainment creates neural roots of cognition and emotion and behavior for parts, according to the programmer's precise design, that are robust and difficult to change. Such programming is also considered more effective because the direct neural manipulation downloads the desired program response to that person while preventing the individual's own response to the programming. For instance, traditional techniques to program an assassin make them enjoy killing, involving intense conditioning through praise, treats, and other rewards from the trainer, and often, the administration of drugs that create a sense of bliss and/or thrill. Nonetheless, the part may still feel twinges of unease at the bottom of their stomach, or pangs of guilt, shame or pity for the target, especially when they are still very young. The programmers also have to ensure that the person's negative feelings about killing, such as horror, are being disassociated correctly into the right parts or locations in the system, directed stimulus of emotion, thought and action. The part being conditioned to deeply associate killing with joy will not experience any twinges of guilt or discomfort, or have negative emotions that need to be seconded to other emotion-holding parts in the system. The part's entire experience is that of joy at killing. At my last point of contact with the Order, portable or mobile versions of the technology that looked like a helmet, used in combination with a full bodysuit, had already been in use for over a decade. A younger survivor who has recently left the Order told me that they can now record the experience of one person, then download this experience onto another person. For instance, they can record one person's pleasurable experience of eating a chocolate croissant, then download this experience onto another person. Similarly, they can record an experience of brutal torture on one person, then download this onto a different person, enabling them to put this next person through all the pain and terror, yet with actual little physical damage. I have also heard that this, or similar technologies, can be used to read a person's dreams or thoughts remarkably well, though not fully precisely yet. Note, while I do believe that such advanced mind-reading technology has been developed, I am also aware that in order to enhance their control and discourage parts from daring to think independently, programmers do use many tricks to persuade parts that they can read their minds or read their dreams, spiritually, psychically, or through the use of technology. Often, these tricks are accomplished through other parts in the survivor having already reported the thoughts or dreams, unbeknownst to the parts currently being told that their own thoughts and dreams are not safe from the programmers. Many groups have worked hard to develop similar technologies, meaning that many survivors from different groups would have memories of high-tech programming involving direct brain stimulation. According to my memories, there was something of a race between the different occult societies and government agencies as far back as the 50s and 60s to create devices to directly control a person's brain and mind, and to develop effective protocols for integrating the use of these devices into programming other areas of development that cult scientists engage in, including weaponry, transportation, and communication technologies, agricultural technologies, climate control technologies, and medical technologies. In fact, the medical advances in the Order, unknown still to the public, enables them to heal many types of injuries from torture, programming accidents, training accidents, incidences on missions, and so on, without leaving any scars. Gentlemen, I have old headphones, some kind of Soviet, left over from my brother, soldered to a regular peak input, almost released, only they are not blue but red. I reinstalled the shameful Windows, and the headphones were directly connected to the computer. The sound card drivers are still not installed. I was just looking for them on the internet, and the headphones were on my head out of habit. At first I thought it was interference, and then I began to make out the voices. That is, these are really voices. They are saying something, but I can't make out what exactly. I can't even say what kind of men's or women's voices there are. Every now and then, a slight squeak appears in the headphones, which is the funny thing. Even if you listen to it with one ear, it appears in both, somewhere in the center of the head. When the squeak appears, the voices disappear for about a minute, and again, a quiet creaking and hissing is heard, quite earthly, and then at some point, the voices appear again. I've been sitting here for an hour trying to figure it out. In principle, there is a telephone exchange with an antenna nearby, although I don't know what's really there, a strategic object surrounded by a 3-meter fence, and a military unit, walkie-talkies, all that. And in general, almost the center of the city, not a deep forest, but a private sector, so there is something to explain in a pinch, but the voices are heard clearly. This is what interested me. I can hear voices only when I plug the headphones into my soundbox. It only works when the drivers are not initially installed. If you install them and then remove them, you can't hear anything. And so, a completely repeatable experiment. I will try to decipher, and I actually have good hearing, even though I'm no longer 15 or even 20. I'm a half-educated pianist, and then self-taught in some way. but it seemed to me that ultrasound is inaccessible to the human ear. By the way, this is more like radio conversations than security swearing on the radio. By the way, tell me why the PBX might need an antenna, and is it dangerous to health that it is 40 meters away from my house? I listened to it almost all last night. Some kind of nonsense. I never heard any advertising or Malakoff. At first I thought that these were radio conversations, but sometimes they answer out of place. It seems so to me, and in short phrases. Some mine is sometimes mentioned. In our life, there are no mines in the city. Stuff like moving towards the mine, close to the mine, going down into the mine, some swearing, mine, etc. I can't make out who is speaking and who is answering, but between the voices, there is a sound like static on a TV. Sometimes just some words, and sometimes something from a series. The light is on, marked, etc. And very often, 3 bodies on, and then numbers and letters. 1 body per, again, numbers and letters, and again short phrases, half of which cannot be understood. It seems that we are not talking about corpses, but about, well, like those bodies that are spherical and exist in a vacuum. That is, objects. Although again, I don't know. It is not clear at all. The squeaking is very annoying. My teeth hurt in the morning. It is constantly knocking. It doesn't repeat itself after the same amount of time, but somehow stupidly, unexpectedly, I don't even have time to take off my headphones. Before the squeak, some kind of sound signal is repeated, sort of like speech, but very short and abrupt, but stable. Today I will also listen at night, but the most interesting thing is that at night and during the day, as far as I can tell, I'm at work during the day, but I've popped in a couple of times for lunch. The activity of the negotiations is the same. Yesterday I called a drinking buddy and listened together, mostly laughing, but while we weren't quite in the mood yet, we made out a dozen phrases. Today is the first night. Well, maybe not the whole night. That's not what we were mostly doing, when there were no messages about bodies and numbers. The touch of mysticism, from the very beginning I thought, to be honest, that this was some kind of phenomenon of voices of the dead, lol, faded somewhat. But the messages were like this, repeated one way or another. Opening, raising the next one, the truck has gone, etc. Long and distinct. 6 people to unload the lift. In general, quite ordinary negotiations, transporting something. By the way, this comment, yes, I was wrong. Yes, there are actually some mines around the city, mostly closed, but there are very few of them from here. There are almost no villages near them either. We are not an industrial mining region. In the city itself, like everywhere else, there are drainages, and in the park nearby, there are earthen caves. That is all. And the most interesting phrase for tonight, shouting. There was a bunch of obscenities that essentially boiled down to, tell these idiots not to touch them. The mines are mines, but I've lived here for a long time. My grandmother's house remains. Thank God it has been restored to normal. And at night, during the day, the movement of large trucks is generally prohibited, it seems. Sometimes trucks actually drive from the territory of the ATS. In short, there is a cunning plan. Tomorrow night, my friend will stand by with his mobile phone in front of the entrance to the automatic telephone exchange, and I will listen to the headphones at home. Let's see if something will be taken out of there tomorrow, and whether the negotiations will coincide with this in time. I am only interested in this because it's right next to my house. Because if it's really some miners talking outside the city, and my headphones somehow catch them, then screw it. I'm in trouble looking for something, somewhere from where. Although it is interesting. Of course, what kind of bodies these are. And I'm also fed up with the fact that now I can't watch a movie or listen to music on my phone. So I asked a friend to bring me a laptop. Let's put my windows there and stick my headphones in. Maybe it can pick up from there, maybe not. In short, I will write back tomorrow. In response to this reply, you know, I don't really believe in the conspiracies of the authorities. If you transport some poison crap, they can also install antennas, which may be dangerous to have, yes. Well, let's see. Yes, by the way, I have now trained myself to react to the sound signal that comes before the squeak and managed to pull off my headphones. So today my head hurts from the firewater and only from it. Well, this is pure crap, gentlemen. I was going to write back on September 12th, but it is already the 14th, and the fact is that I've been hit by a sore. How funny, I am starting to believe in the statements of some Anons about a cleansing signal, although still, it may well be that this is a coincidence, but more on that later. In general, from Saturday to Sunday, my friend actually stood with his mobile phone, not far from the entrance to the automatic telephone exchange. The commands that I was listening to at the time coincided with the opening of the gate 8 times during the night, so it was hardly an accident. I asked my friend to walk to the location not far from the military unit and again hit the mark. The diagram looks like this. Covered trucks marked out and semi-trucks leave from there together. Go to the ATS, stand there for some time, and after about 40 minutes, leave from there and drive towards the roundabout. My friend categorically refused to hang around there all night and swore into the phone for a long time, although at first he was interested, but I persuaded him to go to the automatic telephone exchange again, make sure that the right cars were leaving, and he could see what was in them, although it was very unlikely, and then return to me, where we will raise glasses in honor of his feat. And when he stood in front of the gate for the second time, 2 in civilian clothes approached him, showed him his badges, and asked him what he was doing there. He immediately came up with some nonsense about a chick. The word girl is not applicable to my friend's face, whom he was supposed to meet, but she did not come, etc., etc., and he's on edge here, so he calls on his mobile, but she does not answer. The 2 in civilian clothes nodded sympathetically, and one of them offered to call his chick from his own. Then my acquaintance gave up, began to say something indistinctly, and in short said that okay, he'll be on his way, and walked away. And when he looked back, these 2 were standing there, looking after him. In short, he said that he would not go there again at night, so now all hope is on me. Well, okay, we spent the rest of the night drinking and went to bed. On Sunday, it was a lot of fun in the afternoon, so I did not write about the results, although at night, I still listened to the negotiations, and I heard practically the most interesting thing these days, but more on that at the very end. I did not drink on Sunday night. On Monday, like all normal people, I was going to work. I woke up at 7:30 in the morning, got up, and my head was spinning. This happens after sleep, and I did not pay attention. I also did not pay attention to the slight noise in my head. After all, I was drinking all weekend. I went to the bathroom, but my head did not become any less dizzy. On the contrary, when I got to the mirror, I did not see myself in it. The blood rushed, probably so. This was what it looked like most, to my head, so that I was practically blind. I groped my way to my bed and lay down, and then I realized that the noise in my head, which I initially did not pay any attention to, had turned into a constant, uniform hum. Now, if someone has ever tried to listen to audio drugs, it is very similar. Some kind of hissing and quiet howl. My temperature rose to 39.1. In general, by 11 o'clock, I called back to work and to the doctor. The doctor arrived after lunch, listened to my breathing, looked at my throat, asked if my stomach hurt, my heart, and if it hurt me to squeal. I answered in the negative. Then she said something about age, gave an injection, and having prescribed some medications, she left. Like this. All day I lay in bed and saw such bad dreams and nightmares that I had not had since childhood. So bad that I even mentioned them here. Apparently, the potion that this witch injected me with was very strong. Actually, that's all. I'm feeling better this morning. I even went to the pharmacy. I won't listen to the headphones for a while. Let me get better, because with this situation, you'll believe in both a global conspiracy and tinfoil hats. Maybe I'll find someone else to listen instead of me, but not right now. And some of the phrases that I was able to snatch on Sunday evening, in addition to the usual phrases that I talked about earlier, I was especially interested in the last one that was given. Take him to the infirmary. Quickly, you damn bastard. Almost funny. There is a collapse of some numbers and letters. There are 2 bodies. Here the wild scream made almost no sense at all. Refuse? I did not hear the answer. Court-martial, I'll shoot you on the spot. In the early morning, tell me, don't let these goddamn pictures touch them. The bespectacled people are hysterical. Like this. It is precisely because of the last phrase that I don't want to give up this business. All the time that I was conscious yesterday, I was thinking about what could be there underground, and there is no doubt that it is underground, and almost under my house. I don't know what I'll do next, because I still feel bad. Let's see. In response to this message, I don't know. I don't know anymore. The city is a large regional center. If something really messed up comes, I'll post here the exact address of all of the above mentioned institutions, but not yet. I've already moved away practically. I want to listen to the headphones, but it is boring. But it seems to me that I'm just missing the most interesting part. I convinced my friend to listen instead of me, at least for a while. By the way, on the laptop that they brought me, the headphone track does not work. Well, it doesn't matter. I came up with a new cunning plan due to the fact that we made a reconnaissance sortie. So, we walked around the ATS from all sides, and at the same time, walked the sick me. There were no problems on 3 sides, the road, but on the 4th, there was a landfill on the site of several abandoned plots. Neighbors also throw garbage into the landfill, and sometimes they dump some telephony balls out of the automatic telephone exchange, with precious metals confiscated, of course. And so, drunk, we decided to bypass the ATS from this side, but you can't just go through there. The entire front part of the landfill, as I said, is filled with the household waste of our dear neighbors, and then we decided to remember our childhood and the summer, when I visited my grandmother. Cossack robbers. Childhood did not forget us and responded. If you climb over the fence in the backyard of the Khrushchev house, sideways adjacent to the private sector, you can crawl through the trashy backyards and go straight to the same landfill, but on the side. I have not laughed like that in 100 years. The how we climb through heaps of garbage. Backyards with obscenities and jokes is worthy of being included in legends, and I must say, we did not climb in vain. We found a hole. I am attaching an approximate map of the locations of the buildings on the territory and automatic telephone exchange. The whole joke is that everywhere around the ATS, as I already said, there is a pretty good 3-meter fence, and even with barbed wire. But this is Russia. Still, Zardanov is right about something. The fence behind the landfill, although high and with wire, is a large piece of it that has not been repaired or replaced since the Soviet era, and in it there is a hole. There are 4 stone blocks above the mesh, above the wire. Only now 1 stone block fell out on its left side from the groove on the pillar in which it was held and fell to the ground. Behind the hole is an open warehouse with walls made of iron mesh. There are some balls lying there, most likely garbage, cut plastic pieces that used to have a conductor in them. There are just a bunch of them. We pulled a couple between the mesh. They were drunk. They are like bows. You can shoot from them close. Posted. If you climb between the fence and the warehouse, you can reach a place where there is a gap between the trash from where you can most likely see the backyard. In general, the idea is to quietly sneak in there at night when they are taking something out of there and look at it. Like this. When I'm completely gone, we will most likely try it. Most likely, this is the last time I'm writing here, and only because I'm not used to leaving what I started. In the near future, I will try to sell the plot and move, if not to another city, then at least to the outskirts of my town. We planned the outing, which I wrote about earlier, for Saturday/Sunday night. On Thursday, everything was still normal after writing the last message. I gave my computer to a friend who could no longer be torn away from his headphones, just like me at the beginning. That evening, he sat at my house, not letting me near the unit, but I, having nothing to do, stupidly watched the zombie box and then went to bed. Although I was sitting at home and didn't need to go to work, I was very tired because I have not yet completely recovered from the illness that suddenly crippled me. I woke up at about 11 in the morning. I don't know when my friend left. He just had to go to work, but judging by the wrappers and the number of empty beer bottles, he sat there almost all night. He did not leave me any notes, and all Friday afternoon I surfed the internet, read a book, and generally enjoyed the life of a patient. I was surprised only at about 8 o'clock in the evening, when my friend did not come to his post to listen to headphones. I called his house. His wife made me happy with the good news. My friend was slightly ill, with a high fever. The doctor suspected a sore throat, but my friend's throat did not even turn red. Nothing hurt, just dizzy. Now I could no longer consider my illness an accident. The symptoms were too familiar. Just in case, I took my headphones out of the computer altogether. It turned out that I would have to climb the ATS alone or postpone the event. In fact, I spent the rest of the evening and Saturday afternoon doubting this matter. It was then that one thing began to worry me. Okay, let's say this is not a coincidence, and my friend and I both became victims, as funny as it may seem, of headphones that pick up radio communications of the military and other evil spirits. Perhaps something somewhere was mirrored from the PBX antenna. Okay, but what kind of sound is this, and is that the point? I did not Google much about this, and gave up due to a lack of information. But later, this idea was continued, and what a continuation. In general, I decided to go by myself. On Saturday night, I had to turn on the headphones again, although I was almost physiologically disgusted with listening to any sounds that came from them. I immediately realized that there was something wrong with them. The messages were not streamlined, as always, but confused. Some short commands were heard. Someone was arguing in the background, and most of all, there was selective swearing. But all this is crap compared to what the sound was like today. At some point, it seemed to me that my ears were bleeding. But the most important thing is that if at first I only heard something indistinct before the squeak, now this something extended over the entire length of the signal. Then I thought it sounded like a bird's cry. I still managed to extract commands from this hellish tinsel about opening the gates and sending the truck. They went that night too. I drank some vodka, got dressed in comfortable clothes that I did not mind throwing away, broken sneakers, a stupid cap with a visor, and went out into the street. It was as if I had been cursed. On the way I stumbled on an empty street, and managed to crash into a passerby. A pack of dogs that live quietly and peacefully here managed to bark and almost bite me. I swear to you, they howled at the moon last night. It became calmer as I climbed over the fence and walked deeper into the backyards. At first I got a little lost, but eventually I managed to find my way to the dump. At first I just stood at the hole, listening. From here, I could already hear the voices of the military, abrupt commands that were impossible to understand for a person who had not served in the army. The excitement, apparently, was serious. I carefully crawled into the hole. A teenager would have fit in there just fine, but there was not enough room for me. I, trying not to cling to any rubbish and not to get tangled in the wire, climbed to the right, where there was a gap in the rubbish through which, according to my estimates, one could see the backyard. I had to climb almost to the very end. It turned out that the center of the yard was occupied by a building that was not visible from the outside, a solid brick building of Soviet construction with 2 entrances to it. I was just in time for the fun part. I saw the following. The truck, apparently, did not have the time to drive up to the building. Soldiers stood in its way, blocking the road. Some people in civilian clothes tried to argue with them. Another one in civilian clothes was arguing about something with one of the officers. Some old man was pulled out of the building by the arms. He tried to fight back and shout something, but over the general commotion, I heard nothing. That night, I probably could have walked right through the central gate, and no one would have said anything to me. Everyone was so busy. A dozen soldiers ran into the building. At that moment, I turned away. I was very scared that they would catch me. I tried to inspect the territory of the automatic telephone exchange. It always seemed to me that someone was watching me or was creeping up from behind. And that's when I heard a sound, and then things took an unexpectedly fast turn. I jumped with fear, because this sound, yes, was reminiscent of exactly the bird cry that I heard in my headphones before leaving home. That is, it did not sound like the cry of a seagull or some pterodactyl from a movie. It sounded rather like a set of sounds from speech, but with a bird squeal, a whistle. I do not know how to describe it. I made some noise, but no one even looked in my direction. The officer was waving his hand, apparently to the soldiers in the building, yelling something. The driver jumped out of the truck. One of the people in civilian clothes was also yelling, first at the officer, then at everyone else. I saw a soldier backing away, dragging something, looking around hauntedly. Soon another one appeared from the passage, and another, on some stupid structure, a platform on wheels. They were pulling out of the building something shapeless, large in size, covered with a tarp. The officer practically kicked the soldiers away, and the man in the civilian clothes scurried around, trying to grab onto the platform himself so that it would roll out faster. Suddenly, an old man who had been dragged away by the soldiers appeared. He looked completely distraught, jumping onto the platform. With agility that would be the envy of any teenager, he ran inside the building. And then the sound rang out a second time. Almost at the same time, one of the soldiers who was standing on the guardhouse and shining a huge, powerful lantern, more like a searchlight, let it go down, causing the rest to twitch, and complete confusion arose. The soldiers with the platform rushed forward in the flickering light, hit the wall with the platform. An officer and another soldier were closing the doors of the huge metal gates of the building. Someone was yelling something. Everyone was running like crazy. Some kind of wooden ladder fell, which assigned to the building. When the lighting was more or less restored, I saw that people in civilian clothes were again yelling at the officer, and he was yelling back so loudly that he drowned out those three. And then I turned my attention to the platform. What was standing on it overturned. In one place, the tarp fell, and I saw under it the green block. That is, I can't vouch for my eyes, but in the light of the spotlights and the moon, it looked like a huge block of stone of a pale green color, along which something was flowing. There were some drawings on it, or it seemed to me. I didn't know what the hell it was, and I did not want to know. I saw enough and went home, not through the courtyards, but straight through the garbage mountains on the landfill. Somehow I got home, drank almost a full glass of vodka in one fell swoop, and fell into bed. Even despite my characteristic disgust, I fell asleep, right in what I was wearing. I don't know what kind of sound it was, or what happened there. It still seems to me that it was some kind of dream, although it may have been the influence of the alcohol, but I remember everything quite clearly. I won't wear the headphones again, and won't give them to anyone else. Now they are wrapped in plastic and buried in my backyard, and I don't give a damn about all the secrets. Peter the pig gets screwed. I am the voice of Jack, who says enough is enough. The last thing I would like to add is about my friend. I hope that everything will be okay with him. He was taken to the hospital. His temperature did not subside. On the contrary, he began to feel feverish and delirious. His wife swore at me, saying that we had drunk ourselves to hell, to the point of delirium tremens. But this morning, I was simply in prostration. I just nodded and listened. And what I heard, I immediately knew where it came from when she mentioned what my friend was saying. She scolded me for a long time, sometimes cried, sometimes raged, and reluctantly said that my friend asked me to give me some papers, after which she escorted me out of the house with them in my hands. Now I am sitting and looking at these letters, written in my friend's handwriting. These are notes from Thursday night. What he managed to make out, today I was hit twice in the throat by the horseman of Benedict Arafeev's personal apocalypse. The second time I saw in the recordings of military conversations that my friend left me was like this. The further they go, they say, nothing is heard. They cut a tunnel into number letters, a body into number letters. It's just huge, real labyrinths, interference, some kind of damn ultrasound. Frescoes, they found frescoes. Put the doctor down, it can't be raised. Head is pounding, interference. There were also notes, commands, some conversations, and between them, notes from my friend. I hear this during the squeak and before it. It's definitely some kind of word. Looks like a bird's cry, etc. Various combinations of letters with which he tried to write down the sound. The first time it hit me, and I understood everything, was when I heard it from the lips of my friend's wife, when she was screaming at me, talking about her husband. What he repeated was exactly what I heard at the telephone exchange and in the headphones. I simply could not make out the sounds. I could not understand how it was so familiar to me, and then I remembered, and now, call me crazy. Perhaps these are just illusions from something I read once. Perhaps I just heard something, and I'm confusing something. Perhaps I was blown away, me and my friend. But his wife, this is what she told me about what was happening with my friend on the night from Saturday to Sunday, when I went to the automatic telephone exchange. He screamed all evening, screamed like crazy all night, screamed, repeated the same thing, then laughed, cried, then started again. This is what he screamed. Found something in an abandoned military base. Me and my friend have always loved exploring abandoned places. My best friend Matt V and I have been climbing them since childhood, probably like any other boy. First through dilapidated barns, then through unfinished houses, but our hobby did not pass without a trace. As a result, by the age of 17, we could no longer say exactly how many abandoned buildings we had visited. I will never forget some of these places. They were really creepy, even scary, so much so that your hair stood on end. I can tell a couple or 3 interesting stories, and today I will tell you about the last story. The adrenaline from research spurred Matt V and me to look for even more creepy abandoned places, and it was this craving that brought us to Zenegrad Military Facility. I had found it by scouring the entire internet far and wide. Through various forums of stalkers and diggers, I looked for grains of information so that later, having put everything together, I could find this place. The military unit from the times of the USSR was abandoned 60 years ago. Not far from it, there is an underground storage facility. It is not clear what its purpose is. There were rumors that several people disappeared without a trace in this dungeon. They also allegedly saw ghosts inside. Something inexplicable and paranormal was happening. Then the facility was unexpectedly barricaded, blocking the entrances. This is what attracted me. Since I was stupid and young, I decided, of course, to go there. At first, Matt V was skeptical about such a trip, but then I finally persuaded him. He is also an adventurer, but it is always difficult to get a move into the right direction. It's like a freight train. Once it moves, it is difficult to stop. After a day of traveling by train, we were at the Anishkino station near the village of Kordon. From there we went east. After an hour of walking through a beautiful autumn forest, we stood at a concrete pillar with a sign rusted almost to holes. On it, the pale letters could be seen on the inscription, Military Base 141, Zenegrad. I wonder what this name means. Why was it closed at all? Matt V looked at the wooden barracks. They were rickety from time to time. They were at the checkpoint, overgrown with wild ivy and boarded up windows. I looked at all of this too. I don't know why I was so attracted to such places. Maybe it was the history stored in each of them. You never know why it could have been covered up. On the internet, when I was looking for information, they said that people often took their own life here. Not only conscripts, even officers. Mysticism in general. I love this. It's on our topic. My friend rubbed his hands, looking at the devastation, but still not as extreme as Pripyat. Well, never mind. Our dosimeters will arrive soon. We'll still have time to finish them before winter. He was obsessed with the Chernobyl exclusion zone. I read a lot about the disaster, looked a lot about everything on the internet, and really wanted to get there myself. Of course, we'll drive there. While we're here, let's look for the subway. We're close, I feel it. I moved forward. Matt V followed me. A few minutes later, to confirm my words, we came up against some mesh fences stretched along the perimeter. There was nothing to cut the mesh with, so we walked along, looking around, hoping to find a loophole. The concrete piles were dilapidated or tilted. For some reason, the chain-link fence was dark red. Signs hung everywhere, faded over decades. Some read, "Caution, dangerous object," and "live mesh," some of which were almost unreadable due to the corrosion. I had no doubt that we would find a hole in the fence, and so it happened. Even as we approached the entrance, shivers ran down my spine. This place caused inexplicable excitement. It really made my heart beat faster. The grass around was yellow. The leaves of the trees, which had not yet fallen, had already dried up. Then I chalked it up to the time of the year, without giving it due importance, which I regret to this day. The metal door at the entrance to the vault had been opened. Behind it is a massive, sealed door with a shutter control. Since I was larger than my friend and physically better developed, I tried to open it, but it did not budge even a millimeter. We tried to lean and pull it back together. We pulled it back with a jerk. The steering wheel seemed to have grown into the door. I remember that the thought flashed through my head. Someone does not want us to go inside. Oh, They do not. We needed to look for an emergency entrance. Surely this is not the only door. Matvey threw off his backpack and sat down on the yellow grass. He took his phone out of his pocket and stared at it as if he was looking for the answers on the screen. There is no connection. Damn, the connection. Can you hear the hum? So quiet, almost deaf, or is it just me? No. My comrade listened. He took out a bottle of reddish liquid from his backpack, took a couple of sips, and handed it to me. I drank a little too, making a grimace. It turned out to be cranberry juice, which I have not liked since childhood. Why did you take sour meat? It would be better if I poured some cold tea with a little lemon, or at least poured sugar into the bottle. You're not fumbling, felt Boots. Fruit juice is a useful thing. He smiled, got up from the ground, shook off the dirt from his pants. Looking around, we realized that a fairly decent area was fenced off. Of course, this is not without reason. It was decided to first go around the fence. Something is wrong here. I could not shake the feeling of danger. It had never been so aggravated inside of me before. What are you talking about? My friend turned around in surprise. I don't understand yet. It's alarming. This place, it doesn't feel healthy. What was healthy in other similar places? For example, in the boiler room at a mental hospital. The boiler room was such a mess. I waved it off. We almost despaired of ever finding an emergency entrance. Having decided that the subway was indeed mothballed, we went back. But then, Matvey's gaze accidentally caught on top of an inconspicuous hill. The hillock was covered with withered bushes, but from the point where we stood, a piece of iron could be seen. Upon closer inspection, the piece turned out to be a torn hatch, held in place by bent reinforcement. A rusty, thin staircase went down to an unknown depth. My friend and I decided that I should go down first, since it was harder. I didn't have to choose, the idea was still mine. The stairs creaked terribly under my weight. Matvey, from time to time, shouted something, but his voice got confused in the narrow hole, reflected from the walls. Nothing could be heard at all. I was afraid to breathe. The dust was itching in my nose. I really wanted to sneeze. When my foot touched the hard surface, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. I shined the light upward in the hope that Matvey would see the signal. I was signaling him so that he knew he could go down. The walls of the round tunnel went into the distance, and we also had to go there. We heard a quiet, dull rumble, like on the surface, only a little more distinct. An unpleasant, sour smell hung in the stagnant air. Matvey came down, wearing a respiratory mask, and I suddenly realized that I should have done the same. Anything could have awaited me during the descent, and I recklessly forgot about breathing protection. I put on the mask and pulled the straps tighter. We exchanged some semblance of a plan of action. In fact, it consisted only of slowly moving forward, without leaving each other a single step. Two beams from our headlamps quickly jumped along the walls, looking for who knows what. They were covered with dead, dropping worms of technological cables stretching deep into the tunnel. There are cobwebs on the ceiling and strange black vegetation that in some places hangs down to the floor. Do you see this too? I could not stand it when I saw a shadow flickering in the beams of a flashlight for the third time. What? Matvey muttered, staring at me. Well, don't be blind. There is something ahead. Yes, a rat, I suppose. I thought so too at first. Matvey was interrupted by a loud rustling from the darkness. Well, I told you so. Only it wasn't a rat. Following the rustling, we heard the sounds of footsteps. Slow at first, they gradually accelerated, moving away from us. Then everything froze. These aren't human steps, are they? Matvey asked me this in a whisper. He took a handheld flashlight from his backpack and sent a powerful beam forward, dispelling the dusty darkness. And then I saw it. Someone or something stood on the border between light and shadow. I felt that it was looking at us, but as soon as I directed my flashlight to illuminate something, it moved to the side and disappeared. Matvey did not see anything, and I tried to convince myself that I was imagining it. We continued our journey through the catacombs of the military facility. Occasionally, a thick drop of water would plop down from the ceiling, echoing throughout the round room. The tunnel gradually narrowed, and soon, we were already walking along a regular corridor. On one of the walls, Matvi illuminated a wall-mounted telephone. The tube hanging on the wire swayed a little. We looked at each other silently. The corridor led to a small hall. The light instantly snatched the doorway from the darkness. The front door was lying nearby. We did not find anything other than this passage. I decided that I would go first. Matvi remained behind. What a waste, huh? Creepy. Just imagine if our lights suddenly went out. My voice was strangely distorted in a narrow place. On top of that, I could not stop thinking about the creature that was watching us from the darkness. We have spare ones and 2 charged batteries. You're a bore, aren't you? Ruin the whole atmosphere. We walked further ahead in silence, listening. I really did not want to hear other people's steps again, or rustling sounds, or something else. Is there nowhere else to go? What the? My friend muttered in confusion as we emerged into a corridor with a dead end and several locked doors on either side. The walls were covered with metal plates. Maybe we missed some passage. I need to go back, but I stand rooted to the spot and could not move. This is not why we dragged ourselves here, I think. Look, Matvi was already at the far wall. Here, you can try to crawl through the ventilation. Maybe even in one of the rooms it will work. I walked up and looked at the hole that he had marked with the beam of his flashlight. Matvi always found such loopholes. Are you kidding? I will not get through there. But I am completely. At least, I'll just see where it leads. Do you remember the military hospital in Alexandrov? There was a similar system there, but I got through it. Are you sure you want to do this? Maybe. He himself persuaded me to go. Now, please help me. We need to break the defense. Matvi threw off his backpack, grabbed the corner with his hands, pulled, and the grate instantly gave in, falling to the floor with a crash. Matvi shouted with joy. There's plenty of space in here. Give me a lift. Well, what's there? I shouted impatiently into the hole in the wall. Matvi did not respond, and I was a little afraid to be alone in a remote bunker. I told myself, that creature is still watching me somewhere from the shadows. Maybe it was just waiting for me to be alone. The hum became more distinct. I did not notice when it happened. Now it was pressing on my ears. I plugged them, but the sound did not go away. Not missing. From the very beginning, the buzz was only in my head, and I realized what had alarmed me on the surface. The same deathly silence as below. No insects buzzing, no birds chirping, no wind howling. Just a gradually growing roar in the ears. I immediately remembered the myths about people disappearing here, about ghosts and the paranormal. I was pulled out of my thoughts by a rumble behind the wall, and then Matvi's curse. Crap, god damn it. I'm in one of the rooms, are you still there? I fell, guess what? The structure could not stand it. It doesn't seem to have broken anything. I tried to unlock the door, but it did not work. There's another one here, I'll check it right now. And there are also plenty of barrels. Come on, get out, we have to leave, do you hear me? Matvi did not answer me. My eyes stung. I tried to blink, but it only became more painful. I took some tissues out of the side flap of my backpack and wiped my eyes, hoping that this would fix something. Then everything was like a fog. It was as if hot knives were stuck inside of my eyes. The pain hit my brain, and at the same time, my friend screamed outside the door. I've never heard him scream like that in all of my life. His voice broke several times. He took a deep breath and screamed again. Then everything became quiet. Matvi, you idiot. You're alive. Answer me, you bitch. Only silence. I do not know how long it lasted. Even just a couple of seconds, maybe. Even if it was just a couple of seconds, they seemed like an eternity to me. Matvi's mother will kill me was the first thought that flashed through my head. There's a corpse here. It stinks wildly. Some kind of oily crap leaked out of the barrel. The whole floor was covered in this liquid. I got my boot into it. I hope my leg doesn't fall off, came Matvi's voice from behind the door. The voice sounded quite puzzled and indifferent, considering what it was saying. And I also want to sleep. I'll sleep a little. What are you talking about, Matvi? Is this some kind of joke? My eyes felt a little relieved from the pain. If yes, then it's not funny. My friend no longer responded. Everything around was quiet. Thoughts of how to save Matvi did not come. Time was melting before my eyes, and I took radical measures.
bitch, I can't get through. I said that it was not necessary to go through there. Nevertheless, I took off my jacket quickly. I made a stand out of all of the things and somehow squeezed into the ventilation window. Maybe the adrenaline worked in such a way that I did not notice how I crawled along a narrow pipe. When I got out and saw Matvey sleeping, I instantly came to my senses. His respirator mask in his right hand, his face serene. I took off my sweater from my body and tucked it under his head for comfort. 2 meters away from him, in approximately the same position, lay the half-rotten corpse of a man. Matvey, wake up. I shook him and slapped him in the face. He opened his eyes, and I put the mask on his face. Why the hell did you take off your protection, you moron? I don't know, was all that he could manage to say. I noticed that his hands were shaking. He nodded somewhere for me. Something feels bad. Behind us stood the same barrels, all of them depicting a yellow triangle with some kind of design inside. One of the barrels was so rusty that the inside had long since leaked out. Some of the mass thickened, some remained liquid. Probably. Then I also thought that we were finished. But only for a couple of seconds, then I ran to one of the doors. I opened it up and found myself in a similar room, also with barrels. My eyes stung. In the third room, I was able to open the door to the common corridor and was already running after my friend. He was passed out again. I threw him over my shoulders and rushed to the exit. He muttered all the way, "They are poisoning us, those bitches." Then he seemed to come to his senses and fell silent. When I carried him to the stairs to the surface, I did not understand how to find the strength for the saving, the final push. Not a single one of my muscles wanted to move. "I can't hold you anymore. We have to crawl the rest of the way, Matvey. Can you crawl?" I asked my friend. He nodded, although it looked like he was going to pass out. I let him in first, and while I was waiting for him to climb all the way, I felt his gaze on me, ripping open my back with a cold blade. 5 minutes passed, maybe even more than 5 minutes. I looked up. I was afraid to illuminate the space behind me, afraid to see that creature once again. Maybe there was no one there, and Matvey was right. It was just a rat all along. At that moment, everything was more than real. I can hardly even remember how we got from the storage facility to the station, cursing everything in the world, how people looked at us, shying away. How the time spent on return trains stretched to infinity. The consequences of our trip to the subway became evident after we arrived home. My friend burned out in a matter of days, although at first the symptoms were harmless. Nausea, a cough, temperature no higher than 37. We thought that Matvey had caught a cold. Then the complications came. Ulcers appeared on my hands that bled and itched, giving no rest either at night or during the day. Then a bloody cough came. Along with it, my body temperature jumped to 40 degrees Celsius. I was taken by ambulance to the hospital. After a lengthy examination, they told me that I was infected with some unknown virus. They told me that it was similar to the bubonic plague. They locked me in quarantine, together with Matvey as a contact. The virus infected Matvey's respiratory system, and one day, he suffocated in his sleep. The virus spared me. Doctors tell me this, but I believe that it is simply killing me, more slowly and painfully. I have been undergoing treatment for years now, but to no avail. The virus inside me, they say, is gone, and that it cannot pass to another human, but I do not believe them. I still feel the same symptoms, day after day, but there is no sign of it now. I am in and out of the hospital often, under large doses of antibiotics, antipyretic serums, hormones, and anti-inflammatory drugs. Sometimes they inject morphine to dull the pain, which is unbearable. Afterwards, I manage to sleep for more than a couple of hours. They always say the virus is gone and that nothing is wrong, but they always take extra precautions whenever I come in. They always seem to be analyzing me or doing something to me, and I don't know what else when they put me to sleep. I basically quarantine at home, as I always feel too weak to go anywhere or move. At night, I still have nightmares of that gaze I felt in that vault. I always swear I saw a dark silhouette in there, but only briefly. It was hiding in the shadows and the corners. I am always grateful when the nightmares are over and I don't have to think about it anymore.
From the late 2000s to the mid-2010s, I worked as a molecular biologist for a national security contractor in a program to study exobiospheric organisms, EBO. I will share with you a lot of information on the subject. Feel free to ask questions or ask for clarification. It seems like all my comments are being deleted. I will post answers at the end of the message. The aim of the program was to elucidate the genome and proteome basis of these organisms. Although the study of OBCs has been going on for decades in other programs, the new high-throughput DNA sequencing technologies of the late 90s unblocked stagnant research in this area. Since then, several breakthroughs have led to significant advances in our understanding of the genome and proteome of these beings. What we've learned so far has enabled us to outline some disconcerting perspectives about our place in this universe. Briefly, we've discovered that the EBO genome is a chimera of genomes from our biosphere and from an unknown one. They are artificial, ephemeral, and disposable organisms created for a purpose that still partially eludes us. I'll be substantiating my statements after a brief introduction. The reason for disclosing these secrets is quite simple. I believe that every human being has the right to know the truth, and that to progress, humanity needs to divest itself of certain institutions and organizations that will probably not survive these revelations in the long term. I'm aware that I will have very little impact in this regard, but I still believe that small leaks are necessary to break the dam of misinformation on the subject. When the governments will eventually reveal these secrets, there will undoubtedly be a societal upheaval, but in my opinion, the longer we wait, the worse it will be. I choose to divulge what I know now anonymously out of selfishness for the well-being of myself and my family. I'm aware that this diminishes the reach and credibility of my message, but it is the furthest I am willing to go. I chose this forum because it offers a good compromise between anonymity and popularity. In order to protect my anonymity, I will be purposefully vague or even contradictory about any information that could identify me. Date, education, role, etc. I will even introduce red herrings in this respect. I want to make it clear that any information related to the subject of the research will not be treated in this way. Before going any further, please excuse me if you find it difficult to understand what I am explaining. Some parts of my text are very technical. It's difficult to find the right balance between vulgarization and scientific explanation. I'll continue by talking about myself. What's the point of talking about me, knowing that the information will necessarily be misleading? I simply want to introduce a perspective on the type of people who work there, normal scientists. I have a PhD in molecular biology. I did not actively seek to be part of this program. Rather, it was a stroke of luck that introduced me to one of the senior scientists. I met this person at a conference where I was presenting a poster on my PhD research. When I think back, I don't believe he was impressed by what I was presenting because it was quite frankly a project that was not going anywhere. I think it was rather the most important aspect of a professional life, the attitude and ease with which you make connections. Shortly afterwards, I graduated and received a call from this person offering me a position. At the time, everything pointed to me working in a regular laboratory. I did a series of 3 increasingly suspicious interviews, each in a different location, where my scientific background and knowledge became less and less relevant. The first was with 2 of the senior scientists. The second and third were people I've never seen again and who were obviously not interested in science. Sometime after the interview, I was asked to go to a 4th location where what seemed like a corporate lawyer presented me with an NDA. He made sure not only to explain every detail, but also that I understood the consequence of not respecting it. The first employment weeks were by far the most memorable, although I spent most of that time in a depressing archive room. It consists almost exclusively of reading about the subject of study and to get us up to speed. There is no secret Wikipedia or even a reference book to guide us. There are only dry reports, memos, presentations, procedures, and SOPs. These documents are almost exclusively about the biology of EBOs, but there are also a few that deal with other subjects, such as their food, religion, or culture. There were no documents on their technology. As mentioned above, the aim of the project is to gain a better understanding of the EBO genome and proteome. To achieve this, a team of around 20 scientists, 4 senior scientists, and a director was involved. The scientists, like myself, had as their main responsibility to carry out the technical work. As each scientist had to my knowledge a PhD, we were all somewhat overqualified for what is ultimately a technician's job. The senior scientists, who make full use of their diplomas, had the task of designing the assays and had a supervisory responsibility. They were also in charge of training new employees, and sometimes even came in to do technical work. The director, of course, was the person in charge who dictated priorities to the senior scientists. He was rarely on site, and the few times he was, it was to attend meetings. Other than the scientific staff, there were scrutiny guards working for one subcontractor or another. There were no support staff, such as janitors or maintenance workers. Scientists were responsible for this kind of work. In addition, logistical constraints ensure that every scientist is capable of carrying out any technical activity. The laboratory itself is located in Fort Detrick, Maryland, in a building used for legitimate biomedical research. The clandestine operations are carried out in a restricted part of the basement, out of sight from regular workers. Contrary to what one might imagine, the biosafety level is not maximal for this type of research. Indeed, the lab containing EBO samples or derived cell cultures is BSL-free, while the lab where assays are conducted are only BSL-2. The BSL-free area of the facility includes a freezer room and a cell culture lab, and is only accessible through an antechamber from the BSL-2 section. EBO carcasses are preserved in horizontal freezers at a temperature of -80 degrees Celsius nominal to maximize the preservation of these carcasses. They are preserved in vacuum bags, and the air in the room is controlled to minimize humidity. There are only 4 bodies, and none of them are complete. It's obvious that these creatures have died as a result of major trauma. I've never witnessed a motorcycle accident fatality, but it probably looks similar to this. It is acknowledged that there are more EBO's carcasses at other locations. The cell culture laboratory, as its name suggests, is where cell lines derived from EBOs are grown and related activities are performed. I'll talk in more detail about these specific cell lines later on. The BSL-2 part is mainly used for assays, immunohistochemistry, genetic engineering, immunocytochemistry, storage, etc. There is also a cell culture lab, but this is used for more traditional cell lines. Other than the labs, there are all the amenities you could find in an office. Note that the internet access is limited to senior staff and up. There is, however, an intranet for bioinformatics needs. On the subject of the biology of these beings, I'll start by discussing genetics, then their gross anatomy, and finally, their biological systems. For the sake of clarity, the information that I provide here is an aggregation of what I have observed and what I have read. I will make many comparisons with human anatomy because it is the most logical reference. Genetics. First, I'd like to discuss their genetics. Their genetics are like ours, based on DNA. This fact was very puzzling for me when I first learned about it. We imagine that beings from an alternate biosphere would have genetics based on a completely foreign biochemical system, and surprisingly, this is not the case. Several conclusions can be drawn from the surprising revelation. The one that immediately comes to mind is that our biosphere and theirs share a common ancestry. They are eukaryotes, which means their cells have nuclei containing genetic material, which suggests that their biosphere would have been separated from ours sometime after the appearance of this type of organism. The term exobiospheric organism is actually a misnomer, but as it's a historical term, it is still used. Their genetics are not only based on the same genetic system, but they are also even compatible with our own cellular machinery. This means that you can take a human gene and insert it into an EBO cell, and the gene will be translated into protein. And this of course works in reverse, with a human gene inserted into an EBO cell. There are important differences in post-translational modifications that will make the final protein non-functional, but I will discuss these later. Their genome consists of 16 circular chromosomes. You are probably familiar with the concept of intergenic region, or junk DNA. These are basically DNA sequences that don't code for proteins.
These are evolutionary residues, transposons, inactivated genes, and so on. To give you an idea, in humans, intergenic regions represent approximately 99% of our genome. I'm aware that these sequences aren't completely useless. They can be used as histone anchors, as buffers to protect coding DNA from radiation, or even as alternative open reading frames, but that is rather peripheral. What is particularly striking about the EBO genome is the uniformity of these intergenic regions. We see the same sequences repeated everywhere, and the distance in BP between the genes is virtually the same throughout their genome. The result is a minimalist, highly condensed genome. In fact, it's much smaller than ours. Moreover, the quantity of protein-coding genes is even significantly lower than ours, probably due to genetic refinement, but also to biological processes that are absent in EBO. The uniformity of these sequences is a major indication of the artificiality of these beings. There is no complex organism on Earth that has such elegance in its sequences. There is no evolutionary pressure that can lead to this kind of characteristic other than genetic engineering. Gross anatomy. They are morphologically very similar to the grey aliens that are part of modern folklore. Their height is about 150 centimeters. They have 2 arms, 2 legs, and a head. Still, there are some notable differences. Skin. The grey skin that is often described in folklore is in fact a biosynthetic film, which likely serves to protect the EBO from a hostile environment. It does not provide effective protection against temperature changes, but it does offer adequate protection against the passage of liquids. It's possible that this film confers other advantages, but my knowledge on the subject is limited. Under the grey film, the epidermis is rather white, and the texture is very regular and without any hair. We do not see any defect other than the folds near the joints. It is described as greasy in one report, but that is not something I have observed. The same report states that a strong, lingering smell of burnt hair and ammonia is present when the film is removed. There are a lot of pores on the skin, crossing from the epidermis to a gland in the hypodermis. These glands and pores are the terminal part of the excretory sudoriferous system, which could explain the previously mentioned smell. Head. The head contains 2 large, oversized eyes, 2 nostrils without protuberance, a narrow mouth without lips, and 2 ear canals without auricles. There is a mandible, but the musculature is vestigial. There are no teeth or tongue in the oral cavity. The nasal cavity, where the nostrils meet, is compact and does not rise cranially, but extends axially. There appears to be no equivalent to the olfactory bulb in the nasal cavity. The mouth leads directly to the esophagus, and the nasal cavity to the trachea. The trachea and esophagus do not communicate. Eye. Like the skin, the eyes are covered with a semi-transparent biosynthetic film that offers the same environmental protection while providing protection against certain wavelengths and light intensity. When the film is removed, a more traditional eye is revealed. It's about 3 times larger than a human eye, and there are no eyelids. The size of their eyes suggests that they have excellent night vision. It seems paradoxical to cover them with a semi-opaque film. Perhaps they only need to wear it in a bright environment. Their sclera is the same color as their skin. The iris is pale gray, and the pupil is black and oversized. The lens is rounder than a human, and the musculature used to adjust focus is more developed. On the retina, there are at least 6 types of cone cells. The responsiveness of each of these 6 types of cone is specific to a wavelength band, with a minimum of overlap between each other. The result is a broader visible spectrum. Ear. As mentioned, the outer ear has no auricle, and the ear canal is unremarkable. The inner ear has all of the characteristics of a typical vestibular and cochlear system, although the curvature of the cochlear is more pronounced than a human. This probably results in greater hearing acuity for low frequencies. Brain. The brain is tetraspheric, i.e., composed of 4 major sections. The sections are separated by transverse and longitudinal fissures and are connected to the central lobe, which acts as a brainstem and cerebellum. The volume of the brain is around 20% superior to that of a man of the same height. It has a much more pronounced level of gyrication than an average human. Moreover,
the ratio of glial cells to neurons is also slightly higher than in humans. It is important to mention the presence of nodules on the central lobe. Histological analysis of these structures reveals a kind of intricate biological circuitry. It is speculated that these nodules are essential to interact with their technology. Consequently, determining the proteome of these structures is an absolute priority for the program. Neck. The neck is proportionally longer than that of a human, and at the same time, relatively thin. As mentioned, the esophagus and trachea are separate. There are no vocal cords in that region. Thorax. The musculature of the thorax is underdeveloped. Muscles equivalent to the pectoralis major can be seen. We can also see the trapezius and deltoid muscles. The sternocleidomastoids are well defined. The ribs and sternum are clearly visible. There are no nipples. Abdomen. The abdomen is wider than the thorax and bulges slightly forward. There is no navel. Pelvis. The pelvic bones are apparent. There are no genitals or anus. Hands and feet. Their hands have 4 digits, including an opposable thumb on the medial side. They have no nails, and the texture of their fingerprints is composed of concentric circles. Fingers are proportionally much longer than in humans. Unlike humans, finger musculature is entirely intrinsic to the hand. In other words, the muscles used to move the fingers are not in the forearms, but entirely located in the hands. At first glance, the feet consist of just 2 digits, but a necropsy soon determined that each toe was made of 2 fused digits. The medial toe is marginally longer than the distal toe. The feet are relatively longer and narrower than in a human. Their musculature, however, is vestigial. The EBO's endoskeleton is very similar to ours, at least in terms of composition. There is collagen, hydroxyapatite, but also copper oxide crystals where marrow would normally be found. The role of these crystals has not yet been established, but it is not a crystallopathic condition. The blood cells of the myeloid lineage, or the equivalent for these creatures, therefore mature in a different location than in humans, i.e., in the thymus-like organ. A transverse section of the bone reveals osteon and osteocytes. There appear to be a few osteoblasts and no osteoclasts. This indicates that the bones are no longer growing and cannot absorb the minerals present, or adapt mechanically to changes in posture. Biological system. Respiratory system. Their cellular respiration is equivalent to ours, i.e., they need to oxidize organic components to produce energy. Their lungs have no reciprocating action, but rather have a unidirectional flow of air, similar to those seen in birds, which is more efficient than ours. It is speculated that this is in response to the brain's elevated metabolic needs. Vocalization is produced by vibration of the wall membrane at a junction between the 2 air sacs. The circulatory system of the EBOs is rather analogous to ours. The heart is located in the mediastinum, but in a more medial position, directly beneath the sternum. The heart has 2 ventricles and 2 atria. There is an aorta, a pulmonary vein, a pulmonary artery, and a vena cava. Blood flowing to the pulmonary capillaries via the pulmonary artery is pumped against the flow of air, maximizing gas exchange efficiency. The blood-gas barrier is relatively narrow in these capillaries, at least compared to a human. Then oxygen-rich blood is returned to the heart and then expelled into the aorta and the rest of the body. Before returning to the heart, the blood will pass through the hepatorenal organ, which, among other things, filters and controls osmotic pressure of the blood. The blood itself is also analogous to that of a human. However, the proportion of plasma is much higher. Albumin is in similar proportion. Hormone levels are much lower. Metal ion levels are much higher, particularly copper, and glucose levels are significantly higher. The color of the blood is brownish, given the higher proportion of plasma and concentration of metal ions. On the cellular side, there are ephriocytes, which, in addition to hemoglobin, for binding oxygen, display several complexes capable of binding copper ions. It is not clear what role these copper ions play, but we believe it neutralizes blood ammonia, among other things. Several cell types with leukocyte characteristics have been observed, but no comprehensive knowledge of them exists. Platelets are present, but in smaller proportions than in humans. Excretosudoriferous system. This system is completely different from what I've seen. As mentioned earlier, there is no large orifice, like an anus or urethra, to get rid of biological waste. Instead, there are countless small pores on the surface of the skin. There is a large medial organ, called the hepatorenal organ, which acts as both a kidney and liver and is central to maintaining homeostasis. The organ is highly vascularized, and the blood must pass through it before returning to the heart. Its role is, among other things, to purify the blood of metabolic waste. Waste is excreted into the equivalent of a ureter, which branches out into 4. Each branch flows towards one of the 4 limbs, and in turn, these branches divide until they end up as thousands of excretory pores. The motility of this excretory system is mediated by a weak peristalsis at the proximal level and on the 4 main branches. Peristalsis ceases around the first distal junction, as there is no urea cycle. The ammonia concentration at the exit of the hepatorenal organ is very high. This ammonia is carried to the pores and gives the distinct odor I mentioned earlier. The rationale behind this unusual excretory system is directly related to the excreted ammonia, which enables thermoregulation by evaporating on the skin surface. The greater the physical effort, the greater the metabolism. This in turn leads to a rise in temperature and a corresponding increase in metabolic waste via amino acid catabolism. This leads to an increase in filtration and ammonia excretion, which ultimately lowers body temperature. Digestive system. Their digestive system is extremely underdeveloped. There is no stomach in the familiar sense. However, there is a pseudostomach located at the transition between the thoracic and abdominal cavities. This organ is not involved in digestion, but only serves as a reservoir. A sphincter controls the flow of food into the intestine. The intestine is limited to the equivalent of our small intestine, i.e., it only serves to absorb liquids and nutrients and acts as the main digestion site. It has villi and microvilli like ours. The intestine ends in the hepatorenal organ, where non-digested matter is transported to the ureter and excretory system. Residues are dissolved in the ammonia of metabolic waste for excretion. There is an organ near the pseudostomachal sphincter that secretes digestive enzymes directly into the intestine. This organ is inspirationally called the digestive organ. It secretes mainly proteolytic enzymes and glycoside hydrolases. Given the absence of teeth, the narrowness and the rigidity of the esophagus, the absence of a true stomach, and the absence of defecation, it is strongly believed that EBOs can only consume food in liquid form. It is assumed that, given the high metabolic needs of their brains, this food would have a high carbohydrate concentration. In order to meet other metabolic needs, there also needs to be a high protein content in the food consumed. These two statements are supported by the type of enzyme secreted by the digestive organ. It is therefore speculated that the food consumed is a sort of broth rich in sugar and protein, which probably also has a high copper content. Given the strict limitations on the type of food that they can consume, it is unlikely that this type of creature could survive in our biosphere without technological support. Endocrine system. Knowledge of the endocrine system is minimal. We know that cells are receptive to bovine growth hormones, so it is assumed that certain functions are regulated by such a system. Endocrine mechanisms are very complex, and it goes without saying that they are best studied on living subjects. Immune system. The immune system is another unknown. There seems to be an innate immune system, but there doesn't seem to be any adaptive immunity, at least not similar to what is known. There is a thymus-like organ near the heart that is proportionally larger than in humans. This organ seems to be where all blood cells mature. Some cells have leukocyte characteristics, such as granularity. The immune cells that germinate here have a high copper concentration. The surface receptors of innate immune cells have not yet been characterized, so we might as well say that all the work remains to be done. Nervous system. The nervous system is also relatively similar. The spinal cord begins at the base of the central lobe of the brain and propagates down the vertebral column. In the vertebrae, there are ganglia made of afferent and efferent neurons. In short, other than the central nervous system, there is nothing out of the ordinary. Musculoskeletal system. The musculoskeletal system is very ordinary, albeit underdeveloped. Most of the human skeletal muscles have an equivalent. Only the hands, feet, and forearms are different. It should be noted that the proportion of type 1 and type 2 muscle fibers is different from that in a human. Indeed, type 1 outnumbers type 2 by about a factor of 10. Artificial system. We speculate that artificial molecular machines may be present in the body, and that copper, if present, would be essential to their function or assembly. Importantly, no AMMs have been observed. Amazing story. Have you shared this with the Senate Select Commission on Intelligence or with AARO, and do you have evidence to back this up? Thank you. No, I haven't, and no, I won't. It sounds like a honey trap to me. I will not place my life in the hands of politicians. I have no proof other than this message. I know it's not much, but it's what I am prepared to offer. Well, that was a read. So they are bioengineered worker bees. Any elemental components that are unattributable to our biome. Yes, knowing that they are disposable, unable to live independently without technological support, and that they are ephemeral. The only suitable hypothesis is that they are alive only to accomplish their task. Can you clarify your question about elemental components? I haven't read everything in detail, but can you expand on the document on their religion? EBOs believe that the soul is not an extension of the individual, but rather a fundamental characteristic of nature that expresses itself as a field, not unlike gravity. In the presence of life, this field acquires complexity, resulting in negative entropy, if that makes sense. This gain in complexity is directly correlated with the concentration of living organisms in a given location. With time, and with the right conditions, life in turn becomes more complex, until the appearance of sentient life. After reaching this threshold, the field begins to express itself through these sentient beings, forming what we call the soul. Through their life experiences, sentient beings will in turn influence the field in a sort of positive feedback loop. This in turn further accelerates the complexity of the field. Eventually, when the field reaches a critical mass, there will be a sort of apotheosis. It's not clear what this means in practical terms, but the quest for apotheosis seems to be the EBO's main motivation. The author of the document added his reflections and interpretations as an appendix. He specified that, for them, the soul field is not a belief, but an obvious truth. He also argues that the soul loses its individuality after death, but that memory and experience persist as part of the field. This fact would influence the philosophy and culture of the EBOs, resulting in a society that does not fear death, but which places no importance or reverence on individuality. This belief compels them to seed life, shape it, nurture it, monitor it, and influence it for the ultimate purpose of creating this apotheosis. Paradoxically, they have little or no respect for an individual's well-being. Please be advised, I am speaking from memory of something that I read more than 10 years ago, so take the following with a grain of salt. Also, I am not a philosopher or an artist, so please excuse my struggle to properly formulate the concepts and my dry terminology. Finally, note that this information comes from a document whose author was directly interacting with an EBO. It is not specified whether it was an ambassador, a crash survivor, or a prisoner. The means of communication were not specified either. What the hell? He dropped the location of the lab. Battelle National Biodefense Institute. It is on Google Maps. Have you ever stumbled onto a conspiracy in real life? Have you ever accidentally gotten into a real-life conspiracy? Perhaps at work or school or university, like people doing suspicious things or government psyops. I saw this girl in a hijab at the metro station, twice at the same station. She was walking on all fours, but her legs were like backwards. She looked like a hell-spawned spider, and I almost flipped my shit when I noticed somehow, despite it all, she was carrying a begging cup, like some sort of human cricket. That was the most X thing I ever saw. If she could manage to run in that stance, I would 100% shit my pants. I was alone in Bangkok, waiting for the Indian visa process to be done. During a week I went to the Indian embassy a couple of times. I mostly went by taxi, because screw tuk-tuks. This one time I jumped into a taxi and asked him to use the meter for the fare. Okay, he said, and started moving. The meter ticked on normally. As we got to the embassy, he pressed a few buttons on the meter, and all of a sudden, it showed 4,000 baht. This is like 20 times the cost of the other times I took the taxi. I tell him there is no way I'm going to pay that. I don't even have that much money on me. The Thai taxi driver starts to threaten me and gets really aggressive. He clenches his fists and swings at me, but misses. After some screaming, he proceeds to drive the car away from the embassy. The speed is too high to jump off, and I have no idea where we are heading. The taxi driver says we are going to an ATM, and I'm going to withdraw his money. He tells me he has a knife, but I don't see one. I start to think how I'm going to get out of this mess, and I remember I have some American currency on me. I tell him to wait, I have dollars. The Thai taxi driver smiles smugly and pulls over to the side. I throw him a couple of dollars, and as he is trying to figure out how many baht that makes up, I open the door to jump out. As I open the door, he floors it, and I throw myself out of the moving car, landing and rolling on the sidewalk. He stops the car and gets out, yelling that it is too little. He wants more money. I start to run, and he follows me for a block or two, but luckily he's a fat bastard, and I can easily lose him. It ended up costing me more than I was supposed to pay in a normal cab, and I got a few bruises on my legs and arms, but I got away with my life, and without stab wounds, so I consider myself lucky. When I was 16, I worked for a company that allocated labor to rural areas of Australia. Basically what you did was tell them when you were available, and they'd send you to a remote farm for a few weeks where you would do whatever they needed to be done. It was hard work and long hours, but good pay and good fun if you got in with a nice group of workers. When this occurred, I was working on a large property. I was told it covered roughly the same landmass as the state of Maryland, USA, about 9 hours from Sydney City, and the property itself was about 40 minutes away from the nearest town. In short, it was in the middle of nowhere. I was working at the farm, clearing bushland with 3 other guys my age from the city. Our boss was a guy called Jeremy, who owned the farm and supervised us while helping out with the work. He was pretty laid back and was generally really good to us. This summer in particular was very hot and the work was hard, so one day, when the temperature hit about 38 degrees Celsius, about 100 Fahrenheit, Jeremy decided to give us the afternoon off. He said he knew of a water hole on the farm at about a 25-minute drive north. I was keen for a swim, but the other guys just wanted to relax for the Arva, so him and I hopped in one of the work trucks and started heading across the property. It was mostly wide, empty expanses with a few clumps of scattered bushland. Jeremy wasn't much of a talker, so we drove more or less in silence. After about 20 minutes, however, he suddenly perked up and jabbed me in the ribs. Do you see that over there, beneath the 2 dead trees? I should mention here that if you're not familiar with inland areas, particularly those in Australia, they are brown or red and mostly flat and bland, meaning any bright colors stick out like a sore thumb. So you can imagine our surprise when we could see a large, blue, angular structure far off in the distance. We stared in its direction, and as we got closer, we realized it was a huge blue shipping container just sitting in the middle of nowhere. Jeremy was perplexed. I asked him if he knew what it was, but obviously he didn't. He said he hadn't seen it when he drove through the same area about 5 weeks before, and he wanted to go and see what it was. Initially, we pulled to a stop about 100 meters away from it. At this stage I had a really bad feeling. The whole thing was not right. It's hard to explain, but if you can imagine seeing such a foreign object in the middle of a huge barren expanse, it had to be something weird. Jeremy, however, wanted to investigate, which I understood, given it was his property, but in truth, I was really serious. As we got closer, things got even more bizarre. There was a big diesel generator behind it, thumping away, and a CCTV camera on each side. All motion activated, so they buzzed from side to side, following us as we moved around. I tried to reason with Jeremy, something along the lines of, with all this security, someone obviously does not want us here. Let's just go. He brushed me off, however, reminding me it was his farm, and whoever had put this here was trespassing, so he wanted to go inside. Despite all the surveillance, there was only a small padlock on the huge door. We had some bolt cutters in his toolbox, and after a bit of struggle, we broke the lock and went inside. The first thing I noticed was the rush of cold air as we got in. The place was air-conditioned, which I must admit was quite pleasant on such a hot day. We searched around for a light switch, but I could already see this was some sort of IT setup. There were flashing LEDs all around the place, and the sort of hum you hear when a hard drive is working hard. When we finally switched on the lights, we could see a sophisticated, albeit somewhat cluttered, office setup. There were hard drives the size of bar fridges and other computer equipment lining the walls, sometimes about 2 or 3 high, and plastic storage boxes scattered around the far wall, and several desks with computer monitors arranged in the middle, complete with rolling office chairs. At this stage, I felt like I was in one of those nonsensical dreams that made absolutely no sense. We wandered to the middle and sat down at the desks to see if the computers could give us any idea of what the hell was going on here. My heart was racing, and I just wanted to bolt. We had been seen by the CCTV, so if anyone was monitoring, they already knew we were here. Jeremy, on the other hand, was adamant that we had to get to the bottom of this, so I just put on a brave face and started looking through the computer. This went on for a while, but in short, neither of us had a very high grasp of technology outside of Facebook and Microsoft Word. The best I can describe it, from my lay position, is that it was endless lists of computer talk. It was like the old Napster or LimeWire download screens looked like, just constantly picking up and receiving data and then recording it on several windows. I gave up on the computers and walked cautiously over to the far end of the container, to the big pile of storage boxes. By then I was pretty sure no one else was there, as there was nowhere to hide really, but I was still incredibly on edge. I decided, against my better judgment, to see what was inside all of those boxes. My brief sift through the box still makes me feel sick to the stomach. It didn't take long for me to realize that this box was full of posters, DVDs and photos, all of hardcore CP. One thing that still gets to me is that it was all neatly ordered into folders and smaller boxes. These people were organized. I immediately recoiled, jumped up, and ran over to Jeremy. I could hardly string a sentence together. I said something to the effect of, "Mate, get out. Go. Get the fuck up." I dragged him out, composed myself, and managed to explain what I saw. We jumped back in the truck and sped back to the house. The farm had no mobile phone reception, and we hadn't brought the satellite phone, so we had to get back to the landline to call the police. Once we called them, they still had to make it all the way there, to the farm, from the nearest police station, which was in a town about half an hour from the town closest to the farm. As I mentioned, very remote. We waited, talking frantically about what we had seen, until the cops arrived almost an hour later. They arrived with 2 4-wheel drives, and we jumped in and led them back. This is where it gets worse. By the time we got back, the container door was open, and there was fire inside. We only had 2 small extinguishers in the cars, and these did very little. The fire department took an hour to get there, by which stage most of the damage had already been done. An arson report by the federal police found almost no evidence of the computer equipment described, and only traces of paper and cardboard. This means that whoever ran it knew we were there, and had time to come and remove most of it and got away. There were various ways to get off the property, and the landmass was huge, so there was no real way to tail them. Since the police hadn't taken us all too seriously in the first instance, probably due to our poor explanation on the phone, aerial surveillance was also impossible by the time we had pieced it all together. I took a keen interest in following it up, but with no real evidence of who might be responsible. The investigation went cold. I've kept in contact with Jeremy, and the shipping container is still sitting there on the farm, as it is too expensive to move. I will never forget what I saw in those boxes. Live in Pennsylvania. Have an awesome gun club. $30 for first year membership. $15 for renewing every year. No reg guards. RO is never there, and when he is, he always has a beer and cigarette glued to his hand. His only purpose in life is to yell at people for shooting target stands. Go shooting during the weekdays because 1. My work schedule changes every week / part-time, and 2. The place is deserted for the entire day on any given weekday. Have a week off and decide to hit the range every day to blow through some old steel case 9x19 I got from a friend. Show up around 8 o'clock in the morning and shoot until noon. Nothing out of the ordinary the first day. Come back Tuesday. Every target stand from 25 yards out to 100 is plastered with pictures of Japanese soldiers and just random pictures of Asian people, all of them peppered with holes. Take down all the targets, set up my shit, shoot, pack up, go home. Next day, 8 o'clock, show up. This time there's a stop sign at the 100-yard line, an old faded yield sign at the 50-yard line, and a speed limit 25 sign at the 25-yard line. Once again, all peppered with holes, none of them attached to the stands, and just left leaning against the back steps. Collect them, put them all next to the firing line, leaning up against a tray. Do my shooting and leave. Wednesday, 10:30 a.m., late breakfast. Show up, and notice that today's theme is aircraft. No particular rhyme or reason. Everything from black and white printouts of Ju-87s to Russian helicopters and Cessna 150s, all of them generic Google image search pics. Notice the road signs are no laying all across the range. Getting sick of this guy leaving shit for me to pick up. Decide to find out who the fuck it is. Show up Thursday with a cooler and lunch and a fuck ton more ammo. Today's theme is mixed. Half of it is what appears to be seemingly random printed out clip art from MS Word, and the other half is mostly pictures of birds. Playing whole morning. Breaking in some new magazines. Eat lunch around noon. Go back to plinking, and then break out the nugget. Shoot the nugget at water jugs that I brought along until 4 o'clock. Dude did not show up. Figure I'll never see him, so I pack my shit up and walk the 100 or so yards uphill to my car. Pack everything in the trunk, about to hop in for the ride home, and I notice a piece of paper underneath my windshield wiper. Thanks for cleaning up. Your aim is improving. Look around. Nobody there. Suddenly really unsettled, and nope the fuck out of there. I don't go shooting without a friend now. Be me, around 2010 or so. Getting off airplane, walking down the gangway into the airport. Full flight, lots of people around me. Right as I come through the gate into the waiting area, the middle payphone in a bank of free on the wall opposite begins to ring. What the actual fuck is a payphone doing here? And when was the last time you saw one that accepted incoming calls? Used to crank call as a kid, and that feature was rare back in the 90s. I'm staring at it as I walk forward. No one else even acknowledges it. Pick it up. Hello? Men's voice on the other end. Oh, thank God. Listen, I need to talk to a woman named Martha. She's about 5'9", blonde, shoulder-length hair, and she should be getting off the plane at gate 36C and wearing a green top. Look over to gate 36C. I'll be damned. There she is now. Okay, hang on 1 second. Set down phone and approach very attractive, total stranger. She's literally walking off the gangway as I spy her, and I intercept her before she's out of the waiting area. Hi there, Martha. She is weirded out but smiling. There's enough of a crowd around that this isn't threatening or creepy, but it is still odd. Yeah? Sorry to bother you, but that phone was ringing and someone gave me your name and description, and he really needs to talk to you. Huh, it's a little weird to me too, but no one else was answering, so. She goes to take the call. I go to baggage claim. She comes up to me like 15 minutes later when she sees me at the luggage carousel. She asks, "So, you didn't know who that was, but you found me from his description?" "Yeah, no clue. Who was it?" "I have no idea. He was looking for a different Martha. The call was not from me." We stare at each other, waiting for one to admit the prank or reveal the hidden cameras. 2 beats. "What, seriously?" "Yeah. I am not the right Martha, apparently." She shrugs and kinda has. We're both just too shocked by the improbability of it, polite murmurs, and go our separate ways. 2 teenagers went in a woods to do some spotlight hunting for nocturnal game. Both teens meet other teens who had heard a rumor about some pot grow, and they decide to look for it. Although they separated a small distance, they were all in earshot of each other. The 2 that initially came for hunting, Don Henry and Kevin Ives, end up bumping into a group of adults walking around the woods at night. Adults seem peeved that these kids are there, and start demanding to know what they are doing. Both teens try to play it off, and the other teens who heard the commotion watched from the nearby brush. Teens in bush saw them move into another area, and then heard the sound of gunshots and yelling. Don and Kevin ran off, and were later found, berated, and got the shit kicked out of them by local police who forced them into the back of a cruiser. Don and Kevin afterwards were found sleeping on a nearby railroad track with a blue tarp covering them. Both got pile-drived by a train, but enough material was present to show that they had been dead for some time. Every witness that came forward regarding what they saw the night they went missing was either killed, died in a car accident, or intimidated by local police. CIA/FBI has a file that's pretty much black bars for days. Several officers, district attorneys, and even Bill Clinton, then governor, have been connected to the case, and local drug/human trafficking rings. My personal view is the local department was involved with the trade, and the kids came across a bunch of officers on a drop pickup. I am a little drunk, so work with me here. Be about 1 to 2 years old. Living in a medium-sized house with my mother and stepfather. Remember bits and pieces of memory from the house. Even as a child, I sensed a very, very off essence from the place. Too young to express it, obviously. An 8-year-old looking child would follow me around constantly. Never in a rapid manner, would just stand in corners, watch me play, etc. Was too young to even register this thing as something scary. Just kind of assumed he was supposed to be there. Too young to question otherwise. Remember a certain occasion where I was watching my mother do laundry in the basement. He stood in the adjacent corner of my mother and would just look at me, just stared. This happened all the time, but for some reason I remember this picture more vividly. Move out of that house at around 4 years old. Be me, present day. Ask my mother about that old house. Tell her pretty much everything I just listed above. She informs me that a kid died in that house from a small fire before we moved in. Also, 4 weeks after we moved out, before anyone could buy the house, it randomly bursts into flames and burns down. It's not exactly my most terrifying experience, but it's something that still gives me shudders just thinking about it. Looking back, I like to think that kid was just following me around to witness the youth that he was robbed of. It sounds a little twisted, but he never harmed me or any of my family members, so innocently enough, maybe his spirit just looked at me as a baby brother. Something to support this theory is how he got us to move out of that house before it randomly burned down. Now that I'm thinking about it and typing it out, it kind of saddens me. This is my dad's UFO story. This story takes place truly in the middle of nowhere in the mid-1970s, when my dad was about 11 or 12. The way my dad described where it happened was by Alpine, kind of close to Terlingua, which is funny, because those towns are like 18 miles apart. If you get a map of Texas though, and look below Marfa and Alpine, and a little bit above Big Bend National Park, you'll see a vast expanse of nothing, which is hundreds of thousands of acres of private ranch lands and just general Texas nothingness. My dad was with his uncle and his cousins, who had a property deep in the middle of nowhere, and they were going to stay for a few days at said property. It was accessible by traveling over 40 miles of dirt road, and this meant over 2 hours of slow, bumpy riding. The day was hot but beautiful. Not a single cloud in the sky. When they finally got to the small property, they started to unpack the truck and put their belongings inside. My dad's uncle said that they had to climb a hill to get to a well so that they could gather water. So they all climbed the hill to where the well was located, with their buckets and canteens. My dad was fooling around, waiting for his turn, and kicking some rocks around. That's when one of his cousins pointed at the sky. There was a small cloud in the sky, and it was the only cloud in the sky. He said it was small, gray, and very round, almost a perfect sphere. Everyone stopped what they were doing to watch it. It slowly got smaller and smaller, and then finally disappeared. They thought it had evaporated, and thought it was a cool little weather phenomenon. When my dad took his turn at the well, his cousin shouted that it was back. My dad turned around, and sure enough, it was. It was in the exact same spot and was static in position, but once again, it grew smaller and smaller, then disappeared. Then it would reappear. They watched this go on for about 15 minutes. My dad, being as young as he was, thought it was some kind of alien spaceship. His uncle was watching it through his binoculars and handed them to my dad to see. My dad said it didn't look like a cloud, but like a swirling cloud of smoke. It would shrink into itself, then reappear out of thin air. He said he was struck with fear and felt the urge to lay down. He was trembling and didn't know why he felt so nauseous and frightened. His uncle ushered everyone off the hill and back down to the cabin. He felt better after a few minutes, and nothing else like it happened over the weekend. I asked him what it was when I was at his house, if maybe it was a smoke cloud or smoke signal, but he explained how there was no column of smoke connected to it, and it was too high up to be dust or anything else. They also could not figure out why it was just stuck in the sky, in that one spot, shrinking into itself and then reappearing, like a creepy pulsing dance. He went back out there a couple times after that, but never experienced anything remotely like that again. There's plenty of stories about that area. The Marfa lights have been debunked, but there are other mysterious happenings that come out of Big Bend and between Highway 67 and 118. That's all I have for now. Renting a place in a townhouse. Very busy one-way street. I'm sitting in a chair looking out the window for quite some time, enjoying the thunderstorm. Notice a pattern. The same 5 vehicles keep passing by repeatedly. Other traffic too, but amongst them are the same 5 vehicles. Every 3 minutes or so they pass by. What? I honestly start to think I'm getting schizo or some shit, so I tell my roommate and get him to watch. He scoffs and thinks I'm fucking with him. Motherfucker, just do it. He reluctantly watches. I point out the same vehicles going by. Look, Toyota van will go by, then red Honda, then black pickup, blue Chrysler, and some little cuck wagon. I don't even know what it is. They go by in that order. He seems skeptical, saying those are all common vehicles. I tell him to wait a few minutes and call out the same vehicles and tell him to pay attention to the drivers to prove that it's the same cars and not just common cars. It happens, and I make a point of pointing out the color of shirts each driver is wearing, so the next time they come around, he takes notice again. It happens again, then again, and then again. He looks bewildered and says, "Man, I don't even want to think about this shit," and goes back to his room. No idea what the fuck that was about, but it was so fucking weird. I watched for about 2 hours before I got bored of it and did something else. Southern occult folklore. Anyone got any from the modern era? We all know this fucking place is haunted as ass. I've had a handful of experiences myself, including seeing, with my own 2 eyes while totally sober and with a totally sober friend, seeing an old black man in chains hobbling out of the woods. We ran for a second, realized he might need help, turned around, completely vanished. But of course it's not just the slaves haunting us. My friend owns a rocking chair that a very wealthy plantation owner used to sit in, and it will rock on occasion. No wind. He's a smart guy. I don't think it's placebo. So anyway, I'm pretty high. Does anyone here know any Southern occult shit that happened in the modern era, like the Memphis Pyramid having a crystal skull put into it type of stuff? Thanks, 4chan. You and my body pillow are my only friends. Tennessee guy here. I have a few personal anecdotes about weird shit, but here is some info about an enormous child trafficking scandal involving orphanages in Memphis in the first half of the 20th century. Georgia Tan headed up to the Tennessee Children's Home Society, an organization whose intent was to find homes for displaced children. In reality, over 5,000 children were illegally obtained by Tan for kidnapping, falsified documents meant to incriminate their parents, bribery of state officials, etc. While some of these children ended up being adopted by genuinely well-intentioned families, many of the children under the care of the children's home were never heard from or mysteriously vanished. Additionally, at least 500 children died while under the society's care. The racket was eventually taken down around 1950, but there is still no information on the thousands of black market adoptions that went missing. B. May, at age 19, came from a low-income neighborhood in a somewhat large college town. Little crime as a kid. Knew that things were getting worse as I got older, but I was living at college, so didn't really know. Mom would call me and tell me about stuff. She got followed and harassed when walking one night. More shady characters from Chicago about. More burglaries and domestic violence incidents. Anyway, being me visiting home for Thanksgiving break, there is a park up the street notorious for shady activity at night, or at least it is by the time I'm visiting home. A few gang tags, etc. That day the cops had a community building event, mostly hung up a bunch of balloons. Cops handed out hot dogs and franks on paper plates to families, etc. Feeling super safe, convinced nothing bad will happen if I visit Childhood Park. Oh boy. Later at night, around 9 p.m, but it's November, so that is quite dark. Decided to go for a walk in park. Tell my parents that nobody is going to do shit, with a bunch of smiley face balloons hanging up all over the park. Just want to go use the playground that I liked as a kid when nobody else is there. Walking into park, it's dark. Eventually realize there are two guys with hoods sitting on a bench along the trail that leads to the playground. Afraid of what will happen if I stop and turn around, so I keep walking. Actually scared now. Keep in mind I'm a pasty basement dweller white guy. They're talking low under their breath. Just when I'm past them, I hear one of them say something about the alarm system. Immediately freeze like a moron. They stop talking and are probably staring at me. Immediately raise my hands and say, "Hey guys, I heard what you said, but I don't know what you look like. So if I just don't look back here, I won't know who you are if you are going to do something." Hear one of them pulling out a gun, I think, because I hear something clicking. Deep voiced man says, "Do something, bitch." Can barely understand what he says. Just keep my arms raised and slowly walk up to the playground, terrified and play on it like an autist for what feels like ages, facing the opposite direction of the guys. Want to leave. Don't know if they are still there. Can't hear them. Yeah. Is it okay if I leave now? Silence. Hello? Silence. I get off the playground and work up the courage to turn around, but right before I do, I swear that I heard a voice of some sort. Immediately take off walking deep into the park. It connects to a neighborhood on the opposite side. Walk straight in that direction through pitch fucking darkness until I reach a neighborhood. Call mom who drives and picks me up. The next day found out that there had been 2 burglaries in the night, a few hours after my mom came to pick me up. I grew up in a town that had a ton of families who gave their kids performance/growth enhancing drugs and created a recruitment network to bring way overqualified people in to teach and coach their kids without having to send them to private school. I can give a few stories if anyone is interested, and I'm not just shouting into the void. Basically, there was a whole community of families who had created a network of doctors to give them HGH and more exotic treatments. I knew of a whole class of students who were on nootropics for at least a semester and leveraged their dominance of the local voting base to exploit school funding so they could get a magnet school-like experience at a fraction of the cost because it all came out of their property taxes anyway and was only a minimal extra charge, all things considered. These people ran the town. I want to tell you about something that I experienced one day in the late evening. It was horrifying, and something that still sticks with me to this day. One day, late in the evening, my parents went to visit friends. I was left at home alone. I went to the kitchen to eat, watch TV. In general, everything was as usual. At about 12 o'clock, I turned off the light and went to bed. I don't know how long I slept, but I woke up with a strong feeling that I was not alone in the room. Honestly, I am not a timid guy, and I've never, even in my earliest childhood, been afraid of the dark, but here I don't know what came over me. For some time, I simply could not turn my head and look around. But in the end, I overcame myself and turned to the opposite wall. Here, I need to tell you a little about the interior of my room. My bed is against the far wall, and the door leading to the room and the switch, it turns out, are located opposite to me. So, on this opposite wall, I saw a shadow. Just a shadow. And there was nothing that could throw it, or anything similar away, either in my room or on the street. It was a creature more than 2 meters high, vaguely resembling a human. He had no neck at all. His head grew straight from his shoulders. His eyes were 2 shapeless spots, burning with red fire. But the most terrible thing was that the creature's long arms, as I later estimated, probably 1.5 meters long, constantly wriggling, absolutely silently, slid along my wall, as if they were groping for something, searching for something in the semi-darkness. I panicked. A tiny space of the room separated me from the creature, and I had no doubt that, if necessary, the creature would overcome it with ease. My head kept spinning round and round, and I could not stop myself from thinking at a fast pace. My thoughts just kept coming and putting questions in my head. What should I possibly do? Jump out the window? Would I live on the 8th floor? Wait for my parents? No. With such a thing right there, I would not last even half an hour. I'll just go crazy. Quickly jump up and run out of the room. Yes, that will probably do. And maybe then, whoever this was would not catch me. I gathered myself into a tight ball on the bed and prepared to jump. If only then I had known that what a terrible mistake I was making. I would rather take my own life than go through what I had to endure ever again. Well, the fall is knee-deep, and I took off. Just centimeters from the life-saving exit, I felt an icy grip on my throat. My body, like a limp doll, slid towards the monster, and then he pressed my forehead against the wall. It was as if the wall was no longer solid. Yes, it became liquid, viscous, and the creature stuck my head into it. I desperately resisted, kicked, screamed, but it was all in vain. I felt this disgusting substance seeping through my closed eyelids and into my eyes, and after that, both my ears and nose were also filled with this abomination. The shadow pushed me to the level of my mouth and took away its vile grip. And then the most painful, terrible thing began. The wall began to harden again. My head was gradually being squeezed by the iron embrace of concrete. Coarse sand was forming in my eyes with a terrible pain. My ears and nose were also completely filled with this concrete. I could only breathe through my mouth. My heart was pounding wildly from horror and terrible pain. It seemed that my head was about to be crushed. The sand seemed to be tearing my eyes. From the rush of nightmare, I probably even forgot about who committed this terrible execution on me. Most likely, having accomplished what he came for, my executioner left his victim. I don't know how much I suffered. I don't remember. I almost lost the ability to think. The only hope for me was the return of my parents. Everything was covered in fog. It seemed like I was dying. I did not see anything, did not hear anything, I could not get my head out of the concrete vise. It seemed to me that after an eternity, someone patted me on the shoulder, then took my hand. I mentally begged them, please, get me out of here, please, please. There is no more strength to endure. I felt that there were people around me, perhaps an ambulance, the Ministry of Emergency Situations, the police. Perhaps they were all trying to help me. The pressure on my head was easing. They crushed concrete with a hammer drill. It was a long, very long time. I was waiting. There was a sharp pain when they cut off part of my right ear, but it did not matter. It did not matter at all. Soon I would be free. I would be able to hear, see, thank my saviors again. What pain. Someone pulled me back sharply. It seemed like they broke my nose. Most likely, they pulled me out, but I still did not see or hear anything. I could not open my eyes. Maybe I did not have them anymore. Someone was hugging me. Maybe my mother. Crying, probably. They took me somewhere, away from the apartment. I did not want to leave. I was scared. I resisted. Something told me that this was not the end of my torment. An injection. My whole body became like cotton wool, and I fell into darkness. I woke up, judging by the suffocating smell of medicine in a hospital. They cleared my nose and ears. Now I could hear and breathe normally. This is the first thing that I noticed after waking up, but my vision was almost gone. The world for me consisted of blurry spots. Sometimes they moved a little, but nothing more. The pain has not gone away. One of the living spots, apparently, had been sitting nearby me for a very long time. Now it greeted me and introduced itself as Sergeant Ivanyuk. He asked me for a long time about how this happened to me. He was very interested in that shadow, its appearance. I told him everything, honestly, but he was almost not surprised. That's what, as I later realized, was strange. But then, I was still too weak. Having completed the interrogation, the sergeant wished me to get well soon and ordered me to try and sleep again, which is what I did. Again, I don't know how long I slept and how long after I was woken up. Now they wanted me to get up and go with them. I asked where they would take me. They said that the operation could still be saved if you hurry, but the bad chill in my chest did not go away. We walked somewhere for a long time. In the end, they took me out of the hospital and put me in a UAZ. Besides me, there were several other people there. They seated me between two people and we drove off. The atmosphere on the way was extremely tense. The whole way they did not exchange a single word with each other, much less with me. When we got out of the car, it was already night. My neighbors in the UAZ immediately took me by the arms with an iron grip and led me away. We entered a building and began to go down. I counted 9 floors down. Already on the third flight, I realized that there was no question of any operation. My premonition did not deceive me. The nightmare continued. I tried to escape from their clutches, but several powerful blows to the gut forced me to submit to my fate. Whether from the fear I was experiencing or from something else, my vision began to clear up. At the end of the descent, I saw a spacious hall and dark figures around its perimeter. They were probably people in long black robes, although I'm still not sure. I was taken to the center of the hall. Then my guards released me and ordered me to undress, giving the order 2 blows to the jaw to be sure. I wanted to cry. Why am I doing all of this? What have I done in my life that made evil choose me? I was filled with fear and hatred for my tormentors. When I undressed, several people came up to me and laid me down on what at first seemed to me to be a table at the center of the hall, but then I realized that this was not so. It was an altar. Sacrifice is what awaits me now, and it's not hard to guess what role I will play here. My arms and legs at first literally twisted. They were firmly tied to what I initially mistakenly took to be the legs of this table. Now I could not move or tear my body away from the icy surface of the altar, even a millimeter. Gradually, the silence began to transform into a muffled hum, reminiscent of either singing or the recitation of spells, and the further they read, the louder their voices became. They were calling for someone so terrible that he could not be addressed in any earthly language. These terrible croaking, grinding sounds tore me from the inside. It seemed that not a single human throat was capable of producing them, and at the moment of the culmination of this terrible chant, one of the robed figures separated and, clutching something in his hand, approached me. God, what else have they prepared for me? A scalpel. He had a scalpel in his hands. He is going to cut me now, while I am still alive. I could not believe it. My brain refused to accept it, refused to accept this reality. I tried to break free again, but it did not work. I don't know what came over me. I burst out laughing out of horror. I was laughing like crazy, and he had already raised the scalpel. The sharp blade gave me a moment of coldness and then pain, insane hellish pain. The priest cut my chest and stomach from the throat, and I continued to squeal and laugh. It seemed that my soul was leaving me, along with the blood. This is most likely how it was. They called the boss. It seemed that all of the darkness of the world had thickened in this underground hall, and, having gathered at one of the halls, it spread to the ceiling and adjacent walls. No, it was not just darkness. It was something living, intelligent, cold, not even evil, but for some reason it needed me. Gradually, the monster materialized and adapted to our world. It turned into a huge, slippery and cold creature with many tentacles swirling with black smoke. And then one of them stretched out above me. I lay there, bleeding, and looked at it, unable to move, lose consciousness, or even close my eyes. The black hand descended towards me. A small piece came off from it and fell with a disgusting chomping sound, falling into my open chest. The last thing I remember was a blinding flash of light. Then it was as if I was being pulled into a cold bottomless well. No, not all, some part. Not the most important, just the body. The main thing was taken from me, or it left on its own, unable to withstand the proximity of the black creature. I hoped I was dead, but no. It was just a painful shock. I survived. Moreover, I am now at home, sitting at the computer and writing all of this. My vision is slowly recovering, and I can already distinguish letters on the monitor quite well. Those who read this may want to know what the meaning of the secret ritual was, and why they let me go home alive, why they didn't make sure that I was silent. The fact is that I don't think I will ever truly know. I just kind of woke up here. I don't even know how I got here. Perhaps I was just a test to see what they could do. Or maybe they had ulterior motives. Maybe something happened, and it became too risky, and they had to let me go. Or maybe that they knew people would just think I'm crazy, and would disregard my claims, and possibly any similar claims made by other people. The more I think about it, the more unanswered questions I am left with that just make my head swirl round and around. I hope I never experience something like this again, and that they don't ever come back for me. Just thinking about it has my nerves on edge. Have you ever encountered something strange or evil in your town or city? I live in the capital of Brazil, Brasilia, and for those who don't know, here on the capital, we have a lot of underground spaces for alternative events and stuff. Renato Russo, a famous Brazilian rock star, played on those several times, and here on the capital is where of the most important politicians live, and my father is one of them. Anyway, I frequent some of the exclusive underground spaces around here because of my family. It is usually just parties, with drinks and a lot of hoes, of course. Now let me start. I am at one of these parties, getting high with a bunch of older men. They talk to my father at the party about something, and he seems really upset about it. I don't really pay much attention to it. Some hours later, about 2 a.m., they invite me to a more exclusive place inside the Q5. It's the name of the underground club, pick related. I didn't even know there was more of it. I accept it because I was curious. We pass the security and go behind a black curtain. A red fucking room. Seriously, from the ceiling to the chairs, everything was red. But I assumed it was just some type of strange decoration. There is a couple of people fucking on the beds around the room. We go through it. We go downstairs to a more underground place. We pass another security, and the old guys open a door that was locked. A black room. but not entirely like the red one. Just the ceiling, floor and walls, with an expensive looking glass table in the middle of it, with some more old guys smoking cigars, playing cards and drinking whiskey, with women on their laps and everywhere on the room. One of the men that was with me starts to whisper some stuff to the men on the table. I am really confused and ask one of them what is going on. He tells me to shut up. At this point I am really high and upset and I try to leave. The security does not allow me. I am starting to freak out. One of the men on the tables talks to me. Says a bunch of political stuff to me, like I'm going to be a big politician, just like my father, that I have a brilliant future ahead of me, and that they want me to become a part of their society. I ask what the society is about. He says he can't reveal to me before I accept. I really like this sort of strange stuff, that's why I frequent X, so I accept. He says that I will receive a message on my email. Me and the old guys leave. My father starts to scream with them and they tell him to shut up. He obeys. We come back to home silent. Today, I woke up and checked my email and I received this image. It says, exactly at 11 p.m. Some coordinates. Don't be late. Don't bring anyone. PGTH. I checked the coordinates and it is nearby, but it's in the middle of nowhere. I am scared to be honest, and it's already 7 p.m. I don't know what to do. What can I expect, X? OP here. It was strange, but okay. Not sure if they were Masonic or not. Went to the place. There was a bunch of people in black capes and a fire in the center. They gave me a cape. They prayed to God to bless me. Made me drink wine. Bunch of ritual stuff I did not understand. After the stuff, I talked to one of the men there. He said that they help each other, and God helps them. Now I am a brother of blood. If I ever need work, help with justice, this kind of stuff, I can ask them. Every big decision in my life, there needs to be a group to decide it. They will send another message to my email with information for the next meetup. Just woke up. Posting this right now. Still confused. Just want to give a full warning before this video plays, to say that this account I'm about to give is taken directly from 4chan itself, and so it cannot be taken as factual, and is only to be taken as a piece of fiction. Only a fool would take anything from 4chan as real. This is not my personal account, I am simply reading a story, and none of this happened to me personally. Any names used throughout the story are of fictional people, and any relation to real-world persons are purely coincidental. Viewer discretion is heavily advised for disturbing topics. Click away now if you can't handle them. Storytime with a dead man. I am going to take my own life tomorrow, X. I'm also sending free packets of copied information to the media. One to CNN, one to MSNBC, and one to Fox News. You will have to see which one tells the truth about the information that they receive, and who doesn't. I trust 4chan to do this because of our history of releasing legit info in the face of mass media cover-up. I have been a professional driver / security guard for a circle of very wealthy people for almost 8 years. I started by working the door at a private gentleman's club outside of the DC area. From that job, I was introduced to some employment managers for Jeffrey E. Because I had experience as both a cab driver and a bouncer, as well as always overlooking and keeping my mouth shut about all the things going on that my employers at the club profited from, they thought that I would be a good fit to work the weekends for Mr. Epstein. At first, I didn't do very much, definitely nothing important. I would run errands mostly and do anything my manager, who reported directly to Jeffrey, wanted me to do. So say the gardener calls out sick one day, it would be me mowing the lawn in his place. I was sort of a floating general helper. Inevitably, I ran into Jeffrey now and then, and he was always very personable, enthusiastic. I had heard about his original court case and the rumors and everything, but just meeting this guy made me feel like it was all a lie because he seemed so kind and genuine. I thought he was really just this hotshot money man, like a Bruce Wayne or Tony Stark kind of figure, and I think, ultimately, that's how he wanted us all to see him. His god complex was, to say the least, very developed. Eventually, I was trusted with bigger jobs. I think I got a good reputation because I cleaned one of Jeffrey's bedrooms one day. There was, to my dismay, a mixture of shit and other bodily fluids on the bedsheets. I dealt with it professionally, and I did not say anything. I knew by then that someone is always watching. There are cameras in almost every single room, except for his private office and regular bedroom. He had several bedrooms, but one was his favorite, I guess, his main room. I never mentioned it to anyone, but I still got a thank you from my manager for being discreet. One day, I was asked to go and pick up a masseuse from a bus station. I did not ask her age. I knew better, but she could not have been older than 16 years old. I got a really bad feeling in my stomach, because at this point, denying Jeffrey would be borderline irrational. I did my job though. I took her to his house, and a few hours later, I took her back to the bus stop. She was crying, and I did not talk to her about it. A few weeks later, I did it again. Now my manager tells me that Jeffrey would like me to take over all of his various pickups and drop-offs. They called it cutie duty. Fucking barf. But it was more than just girls. I would pick up drugs and other assorted packages, most of which I had no idea the contents, but as far as I was concerned, the less I knew, the better. I was getting paid very well for the amount of work I was doing. In a given day, I spent 3, maybe 4 hours doing anything that could be considered work. The rest of the time, I either sat in my car browsing 4chan on my phone, or inside, pretending like I was rich and that this was my house. For this, I was being paid $75,000 a year, more than I'd ever hoped to have made in my whole life. When I took over doing most of the driving, it went up to $115. Every time my job became more illegal, the money would get better. That's his tactic. He knows that people will do just about anything for the right price. I don't want people to know, I guess. Call it a public confession because I am guilty. I guess I don't care that much because I am going to be dead. I've done things I can't forgive myself for, and I think they'll have me killed anyway. I'm going to do it on my own terms. Anyway, Jeffrey is very shrewd. He pays you a lot, but not enough for the shit that you have to do. And he tries to find the absolute least amount he can pay you to keep doing it. For me, disgracefully, that was around $150,000. I stayed on this duty for about 4 months. Then Jeffrey took a trip abroad, and he loaned me out to another family. Now, keep in mind, I have never met this head of the family, and I don't think I even worked for him. I just worked for the family. I reported to an employment manager as usual. I was tasked with driving a young man, named Cole, around wherever he wanted. Cole was probably 22, and already his license had been suspended for drunk driving. He lived in a huge house out in the middle of nowhere, outside Boulder, Colorado. Man, it was beautiful. If I could have stayed there forever, I would have. I suspect it was a vacation cabin, mansion, owned by his parents, but I digress. Every weekend, we would drive into the city. He would get shit-faced drunk, find a woman, and I'd take us all back home. Cole was a piece of total shit. If you remember Scumbag Steve, just imagine if Steve's parents were multi-millionaires, if not billionaires, and you get the idea. So, one Sunday morning, after a typical Saturday night, I report for duty 8 a.m. sharp, knowing damn well that Cole is not going to drag his ass out of bed until at least 3 p.m. Here he comes, hobbling down the driveway in his socks to my car. He usually texts when he's up, and I come inside and start cleaning up his messes. No text today. He comes over to the car as I am stepping out. He says, hey buddy, we kinda got a problem, but it's not that big of a deal. Okay, what? Let's see it. We go inside, upstairs to his bedroom. His girl from last night is laying face up, and her open mouth is pulled with vomit. She is most definitely not alive anymore. Or as I can tell, she overdosed on whatever combination of what they were doing. Passed out, puked, then suffocated on her own vomit. I'm absolutely flipping my shit, and I've got my phone out, dialing 911. Cole slaps it out of my hand and tells me to hold on. He says he can't get in trouble because it will look bad on his family. I said, Cole, you've already been getting into trouble. He says he knows, just not this kind of trouble. He says I'll get a big bonus if I just deal with it myself. Now, I'm way out here in the middle of nowhere, and the implication from day one of my employment in this circle has been that if I mess up, I might suffer harsh consequences.
I know what I did here was wrong. I know that, and I am so sorry. I asked him what I am supposed to do. He says just wait. He gets a different phone out of a drawer and starts making calls. After a few minutes, I'm waiting in the hallway. He's casually pacing around the corpse. He gives me GPS coordinates for a little spot off 111 out in the mountains. I'm supposed to wrap her up, take her there, and drop her off. He said there will be guys waiting there to take her. It's a long drive, and I do not look forward to it one bit. I wrap her up in his comforter. He stops me. Bro, he says. Bro, not that blanket. That's like the softest blanket in the world, dude. No way. And he gets me a different blanket from the closet. Real gentleman, Cole was. He's got an F-150 on the property used for landscaping work. I put her body in the bed with a tarp on top, and I fill the rest of the back with landscaping supplies. Fertilizer, tools, etc. I tried to make it look really natural and boring. I'm shitting bricks. I can't believe I'm actually doing this. But he is promising me that if I get busted, I'll have the best lawyers that money can buy, and I believe him. She is already passed away, and it's unlikely he would even get into any real legal trouble, just bad press. So what's the difference? The whole time driving, I'm sweating right through my clothes. I have to stop twice to puke. When I get there, there's a little dirt spot you can pull off into, and sure enough, there is a big black SUV and a Jeep with off-road tires. I'm not about to just assume these are the body people, so I stop and get out and approach the SUV. The window rolls down, and there is a woman who is probably in her 50s and a big guy driving. I don't know what to say, so I'm just kind of like, how's it going? Feeling like a complete idiot. She makes a call and describes me to the person on the phone. Then she puts it down and says, "We are who you're looking for. Is it under all that stuff in the bed?" I say, "Yeah, do you need help?" She says, "No, take a break." So I walk into the trees a little bit and smoke a cigarette or two. They've got her out and put her in the Jeep within about 5 minutes. The woman tells me to drive, wait 15 minutes before I leave. Then they pull out and drive away. The Jeep drives further into the woods. I wait maybe 7 minutes, and then I leave. I got a text later, telling me not to leave early ever again. It was from a blocked number. So, when I get back to the house, Cole is sitting at the kitchen table, eating a massive bowl of Fruit Loops with a big serving spoon, watching Love and Hip Hop. This man is like a child, and he hasn't even gotten dressed yet. He asked me to wash his blanket and sheets. I do it. We got really drunk that night, and Cole's telling me that this has happened twice before, and it's always fine. He says he is like Scarface and stuff. I hate him. The remaining few months go by without incident, and he gets his license back, freeing me at last. Jeffrey does not need me at this time, but I do get referred as a reliable driver to the bigwigs at a certain large record company who assigned me to work on an artist's career while she promoted her new album, which was her 6th album at the time. I never met her in person, just in passing now and then, but I found this job to agree with me a lot better than the others. I drove a van stacked with promotional gear from city to city while she toured. A few times, I was sent to pick up Molly and was taught to use test strip to test for purity. If it was not pure, I was supposed to walk away, but it was always pure. There are circles within circles of connections. I believe there is an entire shadow economy strictly for the rich and famous to get their rocks off collectively. One thing I did learn about her is that she enjoys young females as well. I was sent to pick up 2 young girls and bring them to her hotel room. Of course, I was met outside the door by someone more important than me. This struck me as odd, because as far as I understand, she is not a billionaire like Jeffrey, but she was even more insulated and protected than he was. I'm sure a lot of that has to do with just personal choices regarding security, but I get the picture that in this world, influence and money both equal power, and her, especially in 2011/2012, was highly influential. All I had to do was mention her name, and girls would get in the car, just like that. Cigarette break, boys. My nerves are so shot. I keep thinking I hear cars pulling up. I'm getting really paranoid. Give me a couple minutes. So, the most noteworthy thing that happened while working for this record company is when she had a party to celebrate the end of her tour. Everybody there. I mean, all of the pop stars were there. Any big artist at the time that you could think of, they were there. Also, lots of famous actors as well. Big name actors that you would know instantly. From this party,
I was, of course, tasked with getting entertainment. They wanted as young as I could get, and as many as I could get. Ostensibly, they were being hired to be waitstaff, valet drivers, etc. But the plan is to switch it up on them when they actually get there, give them money, whatever they need, to do what they wanted them to do, which was essentially to be an all-expenses-paid prostitute for whoever wanted them. That part, thankfully, was not my job. I'm just the piece of shit who tricked them into going. I picked up 5 young girls from a mall, a couple of teenage boys that I found walking along the road, and then I got a hold of an escort company to fill out and make an even dozen. The ones from the escort company, I was severely chastised for it. My manager basically asked if I ever wanted to work again. I said yes. He said then, act like you've got some goddamn sense. I did not make this mistake again. After the tour ended, I was just on my own for a month or so. I rented a house near Tulsa and basically isolated the entire time. I was starting to get ideas in my head about going to trade school or something when I was called back to come and work for Jeffrey again. At this point, I've developed a bad coke habit, Coca-Cola that is, of which I have only been sober for a few months to this day. I needed something to make me do it. It makes you feel numb in a way that not much else does, and believe me, I've tried just about everything. There are research chemicals no one has ever even heard of that get traded around in these circles. When I came back to work for Jeffrey on his island, I was going for an 8-ball every day or two. I binge drank at night, but I had to keep focused during the day. It wired me up, and the liquor brought me back down. That's the only way, mentally, I could really cope with what is happening. I was flown to his now infamous island to be one of the regular staff. Essentially, I lived on this island for free, while getting paid, to maintain the grounds and keep the buildings up. When Jeffrey was there, obviously, he would bring his own entertainment, so I didn't even have to do that. I thought, this sounds like a fantastic deal. Island paradise, great wages, not much real work. Count me in. Out of all my sins, I believe sloth is the most damaging one that I indulge in. I always look for the easy dollar, and that is why I'm prey for people like this. Now, first of all, this island is like paradise on earth. It's always a comfortable temperature. The rains are breathtakingly beautiful, and the architecture and decor of the houses are exquisite. Yes, the bathhouse is really creepy. The fake doors are there to confuse flyby surveillance, if anyone was wondering. The other regular staff were hard to get along with. They were all creeps, and I mean capital C creeps. Made me wonder about myself honestly that I'm put here with them. They all joked about getting leftovers, and the talk was constantly about when Jeffrey was going to visit the island again, when he would bring important people, world leaders, CEOs, etc. I and most of the staff were kept totally out of sight. We weren't allowed to work in an area unless we knew it was empty. Only his most trusted employees could actually be in the building with him and high-powered friends. Sometimes though, it would just be the family, and things were more relaxed. I passed by his office once, carrying some garbage, when he beckoned me inside. He asked me my name, and I told him. He offered me a seat, and I took it. You don't get far in this business by saying no. He began to talk to me. He looked really stressed. He asked me how anything that feels good could be bad. He had a big painting of Oscar Wilde, and considered him a personal hero. He began to explain hedonism to me, and asked me if I understood. Of course, I said, who does not like fun? Lots of people, he said, lots of people. Then he let me go about my duties. I screwed up really bad one evening, and entered one of the maintenance sheds to return some tools that I had been using, and saw a sweaty, pale back of a large man, hunched over and thrusting. He had a tattoo on his back, and he was wearing a bull's head mask. He was using one of the regular staff members' mouth. He turns to me, I'm just standing in shock, and says quite angrily, "Do you mind?" And I slam the door shut. As I'm closing the door, I get a glimpse of my coworker's face, and he is crying. I googled the back tattoo later on, and I realized who it was, and I had never even heard of him up to that point. I knew I was in deep shit. The next day, and for 2 weeks after, I got all of the worst jobs. Trash pickup, cleaning toilets, scrubbing his beds. It really sucked, but I kept my mouth shut anyway. As far as I understood, my pay had not been cut, so whatever. I'll do all the crappy jobs where I'm by myself, because at least, hey, I am by myself. That was fine with me. I'm not a good guy, but thank you. If this was the movies, the Punisher or whoever would rip my spine out of my back, and I would deserve it. I am not a good guy. Anyway, things started getting really tense on the island from that point. People started making little comments to me about being nosy or about minding my own business. I was starting to get worried that I would be branded a troublemaker, which you don't want to be. Things turn very quickly in this business. This is how they've kept a lid on it for so long. Any small mistake and you are out. Most people are let go with NDAs, and the understanding that they will be watched for the rest of their lives, which, ultimately, is how I got out as well. After Jeffrey died, they cut me loose. I guess they figure, since he's dead, nothing I'd know would matter anyway. They are probably right, honestly. It probably won't matter anyway. But the rest of my time on that island was pure terror. I was just waiting to be taken away, or worse. Never happened, but I was still really scared. I saw a few of their weird plays that they would do around the bathhouse. Jeffrey had a little portable stage he would get set up. He would wear the bullhead that I saw the other guy wearing and give a big speech about what he called freedom. He would say this island is the only free place in the whole world where everyone on it can do whatever they want. That's a load of crap. Not your employees, not the people you bring here. Total crap. Everyone would cheer. They get up and do sort of a conga line with tiki torches, really cringy old rich people stuff, and go into the bathhouse. There is a trap door on the floor that has not been reported in any of the investigation photos that I've seen, which lead to what they call a chamber, and it is essentially a bondage dungeon. I don't know what all happened in there, and I never want to know. I stayed as far away from that bathhouse as I could. So anyway, eventually I got my reputation for the most part back into good graces, and I was working in the main houses again. One time I was helping in the kitchen. I don't know if the chef was screwing with me, I hope so, but he was separating what looked to me like the torso of a very young-skinned pig. It had been roasted, and he was chopping it into quarters, the ribs to be served that evening, and the rest broken down for soups and casseroles. I said jokingly that it looked like a little kid. He just gave me this awful, dead-eyed look for a second, and he said, "Watch it." I worked on that island for about a year. In 2013 to 2014, Jeffrey chose me and two other trusted employees from the island to come with him to a winter retreat in the Swiss Alps. He owned a small, billionaire small, mind you, cabin, again, mansion, there, and wanted people he knew could be trusted because most of the staff would be local hires. Our job on the surface was to help manage all the employees, like supervisors basically, but the unspoken task would be keeping everyone either in the dark or quiet. Jeffrey had a real fondness for plump, young Swiss blondes, and the Swiss, as he would explain, have a very progressive idea about sex. He viewed this as a more relaxed way to do what he does, more casual. Part of the thrill for these people, I think, is the fact that it is illegal and they could get in big trouble. When they go to places that are more friendly with the idea of an older man having sex with someone younger, it's to take a break, so to speak. The Alps themselves, wow. I have been all over the United States, and nothing in this country compares to Europe in terms of sheer beauty. Sometimes, early in the morning, when I come out of my cabin and stretch, looking at the trees, smelling the crisp, clean air, just for a minute, I would forget what I have done and what I am doing. When it came back to me, I'd have to fight back tears. I want the mountains there to be the last thing I think about before I die. Sorry, I'm taking breaks to peek out my windows like a crackhead. I might actually bail and go find open Wi-Fi somewhere, maybe in another state. I don't know. I'm getting more and more paranoid. My lights flickered, and I almost shit myself. I think I might get back on the wagon just for tonight and go get some liquor. Be a little patient with me. So I've not been there 3 days, while me and two from the island are just doing bumps off a butter knife in the lower garage. A boy, maybe 14, skinny, blonde, pale, comes through the doorway, right towards us. He is speaking French, but I think I got the gist of what he was saying. He was asking for help. He looked hysterical. Immediately, my two friends were out of there, and I should not have been far behind. I told him, calm down, it's okay, I'm gonna help you. I just wanted him to feel better. This all took maybe 30 seconds before one of the nannies came in. He looked at her, confused, and I get the picture that he was trying to decide if she could be trusted. She could not. She shushed him, and put her jacket over him and took his hand. She was speaking French as well, and it sounded like a mother consoling a frightened child. She led him back into the house. I did not see him again. I never mentioned it to anyone, and nobody ever mentioned it to me again. During my last couple of weeks there, I witnessed the first-hand murder of an independent journalist. I don't think he was actually a journalist. I think maybe he had a blog or a YouTube channel, but I had never heard of him and don't know his name, so I don't think he was anyone with any real connections. He was one of the local hires, a dishwasher, but he was seen with a cell phone, holding it out, possibly recording. Me and the other two from the island were asked to go and check it out. So we go get the guy and ask him to empty his pockets, and sure enough, he's got a phone. We told him to unlock it. He would not. One of the other guys made a call, came back, and slugged him directly in the nose. I think he broke it because there was blood just pouring out, and the guy started screaming. I don't think he'd ever been hit before, but me and the other guy held him down. Fuck it, I will say their names. It was Daniel Robinson from South Florida and Marcus Harper from Nevada. Marcus and I were holding him down, and Daniel punched him again and told him to unlock his phone. He complied this time, and sure enough, there were pictures and videos from inside the house. We knew he had not sent anything because only wired connections worked there. I guess they had signal jammers or something, or maybe because it was just so remote. I don't know. Anyway, Daniel makes another call and tells us to take him outside into the woods. I think we were just going to threaten him and make him sign an NDA, but Daniel took his belt off and strangled him to death. We had to put his body up in an outbuilding because the ground was frozen. We put him through a wood chipper and then burned everything to ash. There were bits of charred bone left over when I swept it all into a trash bag and threw it out with the regular garbage. This, above anything else, I feel the most guilty for. After that, if I wasn't in before, I was definitely in now. Me, Marcus, and Daniel, the three stooges from hell. Daniel had been in the military, and I think he had a few screws loose because he always had a temper. He became the go-to guy for the really, really dirty stuff. I started working for Jeffrey directly after this. He would confide in me sometimes, when he was very high, about how nothing really makes him feel good enough. He told me once that he has not felt happy in years. I wish I had the stones to tell him that the life he is living is only bringing him down. For a brief moment, I felt empathy for this man. I think that, too, was part of his game though. I don't think he has ever had a single genuine feeling in his life outside of sexual gratitude. He never mentioned the journalist to me. It was like it never happened, but we both knew that was the reason I was now working directly for him. Listen, I think I've said about all I care to right now. I'm going to go and get a bottle of something before all of the stores close. If this thread is still here in a few hours, I will answer some questions and tell some more stories. They called them plays in theaters, but from my eyes, yeah. I would say that the speeches and the stuff I saw looked a lot like rituals. The bull's head mask was very scary. I mean, it was a rubber mask for sure, but whoever spoke would wear it all night. After they would come up and out of the chamber, the masked person would roam the island all night, and it was generally understood that you were to avoid them at all costs. When they wear the mask, they are like animals. They just wander around from one carnal satisfaction to the next. Food, sex, sometimes violence, whatever. And they could do whatever they wanted. If they came to you and told you to shut up and suck them or whatever, you would have to do it. It never happened to me, thankfully, but I made sure on those nights to stay out of sight. Before this video starts, I just want to give a quick content warning. This video will contain very disturbing things that are not appropriate for everyone. So if you cannot handle sensitive topics or things like that, you should click away right now. Also, for legal reasons, all of the words and quotes used in this video are sourced from 4chan. They are not my own words, and I have not sourced these personally, so I encourage you to do your own research on these topics and not take my words at face value. However, this topic is a serious one. It is not fiction, it is real. These are real-world people. Any real-world names or sensitive information has been censored. While this is a disturbing topic, I think it's important that people are educated on matters such as these, and that the information is not left in the dark. And with that, I'll let the video play. To the vast majority of Americans, the name Marc Dutroux does not mean much. Drop that name in Belgium though, and you're likely to elicit some very visceral reactions. Dutroux, convicted along with his wife in 1989 for the assault and violent abuse of 5 young girls, the youngest of whom was just 11, now stands accused of being a key player in an international child prostitution and ring, whose practices included kidnapping, assault, sadistic torture, and murder. Dutroux was sentenced in 1989 to 13 years for his crimes, but was freed after serving just 3. This was in spite of the fact that, as prison governor Juan Stewart would later tell a parliamentary commission, a medical report described him as a perverse psychopath, an explosive mix. He was in evident danger to society. The man who turned Dutroux loose on society, Justice Minister Melchior Wafflet, soon after, received a prestigious appointment to serve as a judge at the European Court of Justice at The Hague. Shortly after Dutroux's release, young girls began to disappear in the vicinity of some of his homes. Though technically unemployed and drawing welfare from the state, he nevertheless owned at least 6 houses and lived quite lavishly. His rather lucrative income appears to have been derived from trading in child slaves and creating other things involving them. Many of his houses appear to stand vacant, though at least some of them were in fact used as torture and imprisonment centers where kidnapped girls were taken and held in underground dungeons. Some of Dutroux's homes were used in this way for several years following his early release, with a growing body of evidence to indicate that fact to the police. True to form though, authorities failed to act on the information, or acted in a way that showed either complete incompetence, according to most press reports, or police complicity in the operation, according to any sort of logic. Police seem to have routinely ignored tips that later proved to be accurate, including a report from Dutroux's own mother that her son was holding ghost prisoner in one of his houses. In addition, key facts were withheld from investigators working on the disappearances, and lines of communication were unaccountably broken, inexcusably hindering the investigation. Police did search one of Dutroux's homes on no less than 3 separate occasions over the course of the investigation. On at least 2 of these occasions, 2 of the missing girls were being held in heinous conditions, imprisoned in a custom-built dungeon in the basement. Nevertheless, the police searches came up empty, despite the fact that the investigating officers reported hearing children's voices on 1 occasion, according to The Guardian. It was not until August 14th, 1996, 4 years after the disappearances began, that authorities arrested Dutroux along with his wife, an elementary school teacher, a lodger, a policeman, and a man The Guardian described as an associate with political connections, elsewhere identified as Michael Lalive. 2 days later, police again searched Dutroux's home and discovered the soundproof dungeon/torture center. As CNN reported, 3 years earlier, police ignored tips from an informant who said Dutroux was building secret cellars to hold girls before selling them abroad. And in 1995, the same informant had told the police that Dutroux had offered an unidentified third man the equivalent of $3,000 to $5,000 to kidnap girls. Incredibly, it was later reported by The Guardian that police actually had in their possession a videotape of the dungeon being constructed. Belgian police could have saved the lives of 2 children, allegedly murdered by Marc Dutroux, if they had watched a video seized from his home which showed him building their hidden cell. The tape had been seized in one of the earlier searches. At the time of the final search, 2 14-year-old girls were found imprisoned in the dungeon, chained and starving. They described to police as being used as child prostitutes and in the production of videos. More than 300 such videos were taken into custody by the police. On August 17th, the story got grimmer as the police dug up the bodies of 2 8-year-old girls at another of Dutroux's homes. It would later be learned that the girls had been kept in one of Dutroux's dungeons for 9 months after their abductions, during which time they were repeatedly tortured and assaulted, all captured on videotape. The girls were then left to slowly starve to death. Alongside of their decimated corpses was the body of Bernard Weinstein, a former accomplice of Dutroux who had occupied one of the houses for several years. Weinstein had been buried alive. A few weeks later, 2 more girls were found buried under concrete at yet another one of the Dutroux properties. By that time, 10 people were reportedly in custody in connection to the case. Elsewhere in Belgium, the News Telegraph reported that the corpses of 2 women and parts of a third body had been discovered in a freezer at a Lebanese restaurant in Brussels. As the body count mounted, the outrage of the Belgian people grew. They demanded to know why this man, dubbed the Belgian Beast, had been released after having served such an absurdly short sentence, and to know why, as evidence had continued to mount and girls had continued to disappear, the police had chosen to do nothing. How many girls, they demanded to know, had been killed as a result of this inaction? Adding further fuel to the fire, as a Los Angeles Times report revealed, was that a highly regarded children's activist, Marie-France Bott, claims that the Justice Ministry is sitting on a politically sensitive list of customers of Dutroux's videotapes. The same report noted that the affair has become further clouded by the discovery of a motorcycle that reportedly matches the description of one used in the 1991 assassination of prominent Belgian businessman and politician André Coles. Michael Borlet, the head prosecutor on this case, meanwhile, has publicly declared that the investigation can be thoroughly pursued only without political interference. Several years ago, Borlet was removed from the highly charged Coles case, which remains unsolved. A report in Time magazine alluded to murky links between the Dutroux operation and organized crime figures. Much later, Marc Verwilgen, the chief investigating magistrate on the case, would bluntly state, "For me, the Dutroux affair is a question of organized crime." Also mentioned in the Time article was the use of secret underground tunnels, not unlike those described by children a decade earlier at the infamous McMartin preschool. Outrage continued to grow as more arrests were made, and evidence of high-level government and police complicity continued to emerge. One of Dutroux's accomplices, businessman Jean-Michel Nahul, confessed to organizing an orgy at a Belgian chateau that had been attended by government officials, a former European commissioner, and a number of law enforcement officers. A Belgian senator would note, quite accurately, that such parties were part of a system which operates to this day and is used to blackmail the highly placed people who take part. In September, 23 suspects, at least 9 of whom were police officers, were detained and questioned about their possible complicity in the crimes, and/or their negligence in investigating the case. As the Los Angeles Times noted in a very brief 2-sentence report, the detainments were the latest indication that the police in the southern city of Charleroi may have helped cover up the alleged crimes of Marc Dutroux. The arrests followed raids on the police officers' homes and on the headquarters of the police force, and were based on information supplied by Police Inspector Georges Decotte, who had already been charged as an accomplice. 3 magistrates had also reportedly been interrogated by police investigators. Just days before the arrests, police had also arrested 5 suspects in the Coles assassination, including a former regional government minister named Alain van der Beest. Strangely enough, the News Telegraph reported that police investigating the Coles murder in 1991 had been given helpful leads by some of those arrested in the Dutroux case. The Telegraph also noted that Coles had promised shocking revelations before his death. On October 14th came the straw that broke the camel's back. Jean-Marc Conrad, who had been serving as the investigating judge on the case, was dismissed by the Belgian Supreme Court. Conrad was viewed by the people as something of a rarity, a public official/law enforcement officer who actually appeared to be pursuing a prosecution rather than a cover-up. The News Telegraph described him as the only figure in the judiciary who enjoys the nation's confidence. As the New York Times reported, Conrad became a national hero in August after saving 2 children from a secret dungeon kept by a convicted child assaulter and ordering the inquiry that led to the discovery of the bodies of 4 girls kidnapped by a child video network. He had also, in 1994, arrested 3 men as suspects in the Coles assassination just before the case was transferred to the jurisdiction of another magistrate. His removal from the Dutroux case fanned the smoldering flames of public outrage. The Times report noted that hundreds of thousands of people had petitioned the High Court to retain the judge. Adding yet more fuel to the fire, prosecutor Michael Borlet was claiming that evidence suggested that a pedo ring composed of the wealthy and powerful had been protected for 25 years. With the families of Dutroux's victims calling for a general strike, men and women all across the country walked away from their jobs in protest as railway workers and bus drivers shut down public transportation, bringing some cities to a virtual standstill. The Telegraph reported that, in Liège, firemen turned their hoses on the city's court building to symbolize the mass cleanup that was in order. On October 20th, 350,000 citizens of the tiny nation took to the streets of Brussels, dressed in all white, demanding the reform of a system so corrupt that it would protect the abusers, assaulters, torturers, and killers of children. The political fallout from the case would ultimately bring about the resignation of Belgium's state police chief, interior minister, and justice minister, likely sacrificial lambs tossed to the outraged masses to avoid what could have easily exploded into a full-scale insurrection by the people, particularly after police incompetence allowed Dutroux to escape and remain at large for a brief time in April of 1998. There were in fact calls from the people for the entire coalition government to step down. Months later, an opinion survey by Brussels' Le Soir newspaper found that only 1 in 5 Belgians still had confidence in the federal government and the nation's justice system. As the Los Angeles Times reported in January of 1998, the conviction remains stubbornly widespread that members of the upper crust, government ministers, the Roman Catholic Church, the court of King Albert II, belonged to child rings or protected them. The lingering distrust of the people was not alleviated by the fact that a parliamentary inquiry had, in April of 1997, identified 30 officials who had, as the Times tactfully put it, failed to uncover Dutroux's misdeeds. Nearly a year later, none of them had suffered any repercussions. Additionally, at least 10 missing children suspected of having fallen prey to Dutroux's operation have never been found. The Commission's report was, in many people's eyes, a shameless cover-up. As the News Telegraph summarized, the report said competition between rival forces had prevented vital information from being exchanged and obvious information from being followed up. Rather than acknowledge the obvious, which was that rampant police corruption and complicity were to blame, just a few months before the Commission had issued its report, the Telegraph was reporting that grim rumors had been circulating that a second network, at least as a thing, may have been operating in parallel to that said to involve Dutroux. The bodies of 7 children were believed to have been hidden by the ring, which was thought could have been linked to Dutroux through Michael Nahu. 2 months after that, a man named Patrick Déruchette and 3 of his family members were arrested following the discovery of the body of a 9-year-old girl. Rumors quickly began circulating, linking this crime to Dutroux as well. Like Dutroux, Déruchette had previously been convicted on multiple counts of child assault. He had been committed to a psychiatric institution from which he was released after just 6 weeks. Authorities quickly denied that there was any connection between the 2 cases. In January of 1998, however, the Telegraph reported that new evidence from a lawyer involved in the investigations blows a hole in previous police claims that there was no link between the cases involving the alleged child murderers, Marc Dutroux and Patrick Déruchette. Once again, the connection was said to be through Nahu. In April of 1999, The Guardian reported that the highly respected chairman of a parliamentary inquiry into the case claims that his commission's findings were muzzled by political and judicial leaders to prevent details emerging of complicity in the crimes. Mr. Verwilgen claims that senior political and legal figures refused to cooperate with the inquiry. He says magistrates and police were officially told to refuse to answer certain questions in what he describes as a characteristic smothering operation. As of August 2001, fully 5 years after Dutroux was taken into custody, his trial had yet to begin. Parents of victims continued to shout of a cover-up, and the Telegraph was reporting that it was recently learned that scientific tests on 6,000 hairs found in the underground dungeon began only this year. These tests could, of course, reveal how many victims passed through Dutroux's chamber of horrors. If the Marc Dutroux case were some kind of aberration,
it would still be a disturbing story for the level of unspeakable corruption and depravity of the Belgian political and law enforcement establishment of which it speaks. Far more disturbing is the fact that it does not appear to be an isolated case at all. As 1999 drew to a close, the nation of Latvia was rocked by another child ring scandal that reached the very top of the political power structure. The case first broke in August when police uncovered a massive operation involving as many as 2,000 severely abused children. When media reports began linking top Latvian officials to the case, a special parliamentary commission was formed to investigate. In February 2000, the chairman of the commission delivered a report to Parliament linking the country's Prime Minister, Justice Minister, Director of the State Revenue Service, and a number of army and law enforcement officers to the case. Efforts were immediately begun to discredit the commission chairman, including allegations that he is tied to the former KGB, a classic case of red baiting, enabling the allegations to be dismissed as communist propaganda. The BBC reported in June of 1999 that 2 unnamed German men had gone on trial, accused of running a child ring in Germany, Poland, and the Czech Republic. The pair, along with at least 11 identified but unindicted accomplices, made video recordings of the gangs abusing children between the ages of 3 and 14 since 1993. A large but unspecified quantity of videos, photography, magazines, and CD-ROMs were confiscated. Also noted was a possible connection to the Dutroux case. There have been cases of Slovak children being taken to Vienna to make films. The Belgian Marc Dutroux was a regular visitor to one Slovak town. The BBC also filed a brief report on a 1996 case that went almost completely unreported in the English language press. Mexican police broke up an international child ring based in the resort of Acapulco, which they said had at least 4,000 clients in the United States, emphasis added. A UN envoy investigating the case said that the films involving children sometimes involve babies of less than 1 month old. On September 29th of 2000, the Irish Times reported that 8 people were arrested in Italy and 3 in Russia, and police said 1,700 people were being investigated in Italy as yet another network surfaced. The images traded by this ring were divided into several categories. The most gruesome, police said, was coded Necros Pedo, in which children were assaulted and tortured to death. And so it is that we first confront that most disturbing of topics, films, which we all know don't really exist. As recently as February of 1999, the New York Post assured readers that films are the stuff of urban legend. How did this legend get started? No one knows. The unfortunate truth, though, is that they do, as it turns out, actually exist, and they have likely have existed for as long as film has existed, though they weren't always known by that name. According to the Post, the term stuff was actually coined during the Charles Manson case, when press reports repeated a rumor that the Manson family had filmed home movies of the brutal slayings. Other reports hold that the term was coined in 1976 by a writer for the New York Times who was in need of a phrase to describe reports of murders following sexual activity being captured on film. Not long after that, as Carl Rasch wrote, the Texas House Select Committee disclosed in the late 1970s that investigators probing leads to organized crime in Houston, Dallas, and other major cities found that slave auctions for 16 and 17-year-old boys were routinely held in Mexico. Some of the boys were featured in brutal snuff or slasher movies. Rasch also quotes from a study by U.S. mental health professionals that claim that a child from Mexico can be packaged, delivered, and sold deep within this country in a short time, and that many are purchased solely for the purpose of killing. In Enslaved, Gordon Thomas reported that, at the start of the year 1991, Britain's Scotland Yard was continuing to investigate reports that up to 20 children in London had been murdered in the last year in films, and that the videotapes were sold on the continent. An account of the Italian case, carried by The Guardian, affirmed the existence of films. Police have discovered a massive international network selling violent child videos to clients in Italy, the US, and Germany. Authorities are trying to identify 5,000 people
who were suspected of attempting to purchase the videos, some of which appear to contain images of children being tortured and murdered. The UK's Independent, in a follow-up published in November of 2000, also confirmed that the seized materials did in fact include child films. Horrified investigators gathered images of more than 2,000 children who were filmed being abused, assaulted, and killed. By that time, close to 1,500 people had been charged in the case, but not, as The Guardian noted, those in high places who were believed to have formed a pedo lobby. As in the Belgian and Latvian cases, there were clear indications of high-level complicity and a strong belief among the Italian people that the facts of the case were being covered up. And as with the other cases, the magistrate heading up the inquiry provoked a furore by denouncing a pedo lobby, supported by politicians, which he said openly obstructed the investigators and worked to prevent tougher sanctions for the consumers of these child films, according to The Independent. The New York Times reported in March of 1997 that there is growing public indignation in France and elsewhere about the recurrent reports of kidnapping, assault, and other crimes involving the very young. The same Times report noted that police across France have detained more than 250 people and confiscated some 5,000 video cassettes in conjunction with an investigation into a massive child ring. Those detained by police were described as mainly married professionals. A dozen of them would soon turn up dead. They allegedly took their own lives. In June, the News Telegraph spoke of over 800 French homes being raided and 204 suspects being taken into custody the week before. Among those detained were more than 30 teachers and a number of priests, as well as the deputy mayor of the town of Saint-Mihiel. By the end of the week, 4 had taken their own lives, including a school headmaster. 3 years later, the BBC filed a very brief report, noting that a verdict was due in a trial of more than 60 people accused of possessing illegal child films. One of the judges hearing the case said examining the video evidence made him feel physically sick. In a familiar refrain, it was reported that the French courts had been accused of attacking the easy targets, poor consumers, rather than producers and distributors, and one children's rights group has alleged that senior public figures were among those investigated, but their cases were dropped before coming to court. In 1998, another large-scale international ring was discovered operating out of the Netherlands and Berlin, Germany. The New York Times reported that investigators called the case nauseating in the images of abuse of even babies and infants were peddled via the internet and other media. Police discovered voluminous records of what appeared to be clients and suppliers from countries including Israel, Ukraine, Britain, Russia, and the United States. The ring was first uncovered when a key member was found dead in Italy. According to the Irish Times, he was murdered by another member of the ring. His apartment in the Dutch town of Zandvoort was found to contain thousands of digital images stored on computer disks, as well as hundreds of addresses of suspected suppliers and clients. According to the New York Times, the images shocked even veteran investigators, one of whom stated that the seized evidence left him speechless. It looks like the perpetrators are not dealing with human beings, but with objects. In September 1998, another ring was raided, what the BBC described as a larger and more sinister network called Wonderland. The network was so named in honor of Lewis Carroll's revered children's book, Alice's Adventures in Wonderland. Carroll was widely known to have a predilection for underage girls and boys, and is now something of a patron saint to disgusting individuals around the globe. A concerted effort has been made over the decades to cover up Carroll's tendencies, though the truth is evident even in the heavily whitewashed profiles of him that can be found in modern encyclopedias. Microsoft's Encarta notes that, always a friend of children, particularly little girls, Carroll wrote thousands of letters to them, and also that he gained an additional measure of fame as an amateur photographer. Most of his camera portraits were of children in various costumes and poses, including nude studies. The Encyclopedia Britannica reports that Carroll's photographic hobby was abandoned in 1880
while dismissing suggestions that this sudden decision was reached because of an impurity of motive for his nude studies. Britannica also notes that Carroll, who was raised in an environment where there were a few friends outside the family, and who was ordained a deacon in the Church of England on the winter solstice of 1861, an occult holiday, generally lost interest in his child friends when they reached the age of 12. The case was described by a British official as stomach-churning. The Times reported that Wonderland Club members are believed to have posed their own children for pictures. In other cases, parents may have taken money to let their children be used. The Guardian reported that over 1,250 children were featured in photos and videos, many of whom suffered appalling injuries and were seen sobbing uncontrollably as they were being violated. The Independent added that the victimized children were mostly under the age of 10. A BBC report held that the combined raids resulted in the seizure of more than 750,000 computer images of children. A detective superintendent with the British National Crime Squad called these images disgusting, and that the behavior that has been carried out is absolutely appalling. Though ignored by the American press, Wonderland originated in the United States. Among the scores of US homes raided, one yielded a database of more than 100,000 photographs of naked girls and boys. Interestingly enough, the Times also noted that another raid, in Missouri, turned up a cache of weapons as well as illegal materials of children in a heavily fortified trailer, illustrating once again, as did the Dutroux case, the close ties between organized and other terrorist assaults against society. As with the earlier raids in Europe, a rash of people taking their own life soon followed. By October 24th, the Mercury News was reporting that no fewer than 4 of the 44 American suspects had taken their own lives. These included a retired Air Force pilot, a microbiologist at the University of Connecticut, and a computer consultant in Colorado. In the UK, the Wonderland raids, dubbed Operation Cathedral, resulted in the indictments of 8 suspects. One of the 8 turned up dead 4 months later, another alleged case of someone taking their own life. The other 7 were given ridiculously light sentences in February of 2001 for their complicity in inflicting unfathomable abuse on countless children. Sentences ranged from 12 to 30 months. Just a few weeks before the sentences were handed down, The Guardian was reporting that police today arrested 13 suspected pedos in the largest ever UK operation against illegal child materials. Once again, a massive amount of appalling evidence was seized, with most of the material featuring scenes of children being assaulted and sexually abused. The Independent reported in February of 2001 that detectives working on the Wonderland case discovered that many of the pedos were also members of other child groups. One of the groups, mostly tied to Wonderland, was a ring known as the Orchid Club, which had been exposed by a 1996 investigation in San Jose, California. That investigation had led to the indictment of 16 men on charges of conspiring to produce and exchange illegal child materials. Members of the club were identified in at least 9 states and 3 foreign countries. By the time of the Wonderland raids, the Mercury News was able to report that the purported ringleader of the Orchid Club and 12 others either have pleaded guilty or have been convicted in connection with the case. Their crimes included recruiting young relatives and friends of their own children to be assaulted and photographed.
Ancient Japan and Yonaguni Monument. The Yonaguni Pyramid sank into the ocean at the end of the last ice age, around 10,000 years ago. In Okinawan folklore, there are tales of traditional gods and a land of the gods called Nirai Kanai, an unknown faraway land from where happiness is brought. The Yonaguni Monument may have been built to serve a similar deity. Japanese scientists have documented marks on the stones that indicate that they were hewn. Not only that, the tools used in this process have been found in the area, and carvings have been discovered. Professor Kimura's unequivocal conclusion, based on the scientific evidence, is that the monument is man-made, and that it was hewn out of the bedrock when it still stood above sea level. perhaps as much as 10,000 years ago. The principal arguments that he puts forward in favor of human intervention are on the record and include the following. Traces of marks that show that human beings worked the stone. There are holes made by wedge-like tools called kasabe in many locations. Around the outside of the loop road, a stone-paved pathway connecting principal areas of the main monument. There is a row of neatly stacked rocks as a stone wall, each rock about twice the size of a person in a straight line. There are traces carved along the roadway that humans conducted some form of repairs. The structure is continuous from under the water to the land, and evidence of the use of fire is present. Stone tools are among the artifacts found underwater and on land. Stone tablets with carving that appears to be letters or symbols, such as what we know as the plus mark, and a V shape, were retrieved from under the water. From the waters nearby, stone tools have been retrieved. 2 are for known purposes that we can recognize. The majority are not. At the bottom of the sea, a relief carving of an animal figure was discovered on a huge stone. On the higher surfaces of the structure, there are several areas which slope quite steeply down towards the south. Kimura points out that deep symmetrical trenches appear on the northern elevations of these areas which could not have been formed by any known natural processes. A series of steps rises at regular intervals up the south face of the monument from the pathway at its base, 27 meters underwater, towards its summit, less than 6 meters below the waves. A similar stairway is found on the monument's northern face. Blocks that must necessarily have been removed in order to form the monument's impressive terraces are not found lying in places where they would have fallen if only gravity and natural forces were operating. Instead, they seem to have been artificially cleared away to one side, and in some cases are absent from the site entirely. The effects of this unnatural and selective cleanup operation are partially evident on the rock-cut pathway. Kimura calls it the loop road that winds around the western and southern faces of the base of the monument. It passes directly beneath the main terraces, yet is completely clear of the mass of rubble that would have had to have been removed in order for the terraces to form at all. B about 11. Loved swimming. Swimming at beach with shark nets. They've got these beacons up on the shore that tell you where it's safe to swim, and you have to stay in between them. I've often seen the lifeguards come down from the tower and make a loud bleep on their loudspeaker and usher people back into the safety zone if they swim out too far, left or right, and parents always tell me to stay in the safe zone. Decide today, I am going to swim straight out until I find the shark nets, but tell myself I will stay between them and the shore when I find them. Swim out far beyond the kids, and then the adults, and then beyond the more adventurous adults, and still have not found the shark nets. Expect to see some half-submerged boys somewhere along the line. Suddenly, I see them pass under me, but the water is getting choppy, and I am pulled straight over them. Totally alone now, a good half-mile or so from the shore. Glance back to shore. I am way out beyond the one beacon by a good quarter of a mile. There was no bloop from the lifeguards, and I can see the area of beach where everyone is, between the beacons, is quiet. No one is hailing me, nothing. Strange feeling. Start getting picked up by undertows and getting pulled further and further along parallel to the beach. Start getting submerged over and over. Swimming against the currents is useless. Get it into my head a few times, when pushed under, that I won't make it back up this time. Also have sharks on my mind. Suddenly I start feeling shells, rocks under my knees, and feet when I'm pushed under. Notice that I'm close to shore. Finally can get my feet under me and come up on shore. I'm way up the coastline. It's not even beach anymore, but a stone shoreline. Make my way down the shoreline until I get back to the beach. My parents are still sleeping on their towels. The lifeguards had not even noticed, and I was actually in real trouble out there. Never said anything about it to anyone, but it was kind of foundational in a way. Damn, I have a similar story which happened about 4 months ago. I suck at greentext, but fly down country to visit GF, who I haven't seen for a while. Chillin' and stuff. Oh, and on. We should go kayaking at the river. Never been kayaking in my life, or had much experience in the water. Shitty childhood or whatever. Her stepdad hires some kayaks the next day, and we make our way out. It's like a little secluded swimming hole that only her family really goes to, but runs down and around the whole area. Nothing but trees and dirt roads surrounding the river. Have to drag the damn things about a mile before we actually get to the water. Listen to music and drink and stuff there for a little while until we decide we want to start. Put our stuff in the little compartment thing where you put stuff. Cruise downstream about a half mile. Okay, watch out. There's a rapid coming up. Okay. No idea what the hell a rapid is. See big swells in the water with a strong ass current pulling me straight towards the willow trees hanging over the bank. Wait, what the hell? Get pulled straight into the tree and hit my head on an overhanging branch. Flip. Notice that I strap myself into my kayak subconsciously. Struggle to flip myself while getting pulled by the strong ass current. Submerged underwater for time frames of 5 to 10 seconds for about 2 minutes straight. Finally get my shit together and think more calmly. Am I calm, or am I just becoming unconscious? Get lightheaded as I pop up and take a big breath. Go down and unstrap myself. Fiddle around with the belt until I get it loose, and literally, just as I get to the surface, my skin feels like it's about to burst. Pull myself out onto the upside down kayak and lay there, and I think I black out for a while. Water starts calming down, and as I come back to, my girlfriend is crying and trying to come back, but the current is still too strong to paddle against, so we have to wait for a bit. Water calms. Pull kayaks onto rocks. Get back onto shore. Screw kayaking, man. In Death Valley National Park, Devil's Hole is a tiny spot of water in an otherwise desolate and inhospitable environment. It is home to the only population of the Devil's Hole pupfish which lives in the top few feet of this pool of water. They are rarely found more than 2 to 3 feet from the surface, but the maximum depth is over 300 feet. One night in 1965, several kids jumped the fence and got in. 2 never came back out, although divers attempted to rescue them in the event that they were stuck in an air pocket called Brown's Room. They were not. Nobody knows precisely how deep Devil's Hole is. Tethered weights go to at least 485 feet, with more to go. David Rose and Paul Gianpontieri entered with friends, but never came back out. Jim House reconnoitered to a depth of 315 feet, then a record, but found no bodies, only a dive chart and a fading flashlight. House discusses the recovery attempt. I also led a rescue there in 1965. 3 went into the water, and 1 got some sense and said, "I'm not doing it." They did this at night. Once you round that first bend at 90 feet, you don't know what dark is until you go around that bend. There is no reflection down there. The walls are limestone. They look smooth like clouds, but they're rough. Rub your hands against it, and it'll take the skin right off. A call came in from the federal government. They said, "Are there any air pockets in those caves down there?" And I said, "Yeah." I get up to Los Alamitos with my guys and the seaplane. A Grumman Albatross was on the runway, engines running. Next thing you know, we're flying and the hatch is not even closed. So we get there from Nellis Air Force Base at daybreak. The media was out in full force. The military, state police, even a big trailer that served food. We had 4 guys. I set up my first team of 2 guys, and we went in increments, with divers at 2 junctions to handle decompression issues. I get down into the lower chamber, and there I found a mask with a snorkel on it and a fin. Later I found another item from the other diver. But the point is, when you get that deep, you get nitrogen narcosis. Nitrogen poisoning. It's a drunken state, and you get lightheaded. Once you get that, it is far more probable that you are going to do something stupid, because you feel that there is nothing you can't do. The only reason I was able to make these dives was because I had been training for it, for the narcosis. I went to the surface and notified everybody about what we found. It was a very sad, very solemn moment. I said, "I'm going to recover the rest of this equipment, and I will do one more thing to confirm. So I made one dive to the last little ledge at 325 feet. At that point, the Devil's Hole opens up wide, and I can tell you one thing. I know it goes down to over 900 feet. We once let out 932 feet of cable from that point, and there is a current down there. So how much of the cable was bowed from the current, I don't know. But it's just massive. But down at 325 feet, that is where I found the remainder of some of the gear. Right there. Just as big as life. I am sure that's where the kid wound up, in the very far depths. He just kept going down. The guys were never found. The only thing down there now is bones. There is always that Missouri cave diving story they tell to keep us straight. Local dive shop takes trip to go cave diving. They choose to dive with nitrox, aka enriched air. Gas mixture that allows you to essentially dive longer, but keeps you from diving deeper. Team submerges. Time goes by as they are barely through a cave entrance. One of the divers notices their buddy goes belly up to cavern roof. Goes to investigate. Oxygen levels are fine. No response. No pulse either. Dive master says, abort dive safely. Dive ended without any more casualties. Dive master, so shaken up by death, insists he has to retrieve the body right away. Goes alone. As he descends to cave entrance, he feels his lips start to tingle. Suddenly, his eyes roll back and has a convulsion. Spits out regulator, supplying his air, and drowns. Turns out, the first diver died from oxygen poisoning. He filled his own tank up and did not check the O2 levels in his nitrox blend, giving himself like a 75% mixture. The cave was way too deep for that kind of mix. The dive master was killed because he did not wait long enough for the nitrogen levels in his blood to settle and died in a seizure. And that is why you always dive with a buddy and always have an O2 sensor to check your nitrox mix. Be me on spring break in Panama City with friends. Half drunk, staggering up the beach at like 1 a.m. Spot two of those big water tricycles getting washed out to sea. Rescue. Hey, we save these things. They owe us a ride. Out on the ocean on big trucks, goofing off and laughing while we pedal toward our hotel. Don't notice the current taking us out. Next thing we know, can't even see the beach, just the glow from the lights. Start pedaling like crazy toward the lights. Cloudy, so no moon. Dark as hell. Start losing sight of each other. Shout to other trike. Pedal toward us and ons. Can finally see them clearly again, coming toward us. All of a sudden, they both start screaming, and their trike just laterals about 20 feet in an instant. They're all like, what the hell, what the hell, what was that? Water glowing softly from stirred up plankton. Hear a ton of splashes all around us. Realize that it's a school of fish jumping. Something hammers our trike, spinning us around. Everybody is freaking the hell out. Hear what sound like a truck's air brake being released. Something rises up from under us. Trike literally rolling down the slope of its back. Trike tips over. Me and friend fighting each other to get it turned back upright. Finally coordinate and get it done. Pull ourselves back up on track. Well gone now. Keep pedaling till we finally get back to shore, trembling like scared little kids. First story. Went on a deep wreck dive, 250. Current so strong, we had to hang on to anchor line, like our lives literally depends on it. On ascent, novice panicked and kicked my mask and regulator clean off my face. I know we barely started the ascent. I am 200 below, and there is no way I can swim up. Frantically search for my regulators. Can't reach them, due to current pulling it straight away from my hands. Look up with no mask. Seriously think about risking it, and just shoot up. Thought I was gonna die. My training kicks in. Left hand automatically, felt my back up rag. Found my mask. Ascend up safely. The novice is a dumb bitch. Didn't tell her what she did. Just keep quiet. Second story. Ocean kayaking to a small uninhabited island. About 2 hour paddle. Got super tired. stop to enjoy the beautiful open ocean all around me, suddenly feel the urge to look down. Realize I stopped at a part where the coral reaches to just a few feet below the surface. I observed the coral. Lots of nooks and crannies. Gave me the chills. Put on my reef shoes and dare myself to get off the kayak and to stand on them. Not sure if I did or did not. The sight of the corals rising from the deep ocean to just under my kayak creeps me out to this day. Third and final one. 11 years old. Went nighttime deep sea fishing with my dad and his buddies. My line caught something heavy. We decided to pull it in. Close to the boat, we shine a flashlight to it. It's a rock corals full of fish swimming around it. I pulled up Nemo's home. The sight of our flashlight lighting up a creepy coral in dark water really imprints in my young mind. I scuba dive, but yet each time I was terrified as hell. It doesn't matter if I dive in a lake or open water, 60 or 150, I never feel at ease. I was an avid diver for 7 years, and later did free diving, which is safer and less creepy. I swear, unless I have to, I never go diving again. Neither will I train my friends or family to do it. Ocean is very creepy. My instinct tells me to stay far, far away. I have one you guys might like. There is this middle-aged guy that's kind of famous around here. He used to be a pretty popular local celebrity surfer, and damn near every day if he went down to the beach, he would be out on the water. Surfing was pretty much the guy's life. At some point, he just stopped surfing completely, out of nowhere too. I hear that at the time, there was even some possibility of him going pro. But the guy stopped surfing entirely after he had been rushed to the hospital one morning. Now the rest of this is just what I've heard, and it's starting to turn into an urban legend already for something that happened in the past decade. But the people I've heard it from swear up and down this is the story that someone managed to weasel out of the guy one night. Anyway, the guy got rushed to the ER because his fingers are gone. Like, all of them. Just totally gone. They look like they have been bitten off, and he is in no condition to talk when they rush him in. He is a surfer, so the initial assumption by the doctors is that he had a shark attack. It's kind of unlikely though, because when it happened, it wasn't really the season for sharks to be roaming in the waters nearby, and there had not been a report of a shark in the regional waters for a good long time. They take care of his wounds, but the guy's in bad shape. He had signs of sleep deprivation, some alcohol poisoning, his teeth were messed up, and every single one of his fingers were gone, down to the last digit. Guess I'll continue this in the next post. So they decide to run an x-ray on him to see if there's anything else wrong with him, and he's still not in a good enough condition to talk and tell them what the hell happened to him. And this is where it gets weird. Outside of the previously mentioned stuff, there is really nothing wrong with him. They do find something in his stomach though. Bones. The guy apparently ate every single one of his own fingers off. This guy was popular around town, like I said. People knew him, and he had plenty of friends. He wasn't just some nut who would just up and decide, I think I'll eat my fingers today. Naturally, they ran some tests on him to see if he was messed up on meth or some other drug that would make him lose his mind and do that, because it is not unheard of for some druggies to do crazy stuff like that. Not a single drug in his system, outside of the alcohol, and even that was not bad enough to justify him doing that to himself. He wasn't totally blackout drunk, but it just seemed like the guy had been drinking rather than eating or drinking water. Eventually, he wakes up after a day, and the doctors got him to talk. He gives some kind of excuse and makes up weird stories, so they just send him to get his head checked for however long and make sure he's not at risk for taking his own life. After a while, he was released, and since then, pretty much went around doing odd jobs, but stopped surfing or even hanging out at the beach. So this is where it goes from bizarre to really spooky. A guy is hanging out with him, and after a good bit of alcohol, gets him to spill what really happened. The surfer guy is pretty buzzed and starts talking about what happened. He says it was not a shark attack. He wasn't even in the water when it happened. It was after he had been out surfing for most of the morning and came back on the beach to chill out for a bit before going out to grab some lunch. He grabs his board and starts to make for the car, but out of nowhere feels this weight on his back. It wasn't a physical weight. but more like that feeling you get when someone is watching you. But the surfer said it hit him like a real weight. Like eyes weren't just watching him, but just boring into him. He looks over his shoulder, and there is a guy standing right behind him, maybe 2 feet away. The guy is dressed like a sailor, head to toe, the stereotypical kind. White pants, white shirt, with that weird mini cape on top of it. I forget what those are called. A white beret type hat with a tassel. From what the surfer described him outside of that, he was tall and lanky, and had long black hair. Really weird thing, the guy was stressed was the sailor's hands. Apparently, he had beautiful hands, like something you'd see in a painting or classical sculpture. This sailor guy just starts talking about beaches being places of transition and how he doesn't like them. Kinda reminds me of what this Anon was saying about the beaches. Sailor guy is going on and on about beaches being transitional areas, like they weren't quite belonging to the sea or belonging to the land. The beach was some kind of border that he hated to pass through. The sailor keeps going on about beaches being borders, and then says that surfers are the same thing. According to him, surfers are transient and don't belong. Around this time, the surfer got this really bad feeling that he just knew that the sailor was a murderer or some kind of psycho. Personally, I don't know why he didn't get out of there as soon as the guy snuck up on him. The sailor keeps ranting about surfers and beaches, and demands to know what the surfer considers himself. Is he a man of the land or a man of the sea? He gives examples, like the dentist doesn't leave land, so he's a man of the land, while a fisherman lives off the sea, so naturally he's a man of the sea. So what is a surfer? They go out to water, but return to land quickly enough. They don't stay out on the open ocean for weeks or months. Naturally, the surfer has no idea what he is talking about, and the sailor is getting agitated about it. He starts insulting him, saying indecision is a sign that you are not a man. He keeps demanding, are you a man of the sea or a man of the land? He keeps going into him about this, calling him indecisive and not a man. At some point, the sailor just grabs the guy's hands and tells him, if you want to prove you're a man, eat these, pointing to his fingers. The surfer gets out of there finally, but said that those words stuck in his head for nights. And yeah, I guess he just gave into the sailor's voice and ate his fingers. What kind of fucking ending is that? Oh, he just gave in. he just ate them. The sea was so good till that point. No one else has seen a sailor-looking guy around town, though I have no idea what that's about. Was he just some kind of psycho? A weird sea ghost? What the hell, X? Shitty fucking story. Hey everyone. I am a little earlier than usual today. It's one of those lazy days, I guess. Ever heard of the Shag Harbor incident? If not, then here we go. It's not about a bizarre being or entity, but a strange, incident, as it were. And it has nothing to do with actual shagging, but aliens, possibly. Incident at Shag Harbor. On the night of October 4th, 1967, numerous residents of Shag Harbor, a small fishing village on Nova Scotia's southeast coast, witnesses a multi-lighted craft which eventually appeared to crash into the Sound. The Sound is the western entrance to Shag Harbor proper. The unidentified flying object was observed drifting with the current on the Sound by more than a dozen witnesses, including 3 RCMP officers. All of the witnesses, both in and around Shag Harbor, reported what they thought was an airplane crashing near Shag Harbor. The 3 Mounties contacted local boat captains and the Rescue Coordination Center, RCC, in Halifax, NS. The Mounties initiated a recovery operation, fully expecting to find bodies and wreckage out on the water. Initially, 2 fishing boats loaded with volunteers went out on the water and searched. They were eventually joined by others and Coast Guard Cutter 101. What is impressive is the amount of documentation of armed forces teletypes, principally the RCAF's air desk in the nation's capital, Ottawa. The newspapers responded to the event, carrying stories about the event, and 1-inch headlines in Eastern Canada's largest conservative newspaper, the Chronicle Herald. For a short time, the Shag Harbor UFO incident became a worldwide story, and as case number 44 was left unsolved in the Condon report. The incident is in 2 components, the documented case and the subsequent anecdotal case supplied by retired military personnel from the Canadian Army, Air Force, and Navy. During the first 2 hours of the incident, Coast Guard Cutter 101 joined the search, but it also brought news from RCC Halifax. No airplanes were reported missing. This left the searchers and witnesses wondering, what had they seen that evening in the sky and floating on the waters off Shag Harbour? A mystery that has endured to this day. The Royal Canadian Air Force designated it as a UFO. It was a little after 11 p.m. on the night of October 4th, 1967, when an unknown object with 4 bright flashing lights in sequence and estimated at 60 feet in diameter was observed, hovering over the ocean near the small fishing village of Shag Harbour, Nova Scotia. Several residents of the village first noticed a rather strange grouping of orange lights. Several eyewitness accounts indicate that there were 4 orange lights that evening. 5 of these witnesses included a group of teenagers who watched these lights flash in sequence for several minutes, and then suddenly and rapidly dive in a sharp 45-degree angle toward the water's surface. To the amazement of the teens and other eyewitnesses, on hitting the water's surface, the lights did not immediately disappear beneath the gentle swells, but seemed to float on the surface, approximately 1.5 miles from the shore. The initial panic reaction of the observers was that they were witnessing the emergency ditching or crash of an airplane. The first report phoned in to the RCMP, Royal Canadian Mounted Police, in Barrington, came from a young fisherman who told them that an airliner had gone into the bay. The first reaction by the police dispatcher was that the young man had been drinking. However, after an immediate rash of 10 additional calls reporting the incident, the police quickly recontacted the young fisherman for location details. Within the same time period, however, Constable Ron Pound of the RCMP was on patrol on Highway 3, heading towards Shag Harbour, and had been observing the strange lights as he increased his speed toward the incident. Constable Pound's report was that he believed that the 4 lights were coming from a single aircraft that he estimated to be about 60 feet long. As Constable Pound reached the shoreline, he was joined by 2 other officers, Police Corporal Victor and Constable Ron O'Brien. Additionally, several of the fishing village's residents stood on the shore watching and questioning what to do next. According to Constable Pound and the other officers, the orange lights slowly changed to yellow, and the object appeared to move slowly across the surface of the water, leaving a yellowish foam in its wake. By this time, no fewer than 30 witnesses from various vantage points watched as the object slowly drifted further from the shore. All would later describe the object as about 60 feet long, 10 or so feet high, and dome-shaped. After about 5 minutes, the object started to sink beneath the icy North Atlantic waves. A few of the eyewitnesses reported hearing a whooshing noise, while the RCMP had already been in communication with the Canadian Coast Guard, and Cutter 101 was on the way. 2 of the RCMP officers and a few local fishermen hurriedly launched their boats to speed to the rescue of any survivors. As the small boats and Cutter 101 reached the location, the lights were no longer visible, but they found themselves sailing through a thick yellow foam that indicated something had submerged. The fishermen report that the foam was not sea foam and looked nothing like they had ever seen. In fact, most were unnerved by the fact that they had to sail through it to look for survivors. After several hours of searching, nothing was found, and the search was called off at approximately 3 a.m. Both the NORAD and the Rescue Coordination Center in Halifax had been contacted by the RCMP and found that there had been no reports that evening of the missing aircraft, either civilian or military. On October 5th, the following day, the RCC filed a report with the Canadian Forces headquarters in Ottawa. The report stated that something had crashed into the water in Shag Harbour, but that the object was of unknown origin. The Canadian Forces headquarters dispatched the HMCS Granby to the Shag Harbour crash site, and using advanced detection equipment and specially trained divers from the Navy and the RCMP, the Canadian military systematically searched the seafloor for several days and found nothing. Here in 1967, the mystery ended with no physical evidence ever recovered and no additional leads. For a few years, the story kicked around in the local papers. From time to time, various theories and intriguing rumors emerged about Russian spacecraft or Russian submarines and an American follow-up investigation. Then the story simply faded into obscurity. That is, until 1993, when the Shag Harbor incident, once again, was brought to the attention of the public. This was due to the dedicated, investigative efforts of two men who were MUFO investigators, Chris Stiles, assisted by Doug Ledger. Using public records, such as newspaper clippings and police reports, were able to track down and interview many of the eyewitnesses and individuals involved in the Shag Harbor sighting, the rescue attempt, and in the subsequent investigation. Through their work, some extremely compelling clues and amazing new insights were uncovered. In interviews with divers and crew members from the HMCS Granby, they discovered some startling information. The object that dove into the waters off of Shag Harbor had been tracked, and it had actually traveled underwater for a distance of about 25 miles to a place called Government Point. In the 1960s, the US had maintained a small, but technically advanced military base at Government Point, managing a magnetic anomaly detection system, MAD-GRID, for the purpose of detecting and tracking submarines in the North Atlantic. The US military had most definitely detected the object on its sensitive tracking equipment. Naval vessels were dispatched and positioned over the unidentified object where it had stopped. After 3 days of no movement and not knowing exactly what it was, the military was planning to initiate an investigative salvage operation. As the Navy waited and planned, the detection equipment picked up another object moving in, and to the amazement of all of those involved, joined the first object on the ocean floor. The speculation at the time was that the second UFO, I guess officially now an underwater flying object, was there to render aid to the first object. Not fully comprehending what they were dealing with, the Navy decided it was best to stand by and observe. For nearly a week, the Navy vessels held their position over the UFOs. The detection base, however, located a Russian submarine that had entered Canadian waters to the north, so several of the vessels had to be pulled off target to sail north to investigate. Under the cover of this new activity on the surface, both UFOs made their move, accelerating underwater toward the Gulf of Maine. The remaining Navy vessels pursued them toward the United States, but the objects continued to distance themselves from the trackers. To the astonishment of the pursuers, both of the objects broke to the surface and shot skyward to vanish within seconds. According to the researchers, while these observations were well corroborated by many credible eyewitnesses, these accounts were given off the record by military, ex-military, and civilian personnel who fear harassment, ridicule, or loss of pension. So as the saying goes, only the names have been changed to protect the innocent. Clearly, a series of very extraordinary and still unexplained UFO encounters involving the navies of two countries and NORAD occurred at Shag Harbor on October 4th, 1967, and in the following week in the deep waters off of the coast of Maine. I served in the United States Army in the Infantry War with the 101st Airborne. While I was in active duty, I was deployed to Iraq in support of Operation Iraqi Freedom. My unit spent most of our time in Mosul, Iraq, in the northern part of the country. Mosul is a very old city. There are sections where you would find holes in the street, and if you looked down into them, you could see where the city had been built upon older cities. During the time of this occurrence, June 2003, we had just dealt with a riot by the local Iraqi people who were upset at the corrupt local police. So to help rectify the problem, we fired or arrested the majority of the police. This meant that to keep the police stations in the city secure, we had to then provide security and 24-hour guard on them. My squad had been tasked with a 12-hour nighttime rotation at a certain police station. The station was a 3-story building in a very cramped and tightly condensed area of the city. The street in front of the station was only about a car and a half wide, and directly across the street was a mosque with at least 10-foot walls. There were roads on either side of the mosque, intersecting into the road in front of the station. Myself and 2 other guys from my squad were sitting on the balcony of the second floor of the station, pulling security on our shift. It was sometime in the night. If I had to guess, I would say it was sometime around 2:30 a.m. While on guard, we would use the lights on our rifles to illuminate any car that drove by so we could see if there were any sort of weapons in the vehicle and stuff like that. We heard a car driving towards us from one of the side roads on the mosque, so we got ready with our lights to illuminate the car when it came into view. Once we saw the car, we shine our lights into the vehicle, directing the light towards the driver. The driver had a typical reaction to the surefire light, which is blindingly intense, by squinting his eyes and attempting to look away from the light. The passenger had a much different reaction. His eyes seemed to glow with intensity by the light. He stared right back at the light, almost looking through it, and at us. It was very eerie. At the time, the best we could describe his eyes were that of a cat in the dark with a flashlight shined in its face. I have never heard of a person's eyes being able to reflect light like that before, or anything you could purchase to do such things, especially in a second or third world country. Well, after I got back to the United States, the movie, The Exorcism of Emily Rose, came out. So my then girlfriend, now wife, and I went to see the movie. I now describe the man's eyes as looking exactly like Emily's did in the barn when she named all of the demons which possessed her. I am completely convinced that what I saw that night in Iraq was demonic or an individual who was possessed. I had a couple of incidents in Iraq. On my first tour, while at Camp Liberty, I was awakened by the sound of my father's voice screaming at me to get up. Get the fuck up. I was fully awake and shaking from his scream. When I found myself standing in the middle of my hooch, a few seconds later, I heard the sound of the mortar round exiting the tube and dropped to the floor. The mortar barrage came in, but neither me nor my soldiers were hurt. My father had been dead for 9 years at that point, but he had visited me in my dreams many times. He did have a foul mouth, but usually saved the F word for special occasions. I think this one qualified. On my second tour in Iraq, again on Camp Liberty, there were many times where I picked up feelings as I went to different places around the camp. Liberty is on the grounds of Saddam's hunting grounds and the place of many atrocities. His sons had their own cabins with which they did as they pleased. I'm also sure that many of my brothers and sisters in arms frequent the camp they came from. It happened on one of the few nights I was actually going to get some real sleep. In the middle of the night, I woke to the sound of my door opening. I reached for my pistol, and as I turned and saw a soldier in full battle rattle, full vest, helmet, and rifle for the civilian readers, enter my trailer. Oblivious to me, he put his rifle down and sat on the bed. I felt the bed settle under his weight. I pulled my pistol free of my holster and jumped up. He disappeared in front of me as I brought the weapon around on him. I was so shaken. I did not sleep the rest of the night and shortly returned to work. I was surprised I had not wet my pants. There were a few other nights I had feelings which prevented me from sleeping, but none as vivid as that night. I pray for the souls of those that wander in that faraway place. May God bring them to peace through those that love them and miss them. The City of the Living Dead. Hello X. I have lurked here for some time. It's no secret that this place has gone downhill recently. All of it has just become generic repeating the same stupid generals and the same stupid 5 to 10 threads recycled every other day, with the occasional genuine post that comes in once a month, not stalking I am enlightened, YouTube slop, succubus, etc. So I am here making this post, intending to do my part, and hopefully that could spark some change. With that boring intro out of the way, you all have heard about City of the Living Dead, black magic, jinn, talismans, and all kind of spiritual and magical stuff. In Iraq, where I am from, we have the world's largest cemetery, Wadi al-Salam, or the Valley of Peace, located in Najaf. It's a massive cemetery that covers more than 6 square kilometers. It is filled with dead people, wars, religious killings, infants, soldiers. Even the surrounding streets are said to have people buried beneath them. From the 90s Saddam wars, American invasion, the militias all fought and died around that place. The dead people are all around, literally. It's been there for maybe 1,000 years, if not more. Probably more. The first who was buried there is said to be Imam Ali, the Prophet's cousin. It's said it was given to him in ancient times by the Prophet Abraham as a piece of heaven, which is why the Shia majority in the south, even non-Shia, but mostly Shia, bury their dead in that cemetery because they believe that all have taken a vow to protect all those buried near him from the tortures of the afterlife. Also widely believed that Ali will take those buried near him to heaven in the end times by repenting their sins. However, the stories about jinn and black magic that get buried there is numerous. All kinds of outrageous and paranormal things happen there. The graveyard keepers, which take care of the newly deceased, tell all kinds of tales. Jinn that appear at night, moving candles dimly lit, witches and vile individuals who practice magic come in the night and bury dolls with talismans inscribed on them. They bury it, usually between two graves at night, for the talisman to take effect. A couple of interesting tales I got. The graveyard keepers wash the dead with water and soap. The soap is heavily sought after. The voodoo magician buys these soaps from the keepers for outrageous amounts of money, more than $1,000 for just a piece of soap. Additionally, most of the time the keepers will never sell these soaps, regardless of how much you offer for them. They will also threaten you if you ask them to sell it, because they know for a fact it will be used for ill intentions. What is special about the soap? It's said that this soap will be pure filth or pure sin, because it carries all the sins of the deceased individual that got cleansed with it, which makes it the best ingredient for the purest form of evil magic. Another tale about an old lady. It's somewhat of a folklorish tale about a woman that died, and her son was trying to bury her. She is known to be a witch. She practiced magic, and when her son tried to bury her 2 to 3 times, the car/convoy that was going to transport her to the Valley of Peace crashed, and some people involved died. The son, in the end, decided to carry his mother on his back to take her by himself that night, without anyone else involved. He managed to get her to a grave that he dug at night and buried her there. While he was going back, he got hit by a car and died shortly after. The graveyard keepers came into this freshly dug grave the next day and did not know who it was for. It was an unnamed grave in a random place. Some time passed, and other people were meant to be buried near that unnamed grave. They buried people near that grave, and something unnerving kept happening. The people buried near the unnamed grave were dug up and completely butchered and massacred, and the pieces were thrown under in the grave. The freshly buried people are not safe in their sarcophagus also. The magicians dig those graves out and pull out their brain, heart, different organs, etc. to use them for black magic. There is a lot of stuff involved here that dip deep into the paranormal. I'll put some pictures here and videos here and see how this work goes. Your story was good at the start about genuine topics. The story about massive cemetery. Then you talk about dolls, etc. is total nonsense. This made it sound not any different from some guy who heard the word magic and now is all over speaking how it's creepy and how to do the magic. From what I read, there is some understanding of how things work, like making the ritual with soap or any object. If you had genuine stories from cemetery and posted them here, that would be much more interesting. Or speak about stories we haven't heard in the West, and you can provide some sense to them. I mean, the stories I've heard are all voodoo-ish in nature, but the sheer size of the thing is unfathomably huge. You could easily get lost there. It is a whole city of dead people, and the amount of demand for new graveland is immense. The people are usually now buried in corridors, large underground spaces that fill 20 to 50 bodies, and these empty spaces with no life usually attract the spirits/jinn from other worlds. I personally never interacted with a spiritual or a voodoo practitioner, but they do bury their spells between graves, as they have caught some of them in the act. Why do they bury it near graves specifically is out of my knowledge. They also rob dead people of their organ meat, as it can be used for specific dark rituals. Those practitioners allegedly have some power over a group of jinns, and they aid them in these rituals. The practitioner demands are either money, or more often than not, sexual demands from the woman involved. Some people talk about losing sanity, or never being able to marry, or getting deathly sick due to these spells. I'm not from Najaf, so everything I heard about the place and the people involved is just folklore from one guy to another. Well, yeah, but the shrine is also, vaguely speaking, in the vicinity of the cemetery, so it's considered as a singular place. What are some buildings that look like houses? How long ago did this start? Do they know where is Imam Ali grave? From my reading, they have funeral rite, same like in the West, but more spiritually inclined, from what the wiki says. Each tribe/family like to add their own architecture to the grave to make it more unique to them, so they don't get lost in uniformity, since the graves can easily get mixed up if they all look the same. The graveyard has been here for a while, probably more than 1,000 years. Imam Ali is supposedly buried in his infamous shrine in Najaf, where he was buried after being stabbed by an assassin while he was in his mosque praying. Yes, the rituals are pretty similar, though the Sunnis don't really like this a lot. They criticize it as a form of idolatry, so they prohibit having graves that even have any kind of grave markings or building blocks that rise above the ground level. That's why you frequently see ISIS members destroying graves and holy places or cultural sites. They disdain these aspects as a form of shirk. During my first deployment in 2004, I was stationed at Camp Anaconda, pretty much in the heart of Iraq. After my unit had settled in, we were given the unfortunate news that we would be relocated to northern Iraq to FOB, Forward Operating Base, Endurance. This was terrible news, considering we had gotten used to the swimming pool and cable television Anaconda had provided. Endurance was no more than a few tents and old airplane hangars. For those unfamiliar with the invasion of Iraq by the US military, we basically took over most of Iraq's military stations and used them for ourselves. My unit was given 2 airplane hangars to house our 4 platoons. Outside of my platoon hangar, there was an old concrete bunker, one way in, one way out, with my unit's generator sitting within 10 feet of the opening, which was a metal blast door. Well, months into my deployment, I became friendly with a female soldier from my company's mechanic platoon. We needed a private place to go, as the relationship we shared was, although known about, was instructed by our superiors to be kept out of sight, out of mind. Well, we chose the bunker. As we first explored it, the hallway from the blast door slanted downwards for about 20 feet, until it came into an open area about 10 feet by 10 feet. Total darkness as it was underground. We would take our flashlights and our laptop computers each night down to the bunker and spend the night, as I had fashioned a makeshift bed from my unit's supply of lumber. We were an engineering unit. What made the bunker appealing was the early warning system that came with it. The generator, which supplied power to the hangar, was right outside the blast door. If any curious officer decided to go looking for us in the bunker, when the blast door was opened, the sound from the generator would instantly become almost deafening, and we knew someone had opened it. Enough background. Here is what stopped the bunker trips. Well, about the second night on, Sarah would wake me in the middle of the night, telling me she was hearing something inside the bunker with us. At first, I attributed the noise that she was hearing to hedgehogs, as that part of Iraq is lousy with them. I shrugged it off until I heard the noise. There was no doubt. They were footsteps. The night before the last night that we stayed down there, I awoke to whispering coming from the corner, which was followed by footsteps that approached my side of the bed. I woke Sarah and reluctantly turned my flashlight on, fearing what came next. But there was nothing. No body, no footprints, and worst of all, the blast door was closed, just like we left it. The last night started with Sarah warning whatever was down there that we were not in the mood to be messed with, and that we just needed to sleep. We both fell asleep as we reassured the other that we were just hearing things. Again that night, Sarah woke me, and we sat there in total darkness, listening to whispers coming from the corner. 2 different voices, followed by footsteps approaching our bed, and then our bed violently shook for just a couple of seconds, and then a tremendous sound, as if a metal plate had just been dropped next to the bed. In our panic, it took me a good 45 seconds to locate the flashlight. But once again, there was nothing there with us. No footprints, no evidence of what made the loud, crashing sound. That was our last night in the bunker. I was posted in FOB Anaconda during my deployment in Iraq. I was one of 24 soldiers who manned one of the 4 entrances into our base. We covered the north entrance, where locals would enter and go through our security scanner, be checked for illegal substances, and be routinely verified by our K9 division. We came across 80 locals who worked in our base on a daily basis, half who presented goods in our flea markets for sale at the bazaar, and the other half who worked for our construction yard, doing manual labor and earning American dollars, since Iraq's economy was run by our dollar currency. I had grown fond of many of the Iraq locals during my deployment and began to grow interested in their culture and respected them as equals. During the end of my tour, I noticed that many of the workers had perished because Al-Qaeda spies would denounce their family and murder them when they had exited our base for aiding us and taking American money as a form of payment. We had a strict procedure of allowing locals inside the base. Each person was assigned a military ID card which had their picture, date of birth, and a microchip attached to the card. After they are scanned into our system, they go through the X-ray machines to see if they are smuggling any items inside the base. During my last 2 weeks, something insane happened that was recorded on our reports that raised eyebrows across our company and was the ghost story of the year. One of my older locals, Hazem, that I generally talk to on a daily basis, came in through the X-ray, but was acting very odd and pale. For the first time in months, he did not speak to or acknowledge me. He looked sad and uncomfortable, so I left him alone. I assumed it was a death in the family or something terrible had happened. I left him alone as he turned in his badge to enter the base. We did a recount on the badge IDs to make sure that all of the locals were accounted for and that the badges matched the correct number of people. By the end of the day's work period, the same crowd shuffled through the X-ray machines, picked up their IDs, and made their way back home to their own villages. I noticed that Hazim's badge was still hanging on our wall and still active in our base, according to our system. I quickly called the construction yard and alerted them that we may have a local that may have been left behind in the latrines or possibly wandered off the working area. They double-checked their cameras and said all individuals signed in have been signed out, and that their records were on spot. Our platoon sergeant was worried that we might have allowed him inside the confines of the base without checking him through the system. We did a thorough manhunt for him, but nothing came up. The base was put on alert, and the interpreters were notified of the situation, asking individuals to help locate Hazim. That morning, we checked in all the normal locals who were working, and noticed that Hazim did not return. So we marked him MIA in our records. Later that afternoon, his wife and son came to our control point with a cart. She was explaining to the interpreter what happened. The interpreter was pale and sweating as if he had seen a ghost. He reluctantly turned to me and attempted to collect himself. Hazim was killed yesterday morning by an insurgent for working for the US. He was shot to death around 7 a.m. During that time frame, his family was held hostage as they were being questioned by the terrorists as to who else had been working with him. Hazim was wrapped up inside the cart, his body cleaned and ready to be buried. We had mortuary affairs come to identify the body. Still crying and mourning, the wife handed me his badge that was stained with his blood. I exclaimed, "That is impossible," as I knew we already had that badge inside the office. I ran in confusion to prove to myself that a duplicate must have been made, and to my astonishment, there was no badge on the wall. I checked the computers. There was no log of him entering the base on file, and I was extremely pissed and thought that someone was playing a sick joke on me. I told the interpreter that we all saw him enter the base, and that he gave us the ID. He replied that it wasn't possible, since he had been dead since the morning of that day. Puzzled and confused, I demanded to check the video recordings of the previous day to counter-argue that we were right. The video recording captured Hazim entering the building and scanning for the X-ray, captured on video, and as he got off the X-ray machine, he vanished as he started to remove his badge. We watched it over and over again in disbelief because that is physical evidence that he was there and everyone saw him. His wife watching the video continued to cry as she acknowledged his appearance in the video. Our company commander had us destroy the video as it was in bad taste and morbid to release something like that on YouTube without facing UCMJ charges for uploading confidential footage. He was buried the same day with all of his relatives at his village. His co-worker came up to me and explained that Hazim had been secretly putting money aside, hidden somewhere in the base, and had kept it away from the Taliban, preventing them from robbing him, and instructed his friend to give the funds to his family upon the possibility of his death. His co-worker explained to me, even in death, his loyalty to his family is bound by a soul, and his love to ensure that they are taken care of. In a span of a year, Hazim had saved $8,000, which was more than enough for his family to live off of for the next 10 years. Soldier encounters a demon. I am a member of the United States Army, and I have a personal experience to share that comes from my deployment in Afghanistan. Due to the nature of my service, I cannot and will not share anything that will breach any level of OPSEC or InfoSec in any way, shape, form, or reveal any details that will or can be construed as such to compromise any operations myself and any other members of the US military conduct on a daily basis. That being stated, here is my story. I am a US Army Infantry Squad Leader, a non-commissioned officer with 10 years in the service, and I have 12 soldiers under my command in my squad, 10 soldiers, and 2 non-commissioned officer team leaders. My soldiers are ranked E3 to E4, with 18 months experience at the very least, with my team leaders having 4 and 5 years experience, respectively. All of us have at least 1 combat deployment together, with the senior of my soldiers having 2. All of us have enough experience in our service that we are absolutely confident in our abilities and skills as infantry soldiers, and know what to do and how to do it, given any and all combat situations we encounter. So when we are given a mission as a squad, separate from our platoon, we did not really give any thought to the nature of the orders, or the fact that we would be a significant distance away from our platoon, or any ground assistance whatsoever, separate from any CAS or ORDI we could call on, and other assets available. I received the mission, issued the war now, made a plan, initiated movement, gathered recon, and completed the plan. I issued the op ord, and we Oscar mic'd. All the making and appearance of a usual and routine mission, something we did daily and completed daily, and then we reached the objective, and it all went to what I can only describe as hellish given form. We had vehicles that were specifically designed for being explosive resistant and armored enough to give us an edge in surviving a multitude of situations that we would come across. It was dark, and we have NVGs on, approaching a small village, 7 buildings, under the cover of darkness, being as quiet as possible, ready for anything. We entered, and cleared house after house, and found bodies. A lot of bodies. So many, it was hard not to step on them as we walked through the houses. The sheer number of them was startling. And I have never, in 10 years, seen anything as disturbing or as shocking as the condition that the bodies were in. Some looked as if they were ripped or torn in half. I mean that literally, by sheer brute strength. Some looked crushed, as if a ton or more of weight was slammed into them. I mean, they were pulped. I have run over human beings with my 6-ton vehicle, and I know crushed when I see it. And others looked as though some large animal had taken big chunks off of them in single bites, like a shark attack. We finally reached the end of the village and encountered something I can only describe as demonic. Thinking about it as I type this is giving me chills. I still have nightmares about it. First vehicle opened fire on it with a 50 cal APT, and he was going cyclic. Next thing I know, I see a 6-ton armored vehicle that can take up to 80 pounds of explosive force and come back rolling. Literally fly. Not roll, not flip. Fly. It landed in the middle of the freaking village in pieces. 6 damn tons of armor flew 700 meters. My vehicle was next, and I have never cycled an automatic grenade launcher so fast in my whole career. I was linking belt after belt after belt, and I was unjamming it almost as fast as it jammed. I am screaming my head off on the radio, at the same time trying to get a hold of my other vehicle, calling Cass or Artie, and ordered my squad to shoot this thing with every weapon we have, even though I know for a fact that we were all doing it anyway. And I am still screaming. I can hear screaming and gunfire that sounds like it's millions of voices screaming with us, with explosions and tearing metal. Absolute chaos is in control here, and I'm screaming, crying, and praying. But then, the craziest thing I've ever seen happened. Everything went absolutely silent. No sound, no voices, no gunfire, no explosions, nothing. The world went mute, and after that, everything slowly came back. My Alpha Team leader, who climbed up to me, had to slap me hard to snap me out of whatever hellish zone I was in. My best guess is shock, but unlike anything ever I heard, experienced, or watched, it took me hours to get it together and start attempting to control the situation, get communications with LT, and come to grips. First priority was the first vehicle. We could not raise them on comms, so I sent 2 to go and see if they were alive and needed medical attention. Then I realized we didn't get a BDA on the thing we just unloaded on. I directed my driver to get closer to the area, and I noticed something right off the bat. There was damage everywhere except for one spot, and in that spot was untouched and pristine, like it had never been subject to all the firepower we had directed at it. Not a single impact. There was no sign of that thing anywhere, not even a footprint. I have been deployed 7 times in 10 years, and I have never seen anyone or anything walk away from that much firepower. Ever. I know for a fact that no human on this earth could. My 5 soldiers in the first vehicle lived, miraculously due to the cab being reinforced, but suffered severe blunt force trauma from impact, enough that all 5 in the vehicles were immediately given medical discharge and 100% disability a few months later. My other soldiers are all receiving the best psychological care possible. I am undergoing psychological evaluation as well due to the report I gave to my command. The treatment given to me and my squad is no surprise. However, the way my report of the incident was handled and what happened after is very confusing and frustrating. No more about this has been mentioned or acknowledged again. I do not care if someone believes me anymore, as every time I am asked about it and answer, I am met with the reactions of disbelief or pity and sympathy for my damaged mental state.